What's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Join my Discord if you want to chat and share your thoughts, the link is in the description.
Where's the body? Edie pulled Hancock and asked her to sit next to him. Hancock rested his head on Edie's shoulder, with a face as delicate as porcelain and an elegant smile. His almond-shaped eyes looked thoughtfully at the people from Daughter Island. I didn't know, the person I was fighting against was Golden Lion. Rayleigh shook his head. Edie continued to look at her mother-in-law. Grandma Z thought for a moment and said, Rock's body was taken away by the Golden Lion. Edie suddenly became interested and after asking so many people, finally made some progress. It's just speculation. Grandma Z recalled the past. At that time, Rox was defeated and the situation was already very chaotic. As the remnants, we each ran for our lives. There are also small groups within Rock's pirate. Elsa, Stussy and Whitebeard, Charlotte Linlin and Kaido. This group of people will go their separate ways when disaster strikes, and they won't care about others. Golden Lion is a person with lion fruit ability. He used his ability to tear apart the island of the Valley of Gods, and flew away with a piece of the island fragment. Akoku and John were seriously injured at the time and they evacuated with the Golden Lion. Rock's body should be on top as well. After Grandma Z finished speaking, she finally added, This is all I know. I cannot guarantee that the information is 100% correct. That's enough, Grolio. Advertisement. Edie nodded with satisfaction. Now that we know where Rock's body is, the next step is to find the Golden Lion. Unfortunately, Golden Lion can fly, so it's not easy to find him. Just think of a way to have him deliver it to your door. Seeing that the terms between the two parties were agreed upon, Shaki asked, Emperor, what did you mean by cloning just now? Cloning takes time. Come again today, 2 years later. Edie pulled Hancock to his feet and said calmly, Zishu, see you off. He led the people out of the living room, and as soon as the figure flashed, Zishu appeared in front of everyone. Guests, it's time for you to go. Zishu grinned. Rayleigh stared at each other. When he met Roger, Roger was only in his early 20s. The little rat in front of me looks to be about 15 years old. The similarity can be vaguely seen, except for the huge difference in skin color, which is a smaller version of Roger. Haha, Zemo, do you know that you are Roger's clone? Rayleigh asked with a smile. Yes, I also know that my prototype machine has a son named Padakas D. Ace. Zishu laughed and said, You are Roger's deputy captain, you say, if Ace when the child sees me, what should he call me? He really has an out-of-the-box personality, compared to Roger back in the day. I'm here today to confirm your identity. Rayleigh narrowed his eyes. Zishu smiled. Do you want to fight me? I can't pretend I didn't see the blasphemy against Roger. Zishu, if I kill you, will your heavenly father blame me? No, Lord Heavenly Father is very kind. If you kill me, he will take your blood, then clone you and inherit the title of Z-Mouse. Zishu was so happy that the deputy captain actually wanted to kill him. This is great. Rayleigh was silent. Follow me, fighting is not allowed within the research scope. Z-Mouse opened the window between his left eyes and flew out in one leap. Seeing this, Shaki said with a headache, What are you doing, Rayleigh? Just trying his skills, ha ha ha, rest assured. Rayleigh immediately jumped out of the window and followed Z-Mouse. The remaining mother-in-law and Shaki looked at each other. Edie took Hancock to the underground laboratory. Clone you and let her replace you as the emperor of the daughter country. What do you think? Master Edie, I don't want to be separated from you. I will listen to you on anything else. Hancock looked well-behaved and obedient, and Edie smiled slightly, which was very useful for being enamored with beautiful women. Then let's draw blood. Taking out the lancet, Edie personally drew a tube of blood from Hancock's wrist. It is worth mentioning that Edie also had Hancock's blood before. He had drawn the blood when he brought the three sisters back to Wano-kuni. But the blood at that time and the blood now are not the same concept. A person's blood factor is not constant, it will grow as a person grows. The stronger the blood factor, the stronger the clone will be. Advertisement. Hancock, you can decide the future of Little Snake Girl. Edie thought for a while and proposed 3 plans to Hancock. Plan 1, your own bloodline factor plus the Lunalia clan's bloodline factor, is the plan used by the general earthly branches. Option 2, own blood factor plus Fur Tribe's blood factor. This is Edie's recent research, which can allow clones to master static electricity and the ability of Moon Lion to transform. Option 3, your own bloodline factor plus the bloodline factor of Tiantian fruit. Yes, Devil fruit itself also carries bloodline factors. Option 3 is roughly equivalent to creating a natural demon fruit power, or it can also be understood as, the devil fruit has become a spirit. In fact, not only is he doing research on the born devil fruit, but the 5 elders are also doing it. Ginny in the plot, as well as Ginny's daughter Bonnie, are victims of this research. Which one do you want to choose? Edie asked with a smile. Quote. Hancock covered his face, feeling like he was having a hard time deciding on a name for his daughter. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. Master Edie, why not use my blood factor to merge with your blood factor? Then she will be our daughter. Edie, he said dumbfounded. Are you stupid? We just need to turn off the lights at night, why waste time in the laboratory? Yes. Hancock's face turned red, his head felt like boiling water, and bursts of steam kept coming out. After another period of thinking, Hancock finally decided on option 3. The reason is also very simple. She doesn't want to be contaminated by other people's blood factors. If you want to pollute, let Master Edie do it. Edie respected her choice and quickly got busy. Hancock stood aside and said, by the way, Master Edie, where will the 10 clone golds be placed? Can there be 10 separate vaults? I don't want her to be seen. The number 1 special cloning chamber you used before. Edie agreed. The privacy issue was worth noting, so he simply renovated the number 0 special cloning laboratory and separated 3.3 of each cloning warehouse. 3 days later, Edie completed the embryo culture and restarted the number 1 special cloning chamber. It happened that at this time, Yamato, who was in the number 2 special cloning chamber, also woke up. Edie asked Hancock to wake him up. This time, Hancock did not have any quarrel with Yamato. Instead, he dealt with Yamato's natural speech with ease. She has already won. As a winner, she is naturally full of superiority over the loser. Yamato didn't know at all, he just felt that Hancock had changed into a different person, and he had become more beautiful and radiant. On the other side, Z-Mouse defeated Rayleigh and got Rayleigh's blood by the way. Edie won't clone Rayleigh for the time being, but will save the blood for now. The defeated Rayleigh, Shaki and others left Beehive Island. They promised to come again in 2 years and pick up the little snake girl. At the same time, in order to find the golden lion, Edie issued a reward for the hive. Anyone who provides clues can receive a reward of 100 million. If you can capture the golden lion alive, you can get 5 billion belly directly. As soon as the reward was announced, the world suddenly became lively. Chapter 87 Attack on the Hive Island. The reward order issued by Hive soon caused a sensation in the world. There are 100 million baileys just for providing clues, and both bounty hunters and pirates are very excited about it. Naval headquarters is equally concerned. Any disturbance in the hive will make Marineford nervous. At this time, the gardener's office. Wanted golden lion. What does that guy want? Sengoku looked ugly. A celestial dragons was arrested some time ago. Although the matter was resolved and did not make the news, it did not calm down for a few days, and another wanted order was issued. I guess I want the blood factor of the golden lion. Crane Vice Admiral was worried. As long as there is blood factor, powerful clones like that can really be produced infinitely. Sengoku took a deep breath and said immediately, we must protect the golden lion. When he said this sentence, both the speaker and the listener had very subtle expressions. Marine protects pirates. Crane Vice Admiral shook his head. We have no idea where the golden lion is. If we know, we will capture him in advance and put him in a deep-sea prison. Hearing this, Sengoku muttered. Immediately announce the reward. Do you want to? He was stunned. Wouldn't this be bad? We also have to consider the attitude of the hive. We cannot sit back and watch his power expand infinitely. Not long after Hive issued the bounty order, Marine immediately followed up. Anyone who gives Marine information about the golden lion first will receive a bounty of 500 million belly. At the same time, Marine 20 conveys an attitude to the outside world. Golden Lion Shiki, you'd better not show up. Once you show up, Naval Headquarters will arrest you as soon as possible. The news released to the outside world has an extremely rare threatening tone and is a naked intimidation. When the news spread around the world, countless people were left scratching their heads. Golden Lion, a legendary pirate who was once as famous as Roger and Whitebeard. After Roger surrendered, he attacked Naval Headquarters alone, eventually destroying half of the town, and was defeated by Garp and Sengoku. After being imprisoned in the deep-sea prison, he cut off his legs and became the first criminal in history to escape from the Impel Down. Now, it has disappeared for 8 years. Grand Line, a certain piece of airspace. An island floating in the sky, a mysterious research institute on the island. Master Shiki, here are the newspapers for the past 2 days. A doctor in a white coat came over and made a poof sound like farting as he walked. Golden Lion read the newspaper for a long time and angrily tore it into pieces. Damn it, Marine, don't be so arrogant. Master Shiki, I don't know why the hive wants you. Then Marine suddenly announced the news. The doctor grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. Kolekal, the cause is the hive. Quote. I'm not a young man, how could I go to the hive to ask for an explanation over such a trivial matter? Golden Lion was disdainful. Master Shiki, I heard that the scientist's wisdom surpasses that of Vegapunk. With his help, our research progress will be accelerated a lot. The doctor smiled. Oh, you make sense. Golden Lion struck his fists on his palms and said suddenly, looks like I have to go and see you. After a pause, I thought to myself, you can go. He goes alone. For this reason, let's prepare a gift for the hive master first. A few days later, advertisement. Kilometers above Beehive Island. The golden lion was flying high in the sky, looking coldly at the hive below. Ah, this island has also gone through several owners. Rocks, Akoku, and now Edie, let me give you a big gift first. With a cold snort, Golden Lion raised his right palm and then swung it down. A huge black shadow descended from the clouds. It broke through the clouds and rushed towards Beehive Island. That's an island. Falling rapidly from an altitude of several thousand meters, the friction with the atmosphere produced flames. Soon, everyone on the island noticed the attack from the sky. Meteorite. No, it's an island. An island fell. Screams of terror broke out one after another. Inside the institute, Momosuke stood by the window, looking at the sky outside, with surprise on his face. Sky Island fell. No, that's not Sky Island, right? Hancock and Yamato were sparring on the northern coast. When shadows enveloped the land, the two women couldn't help but look up. Hancock, what is that? Some nasty person threw an island here. Tianyu was accompanying her daughter to learn piano skills. Kazuki Hiyori noticed the scene outside and couldn't help but widen her beautiful eyes. Mom, did a meteorite fall outside? Don't worry Hiyori, Mr. Edie will hold up even if the sky falls. I will continue to teach you this syllable. Tianyu had a gentle smile on his face and didn't care at all about the chaos in the outside world. At the same time, the rooftop of the research institute. Several figures flew over and quickly gathered. Shen Long, Z Rat, Wei Sheep, Wu Horse, Shen Monkey, Cho Ox, and Hai Pig. The 7 earthly branches gathered here and looked up at the sky. Who is so immoral and litters? Zishu took out the saber from his waist. It doesn't matter if it hits other places, but once it hits the research institute, Heavenly Father will be angry. Don't mess around. Shen Long immediately stopped him. Cut this island into pieces. Will you clean up the pieces? Wei Yong's body began to swell and turned into a giant Buddha in an instant. This island is not big. Its diameter cannot exceed 1,500 meters. It will be smashed into pieces in one go. Wu Ma clenched his right fist and his biceps swelled. Don't drop even a grain of sand into the honeycomb. Haizu put his hands on his hips and chuckled. Come on, men. Ugly Ox squatted half-crouched and assumed a fighting posture, with conquerors wrapped around him quickly converging on the 10 punches. The next moment, all the earthly branches took action. Air shock. Wu Ma's punch tore through the atmosphere, and the shock force was transmitted to the falling island. In an instant, the island was torn apart. Shock wave. The golden Buddha's palm smashed the broken island pieces into even smaller pieces. Immediately afterwards, hot breath. 2 sword-style Taoyuan 10 punches. Advertisement. God avoids. Bone fist meteor. Boom. Under a burst of colorful attacks, the island that fell from the sky had not even approached 500 meters above the hive, and it had already turned into dust all over the sky and disappeared without a trace in Zaichen's explosion. Seeing this scene, Golden Lion looked dull and was speechless for a long time. Although it was just a big gift to say hello, I didn't expect that the gift I carefully selected would be rejected so easily. Not only did he refuse to accept it, he also beat the gift into powder. Those monsters. Golden Lion grinned and smiled with lingering fear. Jia ha 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 ha, is this the rumored earthly branch? With this kind of power, why not destroy the world? Jia ha 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 ha. His laughter grew wilder. Suddenly, a voice came from behind, making Golden Lion feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, and his whole body was filled with chills. Why are you laughing so loudly? Shock. Golden Lion froze, quickly flew forward, and turned around at the same time. Looking back, he was sweating. It's impossible, I'm already so close to this distance, and I didn't even notice it. Golden Lion took a breath and stared at the man in white standing there in the air, somewhat unbelievable. You are the rumored scientist, Edie, why can you fly? The same lion fruit as mine. Hearing this, Edie put his hands in his pockets and smiled slightly. What makes you think that only devil fruit can do this? What do you mean, I didn't use some kind of ability? Golden Lion stared at him in disbelief. Monkey's knowledge. Even a news bird can do something, why do I need the power of devil fruit to achieve it? Edie asked rhetorically. Golden Lion was speechless and said angrily. Don't talk nonsense. The news bird has wings, but you don't have wings. How can you fly? No, it's more like standing in the air than flying. Edie smiled and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. So, what makes you think that I don't have wings, now? Ah, Golden Lion was angry. What on earth was this person talking about? Slash wave. He raised his foot and kicked out a slash, flying towards Edie not far away. Edie smiled and said nothing. After the slash was 30 centimeters closer to him, it was as if he hit a wall of size and broke into pieces. Golden Lion was completely stunned. What was it this time? Edie chuckled lightly, stretched out his right hand from his pocket, and a ball of red energy gathered in his palm. The energy was like a living thing, gradually transforming into 10 flying birds. Your understanding of wings is too limited. Why do wings have to be the shape of wings? Once you understand how wings can fly, you can fly freely like a bird without wings. Fly. Edie flicked his right hand, and the red bird in his palm flew towards the Golden Lion. It is lifelike, like a real bird. Golden Lion's pupils shrank, and his sense of sight made him understand that it was a bomb. Ticks. Without saying a word, he turned around and ran away. It launched its maximum flying speed. However, the red bird approached and the world was swallowed up by a red light. Boom. A red little sun was born thousands of meters high in the sky. Chapter 88 Raid on Naval Headquarters. The Golden Lion fell rapidly from an altitude of 1,000 meters. Just when he was about to fall into the sea, he suddenly opened his eyes, and Lion Fruit's power quickly stabilized him. That was Conqueror's bomb. The Golden Lion had a ghostly expression on his face. It was his first time seeing the exploding Conquerors, something he had never heard of before. Affected by the explosion, bloodline oozed out from his forehead. His vision was locked in the sky. The man in white, his clothes fluttering, slowly lowered his figure. The two of them were floating dozens of meters above the sea level, staring at each other. Isn't it interesting? Edie spread out his palm, and a red bird condensed in his palm again. Conquerors is also a kind of energy after all, and the shape of energy can be shaped at will. It's incredible to be able to train hockey to your level. Golden Lion couldn't help but marvel. Haha. Edie couldn't help laughing, and casually scattered the birds in his palm. Why do you think this is a skill that requires practice to master? Golden Lion narrowed his eyes, innate ability. What a joke. He suspected that Edie was deceiving him. Don't think of me as a fool. You don't need to practice to master this ability, unless it's devil fruit. Think more, Golden Lion. Humans are different from monkeys because they can think complexly. Golden Lion suspects Edie is mocking him as a monkey. He said with a smile. After careful consideration, the group chose to come to the beehive. Then, tell me the conclusion of your thinking. Edie's smile remained the same, but this smile in Golden Lion's eyes was somewhat heart-stopping. You suddenly issued my wanted order. Are you trying to find me? Golden Lion said solemnly. I'm here, what can I do? Of course he is not a fool. It can be seen from Marine's reaction that Marine does not want to have contact with this scientist. But he is a pirate. Marine didn't want something to happen, but he did it. As for why Edie issued the reward, the two had no grudges in the past and have no grudges recently. Just the information about his whereabouts is worth 100 million, and capturing him alive can even get 5 billion. This is obviously looking for him. During the Valley of the Gods incident, Rox was defeated and his body was taken away by you. Edie did not sell out and said bluntly, tell me the location of the body. If you throw an island into my territory today, I will all let you go. Gia ha 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 ha. Rox, body. I understand, that's it. Golden Lion laughed twice, as if to win back the victory in front of Edie. Even I have heard of your reputation, surpassing Vegapunk, a rare genius scientist in human history. In the dark world, you know how other people do call you. What do you call it? Edie raised his eyebrows. Creator. Golden Lion said in a solemn tone, father of cloning. Roger, Newgate, Kaido, Sengoku, the top strong men who are famous in this sea, must have been cloned by you. Yes, I have not yet reached the realm of the creator. They are just clones of some obedient subordinates, not worth mentioning. He said with a smile. HMPH, I didn't praise you. Golden Lion snorted unhappily. So, you are looking for Rox, body to resurrect. No, to clone the maritime overlord. Isn't it obvious? Edie didn't hide his purpose and had nothing to hide. Trademark Gia ha 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 ha. Doctor, won't you join forces with me? Golden Lion extended an olive branch and grinned. With your cloning technology in my mind, let's work together to destroy the world government. Wait a minute, Edie had a headache. Is your mind a monkey's brain? Advertisement. Golden Lion's smile froze. If anyone dared to say this, he would kill them immediately. But when Edie said this, he really had no room to refute. He sneered. I regret to remind you, great scientist, Rox has been dead for 24 years. What do you think the body will look like after decomposition? Only the bones will remain. Since you know, Golden Lion's expression changed slightly. Don't you want to say that you can resurrect people even with bones? Edie was noncommittal. Shahuo and cloning were not the same concept. Seeing his acquiescence, Golden Lion was completely shocked. Can someone who has been dead for more than 20 years be cloned? What a monster is this? He took a deep breath and said solemnly. I did take away Rox, body, but something unexpected happened in the middle. Edie waits for the next article. Rox is not dead, he is dying, but not yet. Golden Lion said with an ugly face. I was seriously injured at the time, and I couldn't hold on for long even if I just carried a fragment of the island. Finally we landed on an uninhabited island in West Blue. Quote. And then there was internal strife. Edie smiled slightly. Hearing this, Golden Lion's expression became even worse. Internal strife did occur. Seeing that Rox was about to die, John and Akoku wanted to ask Rox about the treasure he had hidden. As a result, both of them couldn't defeat Rox, who was about to die, and John was killed in the end. What about you? Edie asked. Gia ha ha ha. I am seriously injured, how can I have the strength to fight with them? Golden Lion curled his lips. Then, Marine caught up. Edie frowned. So where is the body? The person who came was the admiral at that time, Kong. Golden Lion said helplessly. Of course I ran away, and Akoku ran away too. Only Rox couldn't run away, and was killed by Kong. Therefore, Kong later became Marshal Marine. You mean, Rox's body is in Marine Shinli? Maybe. Golden Lion is not sure either. Edie was lost in thought. After going round and round, we finally have to find a breakthrough from Marine. But the Valley of the Gods incident is history buried by the world government. Will this kind of thing be recorded in Marine's database? Kong was also beaten to death by him. I should have spared him a breath if I had known at that time. Gia ha 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 ha, what are you going to do? Golden Lion grinned and said, even you can't do anything about it, right? Can you still go back to the past? Dan, Edie thought of Tianyu. The time fruit of Tianyushi can only go to the future. The ability ring, time, made with her blood, can also only travel to the future. Unless you wake up. But unfortunately, the time fruit is not Zone. Edie only knows how to help Zone awaken. Moreover, you may not be able to go back to the past after awakening. Advertisement. Therefore, we still have to find a breakthrough from Marine. Thinking of this, Edie said calmly, Golden Lion, you attacked Marineford back then and were defeated by Sengoku and Garp. Don't you want revenge after 8 years? What do you mean? Literally, you can do it again. Edie said calmly. I need to go to the Naval Headquarters database to investigate some things in person, and you, help me attract firepower. Am I alone? Golden Lion opened his mouth. Are you kidding? You are asking me to die. Don't worry, I will send 2 earthly branches to assist you. Edie remained calm. Of course, assistance is assistance and does not guarantee the safe evacuation of Golden Lion. You have so many clones under your command, but you only send 2 earthly branches. Golden Lion shook his head. This plan seemed unreliable and too dangerous. Besides, why should I help you? You threw an island into my hive today. Gia ha 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 ha. Don't say that, it's just a gift for you. Golden Lion narrowed his eyes and saw several earthly branches flying from the Beehive Island in the distance. He immediately changed his mind and said, okay, I'll help you. This is a good start for our cooperation. As he spoke, Shenlong and others had already flown over and surrounded the Golden Lion. Lord Heavenly Father, this is a guest. Treat him well. Edie turned around and flew in the direction of the hive. Follow me, Golden Lion. Seeing this, Golden Lion cursed secretly. You be asterisk 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 D. You didn't give him any benefits at all, and you still let him do such a dangerous thing. Forget it. If there are 2 earthly branches to help, it's just a delay. Soon after, Hive Research Institute, between the right eyes. Golden Lion looked at the big screen on the wall. The picture on the screen was Naval Headquarters Marineford. He said with astonishment on his face, you can actually spy on Naval Headquarters. The big screen is divided into 6 screens, each of which is Marineford. Movement of warships in the port. Intelligence activities of the General Staff. Daily practice in recruit training camp. In the Vice Admiral's office, Kizaru is drinking tea and listening to his subordinates' reports on Fisher Tiger's movements. It seems that he is responsible for solving the aftermath of the slave liberation incident. There is even a scene of the Marshal's office. How? Golden Lion muttered. Don't be surprised if it's a little trick. Edie held the coffee and stirred it gracefully. As soon as you confirm the opportunity to defend Naval Headquarters is empty, take action immediately. Now that the matter has come to this, Golden Lion has no nonsense and asks for benefits. What about the reward? I don't need money. I have found a nice island over the years. There is a magical plant on the island. You want to sponsor my institute? No money. Golden Lion said angrily. I help you work, but in the end, I have to give you money. Am I not allowed to thank you? Edie smiled and said nothing. He probably knew what the magical plant Golden Lion was talking about was. 2 days later, the awaited opportunity came. Operation Raid on Naval Headquarters, begin.
4CK Chapter 89. Making a big fuss at Naval Headquarters, fighting against pirated copies of the original version. Raid on Naval Headquarters, the day the plan was executed. The midday sun is hot and the sea is sparkling. Naval Headquarters, Marshal's office. Marshal Yuan. Huh? How unbecoming is it to be in such a hurry? Seeing a sailor running in shock, Sengoku frowned and scolded him. Just now, the warship of the Vice Admiral was hijacked. The sailor spoke very fast, not even daring to breathe. As soon as the warship passed through the Gate of Justice, a message was immediately sent to it. Hijacking message. Requesting support. Hijacking? Gate of Justice? Sengoku was stunned. Hijacking a warship in the Triangular Current? As we all know, there are 3 major institutions under the world government, Naval Headquarters, Impel Down, and Eni's Lobby. There is a special triangular current between these 3 institutions. If any ship mistakenly enters it, if no one opens any of the 3 doors of justice, the ship will be trapped by the current and circle forever. That's ridiculous. Who did this? Sengoku laughed angrily. It wasn't long after he became the marshal that this was the first time he saw such an outrageous thing. The legendary big pirate Jin. Golden Lion. Upon hearing this name, Sengoku's expression changed slightly. A wanted order was issued for Golden Lion just a few days ago, but I didn't expect that the other party would come to our door. He suppressed his anger and gritted his teeth. Golden Lion? If it's him, he can really do such a thing. What's the purpose? 10 years ago, the other party came to attack alone because he did not believe that Roger would be caught by Marine. In fact, it was not Marine who caught him, he surrendered. For this reason, Golden Lion dared to come to Naval Headquarters and cause a scene. Say. We Marine are too arrogant. Seeing the Marshal's livid face, the Navy soldier suddenly became frightened and cautiously spoke. He said he didn't have much fun last time, and he will teach you and Vice Admiral Garp a lesson this time. He also brought a videophone bug, ready to live broadcast around the world. Boom. Sengoku punched the Marshal's desk and broke it into pieces. You be asterisk 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 D. I'll go meet him personally. Gritting his teeth and scolding angrily, Sengoku suddenly stood up and walked out of the marshal's office. Go and notify Garp. Before leaving the house, an order came. Yes. When Sengoku, Garp and others arrived at the port in the inner bay of Marineford, a warship more than 160 meters long was already floating over the port. The warship hangs upside down in the sky, with its deck facing the sea below. Vice Admiral Ghost Spider, as well as many sailors under Ghost Spider's command, were all tied up tightly. Under the power of lion fruit, everyone was floating below the deck with their heads down and their feet in the air. The Golden Lion himself stood in the air, folded his arms, and laughed. Jia ha ha ha, long time no see, Sengoku, and you, Chang. Golden Lion, you finally escaped from impelled down, why did you come to the headquarters again? Garp looked up at each other with a serious look on his face. One of the original Rock's pirate members, and later the captain of the Sky Pirates, a great pirate as famous as Whitebeard and Roger, with the power of lion fruit. Such ruthless characters are a headache no matter what era they are. Sengoku's eyes were cold. Your time has passed long ago, Shiki. HMPH, being a marshal is different, Sengoku. The Golden Lion waved his index finger, and the warship immediately crashed towards the port, including the Marine Vice Admiral who was tied up with ropes and numerous soldiers. Aren't you looking for me? You sent me a new wanted order? I'm here. I also prepared gifts for you, ha 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 ha. Advertisement. Amidst the Golden Lion's rampant laughter, the warship landed with a crash. A warship costing more than 20 Baileys broke into pieces and smashed into the square in front of the port, turning into a pile of wreckage. Seeing this, Sengoku took off the cloak of justice behind him, and Garp grabbed the clothes on his shoulders and tore them off, revealing his strong muscles. A repeat of the incident 10 years ago. Garp grinned, full of fighting spirit. I imprison you this time, can you still cut off your own hands and escape? Sengoku's body expanded, and a golden Buddha immediately appeared. The Buddha's light shone everywhere, and the golden light flourished. Jia ha ha ha, who told you that I came alone? Golden Lion laughed twice and shouted toward the sky. Help! B**************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************̈ until I am killed before making a grand appearance? Hearing this, Sengoku and Garp both changed their expressions, and the surrounding vice admirals also raised their heads suddenly. The sights and sounds spread towards the sky. At the same time, two dark figures descended from the sky. The black wings converged behind their backs, and the two people quickly fell towards Sengoku and Garp like missiles swooping down on the earth. It's the earthly branches. Garp's eyes widened. Wei Young. Who is the other one? Sengoku looked in disbelief. Wei Young, who fell from the sky, also transformed into a giant Buddha and punched Sengoku. Sengoku didn't have time to think about the other person, and immediately took control of the other person and patted him. Shockwave. The fists and palms collided in the air. In an instant, there was a loud bang, golden light spread in all directions, and the entire port was in chaos. The impact rolled up stone bricks and tore the ground apart. KR. In the chaos, Garp locked eyes with another earthly branch with a look of astonishment. It was a boy of about 10 years old, with a face that was extremely familiar to him. Because, that is himself, his childhood self, Ugly Cow. Ugly Cow grinned, and while announcing his name, he wrapped a punch around Conquerors and blasted straight towards his own prototype. Bone Fist Meteor Star. At the critical juncture, Garp came to his senses with the same force, Cabe, and punched him. Boom. There was a loud bang. Everything within a few hundred meters was completely destroyed, and the port in the inner bay had completely turned into a battlefield for monsters. It's unbelievable. I'm a clone? Garp gritted his teeth and endured the strong impact, and was shocked to the point of losing consciousness. A young clone, but possessing the power of his peak. In the sky. Golden Lion hugged his chest and laughed wildly. This is happy, really happy. With this kind of combat power, just change the plan and completely wipe out Marineford. Jia ha 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 ha. Suddenly, a figure flew from the ground and approached the Golden Lion in an instant. A bit too presumptuous, Shisai. An extremely dark right fist hit Golden Lion hard on the face. The left side of Golden Lion's face was sunken, and his eyeballs were bulged out. With a whoosh, the Golden Lion was punched out of the sky and crashed straight into the square in front of the bend. He immediately stood up, raised his hand to wipe the bloodline from the corner of his mouth, and stared at the other party's angry mouth with an ugly expression. Advertisement. Isn't he retired? Former Marine Admiral, Zephyr. I have retired, but I am not dead. Zephyr was naked from the waist up, wearing only a cloak of justice, revealing his extremely muscular muscles. His right hand is wrapped with armed colors, and he has the title of Black Arm, approaching the Golden Lion step by step. Staff. Crane Vice Admiral sat behind his desk, listening to the reports from his subordinates. That's it. Currently, Zephyr Admiral, Vice Admiral Garp, and Marshal Sengoku are fighting the Golden Lion and the two earthly branches at the port. Wei Young, and a new earthly branch, a clone of Garp? Crane looked like he had a headache. When was it cloned? Judging from the intelligence, he only looked 10 years old, 10 years ago? No, according to the information provided by the world government, the growth rate of clones in the cloning warehouse can be controlled. The more resources you invest, the faster you grow. At present, the clones created by Vegapunk can already reach a ratio of 1 to 3. Vegapunk's technology lags behind Edie, and Edie's controllable ratio should be higher. So the answer is, nearly 2 years. Was it during the last Buster Call naval battle? Crane Vice Admiral took a deep breath. At this time, the office door was pushed open and a voice sounded. Yes, during the last Buster call. It's a female voice. Crane Vice Admiral looked up and suddenly fell into a daze. In front of the desk, the staff officer who was reporting turned around and looked around, his mouth widening in surprise as well. Momosagi Vice Admiral, he blurted out in shock. Momosagi. He frowned. Then, she saw a look from Momosagi, and a red light flashed from the corner of his eye. The next moment, the staff officer who looked at him immediately rolled his eyes and fainted. You're not Momosagi. Suru gasped, that kid from Gion doesn't have such terrifying conquerors. The Momosagi in front of me reached out and touched her cheek, and the next moment, the person turned into Edie. Edie smiled slightly. I originally wanted to bring Tutu to meet you, but she seemed reluctant to come. As he spoke, he sat across from the desk, crossed his legs, and faced the chief staff officer of the headquarters. It seems Momosagi is living well at your place. He sighed. When I found out that she had become a traitor, I felt very disappointed. In the end, the government looked at the face of people like me in Garp, so they changed Gion's wanted order to only capture alive. The child was a victim of the struggle. 1. Don't worry, she is living well in the hive and is happy every day. So, today's attack on naval headquarters was also planned by you? His face was calm, and she didn't do anything drastic. This question doesn't seem to need an answer either. This man is the only one who can command the 2 earthly branches and make the Golden Lion obey orders. After a pause, she asked straight to the point. What is your purpose, great scientist? Chapter 90 Edie's Divinity. I am the truth. Crane Vice Admiral behaved very calmly. What is your purpose, great scientist? While asking about the purpose, his brain was also thinking rapidly. This man just turned into Gion. No matter the voice or the figure, they're exactly the same. As the chief staff officer of the headquarters, Vice Admiral Crane has seen the ancient devil fruit drawing. This is undoubtedly a devil fruit ability. Paramecia clone fruit, or zone dog fruit phantom beast species 9 tails fox form. Relying on this ability, he came to the staff headquarters openly. Crane Vice Admiral sighed inwardly. If possible, he really didn't want to be an enemy of this kind of person. I want to know if Rock's body is in your marine's hands? Edie asked straight to the point. There is no faster way than to ask the great staff Crane directly. Rock's body. Your purpose is the blood factor. Crane Vice Admiral's eyes flashed and he guessed it immediately. Judging from the Garb clone that appeared today, this great scientist is still collecting the bloodline factors of powerful people. There is also the Golden Lion. Since the Golden Lion appears together with the earthly branches, this means that the blood factor of this great pirate has most likely fallen into the hands of the other party. Maybe in 2 or 3 years, there will be another powerful earthly branch. I can answer your questions, and accordingly, I'll trouble you to answer mine. This is more fair. Crane Vice Admiral picked up the hot water bottle nearby and made Edie a cup of tea, as if entertaining a guest. Okay. For Tutu's sake, I can answer you some insignificant questions. Edie elegantly picked up the green tea and took a sip. He is not afraid of poison. Whether it is the power of the phoenix or the 8 lives of Yamada no Orochi, he can easily solve the problem of poison. What's more, his visit was sudden, and Vice Admiral he wouldn't be at the staff ready to poison him anytime and anywhere. Usagi. It seems that there is a story between Gion and you. Crane Vice Admiral smiled lightly. A story between a man and a woman? Even she was a little curious. Well, let's start with me. How is Gion? You imprisoned her in the hive. Precious opportunity to ask these 8 trigrams? Can't you? Just treat it as a casual conversation. Vice Admiral he picked up the green tea and blew it, but he was a little concerned about the child in Gion. Edie was speechless in her heart. She is quite old, but she is still like 8 trigrams. He had no choice but to answer. She just doesn't want to leave the hive for the time being. Because of what happened back then, her outlook on life and values are a little confused. After a pause, he asked, It's my turn. Where's Rock's body? Don't tell me you don't know. I know. Where? Rock's body was used by the world government for scientific research more than 20 years ago. Where are you now? This is the second question. Crane Vice Admiral has a serious face. Edie shook his head. Let's be sincere and be sincere to each other. A great scientist. Why do you need to be as knowledgeable as an old woman like me? I have a very good relationship with Gion. I have watched the child grow up since he was a child. He Vice Admiral immediately played the emotional card, and Yu-san was very sincere. To me, you are already equivalent to a son-in-law. I will tell you what you want to know, but you also have to tell me some things I want to know. Kaido wants to be the father-in-law. You want to be the mother-in-law? Edie cursed in her heart. Sure enough, Grand Line is not about fighting and killing, it is all about human nature. Go ahead. What is your purpose? I am asking, your ultimate purpose. Crane Vice Admiral stared at Edie with burning eyes. Edie said calmly. Why do apples fall from the tree? I just want to know the answers to each question. Advertisement. It's just that in the process of pursuing answers, the interests of others will always be touched. For this reason, he needed the power to protect himself, so he came up with the plan of the 12 earthly branches. In the pursuit of truth, he needs a long life, so he is looking for eternal life. Crane didn't believe it, but he didn't believe it either. You don't want to rule the world? The power you have now has surpassed that of Rock's back then. His ideal was to be the king of the world and create a world dominated by him. This is the second question. Edie treats others in his own way. Hearing this, Vice Admiral he was speechless for a while and said helplessly. Rock's body was sent to Punk Hazard's Research Institute, and the world government used his body to conduct various studies. Satan Saint in the Five Elders was personally involved in some research. I don't know what it is specifically. Edie nodded. You still haven't answered my question. I want to know where this body, or in other words, this skeleton is currently. This is my last question. Crane Vice Admiral smiled slightly and said, this is my request as an old woman. Don't make it sound like I'm going to kill you. Don't worry, I won't kill you after I got the answer. Please take good care of that child of Gion. If you leave Marine, she can see the world from a different perspective. It might not be a bad thing for her. With that said, Vice Admiral he stood up and walked out of his desk. Follow me, great scientist. After the world government learned that you had mastered the terrible cloning technology, it moved Rock's body. 2 years ago, moved to Naval Headquarters, bodies in Naval Headquarters? Edie thought in surprise. This was an unexpected surprise. No, wait. Corpse? Not bones? The world government has always preserved Rock's body? No corruption? He stood up, and when passing by the unconscious staff officer, he touched his face. The next moment, Edie turned into the colonel of the staff and followed Vice Admiral Crane out of the office. A war was still breaking out at the port, with roars and sirens blaring. But these do not affect Edie and Crane Vice Admiral. The corridor was full of hurried sailors. When they saw the two men, they immediately stood still and saluted. Crane Vice Admiral, Colonel Scar. The headquarters is under attack. Please evacuate to a safe place as soon as possible. Where is the safe place? Everywhere on this island is within the enemy's attack range. Crane Vice Admiral hunched his back slightly and went to evacuate Marine's family members on the island without stopping. Yes. In addition to a fortress-like headquarters building, Marineford also has a town where all Marine family members live. When the Summit War broke out in the plot, the families here were evacuated to the nearby Sabaody archipelago in advance. Now that we are being attacked by Golden Lion, we naturally don't have this time. Edie follows Crane Vice Admiral. The two stepped down the stairs, passed through a thick iron gate, and entered the underground fortress. Don't be so nervous. I have never given an order to attack ordinary people, Edie smiled. The sword has no eyes on the battlefield, and no one can control it. That's right. If they are allowed to continue fighting, this island may become a ruin. So after you get the things, please leave as soon as possible. Crane sighed. Soon, the two of them arrived deep underground in the fortress. Compared with the neat buildings above, the deep part of the fortress is a cave. There are no naval guards here and there is only one entrance and exit. After reaching the depths of the cave, Edie finally saw the goal of his trip. Rock's body, frozen in a giant block of ice. He did not turn into white bones, but maintained his appearance before death, naked and trapped in the ice, with many solidified wounds on his body. Advertisement, Aokiji did it? Edie asked in surprise. No, it was just like this when it was delivered. Crane Vice Admiral shook his head and said, the things you want are here, you can do whatever you want. Edie steps towards the giant ice, carefully hits the frozen rocks. To be honest, he has never met Rocks and doesn't know what he looks like. It looks familiar. Looks a bit like someone. The corners of Edie's mouth raised slightly, thinking of a person he had never met but was familiar with before traveling through time. Does he have kids? Edie asked. No, Crane Vice Admiral's reply approached. Suddenly, a hand touched Edie's back. You have a very unique ability. When attacked, an invisible armor will form around your body. It's an advanced application of hockey, right? It's an ability that only you in the world can master. So, you can touch it as long as it's not attacking, right? The crane's voice is distant. At the same time as the first word is spoken, the ability has been activated. Paramecia, the person with the ability to wash the fruit. In an instant, Edie looked like a piece of laundry that had been washed and hung to dry. His body became a thin piece. He lost his form and the muscles of his body lost their strength. Even the soul has been washed, as if purified. Crane Vice Admiral was startled, looking at Edie who had turned into a piece of clothes, still standing there. Why didn't you fall down? My ability was activated successfully. Edie, the thin man, slowly turned around. His turning around was not about moving his steps, but rather lightly, as if he was flying in midair. A sneak attack when I'm close to the target and about to succeed. A good strategy, but a pity. Edie's whole body flashed with red electric light, and he returned to his original state in the blink of an eye. Red lightning flashed in the corners of his eyes, and his body broke away from gravity and floated several meters above the ground. Unfortunately, the gap between us is too huge. Seeing this scene, Vice Admiral Crane had a cold sweat on his face. It was indeed a monster. Her ability hit her perfectly and she recovered in an instant. Why? My ability can wash away the evil in criminals' hearts. Even if your hockey is powerful enough to instantly remove my ability, the evil thoughts that are washed away. At this point, Crane Vice Admiral was suddenly stunned. She didn't need Edie's answer. She immediately realized the answer. Thank you, Crane Vice Admiral. This is the first time Overlord territory has been cracked. You did not attack me, nor did you have any ill will towards me. Even touching me was a kind thought. My feelings for soul. The settings also don't work. At this moment, divinity seemed to be born in Edie's eyes. Even the smallest bugs have been fixed at this moment. From now on, if any ability user activates his ability against him, the Overlord territory will immediately expand. Unless he consciously shuts it down. As soon as he finished speaking, Edie disappeared from his sight. So fast, I can't see clearly at all. His body trembled. It didn't matter that he couldn't see clearly. The key point was that seeing, hearing and S*X were of no use to this man. Suddenly, a hand pressed her shoulder from behind. I have never been evil, I am the truth. Hearing this, he plopped and fell to his knees weakly. There was disbelief in her eyes. What did you do to me? My ability. Disappeared. Worked. Chapter 91. The body is obtained. Scientists who shocked the world. The ability is gone. Crane Vice Admiral lay weakly on the ground. His limbs were weak, and waves of weakness came over him. It feels like being put in sea stone shackles. No, it's more like being immersed in seawater. Your ability has not disappeared, it has just been temporarily sealed by me. The figure floating off the ground slowly landed. Edie ignored the fallen Crane Vice Admiral and walked straight towards the solid ice of the frozen rocks. Sealing Devil Fruit's ability. Can you even do such a thing? Crane Vice Admiral couldn't believe it. This man is a god? Do you know the real content of a piece of so-called 100% pure sea stone that is effective in suppressing ability users? Edie pulled out Leech Wand from his waist, and with a flash of the knife, the huge ice cube was immediately cut into 2 pieces. Rock's stiff body fell from it. About 0.07%. 1 kilogram of so-called 100% pure sea stone contains only 0.7 grams of substance P. And the number of ghost particles contained in this 0.7 grams is only tens of millions. What do you mean? Crane Vice Admiral's eyes were blank. Put it in words that you can easily understand. I used 1 ton of 100% pure sea stone to seal your ability. In fact, 10 billion ghost particles were used to attach the opponent's soul. The armament hockey energy released by ghost particles has the same effect as sea stone. While speaking in a calm tone, Edie used Li Chuan to cut Rock's arm, but no blood flowed out. The body had been frozen for an unknown period of time, and of course there was no flowing blood. Under the cut skin was dark brown muscle tissue. A ton. Crane Vice Admiral reluctantly understood, and could only smile bitterly. You really think highly of me, an old woman. Edie didn't talk any more nonsense and explained it to others, but others couldn't understand it. Maybe Vegapunk can understand. Unable to collect blood from rocks, he simply took the body away. Picking up the rope on the side and wrapping it around the body's neck, Edie grabbed the other end of the rope and turned around to leave the cave. Crane pushed himself up hard and shouted towards Edie's back. Your goal has been achieved. The information that the headquarters has been attacked has been spread. Reinforcements will be coming soon. You'd better leave as soon as possible. Thanks for your reminder. Edie disappeared from the Crane's sight without looking back. 20. The body left a wet trail on the ground. Crane Vice Admiral watched the great scientist leave, feeling powerless in his heart. Of course she didn't mean to remind her well, she just didn't want the headquarters to suffer excessive losses. A matter of position. She launched a sneak attack at the moment when the opponent was about to succeed. Although she failed, she tried her best. How could she, an old woman, have the ability to stop this person? It was her best effort to persuade him to leave quickly. Naval headquarters, in Bay Port Boom. Garp and Cho Niu exchanged blows with each other, and the battle between them was completely evenly matched. The battle lasted for more than 10 minutes, and each other's hockey was consumed crazily. The ability level is about the same as mine, but there is a gap in combat experience. Garp caught the ugly cow's flaw, advanced instead of retreating, bullied him forward, and punched the ugly cow in the nose. After receiving a solid punch, the ugly cow retreated quickly, its feet dragging deep marks on the ground. There was a divine fire behind him. The talents of the Lunaria clan are really troublesome, Garp sighed. Although he didn't want to admit it, the opponent's ability to resist punches was better than his, and he punched him head-on, and it seemed like nothing happened. Shave. The ugly cow's figure flashed and disappeared in an instant after releasing its strength. Garp is very familiar with Cho Niu's moves, after all, he is his own clone. When the opponent launches a counterattack, immediately jump back. The next moment, Cho Niu's punch hit where he was standing. There was a loud bang, and the ground in the inner bay instantly fell apart. A terrifying punch shattered the earth, forming a huge crater with a diameter of tens of meters. At the same time, not far away, 2 golden Buddhas were also fighting fiercely. Sengoku's face was gloomy, and he became more and more frightened about his clone. This B************ D not only has his own fruit ability, but also has the talent of the Lunaria clan. The divine fire is ignited and the defense power is doubled. Completely immune to death. To deal with such an opponent, 2 admiral-level combatants need to join forces. Only in this way can the opponent be dealt with in a short time. In a one-on-one situation, Sengoku has no way to defeat the opponent. What is your purpose? With another dueling move, the shockwave formed a hemispheric field. Wei Yong said nothing and used exactly the same moves. Boom. The inner bay was devastated, as if a hurricane had passed through, and more than a dozen warships docked in the inner bay were overturned by the violent aftermath. Jia ha ha ha. Are you old? Zephyr, in midair, Golden Lion laughed wildly, feeling refreshed all over. It was different from 10 years ago, when he came to attack the headquarters alone, faced Sengoku and Garp at the same time, and was beaten like a dog. Despite their best efforts, they only destroyed half of the port and killed hundreds of sailors. But now he has the upper hand, and he feels quite elated. Lion Majesty Umikaze. With a snap, Golden Lion clasped his hands together, and let out a loud shout. The next moment, the sea surface in the inner bay suddenly became turbulent. Waves hundreds of meters high rose into the sky, and the endless water turned into several huge lion heads, roaring with their mouths open. Advertisement. Seeing this scene, Zephyr's pupils shrank. Can you even control seawater? This B*************** D wants to flood the headquarters. Gia ha 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 ha. Whitebeard is not the only one who can set off a tsunami. I can do this kind of thing if I want to. Golden Lion sounded conceited and waved condescendingly. In an instant, 5 lion heads hundreds of meters high roared towards the naval headquarters fortress building. The scene that blocked out the sky and sun seemed like the end of the world was coming. Countless Marines were terrified, as they could not help at all on the battlefield of this monster. At this time, facing the tsunami of the Golden Lion, they fled frantically to safety. Suddenly, the two giants vice-admirals swung a blow together, and a sword energy tore off a lion's head. But then, the torn lion head quickly returned to its original shape. Damn it! How could this happen? Get out of here! The two giants vice-admiral roared, looking frightened. Zephyr clenched his fists, and the hockey around him exploded with all his strength. He roared angrily, and punched a lion head in front of him from the air. Armament hockey evolved into an invisible attack and exploded the lion's head with one punch. The seawater filled the sky like heavy rain, but that was all. Ice Age. Seeing that Marineford is about to turn into a marsh country, and the main fortress is about to be washed away by the sea lion's head. From the direction of the Gate of Justice, the power of freezing spreads rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the frozen sea covered a distance of several kilometers. Click, click, click. Several ferocious-looking, roaring lion heads were turned into art like ice sculptures. It's Aokiji Admiral. Is Admiral back? Saved? The sailors who survived the disaster were still frightened, and then burst into cheers. Golden Lion groaned, and his face suddenly turned ugly. He looked back in the direction of the Gate of Justice and immediately detected a strong aura. It came from the Gate of Justice. It's still a few kilometers away. Are all the admirals of this generation monsters? Golden Lion was extremely unhappy. How long has passed since they launched the attack, and when Aokiji returned to the headquarters to provide support, the action was too fast. With a cold snort, the Golden Lion formed its 5 fingers into claws, locked onto a frozen lion's head, and shook it hard. Boom boom boom. The ice sculpture came to life, lifelike, and roared again. His lion fruit ability allows him to control objects and non-living things that he has touched. The upper limit of control is extremely high. He can even make more than a dozen islands float in the air for a long time and become floating islands. Aokiji froze the seawater he stirred up, but so what, the control was still in his hands. You brat, don't be too arrogant. The Golden Lion sneered, controlled the frozen lion head, and continued to attack the headquarters fortress. Alala. In the far distance, several kilometers away, Aokiji stood on the ice and couldn't help but be startled. He is indeed one of the 3 legends alongside Whitebeard and Roger. He can't be stopped by me that easily. He became an admiral last year at the age of 35. Together with Akainu, they are known as the strongest generation in marine history. But the reason why he became admiral is subtle. 2 years ago, Kong Kong died in battle and Admiral Sengoku was promoted to marshal. The world government wanted Garp to be promoted, but Garp refused. So, he took the position of admiral. After thinking about it, he realized that he could no longer stop the Golden Lion's attack. But he bought time. The inner bay of the headquarters. Garp abandoned his opponent and left his back to Cho Niu. He stepped on the moonwalk and quickly came to the top of the ice lion, the wind howling. Bone fist impact. Boom. The punch that entangled conquerors had a huge attack range, as if a violent explosion had occurred. In an instant, the ice lion was beaten into powder. A bit like Heavenly Father's domination. Cho Niu looked calm. Since Garp had given him the opportunity, he would certainly not miss it. The moment the opponent broke through the ice lion, Ugly Bull had already caught up with Garp, wrapped around Conqueror's and Divine Fire's punch, and hit Garp's chest without reservation. Bone fist impact. Boom. With a pop, Garp opened his mouth and vomited blood. He flew backwards quickly and penetrated the fortress building in an instant. The upper floor of the headquarters building was penetrated by him, and a hole several meters in diameter appeared. From the front of the cave, you can directly see the scene on the back. Sengoku noticed Garp's actions and his heart sank. The situation was originally evenly matched, but in order to protect the headquarters building, Garp took a tough move, and things became troublesome. Suddenly, his eyes noticed the sky above the headquarters building. A man in white clothes stood in the air, holding a rope in his hand. The other end of the rope was holding another person's neck. No, that's not a person, it's a corpse. Rocks. Sengoku's pupils suddenly shrank and turned pale in horror. He immediately understood why the Golden Lion would join forces with the earthly branches to attack the naval headquarters. Is the target a corpse? Edie. Sengoku roared. When they heard the name of Heavenly Father, both the sheep and the ugly cow stopped. The Golden Lion was also stunned for a moment, because the sight and smell had no effect on Edie, and the people in the battle did not notice Edie at all. If Sengoku hadn't coincidentally seen it with his naked eyes. Advertisement, did you succeed? Golden Lion frowned and saw Rock's body as expected. The goal has been achieved, and the reinforcements have also. We're almost back, it's time to withdraw. Edie put one hand in his pocket and held the rope with the other, flying over the headquarters. He has been here for a while and has been observing the battle between the two sides. Following his order, Wei Yang and Choniu immediately flew to his side and stood by. Sengoku clenched his fists angrily and stared at Yi Hua. Are you going to run? A fierce general? Edie smiled, threw the rope in his hand to Wei Yong, and then punched the air. Boom. The world shattered like a mirror, and terrifying shocks spread in all directions. Several frozen lion heads immediately cracked open and turned into pieces of broken ice that fell down, shining brightly in the reflection of the sun. But compared to this beautiful scene, the inner bay seemed like a piece of paper, being torn open with terrifying force. The cracks spread towards the fortress building until the two huge words, "Justice," also cracked in front of this shock. What? Sengoku and Zephyr's expressions suddenly changed, and their expressions became dull. Whitebeard's ability? Zephyr stood there blankly. This man's ability is not. Golden Lion couldn't help but be stunned. Even the alliance was frightened by Edie's hand power for a moment. But then I think about it, all the earthly branches under this person are monsters, and it is not unacceptable for him to have such power to suppress a group of monsters and create a group of monsters. Thing. On the contrary, this is reasonable. Gia ha ha ha. Doctor, isn't it a bit of a waste to withdraw now? It's a rare opportunity. The Golden Lion grinned. Sync the naval headquarters, I brought the video phone bug. Just right for broadcasting live to the whole world. This is a 913 declaration of revenge against the world government. Marvelous. Golden Lion became excited. My order is to retreat, don't you understand? Edie's smile remained the same. After punching Shockfruit, 5 seconds pass. He stretched his neck, and in a blink of an eye he transformed into a blue dragon with a body length of more than a kilometer. The green dragon hovered over the headquarters building of justice, its huge dragon eyes locked on the Golden Lion, and it spoke human words with a cold tone. Or do you want to go against it? Golden Lion's expression changed drastically. Are there other abilities? Kaido's blue dragon fruit? Sengoku was completely lost. Wrong. My previous judgments about him were all wrong. This guy is not just a simple space-type user, nor does he just possess Whitebeard's shock fruit. The mythical scene happening in front of me seemed to announce an impossible answer. This scientist solved the ironclad rule that a person can only eat one devil fruit. It's more reasonable to think about it this way. Edie has all the devil fruit abilities you could want to master. Whatever abilities his subordinates have, he must also possess them. How is this reasonable? Sengoku looked up at Qinglong Edie, and a chill from his soul froze his body. The blood seemed to have solidified, and the body seemed to have forgotten to breathe. Fear? No fear, just confusion. It was as if the world had become pale and there was a brief blank in the brain. Nothing can be thought of, nothing can be done. Goodbye, Marshal Sengoku. Green Dragon Edie soared into the sky, her body submerged into the clouds, and disappeared over the headquarters in a blink of an eye. A voice still echoed over the battlefield. I am an ordinary scientist who has always loved peace. I just came to borrow a corpse from you today. Sorry for disturbing you. The two earthly branches quickly followed Heavenly Father. Ordinary scientist. Golden Lion twitched the corner of his mouth and ran away quickly. He alone could not stop the fighting force of his headquarters. If he didn't leave, he would be imprisoned again. Chaos broke out suddenly and ended just as suddenly. Sengoku stood still as he exited the form of the Golden Buddha. Sengoku. Zephyr walked over, what's going on? Sengoku's lips lost color and his voice was cracked, like pulling on a worn-out harp string. 2 years ago, the world government learned that Edie had the technology to clone general-level combat power. In order to protect Rock's body, they transported the body from Punk Hazard's Research Institute to the headquarters, where it was personally protected by the headquarters. I don't know where this person got the news. Today's goal is that body. Having said this, Sengoku smiled, his smile a little uninformed. Perhaps soon, the former maritime overlord, Rox, will be resurrected. Chapter 92. Guinea's repayment, Op fruit appears. Rox come to life. This news was so bad that Zephyr remained silent and just looked at Sengoku blankly. Since the higher-ups knew that Rock's body might be targeted, why didn't they just destroy it? Because the higher-ups think about it too. Sengoku sat down on the big rock, looked around the inner bay, and finally stared at the ground under his feet with a wry smile. It's easy to guess what the world government is thinking. A large part of scientific problems comes from whether the goal can be achieved. As long as you know that this technology is feasible and continue to invest resources in it, sooner or later it will be available again. The 5 elders may think that no matter how talented Edie is, he is just one person, and there are hundreds of thousands of researchers under their command. Can it really happen again? Zephyr sighed and turned around to direct the Marines to clear the battlefield. The way Sheep and Cho Niu he saw today completely refreshed his understanding. Cloning people with such strength was already a miracle. He is pessimistic about this. The Marines began to clean the battlefield, and the medical team quickly found Garp. Crane Vice Admiral also arrived at the inner bay with the support of 2 female soldiers. What a disaster. At the same time, the 5 elders also learned the news. Pangu City, among the powers. The director of the Marine Criminal Investigation Bureau, Dark Horse Tenmasa, reported the attack on the headquarters in detail. After listening, the 5 elders' expressions changed. Rock's body was actually robbed. Sengoku is a loser. Saint Satan was furious, his eyes were cold and piercing, and the dark horse facing him could not help but feel palpitations. Satan, this was your original decision. There is no point in blaming Sengoku now. The legal martial god, Topman Voshuli Saint, looked calmly. I was opposed to it at the beginning, and it should be destroyed as soon as possible. You mean to blame me? Saint Seiden's face became increasingly ugly. What's there to argue about? It's already happened. Let's think about how to solve it. Environmental martial god, holy old god Markasmosh said. After just saying that, the 5 elders fell silent. How to solve this? It's impossible to get it back. Whether it's Edie, his subordinates' earthly branches, or Golden Lion, these people can fly. We must master the equivalent technology as soon as possible. Saint Seiden hit his cane hard, stood up and said, I'm going to Punk Hazard to see Vegapunk in person. Don't worry, Sarden. The financial martial god, Izambalen v Nastiring Saint, said calmly, as long as you are human, you will have weaknesses. Weakness? Saint Seiden paused and frowned. This matter requires a long plan. Before that, issue a new reward order. When Edie returned to the hive, it was already noon the next day. Rocky Port is still very lively, and a large number of pirates gathered together in pirate groups to read today's newspapers. Golden Lion snatched a portion from a group of pirates and brought it to Edie. Gia ha ha ha, look, the bounty has gone up, he proudly showed off his new wanted poster. Golden Lion, Shiki. No matter life or death, atrocious. Bounty. 4.148 billion, and yours too. After admiring the amount of money, Golden Lion spread out the other 3 bounty orders. Edie glanced and saw herself. His bounty was 1.8 billion before, a long time ago. And now the amount has reached staggering. Evil scientist, Edie. No matter life or death. Atrocious. Bounty. 5.877 billion. How does the government evaluate the bounty amount? Edie smiled. This bounty has surpassed Roger and Whitebeard. Whitebeard's current bounty is 5.046 billion. The late pirate king Gold D. Roger was 5.5648 billion. Who knows, of course the higher the bounty, the better, that's what pirates want, ha ha ha. Golden Lion couldn't be prouder. Edie looked at the other 2 pictures, which were the Wei sheep and the Cho cow. Open black lens bracket Wei Yang, close black lens bracket atrocious. No matter life or death. Bounty. 2.3229 billion. Open black lens bracket ugly cow, close black lens bracket advertisement atrocious. No matter life or death. Bounty. 2.4444 billion. This bounty is completely unworthy of the strength of these 2 earthly branches. But then I thought about it, the bounty only reflects the degree of threat to the world government, not simply actual experience. The earthly branches are just clones, completely taking orders from Edie. In the eyes of the world government, the earthly branches are just weapons. He took 3 bounty orders from Golden Lion and tore them into pieces gently. Doctor, your goal has been achieved, now it's time to talk about the deal between us, right? Golden Lion grinned. The reward order was just for Ichiraku, he cared more about the content of the transaction than this. Trade? Edie walked towards the research institute, Wei Yang and Shonyu followed behind without saying a word. Wei Yang was still holding Rock's body in his hand. Isn't it better to burn bridges across the river? Attack the naval headquarters and help you get Rock's body? I won't do any good, Golden Lion frowned. That's because you threw an island at my institute. Edie smiled and said, I understand your request, but yesterday's action is not your bargaining chip. If you want to ask me for help, you have to come up with something new that interests me. Golden Lion said, he has no money. For example. Edie paused, and a bright smile caught Golden Lion's eyes, your blood. You want to clone me? Golden Lion's expression changed slightly. Is it not okay? After a moment of silence, Golden Lion hummed, of course. People are in a hive and can't help themselves. Golden Lion suspected that if he refused, this guy would fall out immediately. If it were another opponent who couldn't beat him, he could just run away. With his ability to fly, few people could stop him if he wanted to run away. But not with Edie. He can also fly, not only can he fly, but he can fly faster than him. The same goes for those earthly branches. What a scumbag. Golden Lion cursed secretly, but smiled on his face. I will give you my blood, and you will help me research a plant. A pleasure to work with. After getting the blood of the Golden Lion, Edie returned to the research institute. Golden Lion's commission is simple. There is a special plant on his island. This plant contains an ingredient called IQ, which can differentiate animals. Just extract IQ and weaponize it. The difficulty of this kind of research pales in comparison to the commission from Kaido and BIGMOM. No wonder there are 4 emperors and Golden Lion is just a remnant of the old era. But this guy has value. Golden Lion has a strong sense of revenge against the world government, and can completely serve as a chess piece to help him with the mine of IM. Of course, there is no rush in this matter. Putting aside the Golden Lion's commission for the time being, the first thing Edie did when he returned to the institute was to extract Rock's bloodline factor. Thanks to the good preservation of the body by the world government, this step was not difficult at all. 2 days later, Edie activated the number 2 special cloning chamber and injected embryos fused with Lunaria blood factors. Now, the embryo in the number 1 cloning warehouse is Little Snake Princess, which will be sent to Daughter Island in 2 years. The number 2 cloning chamber is the embryo of Rocks. 2 years later, when he walks out of the chamber, he should surpass Z Mouse and become the strongest earthly branch. Edie is convinced of this. Currently, he still has the blood of Golden Lion and Kong Kong in his hand. But there is no spare clone warehouse, so he can only wait for the next batch. After leaving the underground laboratory and returning to the upper floors of the institute, Edie stopped by to see Ginny. This woman was locked in a secret room and going crazy. When he saw Edie, he knelt down with a cry. Emperor, Doctor, Lord Edie. When are you going to send me? Let me go. Let you go? Okay. Edie walked to the sofa and sat down. Ginny cleverly served the hot tea and stood aside respectfully. As expected of a 37-year-old woman, she is very discerning, Edie thought funny. He picked up the hot tea, took a sip, and said casually, I didn't want to lock you up at first. When I caught you, I just wanted the big bear to come to the hive. He won't come, Ginny said quickly. Doctor, are you tired? I'll give you a shoulder massage. With that said, she quickly walked up behind Edie and started massaging him flatteringly. Edie closed her eyes and enjoyed it. If I hadn't asked Shen Long to capture you back then, what do you think would have happened in the future? Captured by the celestial dragons, Ginny said without hesitation. That damn celestial dragons actually wants me to be his 8th lady. I really want to kick him to death. You underestimate the malice of the celestial dragons. Edie smiled and said, although you are quite old, you are still a beauty. Do you know how the dragons in Mariajoy treat beautiful women in the Holy Land? Ginny was struck by lightning. She is only 37 years old, still very young. Haha, come with me, I will take you to see some fun things. Edie laughed and took Ginny out of the secret room and went underground. In the surveillance room, Mariajoy's situation was broadcast live on every screen. Edie sat in front of the monitor and operated the instrument to quickly call up several images. How is this done? Ginny said blankly, look at this. Advertisement. Edie pointed to a screen in the center. Ginny cheered up and stared at the content on the screen. A celestial dragons was going to the toilet. After using the toilet, an outstanding-looking beauty knelt down and humbly stuck out her tongue to help clean up the mess. Seeing this scene, Ginny felt bad all over. She crossed her arms and showed a disgusting expression. The woman in the picture is 17 or 18 years old, and she is an outstanding woman anywhere. But facing the celestial dragons, I can only do this humbly. This is called beauty paper, Edie said calmly. Celestial dragons don't use ordinary paper in the toilet. Is this your first time seeing it? Ginny was completely speechless. By the way, this woman is the 13th lady of this celestial dragons. The name of the celestial dragons is Charos. Edie continued to operate the instrument and switched to other images. Shocking scenes kept appearing before her eyes, making Ginny tremble all over. She bit her lip and her voice trembled. I was captured as a slave when I was 4 years old. I should be grateful that I was still very young at that time. So, you understand? To celestial dragons, a beauty like you is not just a S*X slave once captured. S*X a slave is done. Even with this kind of status, you need to stand out in the female competition to get the best treatment. Backquote. Thank you, doctor. Ginny took a deep breath and said with gratitude. Without you at that time, my experience would have been even more tragic. How are you going to repay me? Edie smiled slightly. Ginny was speechless, her eyes widening in disbelief. No way, doctor. I thought that a man like you would never be tempted by a woman of a lot of age. Edie's face was expressionless. I'll give you another chance to organize your language well. Ginny chuckled, touched her head, and said sheepishly, I am an expert in theft, eavesdropping, and communications. If there is anything I can do for you, please feel free to ask me. Aren't you going to leave? Before repaying the favor? Ginny sighed, Doctor, even if you let me go now, I can't go back to the Revolutionary Army. He was caught, but the Revolutionary Army showed no reaction. I'm a little sad, but not too much. I just don't know how to face it in the future. What's more, Edie did save her life. It was such a great kindness that he couldn't live without repaying her. Edie nodded with satisfaction and said, I want you to help me monitor a place at all times. As he spoke, he called up a new picture again. The places in the picture are the 3 islands in North Blue, called Mignon Island, Cayenne Island, and Rubec Island. Hearing this, Ginny was even more surprised. Can even North Blue be monitored? Doctor, your monitoring system is a bit incredible. As an expert in communications, she often understands the value of this technology. This is not something a phone bug can do. It must have used some technique that she didn't know about. Edie pointed to one of the screens. You focus on Mignon Island. When information about op fruit appears on this island, notify me immediately. Surveillance is a physical job, and of course he can't do it by himself. I, as an expert in this field, would be the best. Although clones can also be used to do it, clones are obviously not as professional as Ginny. In addition to being beautiful, this woman is also a talent. Op fruit. Ginny nodded and said with some confusion. Do you only need to do this kind of thing? I'm very good at it. I will send 36 clones to assist you in your work. Don't underestimate surveillance, it is boring, and you may have to stick to it for a year or two. Edie waved to Ginny and continued. Come here, I will teach you how to control the Queen Bee monitoring system. Next, Edie taught Ginny how to send commands and explained how the system works. Ginny is indeed an expert in this field. She actually did it a few times and mastered it immediately. It's very simple. Fortunately for me, I learned it easily. Her expression was a little triumphant, but, Doctor, you are really a genius. Inventing this monitoring system is simply. She couldn't find an adjective. In short, it was an eye-opener. Stop talking nonsense. We must monitor it 24 hours a day, and we must not miss any information. Edie patted Ginny on the head and said seriously, after completing this task, I can promise you one thing, within the scope of my ability. No need. I owe you a big favor, Ginny said with a wide smile. Just keep it in mind. From now on, this monitoring room will be your workplace. I understand. Don't worry, Doctor. Time flies, and it's August 1509 in a blink of an eye. On this day, Edie finished her day's work as usual and was ready to wash up and go to bed. While taking a shower, he was still thinking about who to favor tonight. As for Hancock, he is still a rabbit, or he can taste the sky and the moon. Then the bathroom door was violently pushed open, and Ginny rushed in hastily. Doctor. Op Fruit appears. Ah. She was only halfway through her words when she saw Edie standing in front of the shower, her hands covered in shampoo. The muscular body of a man comes into view. Ginny was so scared that she covered her eyes, but out of curiosity, she couldn't help but open her fingers and take a few sneak peeks. Usually it's men who break into women's bathrooms, but you turned against Tiangong. Edie calmly continued washing her hair. Gudong. Ginny was so attracted by the big sword that she almost forgot about the original target dog. Doctor. Op Fruit appears. Chapter 93. No one can disobey my will. After washing up, Edie went to the control room in person and confirmed the situation on Mignon Island. Ginny did not lie about the military situation. A group of pirates did appear on the island. This group of pirates held a banquet in a tavern, and the big man who looked like a captain held a devil fruit in his hand. The shape is a love heart, the whole body is blood red, just like a heart. Paramecia Op Fruit. A smile appeared on Edie's face, finally waiting for it. Before this fruit appeared, he did not send any power to North Blue, let alone the earthly branches, not even ordinary bee soldiers. He was afraid that his redundant operations would cause unnecessary butterfly effects and lead to changes in the trading location of Op Fruit. Think back to the days when you first thought of the plan for eternal life. After 7 years of waiting, the day of harvest has finally arrived. You did a great job and didn't let me down. This is my job. But, doctor, why are you so obsessed with this fruit? Ginny asked what she had been wondering. In her opinion, Edie's power is so powerful that she doesn't need to care about a mere devil fruit. Do you know how much the government is willing to pay for this fruit? Edie smiled and said, 5 billion Baileys. But in fact, this value is still underestimated. It can even achieve mankind's dreams since ancient times, and many people directly call it the ultimate devil fruit. Ginny didn't know about immortality surgery, and she hadn't seen the old devil fruit sign. The sticker only said that this fruit can make people become top-notch doctors and gain fame all over the world. The sticker did not mention immortality surgery, which itself was top-secret information. Ginny, your work is done. You are free from now on and can leave at any time. Edie left a word and turned to leave. Ignoring this woman, Edie immediately summoned Shenlong after arriving at the upper-level research institute and took him to fly away from the hive at night. Fly to North Blue, fly to Eternal Life, North Blue, Mignon Island. Only in August, it has already snowed heavily on this island, and the snowy weather that has lasted for many days has covered the world with a layer of silver. The air temperature was minus 10 degrees Celsius, but the cold weather could not extinguish the fiery hearts of the pirates. Mignon Island is a mountain with a very smooth slope, and the highest altitude is only 300 to 400 meters. On the top of the mountain, there is a huge hotel covered with snow. It was getting dark at this time, at 7 or 8 o'clock in the evening, and the banquet of the thieves had lasted all day. The government is actually willing to spend 5 billion belly to buy such a small devil fruit. Haha, it's really crazy. The captain's name is Ace Barreros, a tall and muscular man, about 30 or 40 years old. He played with Op Fruit and saw 5 billion. Captain, the 567 transaction time is 3 days later. Marine won't do any tricks, right? 5 billion, I have never seen so much money in my life. Some subordinates expressed concern. Zola, don't think too much, the captain used to be Marine commander. Yes, there will definitely be no problem. 5 billion, after getting this money, each of us will get a share, who will continue to be a pirate. Ha 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 ha. The pirates around him were optimistic, and some were already thinking about where to become a rich man after washing their hands in the Golden Basin. First buy a big house, and then buy a few beautiful female slaves, and then live a wonderful life that is happy and carefree, and say goodbye to the life of a pirate who licks blood from the edge of a knife. Kids, drink as much as you like. Zola, go get some wine. Captain Barreros laughed. The banquet continued to be lively. Suddenly, a pirate who was on guard outside ran in and shouted hurriedly. Captain, there was a sudden fire over there in the annex, the weapons and ammunition we put there. Huh? Explosion? Barreros had a disappointed expression on his face. No, I didn't hear the explosion, it was sudden. Before the pirate finished speaking, the oil lamps above everyone's heads suddenly went out. Mignon is just a remote island with no electricity at all, and the lamps used to illuminate it at night are made of animal fats, such as fish oil. The brightness itself is worrying. After it is extinguished, the hall becomes pitch black. The pirates panicked. Barreros was stunned for a moment and shouted, "What's going on?" When human eyes suddenly encounter darkness, they cannot see clearly the things in the darkness immediately. A buffering process is required. At this time, Barreros could not see anything. Someone screamed, but the sound stopped suddenly. This situation happened several times in a short period of time. Barreros's expression became angry. After a few seconds of buffering, his eyes gradually got used to the darkness. He vaguely saw a figure rushing towards him. He launched an attack on the opponent, and his punch was easily dodged by the opponent. At the same time, he was severely punched in the face. The beating made no sound. Barreros fell backwards and dropped the devil fruit in his hand. The man in the darkness grabbed Op Fruit, then ran quickly and jumped out of the window. Chase. That's 5 billion. We must take it back, Barreros yelled. Whether it was the pirates at the banquet or the people patrolling outside, they all quickly chased them away. Finally got it, op fruit. Your illness is cured, Luo, Kaka. Rozinante murmured excitedly. He was wearing a black feather coat with a red hood and clown makeup on his face. Advertisement: Lieutenant Colonel Naval Headquarters, user of Paramecia Silence Fruit. It can eliminate sounds within a certain range. Relying on this ability, he easily grabbed the op fruit from the pirate's stronghold. But his joy did not last long. Having been reckless since he was a child, he missed the mark, rolled down the hillside, and finally fell into a snowdrift. He was soon discovered by the patrolling pirates and was overtaken by the pursuers behind him. What happens next is not much different from what happened in the plot. Rozinante was seriously injured and finally escaped. He returned to ruins where Luo was housed and stuffed the op fruit into Luo's mouth. After that, he used lies to appease Luo, and took out a confidential intelligence document, and asked Luo to hand it over to Marine. This information could save a faraway country called Dressrosa. Luo, I know you hate Marine, but this is bothering you. If Marine gets it, the Don Quixote family will be doomed. Faced with Rozinante's request, Luo couldn't refuse. However, the first Marine he encountered on the island was a man named Virgo. Luo brought Virgo back to see Rozinante, but the spy's identity was discovered on the spot. Virgo beat the two of them violently and informed Doflamingo about the incident. While Virgo was on the phone, Rozinante used the fruit's ability to escape with Luo while carrying his seriously injured body. Later, Doflamingo led his family members to land on Mignon Island and activated their abilities immediately. Countless silk threads invisible to the naked eye were ejected towards the sky, exploding like fireworks at the highest point, and threads fell from high places and penetrated deeply into the earth. Rozinante and the little boy Luo immediately became caged birds. The op fruit event was not affected by Edie's butterfly effect. It happened at the right place, at the right time, at the right time. When Edie arrived at Mignon Island, Doflamingo's birdcage had already unfolded. Standing high in the air, overlooking the entire island, Edie showed a satisfied smile. It's late. No, it's not too late, it's just the right time. Chen Long beside him said, Sir Heavenly Father, the target person is in birdcage. 33%. Edie stared at the birdcage created by Doflamingo. It was not big, with a radius of about 1,500 meters. In the plot, this move is unleashed on Dressrosa, even blocking the future Marine Admiral Fujitora. Edie seriously doubted that Fujitora was releasing water, no, releasing it into the sea. Releasing countless ghost particles, Edie quickly grasped the situation of the entire island. Several relatively powerful auras gathered together, they should be the cadres of the Don Quixote family. Edie lowered his body and came outside birdcage. Tear it open. Yes. Chenlong took a few steps forward, wrapped his arms around his arms, grabbed two thick white silk threads, and tore a hole open. Edie stepped in and walked straight towards the target person. At the same time, a ruin in the snow. Rozinante sat in front of a treasure chest, pointing a gun at the man in front of her. His brother, Quixote Doflamingo. What Luo said has been protected by Marine. Dover, you failed. The op fruit has been eaten by Luo. Veins popped out on Doflamingo's forehead, and he gritted his teeth and stared at his biological brother. He was also holding a gun. Why stop me, Rozinante? Why do you force me to kill my last relative with my own hands? Because I am Naval Headquarters Lieutenant Colonel, Marine Code number 01746. I came back to you just to stop your madness. Saying this, Rozinante bumped the treasure chest behind her with the back of her head and said with a smile, sorry, I lied to you. He was so angry that Doflamingo laughed out of anger. His face was a bit distorted, and his eyes under the mirror were cold and scary. Now, he finally understood. The only family he has is these loyal subordinates around him, and his blood family is just a bunch of idiots who get in the way. Rozinante was like that, and so was his father. There are people in the world who would give up their status as celestial dragons and choose to live in the netherworld. As a result, without the protection of the celestial dragon's name, the entire family was immediately met with retaliation. His mother died and he killed his father with his own hands. Returned to Mariajoy with his father's head in an attempt to return to the celestial dragons and become a god again. But was not accepted. From that moment on, Doflamingo had only one goal. Pull those high-flying fools off their pedestal and completely destroy the world dominated by celestial dragons. For this, he needs the power of eternal life. You won't shoot at me. As for Luo, just snatch it back from Marine later. I will train him well and let him save me. Doflamingo calmed down his anger and said indifferently, farewell, Rozinante. He pulled the trigger. At this moment, just as the firing pin in the barrel was about to hit the primer and ignite the propellant inside, a hand grabbed his wrist. No one saw how the other appeared. The sudden appearance of someone at such a juncture shocked the members of the Don Quixote family. Who? It's not good for brothers to kill each other. I can't bear to see a kind person killed by his brother. Advertisement. Edie speaks softly and smile. The next moment, the cadres of the Don Quixote family raised their weapons and pointed their guns at him. Put it all down. Doflamingo yelled. He looked at Edie. Cold sweat had covered his entire face, and even Guo Chang's arms were trembling slightly out of fear. He is the Hive Emperor among the 3 sovereigns and 1 emperor of the New World. The faces of the cadres changed drastically. The family's subsequent plan is to head towards the New World, kill a Shichibukai, win the title of Shichibukai, and then steal a country called Dressrosa. They are very clear about the distribution of power in New World. At this time, everyone put down their weapons, then turned around suddenly and saw a man with wings on his back who looked similar to Kaido. 12 earthly branches, Shenlong. Everyone took a deep breath and immediately did not dare to move. Your weapons. Edie noticed that the guns in the hands of the cadres turned out to be the AK-47 automatic rifle he invented. It seems that Kaido's arms business is getting bigger and bigger, and these guns have been distributed to North Blue. No wonder the little guy has been very happy every time he pays money over the years. Foo. Why do you appear on this island? Doflamingo laughed dryly. Hey, scientific research is an endless journey, and I need a long life. Edie sighed, let go of the other person's hand, and turned towards Rosinante. Rosinante stared blankly at the scene. He was ready to face death, but he didn't expect anyone to come out to stop Doflamingo. No, that's not the problem. Why do New World big shots come to North Blue? Is the purpose op fruit, KR? You'd better stop talking. The injury is serious. If the bleeding is not stopped as soon as possible, you will die. Edie stood in front of Rosinante. Although her tone was gentle, her actions showed no intention of reaching out to help the other person. The reason for saving the other party was just a whim and a whim. There is no superfluous purpose. Can you please step aside? There is something I am looking for in the treasure box behind you. Found. Why? The power of the silence fruit can eliminate all sounds, and the seeing and hearing color is the power of hearing. The seeing and hearing color should not be able to find the luo in it. Rosinante was a little panicked. He gritted his teeth and stood up, holding the gun in both hands and pointing the gun at Edie. There's nothing you want here, don't come here. Really? Then leave 2 arms. Before Edie could draw his sword, suddenly, he dodged. Shenlong instantly approached Rosinante, grabbed the other person's head, and silenced her in the snow. You're in the way, kid. Shenlong's voice was cold. Edie smiled and said, open the box. Yes. Shenlong turned around and opened the treasure chest, and sure enough there was a little boy wearing a cloak hidden inside. There were large patches of white on the little boy's skin exposed to the air. Platinum lead disease. It is a chronic disease caused by the continuous inhalation of toxic particles when mining platinum lead ore, which accumulates in the body over many years. The disease will occur after the concentration in the blood reaches 10 levels. Because this disease initially broke out on a large scale, grandparents, parents, children, and the 3rd generation appeared at the same time. Ignorant people think it is an infectious disease. Luo climbed out of the box and crawled to Rosinante's side in a panic, with tears in his eyes. Mr. Corazon. Mr. Corazon. Try to shake to awaken the other person's consciousness. Seeing this scene, the Don Quixote family didn't dare to make any move at all. Doflamingo was silent. Give him 10 courages, and he won't dare to do anything drastic at this time. That was the 3 emperors and 1 emperor of the New World. All 3 emperors had to pay protection fees to this man. Trafalgar D. Waterlaw. Hearing his full name, the crying Luo was stunned. He looked up at Edie blankly. Edie smiled slightly and said, platinum lead disease can be cured. Grand Line's Drum Kingdom, Punk Hazard's Vegapunk Research Institute and my Hive Research Institute, are all. There is a cure. Luo's eyes were dull. Edie took out a lancet from his pocket and threw it in front of Luo. Young man, do you want your benefactor to live? Draw your own blood. Drain his own blood and he can live. Luo picked up the lancet in the snow and asked urgently, really? Edie smiled faintly and looked down at the other person calmly. No one can disobey my will. Chapter 94 Edie, Eternal Life. Luo didn't know Edie, but he knew that if he didn't do it, Rosinante would die. After the opponent appeared, Doflamingo's performance was enough to illustrate this person's status and strength. He rolled up the sleeve of his left hand, held the lancet in his right hand, and inserted it into his own vein. Trafalgar Law was born in a medical family. His parents are both doctors, and he has been learning medical skills since he was a child. He is no stranger to blood drawing, but this is the first time he drew his own blood. This is my blood. You will obey the agreement. After drawing a full tube of blood, Luo anxiously handed the lancet to Edie. Shenlong on the side took the blood collection needle from his hand and sent it to Edie. Of course, I am an adult who keeps my word. Edie got what she wanted, and her attitude towards Luo became a bit more cordial. For him, it is best to get the op fruit, but it is the same if he does not get the blood of the person with the ability to draw. After that, as long as Luo's blood is used to create green blood, op fruit users can be mass-produced. Eternal life is within your reach. Save Mr. Corazon, Luo shouted. He just lost too much blood, suffered a heavy blow to his brain, and temporarily fainted. If you are an op fruit user, you can save him with your own strength. Hearing this, Luo suddenly remembered that he had eaten the op fruit. He hurriedly used his power on Rosinante. Recover quickly, Mr. Corazon. While shouting, he did some useless work. Edie couldn't help laughing and said, op fruit is not magic. Go ahead and take him to a quiet place to recuperate. Luo tried a few more times, but he had no idea how to activate the fruit's ability. After hearing Edie's words, he calmed down and quickly checked Luo Nanwei's pulse. Realizing that Rosinante was still alive, Luo couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He used his small body to pick up the unconscious Rosinante and tentatively left the place. Seeing that Doflamingo didn't dare to stop him and the other family members didn't take action, Luo stopped. He looked back at Edie, hesitated, and asked softly. VRE. My name is Edie, and I am a scientist. I remember, I will repay your kindness sooner or later. You have already repaid me, young man. Maybe one day in the future, there will be a chance to see you again. Trafalgar Law left, carrying the heavy Rosinante, and left here stepping on the snow. Watching the little guy go away, Edie then turned to look at Doflamingo. He stopped him from killing his younger brother, and then allowed Luo to lead the others away. This degenerate celestial dragons must have hated him to death at this time, right? Aren't you convinced? Fufu. Since it is your will, let them go. Doflamingo laughed dryly and stopped mentioning Op fruit. His territory is in the North Blue, but he also understands the situation in the New World. His business involves arms, and he also has business dealings with Kaido. As a resident of the Dark World, he maintains enough sense for the legendary 3 sovereigns and 1 emperor. Don't worry, I won't take action against either of them within 3 years. This is a sign of respect for you. Doflamingo was very sensible and took the initiative to propose a rule. Edie just smiled. He didn't care what happened to Luo and Rosinante, as long as they didn't do anything under his eyes. But Doflamingo respected his behavior and made him more satisfied. No wonder he is famous in North Blue and is very sensible. Goodbye then, Tomb. Edie didn't waste time. He wants to go back now and gain eternal life as soon as possible. Seeing his body slowly flying, Doflamingo immediately spoke and shouted. Dr. Edie, I am willing to sponsor your research institute. In one word, Edie made no move to leave. He turned his head slightly and locked eyes with the other person from the corner of his eye. Fufu. It doesn't matter if I have a lot of money and no place to spend it, or it's just a temporary interest. Doctor, I'll be happy to sponsor you. Kaido, Whitebeard, Big Mom, I'm not as good as them yet, but I'm very confident in my ability to make money. Please let me sponsor you. Doflamingo's tone was very sincere, as if he was going to force Edie to give him money if he didn't agree. When you arrive in New World, come to the beehive to see me. With a chuckle, Edie flew away. Shenlong glanced at the speculator and immediately spread his wings to follow. Doflamingo stood in the snow, looking up and watching Edie leave. When he could no longer see her, he couldn't help but grin. Dover, Toripal, one of the cadres, asked doubtfully, why should you give money to that person? After today, the family will enter the New World, and if they want to survive in that demonic sea, there are only 2 ways to go. Doflamingo looked at his palm and clenched his fist vigorously. A way to kill one of the 3 sovereigns and 1 emperor and replace him. The other way is to surrender to one of them and find yourself a protective umbrella. The forces in the New World are complex, even in the Dark World. For example, Dufeld, the king of loan sharing, because he often has business dealings with Hive, his power has expanded many times. No one dares to touch the business under this person casually. Advertisement, because behind the other party is the doctor. The same is true for many other forces, large and small. Behind them are the shadows of the 3 pirate emperors. And the 3 emperors also have to pay protection fees to the doctor. It's all about paying protection money, why not give it to Edie? Doflamingo turned and walked towards the port. We're back. There's Marine nearby. Without Rosinante as a traitor, we won't be chased down as frequently in the future. Yes, young master. The little girl baby 5 followed the footsteps immediately and asked curiously, young master, is that doctor very powerful? Fufu, it's not a matter of whether he is powerful or not. Anyone who wants to send money to his research institute is like a crucian carp crossing the river. The other side. Edie flew away from Mignon Island and did not return to the hive immediately. Shenlong took the initiative to transform into a green dragon and let Tien stand on his head. Since Heavenly Father mastered Haki's ability to fly, he has not been a mount for a long time, and now he finally has the opportunity to serve again. Lord Heavenly Father, next. Don't go back to the hive yet, let's go to the Drum Kingdom of Grand Line. Edie chuckled and said, it's time to greet our doctor. Starting from North Blue, fly over the Red Line and enter the East Blue, then fly over the Calm Belt and enter the first half of the Grand Line. When we finally arrived at the Drum Kingdom, it was already the evening of the next day. This is the route chosen by Straw Hat Luffy after entering the Grand Line in the plot. It is the 3rd island on the route. Sigu Island is named after its peaks are shaped like magnetic drums. As a winter island, it has ice and snow weather all year round. Edie stood on the dragon head overlooking the island. It's been more than 4 years. I wonder what level the medical skills of 66 and 77 have reached. Shenlong replied. According to their regular reports, they found the best doctor in the country. The doctor's name is Dr. Kuleha, and she is a healthy and long-lived woman. When I first wanted to study medicine, I encountered some difficulties. In the end, I don't know whether it was the power of money or the sincerity of the 2 little girls that moved each other. Let's go. Shenlong began to lower his height and headed towards a forest on the island. Dr. Kuleha does not live in a town, but lives alone in a treehouse. She is called a witch in this country. The medical skills are very high, but the fees are quite expensive. Today, this country is still ruled by Weipal's father. The king has not driven out the country's doctors, and the country is still a famous medical power in the world. There is no shortage of doctors in the country, so not many people seek medical treatment from Dr. Kuleha. When Shenlong's head landed in front of the treehouse, the place seemed deserted. There was only one door and a small window outside the treehouse. Edie looked through the window and saw 66 and 77 playing with a bunch of bottles and cans. After not seeing each other for more than 4 years, the 2 little girls have grown to be about 14 years old. Suddenly, 8 figures quickly sprang out from the treetops around the snow. they knelt down on one knee towards Edie, who was above Qinglong's head. Lord Heavenly Father. These 8 people are also about 14 years old, and they are the clones originally sent to protect 66 and 77. You have all grown up. You have done a great job, Yi Hua said with a smile. At this time, the people in the treehouse seemed to hear the noise and walked out of the house one after another. When they saw Edie and the green dragon at Edie's feet, 66 and 77 were both shocked. The 2 women immediately knelt down and saluted. Lord Heavenly Father. There were 2 more people who came out with them. To be precise, there is 1 reindeer per person. The woman is Dr. Kuleha, wearing purple leather pants and a small jacket. She is over 120 years old, but extremely energetic. The other reindeer had a blue nose and walked upright. When he saw the green dragon, he was so frightened that his soul flew out. Ah! The reindeer yelled. This is really amazing. Dragon? 3 emperors Kaido? Dr. Kuleha pushed her sunglasses up on her forehead with a shocked expression. She wore 2 pairs of glasses, the other one seemed to be a fashionable decoration. Edie jumped off the dragon's head and landed lightly on the snow without even a footprint. Get up! All 10 clones stood up. 66 and 77 looked at each other, and 66 said softly, Father, are you here to take us back? 77 added, Please give us a moment, we want to say goodbye to Mr. Reindeer and Dr. Dory. Regarding the current scene, the 2 women had been informed before coming. Edie smiled slightly, but his eyes fell on the reindeer behind the 2 women, who was so frightened that their souls were separated from their bodies. Chopper? No, Tony Chopper, the name was given by a male doctor named Cyrulik. The time when the 2 met in the plot, if I remember correctly, should be 5 years later in 1514. Is it because of the butterfly effect that we met in advance? Etc. At this time, Dr. Kuleha came forward, looked at Edie with his eyes, and said in surprise, It turns out it's not Kaido, it's Shenlong, you are the evil scientist from the news station. Advertisement, I'm a scientist, my name is Edie, and I'm not evil. Edie smiled and said, In the past few years, 66 and 77 have been taken care of by you. Really? I see. Dr. Kuleha held her forehead and shook her head. No wonder these 2 little girls insisted on studying medicine with me. I refused, and they even kneeled down in heaven and begged. She recalled what happened more than 4 years ago. At that time, these 2 little girls suddenly visited her treehouse and wanted to learn medical skills from her. After she refused, the 2 people knelt in front of the door for 10 full days in the snow. When she was young, if she didn't agree, she would even kneel and die in front of the door. Dr. Kuleha had no choice but to agree. At first she didn't understand why the 2 were so persistent, but the moment she saw Edie, she understood. No wonder 66 and 77 look so similar. No one would doubt that they're twins, but the other 8 little boys are different. I was just a little suspicious before. Dr. Kuleha narrowed her eyes and looked at Edie, so, they're all your clones. I will take them away today. Edie nodded and admitted frankly. Why? What do you want to do? A big shot like you won't look for trouble. If there is just a shortage of doctors, you can find as many doctors as you want with your power. Dr. Kuleha keenly sensed the abnormality. After 4 years of living, she had regarded 66 and 77 as her own daughters, and she wanted to know something. Edie won't tell her about the immortality surgery. He walked up to 66 and 77, reached out and touched their heads, and said with a smile, Say goodbye, as a reward for your efforts. Yes, thank you for your kindness, Heavenly Father. 66 and 77 looked happy. After living with natural people for a long time, they also had rich emotions. The 2 of them said goodbye to Dr. Kuleha and Chopper. Thank you for taking care of me over the years, Dr. Dolly. After we leave, please don't drink too much anymore, it's not good for your health. Young people, don't make irresponsible remarks to your elders. I still live a long life. Dr. Kuleha felt a little reluctant, but would not show it. After a brief farewell, the clones all walked up to the dragon's head. Edie knelt down and forcibly touched Chopper's head. Your name, little reindeer. Chopper. Tony Chopper. Chopper was very afraid of strangers. If Edie hadn't forced him to he would have run away. After a good stroke of Chopper, Edie jumped into the air with satisfaction and returned to the faucet. Humans are still really weird. They always have an urge to do furry creatures, and he is no exception. Chopper, the future ship doctor of the Straw Hat Pirates, is a reindeer who ate the zone fruit. If you think about it carefully, most of Renren's fruits are phantom beasts, and only Chopper's is in common people form, which makes him smile. Wait a minute, Dr. Edie, can't I see them again? Chopper's face was full of reluctance, and he almost cried. One day 4 years ago, he was chased as a snow monster. It was 66 and 77 who rescued him and took him to Dr. Kuleha's treehouse for treatment. Edie was silent for a moment. 66 and 77 stood on the dragon head, waved to Chopper and said with a smile, Bye, Mr. Reindeer, take good care of yourself. Under the reluctant eyes of each person in the reindeer, Qinglong Camel helped everyone disappear into the cold wind and snow. A few days later, Hive Research Institute. On the 3rd underground floor of the institute, there is a human body modification laboratory. 66 and 77 were lying on the left and right operating tables respectively, undergoing ability transformation. Edie used Luo's blood factor to create a wrist-mounted green blood device, which successfully turned the 2 of them into artificial op-op fruit users. Get up. After hearing Heavenly Father's command, 66 and 77 stood up from the operating table. The two noticed the difference in their bodies immediately. There is a wonderful device on 66's left wrist and 77's right wrist, as if embedded in the flesh. Through the glass surface of the device, you can see a kind of light green bubbling blood flowing inside. First of all, I want to explain that Paramesh's fruit ability can only be used in this way for the time being. Edie explained straight to the point for the two of them. Category 3 Devil Fruit. Zone, can directly clone Devil Fruit. Paramecia, the previous sweet fruit clone failed, and can only use the green blood device. Its disadvantage is that it needs to consume green blood. When the green blood is exhausted, it needs to be artificially replenished other places in. Devil Fruit isn't much different. Logia, currently cannot be cloned. Therefore, for Edie, whether it is getting the op-op fruit or the blood of a person with blood abilities, it is okay. Even if he gets op-op fruit, he still needs to use a green blood device to turn both 66 and 77 into op-op fruit users. As for why two people are needed, this is for insurance. You have 1 month to get familiar with the abilities you have acquired. After 1 month, you need to perform the immortality surgery. Originally, if this kind of surgery is performed, the person who performs it will die. But I found a way that might save you from death. Upon hearing this, 66 and 77 knelt down at the same time and said respectfully, Heavenly Father, please allow us to contribute a little to your eternal life. Chapter 95, Separation and Preservation of Human Memory. Edie finally relented. If it is an enemy, he can look at everything coldly, but after all, he is a clone created by himself. In a sense, he is the father of 66 and 77. In the third simulation, the earthly branch Shenlong was cloned, and the title, Heavenly Father, was also born with the birth of Shenlong. Presumably, the self in the simulation felt the same as he did when he chose this title. Therefore, a long time ago, Dee was thinking about how to make 66 and 77 survive after the immortality surgery. The result of thinking is that there is no way, because he didn't know what the immortality surgery was about, he couldn't find a breakthrough from it. But it's not in his character to just give up. In the end, Edie found 10 paths to the happy end of survival across the world. This method is inspired by Vegapunk. In the plot, Vegapunk suffers from a shortage of manpower and uses technology to create 6 Vegapunk clones to assist in its research. This is a technique of dissociation of consciousness. At the same time, in the plot, Bartholomew Kuma was able to use the power of the meatball fruit to photograph his own memory, and Giapunk helped preserve this memory. Memory preservation technology. Combining the two, Edie had a great idea. The price of death after performing immortality surgery cannot be avoided, so just resurrect the dead. Just before performing the operation, copy and save a copy of the person's memory, then clone a new 66 or 77 and enter this memory. In this way, people are resurrected, possessing the same blood factor, a perfectly cloned body, and a complete set of memory without loss. This is the same person, it's a different kind of resurrection. This is also the easiest way that Edie can think of at present without knowing what the immortality surgery is like. While thinking about his resurrection plan, Edie walked out of the human 920 body modification laboratory. Go up to the second underground floor via the elevator and open the door to cloning laboratory number 1. In the cloning warehouses number 6 and 7, the new clones of 66 and 77 are ready. It's a pity that the big bear didn't come to save Ginny last year. Standing in front of the two sleeping clones, Edie was speechless. The person I like was taken away, and I was completely indifferent. The Revolutionary Army really just depends on who they choose. In the plot, Big Bear's consciousness was completely wiped out, and he was reduced to a loaned weapon, used as a mount by the celestial dragons. Sabo took people to rescue him. Ginny was taken away without any reaction. In Edie's opinion, this is entirely a matter of taste. Big Bear is outstanding in terms of combat ability. Although Ginny is also the captain of the army, her combat effectiveness is worrying. Meatball fruit plus consciousness separation technology plus memory preservation technology plus cloning technology equals resurrection. In this formula, the meatball fruit is now missing. B*********. Edie turned on the system silently. Open black lens bracket scientific research simulation system close black lens bracket. Number of simulations remaining. 1 During this time, the increase in reputation was getting slower and slower, and Edie understood that this was because the market was about to become saturated. All-powerful people know his reputation, and his cloning technology is indeed the best in the world. But to ordinary people, what is cloning? It is very powerful, but what does it have to do with me? This should be the biggest reason for the slowdown in reputation growth. We need to open up the lower market. Whitebeard's commission is almost completed. When high-yielding grain varieties come on the market, we are likely to see another surge in prices. Putting aside the issue of reputation for the moment, Edie started a new simulation. This simulation project, research on the separation and preservation of human memory. Necessary conditions for this simulation, blood factor theory. Necessary conditions have been met. Open black lens bracket simulation begins, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. The first year, you have a clear goal to resurrect people after performing immortality surgery. You have already passed the early inference, and I have arrived at a reliable technical route. You secretly go to the Punk Hazard Institute and meet Vegapunk directly. Vegapunk is very happy about the arrival of you, the father of clones. You shared your cloning technology with him and gained Vegapunk's trust. You put forward the idea of resurrection and invite the other party to participate in your research. Vegapunk readily agreed. You secretly started research on this project without telling the world government. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. The second year, you proposed the idea of separation of human consciousness. Vegapunk was shocked by this. He said, "This is great. If it can be done, I can create a clone to help me." He misappropriated funds provided by the world government for research on earthly branch level human cloning. The world government has not found it yet. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Fourth year. With your help, Vegapunk successfully created 6 clones. You then proposed that in order to achieve the purpose of resurrection, you also need memory retrieval technology and memory preservation technology. You immediately started relevant research work. Close black lens bracket. Advertisement. Open black lens bracket. 8th year. With the addition of 6 Vegapunk clones, your research progress has been greatly accelerated. You have conquered the technology of human memory retrieval, but there are differences on how to copy a memory. Vegapunk believes that memory is unique to each person and there is no way to copy an exact memory. It is not cold data, it contains a person's feelings, ideology, etc. at that time. Even if a copy is made and injected into a new clone, this is not a true resurrection. You don't think so? A person's ancestry factor contains about 70,000 pairs of genetic genes. In terms of cold data, its actual size is less than 8 gigabytes. Memory is just memory. Clones with exactly the same bloodline factors will inevitably give birth to the feelings, thoughts and consciousness of that time after acquiring complete memories. After a friendly discussion, you finally parted on bad terms. This year, a rookie pirate named Padoka's Ace began to become famous in the sea, and quickly rose to kill Shichibukai. The world government invited the other party to become the new Shichibukai, but was rejected. After that, Ace joined the Whitebeard pirates and inherited Kazuki Mizuki's position as captain of the 2nd Division. Open black lens bracket. 11th year, a new pirate named Straw Hat Luffy rises and is defeated in the Sabaody archipelago. Marine conducted a grand public execution, and Straw Hat Luffy and Ace were publicly executed on the same day. The Whitebeard pirates participated in the Summit War and were defeated. Luffy and Ace died on the same day. You saw this news on the news and felt confused. Is it because you saved Ginny that Big Bear didn't become a Shichibukai and therefore didn't save Straw Hat Luffy in the Sabaody archipelago? But why did the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Straw Hat Luffy's father, not participate in the war to save people? Does the King of Sweat really do nothing? After seeing such news, you just smiled and didn't pay too much attention. You continued to research human memory preservation technology. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. 14th year, you accomplished this technique alone. Extraction, copying, and preservation of human memory, separation of human consciousness, and human cloning technology. You combined them to start the first resurrection experiment. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. 16th year, you captured many pirates on Beehive Island and conducted human experiments. Depending on the control group, the experimental results were different. Having a completely consistent blood factor after acquiring a completely consistent memory, the personality displayed is uncertain. Is Vegapunk right? Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. 20th year, you conducted many more resurrection experiments, and the total number of pirates sacrificed exceeded 1,000. Beehive Island has become a pirate-restricted area. But you found the answer to your question. The answer lies in the memory infusion process. When an identical memory is injected, memory is lost during this process. In other words, in fact, the memory obtained by each experimental subject is different, and memory loss will occur. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. 26th year, you have developed a more complete device for infusing memories into the human body. Your experiment was successful. Although the problem of memory loss still exists, it is controlled to a very small level. Multiple resurrected clones showed consistent personality tendencies during isolation observation. This subtle difference is acceptable. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. 27th year. Vegapunk was arrested by the world government very early because of his research on the blank 100 years history. He also attempted to copy ancient technology. You led the earthly branches to attack the deep sea prison and found him in the eternal hell on the 6th floor underground. Vegapunk said in surprise, "Edie, are you here to save me?" You answer, "No, I'm just here to tell you that I'm right." Open black lens bracket. Simulation ends. Close black lens bracket. Seeing the last scene, Edie was quite amused. In the simulation, I was really persistent. Even after completing the resurrection experiment, I even went to Vegapunk to taunt him. In this simulation, a total of 125.5 billion Baileys of research funds were consumed. Close black lens bracket. Simulation reward. Knowledge about the separation and preservation of human memory. Edie was a little surprised when she saw the amount of funding. It was only over 100 billion, which was much more economical than she had imagined. He thought it would break 10,000. Edie took out the phone and quickly dialed the number. Tutu, how much money does the institute have now? Aren't you in the underground laboratory? You still called me? On the other end of the phone, Momosagi was a little confused. He didn't even want to walk a few steps. How much do you love the laboratory? Answer me first. There are probably more than 140 billion and 9.7 tons of gold. A lot of gold has been consumed over the years, used to make some equipment. Although this thing is a general equivalent, it is also a necessary material in many scientific research equipment. I know, I will use some of it. You go ahead and do your work. Edie hung up the phone and chose to pay on the spot. In an instant, relevant knowledge about separation and preservation of human body memory flooded into my mind. Advertisement. Edie stood there blankly, and finally opened his eyes after half an hour. Huh. This method of resurrection is much more complicated than imagined. Edie immediately thought of his own vault. There should be more than 10 billion belly left now, so we have become poor. That's a little richer than the king of Dressrosa. 0. It seems that we need to bring high-yielding grain varieties to the market as soon as possible. And Kaido, help him solve the problem of the zone ability user awakening. This little guy must be very rich. He sells all his weapons to North Blue. I'm sure he wouldn't mind sponsoring more. Edie gathered his thoughts and opened the last item. Extra bonus. Human body memory extraction and injection instrument. It's actually this thing. It saves a lot of money. Edie looked delighted. You can't buy this thing, you need to make it yourself. It has been modified several times in the simulation. Not counting the research and development costs, the manufacturing cost alone is as high as more than 5 billion, which is more expensive than an op fruit. This was borrowed from world government in the early stage. This device has half of the credit of Vegapunk. The original version was developed by him and Vegapunk together. However, the two had a disagreement later, and Edie took it back to the hive, and then transformed it several times. We need to prepare a resurrection laboratory. Next, Edie returned to the third underground floor and used the ability of the island fruit to perform some transformations on the third floor. Only receive additional rewards later. Its appearance is a bit like the medical MRI equipment in the hospital, but of course there is none in this world. In a huge ring, there is a bed that can be pushed and pushed out. Of course, it is much larger and more complex. For the next month, Edie was busy remodeling and decorating the resurrection laboratory. Fortunately, you don't need to manufacture the core equipment yourself. It doesn't cost much to just renovate the laboratory. During this month, 66 and 77 are also working hard to practice op fruit's abilities. According to them, they can already cast immortality. This surgery is quite special and mainly relies on medical knowledge. It is not difficult to master the skill itself. Edie did not immediately let the two of them enter the resurrection laboratory. Instead, he randomly grabbed a pirate from the prison and let him serve as the first guinea pig. Memory retrieval, copying, saving. Everything is normal and the device is running well. After passing the preliminary test, it was 66 and 77's turn, and their memories were successfully preserved. From walking out of the number 6 and number 7 cloning warehouses to today entering the resurrection laboratory, the memories of more than 4 years have been accurately preserved in the equipment's database. At last, finally it was time for the immortality surgery. As a cautious person, Edie did not go up first, but called Tnu Shi. Edie doesn't have much affection for this wife. If the operation fails, irreversible results occur, or even dies on the operating table, he won't be too sad. However, if the immortality surgery is successful, the subject can obtain eternal life, and this kind of thing cannot be made in vain for outsiders. After thinking about it, Tianue time is the most suitable. Then, 66 performed immortality surgery on Tianue. The surgery lasted several hours, and Edie was monitored throughout. After the operation, Edie immediately checked Tianue's physical data and was shocked. All the cells in Tianue's body have undergone tremendous changes. Completely different from ordinary cells, possessing incredible vitality and vitality, Dee named them immortal cells. Not only that, Tianue's bloodline factor also mutated to 5.9. If the ancestry factor is compared to a towering tree, then the genetic fragment representing lifespan is just a branch on the tree. But now, this branch is like an old tree sprouting and changing into the new spring. It can be named immortality factor. Not having the energy to study these things for the time being, Edie immediately ordered 77 to perform immortality surgery on himself. A few more hours passed. When the time came to 12 o'clock in the evening, the operation ended. Edie opened her eyes on the operating table. Is this eternal life? He slowly sat up and looked around. In the White Room, all the earthly branches are present. They are responsible for guarding Edie's safety and guarding against any unexpected interruption during the operation. In addition to them, there were 2 corpses lying on the chairs beside them. 66 and 77. They closed their eyes quietly and died forever. Edie walked up to the 2 of them, touched their heads, and said softly, "Thank you, don't worry, you will return to the world again soon." The 7 earthly branches all knelt down and saluted. "Heavenly Father, congratulations on reaching the other side of life," Wei Yong said with a serious face. "How do you feel?" 17. Edie has never felt so good, and he realizes that time has frozen in his body, and it has stopped passing. Taking a deep breath, he turned and walked out of the room. Bury the body. After a while, he came to the number 1 cloning laboratory on the 2nd underground floor, awakened the new 66 and 77, and brought them to the resurrection laboratory. The memory infusion process is very long. It wasn't until the morning sun shone on the ground of Beehive Island that the 2 of them woke up from their slumber. They felt like they had had a long dream, lasting more than 4 years. Edie smiled, looked at the 2 identical 66 and 77, and spoke gently. "Welcome back to the colorful world of our fellow citizens." Chapter 96 Kaido's Sweet Dream. I didn't raise you in vain, Yamato. When the new 66 and 77 woke up from their slumber, they heard Edie's gentle voice. FXTI. 66 blinked her eyes. Her memory ended with walking into the resurrection laboratory, and there was no subsequent surgery. 77 was equally confused. Has the operation started yet? It's over. You did a great job and worked hard. Come with me. Edie took the two of them out of the underground and came to the upper level of the research institute. In the living room, the maids brought black tea. 66 after listening, think for a moment. So, am I dead? Heavenly Father, am I the one I am after resurrection? How does it feel? Edie smiled. Without the memory of death, it's a bit unreal. 66 looked down at his left hand holding the black tea. There was no wristband green blood device on his wrist. This is the only difference. Other than that, nothing unusual. If Heavenly Father did not tell her clearly that the operation was over, she would not even know that she had died once. 77 tilted his head and asked, still confused, My Lord Heavenly Father, am I still the same person who was resurrected after death? That's a great question. Vegapunk in the simulation also considered this, and this is where they differ. Edie thought about it and used a story as an example. A group of pirates set out from East Blue and continued their adventurous voyage with the goal of the final island. But the Grand Line is very dangerous. In the process, parts of their pirate ships will be damaged every once in a while. After every damage, the ship's excellent shipwrights immediately replace the best planks. Even the keel, this boatman can repair it perfectly. Just keep sailing like this, keep sailing, when we are about to reach the end. All the planks throughout the ship have been replaced. 66, 77, do you think this ship is still the same ship? Is the ship spirit originally born on this ship still the original ship spirit? Edie asked two questions. This is one of the oldest thought experiments on Earth, the ship of Theseus, or the paradox of Theseus. The question has no answer, it is a philosophical question. It's about what I am. Faced with these 20 philosophical questions, 66 and 77 thought carefully for a while. 66 said, My Lord Heavenly Father, I think it is the same ship. Its appearance has not changed, and the adventures it has experienced have not disappeared. 77 shook his head. No, I don't think it's the same ship, because all the planks have been replaced. The new planks don't have the adventure scars that the old planks have. They're just the same. The two little girls looked at each other, then looked at Edie and spoke in unison. Heavenly Father, who is right? Edie couldn't help but smile. These two little girls were clones of the same blood factor and had experienced similar lives, but they came to completely opposite conclusions. This is the individual difference, which is accumulated bit by bit in daily life, and ultimately leads the two to different personalities and thinking. However, with the copying of memory, even this personality and thinking have been perfectly inherited. Are they the 66 and 77 from before? Edie smiled and said, You are all right, there is no clear answer to the question itself. Different from the example given. All human cells are replaced every 7 years, so after 7 years, are you still you? This is actually a misinformation. The lifespan of each cell in the human body is different, and the lifespan of nerve cells is almost the same as that of human beings. But even so, the new 66 and 77 in front of them have exactly the same blood factor as the original two. The cells that are born from it are also of the same origin. They are perfect copies. Coupled with the almost identical memory, even the personality and thinking are retained exactly the same. Going back to the original question, 77, what is our definition of a human individual? Edie took a sip of black tea and said with emotion, You can think about this issue in your future life. Think more about what has changed and what has not changed. The difference between humans and monkeys is that humans can think complexly. Yes, because of the Father's people, 77 nodded. 66 smiled and said, It's great to be alive. Thank you, Heavenly Father. The two little girls looked at each other and then thought of wonderful things. There's still a chance to see Dr. Dory and Mr. Reindeer again. You can continue to learn and improve your medical skills. Looking at the happy expressions of the two little girls, Edie silently stood up and left. He also didn't break the two people's beautiful imagination of the future. The two people who survived will need to continue to perform immortality surgeries in the future. Tensky has gained immortality, Hancock and Momosagi, and he will not favor one over the other. In other words, the 66 and 77 of this second generation may die again soon. Although they will not have the memory of death, they will not even know the fact of their own death if no one tells them. This was probably his last tenderness. Advertisement. Hey, I am indeed an evil scientist. Worker Edie did not dwell on this. After receiving immortality, he immediately devoted himself to new research. Regarding his eternal life, he wanted to confirm several things. The next day, after a full day of testing, he understood two things. First, the immortal cells will also grow, which means that he can still become stronger. Second, immortal cells only allow people to have a long lifespan. The cells no longer age. They're just immortal, not immortal. After gaining immortality, Dee's life slowed down. In the past, I wanted to spend 24 hours a day in the laboratory. Now that I have unlimited lifespan, there is no need to be too harsh on myself. He took time out to spend with his women. First it was Hancock, then Momosagi, and finally it was Amazuki and his daughter's turn. Kazuki Hiyori is 13 years old this year. She has not learned anything else in the past few years. She is really good at playing and singing. Between the right eyes. Sir Edie, can I play a song for you? The little girl was very interested, as if she was showing off her talents to her elders. Naturally, Edie would not refuse, and he thoroughly enjoyed Kazuki Hiyori's performance. It's a pity that he is not interested in musical instruments and has no research on shamisen. He only knows that it is pleasant to play. At the end of the song, Kazuki Hiyori showed off her dance again. Her mother, Tnu, was accompanying her, and the mother-daughter duo's performance made Edie happy. Master Edie, how was my dancing? At the end of the dance, Kazuki Hiyori panted slightly and walked up to Edie with a look on her face that was begging for relief. She didn't know what happened between her mother and Edie, but she had been living with Edie for these years, and she already regarded Edie as a father-like figure in her heart, and she didn't even have this awareness herself. Of course, Kazuki Oden died when she was 6 years old. She has no memory of before she was 3 or 4 years old, and Kazuki Oden's appearance has almost been forgotten. And she lived with Edie for 7 years, and the people who accompanied her from childhood to college were all the shadows of Edie. Edie has a very tall image. Although he cannot be seen every day, his majestic image has been deeply rooted in people's hearts. At the same time, as she grew older, she also understood that the stable and carefree life that she and her mother could now live under Edie's wings. Therefore, she longs for Edie's recognition and care in her heart. You play and dance very well, Hiyori, you are very talented in this area. Edie touched the little girl's head and praised and encouraged her without hesitation. In the original plot, Kazuki Hiyori also entered the corridors of Wado when he was 13 years old. Relying on his own talents, he grew rapidly and soon became the Ouran. Kazuki Hiyori smiled with satisfaction, happily threw herself into Edie's arms, raised her head and asked softly. Master Edie, can you grant me a small request? What? You stay in the laboratory every day, and you often don't see anyone for several days. Can you come and see Hiyori more in the future? Edie was startled for a moment, then smiled and said, okay, then you have to work hard and master some other instruments besides the shamisen. Do you want me to help you find a music teacher? Really? Kazuki Hiyori's eyes lit up and he said excitedly, I also want to learn other musical instruments and dance, but my mother only knows shamisen. I heard that there is a king of musical instruments called piano. Can I learn it? Okay, I'll find you a music teacher and a dance teacher. Edie rubbed the little girl's emerald green hair. The child must have regarded him as a father figure. She has learned how to run into his arms and act like a spoiled child. In a sense, it seems to be true, he slept with his mother. Tianue, who is sitting on her knees and holding the shamisen, has a gentle smile on her face, as if she is watching the warm exchange between father and daughter. After staying with mother and daughter for a while, Edie got up and left. Although he promised to spend more time with them, a man's words can be deceiving. He still has many things to be busy with. Chenlong, get ready and come with me to Wanokuni. Edie directly summoned Chenlong and rode the dragon away soon after. Wanokuni. After several years, I set foot on this land again. Edie did not go to the original research institute, but went straight to General City. Jin entertained him immediately. After Kaido learned the news of his arrival, he came over from YG Island without stopping. Long time no see, Edie. After not seeing each other for a few years, Kaido has grown taller and stronger. He first said hello to Edie and then looked at his clone. Chenlong, fight me again when you have nothing to do. Kaido grinned and immediately invited him to a duel. Chenlong looked at Heavenly Father. Edie laughed and said, you have grown up, little guy, do you think you can defeat your own clone? Of course. I'm not on vacation these years, I'm not the same person I used to be. Kaido was full of confidence. If you want to discuss it, put it aside first. Edie waved his hand and said, I came to you this time to help you solve the problem of Zone's ability awakening. As soon as he finished speaking, Chenlong immediately took out a devil fruit and placed it in front of Kaido. Jin was shocked when he saw it. This is my Pteranodon fruit. Zone dragon fruit, ancient species Pteranodon form. Yes, this is an ancient fruit that was perfectly cloned through your bloodline factors. Edie nodded. Advertisement. Kaido was no longer in a hurry to fight with Chenlong. He sat down cross-legged and said with a smile. You gave me 2 choices, the ordinary Zone devil fruit, or the awakening of Zone's ability. That's right, you chose ability awakening. Then what does this fruit mean now? Kaido picked up the wine bottle on the side, took a big sip, and said with a grin. There are no 2 replica fruits grown in ancient times. When did you start being a good person? If you want, I can give you a copy of the blue dragon fruit. Edie smiled half-heartedly. Kaido was shocked and immediately started thinking. What made Edie's attitude change completely? The only difference compared to the past is, Yamato. Did his good daughter succeed? He successfully became Edie's father-in-law? Okay, Yamato, I really didn't support you in vain. Kaido was overjoyed, and his eyes immediately became extremely friendly when he looked at Edie. Edie, we are a family from now on, and we need to be even closer in the future, Kaido said with a smile. Edie. Who is with your family? He was not an idiot, he immediately thought of something and was at a loss of whether to laugh or cry. What a wonderful dream Kaido had, using his daughter to catch his son-in-law. It's a pity that he's not that hungry. How old is Yamato? How could he do it? Only 15 years old, underage. Moreover, Yamato's growth rate is a bit too alarming. At the age of 15, his height has reached over 12 meters. Edie thinks that in 2 or 3 years, this girl will eventually exceed 2.6 meters. If we really take over Yamato, will we need a small horse to pull a big cart? He is only a little taller than Hancock, a normal human height. It's really outrageous. At his height, he actually has the opportunity to experience the joy of opening an army? Edie shook his head, expelling some anxious thoughts from his mind. No, you misunderstood. How should I explain it to you? After thinking for a while, Edie said seriously, you should know, right? Zone's devil fruit contains will. I've heard of it. Kaido nodded. What's the problem? The awakening of Zone is the awakening of the will of the fruit. Edie picked up the pteranodon fruit and chuckled. Then what do you think? One person eating two identical Zone fruit, what will happen? Kaido and Jin both opened their eyes in shock. Double Zone's will. Is this forcing the ability user to awaken? Jin blurted out in shock. Wait. If one person eats two devil fruit, he will die. The wisdom of monkeys. The corners of Edie's mouth raised slightly. Why do you have this understanding? Kaido narrowed his eyes and said, I have eaten it. I have been caught by Marine many times before. They tried various ways to kill me, but they failed. One of them was to feed me. Eat the second fruit. Hearing this, Edie was a little surprised. Then, what happened? It didn't work. Kaido Haki said, I am too strong. The blue dragon fruit is too strong. The second fruit I ate brought me a certain amount of pain, but the pain disappeared soon. Maybe. It was the green dragon in my body that ate the outsiders who rashly broke into the territory. This is just his personal speculation without any basis. Edie smiled, non-committal. Of course it's not because of this. The reason why a person with abilities is a person with abilities is because after eating the devil fruit, his bloodline factors were instantly transformed. Your bloodline factor is extremely powerful, and the second fruit fed to you was unable to complete the transformation of your bloodline factor, so it didn't work. Ordinary people don't have as powerful a blood factor as you, so after eating the second pill, they will die due to the collapse of the blood factor. Edie has seen many experimental subjects whose blood factors have collapsed. Mainly in simulation. The circumstances of death are also different. That's too far. Edie threw the pteranodon fruit to Jin and said bluntly, eating two devil fruits will indeed cause problems, but eating the same devil fruit, it won't. Such a thing has never happened in the history of devil fruit. The technology for replicating devil fruit was only completed in recent times. In the plot, Vegapunk was the first to do it, he copied the blue dragon fruit. And now, he is the first to complete it, therefore, he was the first to discover the mystery of Zone's awakening. Is it really okay? Kaido was a little unsure. If it fails, Jin will die. Have you tested it? Kaido is very concerned about his right-hand man. Edie smiled, looked at Jin, and said jokingly, the road to awakening has been opened for you, it's up to you whether you dare to step on it or not. Jin held the pteranodon fruit in his hand with a calm expression. He never thought that one day he would eat this fruit for the second time. Don't underestimate me, doctor. He swallowed the devil fruit in his hand. The next moment, his face began to distort, and the intense pain made him kneel down with a plop. Chapter 97 Kaido fights against awakening Jin, the myth of 10,000 kilograms per acre. There was something wrong with the last chapter. Pteranodon is an ancient species, not a fantasy beast. I was confused. P.S. I have updated some introductions to clones related to my work. If you are interested, you can take a look. Jin let out a painful scream, knelt on the ground and huddled up. Is there something wrong? Kaido's expression changed slightly. Edie looked calm. He had not tested it before, or in other words, he was testing it now. But he has this confidence, and there will be no problems with his theory. People with abilities cannot eat the second devil fruit because the second fruit will change the original blood factor. A conflict between the two will lead to the death of the person with abilities. The second ancient species that Jin eats, the pteranodon form, will not change its own bloodline factors, so there will be no problems. Zone's awakening is risky. He smiled. He is fighting against the awakened animal will. As long as he suppresses it, he will succeed. I can't suppress it. Kaido was not so optimistic. Can't you suppress it? Little guy, do you want to impel down the jailer beast? Edie chuckled. The will of the ancient species is very strong, you'd better pray that he can successfully suppress it. While the two were talking, Jin, who was lying on the ground, curled up and trembling, suddenly roared. That was not the roar that humans would make, but the sharp scream of the ancient creature Pteranodon. Jin's ability went berserk and uncontrollable, and he entered the human form. The sharp long beak let out a scream, and the dark Pteranodon's wings shook, suddenly breaking through the ceiling of the house and flying over General City. Running away, it seems the situation is not optimistic. Edie calmly took a sip of tea. Kaido couldn't sit still. Edie doesn't care about Jin's life or death, he cares a lot, this is his subordinate. He stood up and said in a deep voice, what should we do now? Go and fight with him. If you don't stop him, the flowers will turn into rubble. Edie thought for a moment and said, you can't help. Awakening can only get through it on his own. After a pause, he comforted Lil Guy. Don't worry, even if you fail, you won't die. At most, your will be suppressed. You will still have a strong subordinate in the future. What kind of comfort is this? Kaido immediately walked to the window, jumped out, and transformed into a blue dragon. He is now General Wano-kuni, and Wa is his territory. He pays him a lot of taxes every year. He cannot let Jin destroy the city. Seeing this, Edie also stood up and flew out lightly. He put his hands in the outer pockets of his white coat and silently observed the awakening state of the ancient species. Chinglong Kaido opened his mouth and bit the Pteranodon in one bite, then took him outside Wado. The two immediately broke into a fierce fight. Edie followed suit. Behind him, Chen Long couldn't help but frown and said, Heavenly Father, Jin's combat power has become much stronger in one breath. Of course, once Zone awakens, among other things, his ability to withstand beatings will increase exponentially. Zone was originally very resistant to beatings, but after awakening, she became even more outrageous. As long as you are not beaten to death on the spot, your physical strength will recover very quickly. In the plot, the jailer beasts and Impel Down were knocked down and defeated several times by Straw Hat Luffy, and they stood up again after a while. That's still an ordinary Zone. Jin is an ancient species and will only be stronger. The two of them flew in the sky, observing the fight between the Azure Dragon Kaido and the Toothless Pteranodon Jin from a few hundred meters away. Kaido doesn't want to kill Jin, he just wants to suppress the opponent. But as time went by, Kaido became more and more surprised as he fought. He knew Jin's fighting ability very well. At this time, the fighting power shown in the rampage had exceeded his expectations. The Pteranodon seemed like a beast that had just escaped from trouble, attacking everything around it crazily. Behind it was the sacred fire of the Lunaria clan, and it suddenly swooped down, using its sharp long mouth as a weapon, and stabbed directly at the blue dragon Kaido. Boom! In the violent collision, the shockwave was like an invisible big hand, plowing the surrounding ground. Jin! Wake up! Kaido's dragon head hit and bounced away Jin, and the dragon's tail whipped, whipping the Pteranodon to the ground. However, Pteranodon did not hit the ground, but regained its center of gravity in just a moment. His wings suddenly flapped, like plucking onions on dry land, and he flew hundreds of meters into the air in an instant. Hiss! There was a scream, and the sound pressure alone caused a strong wind. Along with the strong wind, Haki was swept in all directions. Conquerors? Edie's eyes flashed with surprise. Jin originally didn't have conquerors, but now he actually inspired Conqueror's Haki while walking. Although it is still childish, it is just an unconscious explosion. Chinglong Kaido was stunned for a moment, then laughed. Oh ha ha ha, Conqueror's Haki. He was very happy. As his deputy, he should have such strength. Edie is quite reliable. If it weren't for his awakening method, Jin would never be able to awaken conquerors. Jin, lost to the consciousness of a mere animal, are you a man of this level? Chinglong Kaido opened his mouth to taunt, trying to awaken Jin's human consciousness. Then, Chinglong and Pteranodon fought again. The beating lasted for nearly an hour. With a bang, the Pteranodon was shot down from the air by Kaido, and it hit the ground on the outskirts straight, making a big crater. Thick smoke billowed, obscuring sight. Advertisement. Chinglong Kaido's expression was a little bad. He looked at Edie and shouted. How much longer? It's been almost an hour. If it doesn't recover, it will be declared a failure. Edie said thoughtfully. This level of resistance is a bit unexpected. You can try to knock him out completely. If he loses consciousness, maybe. Halfway through his words, he stopped abruptly. Edie chuckled. It seems to have been successful. In the pit on the ground, the dust dispersed, and the Pteranodon had disappeared, replaced by a human animal form half kneeling on the ground. Jin panted violently, and black flame clouds appeared around him. Kaido flew down from the sky and turned into a human form. He stood on the edge of the pit and stared at Jin. Sir Kaido, Dr. Edie, I have asked you to worry about this. Hearing Jin's voice, Kaido stared at him blankly, and then said in a deep voice after a while. Who are you now? Master Kaido, I am a Beidou. Jin calmed down his breathing, exited from the human animal form, and became a human again. Really? Did it succeed? Kaido grinned and looked up at the man in the sky. Your skills are really impressive, Yidong? He defeated himself. Edie flew down and threw a lancet to Jin. Take the blood. After you awaken, you are of great research value. Jin did not hesitate and immediately drew a tube of blood from himself and returned the lancet to Edie. Thank you, potion. I was several times stronger before. Edie nodded. At this time, Jin should be worthy of the name of the Emperor's deputy-level combat power, much stronger than him in the plot. Of course, there is still a gap between the level of 4 emperors, and it may change from being knocked unconscious with a stick to requiring a while to resolve. Kaido couldn't help but ask, can such a method be used on others? Only Zone can do it. The awakening of Paramecia and Logia are completely different. Do you want to try it? The awakening of the phantom beast species may be more dangerous. Edie smiled jokingly and explained again. Little guy, let me ask you, there are 2 wills in a person's body, and both wills can control the body. So, what is the difference between a king and a mount? What determines it? The will of the person with the ability is exactly the same as the will of the animal in Devil Fruit, whether it is ability, posture, or strength. How will it determine who is the king and who is the mount? Hearing this, Kaido couldn't help but frown. He did not understand the meaning of these words. The answer is instinct. It is the killing instinct engraved deep in the human bloodline factors. It is the desire to win by tearing the enemy into pieces. Instinct. Humans are also a kind of animal. In the face of complex natural environments, humans in ancient times drank blood from their hair. They needed to defeat nature and the powerful ancient beasts. Only in this way can they survive. I see. It's taming. Kaido understood, narrowed his eyes and said, Jin tamed the beast Pteranodon, so his combat ability has grown tremendously. Jin became the king, and Pteranodon became the king's mount. Is this Zone's awakening? Edie nodded. So, do you want to try it? Take the fantasy beast Chinglong. Kaido has not awakened. Zone fish fruit phantom beast species blue dragon form. The moment he eats it, Kaido can transform into a green dragon, instead of starting out as a fish and then awakening to become a green dragon. In the plot, after the blue dragon fruit copied by Vegapunk was eaten by Momonosuke, Momonosuke also turned into a dragon, but a younger version. Of course, the most obvious point is that after awakening, Zone will have flame clouds like aura ribbons. Kaido doesn't have it. Faced with Edie's proposal, Kaido couldn't help but be silent for a while. Jin is just an ancient species, and he is in danger when he awakens. He is a phantom beast. Once he is forcibly awakened, it may be even more dangerous. If he goes berserk, the island of Wano Kuni may be demolished by him. Kaido doesn't have any confidence, but if he backs off now, he is no longer Kaido. Who do you think I am? Kaido snorted. It's not free anyway. How much does it cost? Okay, little guy, I appreciate your cheerfulness. Edie laughed and said, Jin's Pteranodon fruit is 10 billion, and your Azure Dragon fruit is 50 billion. Remember to send the money to the hive. When the money is in place, the fruit will be in place. Kaido. B*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Don't think it's too expensive, that's it's just a friendly price. Do I still have to thank you? Kaido's face turned dark. You're welcome, we don't have any friendship. Jin's head hurt when he heard it. Did he just eat 10 billion? I will prepare the money as soon as possible. Kaido finally agreed. Money can be earned over time, but the copied devil fruit can only be obtained from Edie. This B***************** D is really a vampire. Think about it carefully. Have you been working for him all these years? Kaido couldn't help but feel a headache, and thought to himself that it would be better if his daughter worked harder and turned Edie into his son-in-law. This vampire must be embarrassed to ask for such a high price, right? Yamato, I sent you to the beehive, not to let you go on a trip. At this time, a group of pirates came towards us. The leader is tall and strong, with 2 ivory-like decorations on his front and shoulders. Kaido-sama. Advertisement. Kaido glanced at him and introduced to Edie. He is my new boss, Jack, from the Fishmen tribe. Jack looked at Edie and was shocked. Is this the legendary Dr. Edie? Edie looked at Jack and chuckled. 15 years old? Jack was stunned and nodded silently. He's a little confused. Isn't this doctor so awesome that he can guess his age as soon as he meets him? This is also the power of science? He suddenly remembered something and immediately reported to Kaido. Kaido-sama, the thing has been found, oh? Kaido was so shaken that he forgot about the pain of having to pay 60 billion. Jack said solemnly. I relied on the smell to sneak into the Wano Kuni inland sea and finally found the ruins of ancient Wano Kuni. At the same time, I also found the red historical text that you want, Lord Kaido. The red historical text is also called the road sign historical text. After collecting all 4 pieces, the coordinates will point to the real final island of Lahudal. A place that only Roger, the Pirate King, has ever visited in history, is the resting place of the legendary treasure One Piece. Good job, Jack. Kaido was delighted. Kaido-sama, in addition to the historical text, he also discovered another thing. Jack continued to report expressionlessly. That thing is probably the legendary ancient weapon. 1. Pluton battleship. Kaido looked shocked. Edie raised his eyebrows, not surprised by this. Pluto was sleeping in Wano Kuni, he knew from the beginning. Even where exactly, Zuko said. I still have things to do, lil guy. Remember to send the money as soon as possible. Let's go, Shenlong. Edie left a message and immediately left with Shenlong. Seeing this, Kaido immediately said, Are you not interested in ancient weapon? Who would care about scientists? If Jack's information is true. After a pause, he thought of something good and immediately grinned and said, I can give you Pluton to study for a period of time, for only 60 billion. Let's wait until you can start it. Edie waved his hand without looking back and quickly disappeared from Kaido's sight. Kaido frowned. It seems that the 60 billion will have to be handed over in the end. Yamato, as my daughter, can't you help your father share some of his pain? The other side. Edie heads to Gaisa's artificial devil fruit laboratory. Shenlong whispered. Sir Heavenly Father, if the information is true, I need to go. It's not necessary. Awakening the ancient weapon requires understanding ancient texts. Edie shook his head. Moreover, if you want to open Pluton, you have to demolish the high wall surrounding Wano Kuni. This is a big project. When he finds Nico Robin one day, it won't be too late to study Pluton. Speaking of which, he has searched tens of thousands of bees all over West Blue, and so far he has not seen any trace of Nico Robin. He even doubted whether Robin was in West Blue, soon after. Edie found Gaisa. The purpose of his trip to Wano Kuni was not only to get money from Kaido, but also to check the progress of high-yielding grain crops. Last year, he asked Guy to rent 100 acres of farmland in Wano Kuni as a test field for planting. During this period, we harvested 3 times and improved our grain varieties 3 times. This time is the result of the 4th experiment. Gaisa took Edie to the experimental field. The experimental field is located in the north of Wadu, near Tengshan area. When Edie came to the experimental field, she immediately saw a golden rice field. The towering ears of rice were more than 3 meters high, and the rice grains produced on them were plump and golden in color. Their size is dozens of times larger than ordinary rice. It can no longer be called grain, and grain needs to be used as the unit of measurement. Edie picked a few randomly and put them in his hand to observe, while asking, What is the yield per mu here? Whoops. This is a miracle, doctor. The experimental fields in this area have caused a great sensation in Wano Kuni, and people come here to worship the gods every day. Kaido laughed strangely twice and said, As for noodles. The experimental fields were divided into several types and served as control groups. Without the use of special chemical fertilizers, the yield of farmland grown with ordinary grain seeds is about 130 kilograms per mu, which is generally the level in Wano-kuni. Without the use of special chemical fertilizers, the high-yield grain varieties cultivated by Edie by modifying blood factors have a yield of about 1,200 kilograms per mu. Their rice is not much different from ordinary rice. After using special chemical fertilizers and high-yielding grain seeds, domestic production soared to about 8,800 kilograms. Only the third type of rice is granular, 8,800 pounds. Edie was shocked. If we work harder, we won't be able to break through 10,000 yuan. The myth of a yield of 10,000 kilograms per mu. This is rice. In the Earth before time travel, the super rice with the highest yield per mu seemed to be only about 1,000 kilograms. The production has soared to such an extent, is the taste still important? Edie Long Yan was delighted. Whitebeard should really sell food. Advertisement Chapter 98. Go, Whitebeard, and become a grain tycoon. Is it harvest season? Edie saw many hired farmers harvesting rice. Manual harvesting. How long will it take to harvest these 100 acres? Although Geisa said the yield per mu was about 8,800 kilograms, Edie still had to confirm it in person. Hey, it will be over before noon tomorrow. Shenlong, you go. Edie immediately ordered Shenlong to go to work. Seeing that the earthly branches had all gone to the ground, Geisa was too embarrassed to stand still. The two of them grabbed the sickle from the hired old farmer and got into the field. More than an hour later, each of the 3 experimental fields completed harvesting 1,000 acres of land. The data soon came out, and it was a little better than Geisa expected. In an ordinary experimental field, the yield per mu is indeed about 130 kilograms. In the high-yield grain experimental field, the average yield per mu reached 1,250 kilograms. Finally, in the experimental field where special chemical fertilizers were used, the average yield per mu reached an astonishing 9,000 kilograms. The raw material of this fertilizer is P4 extracted from sea kings, and its official scientific name is NHCA4. It is the reason for the huge body of sea kings. It is made into fertilizer and used for rice cultivation, and the effect is equally amazing. Although high-yield grain seeds are also very powerful, what is really powerful is this kind of chemical fertilizer. Yes, it's ready for the market. Edie was very satisfied with this and immediately ordered Shenlong to bring the harvested rice back to the Wadu Research Institute. Then he asked Guy to take some soil samples from the experimental fields. Wadu Research Institute. The institute had been vacant for several years, and when Edie returned, a thick layer of dust had accumulated in the house. When people walk through the entrance, they can leave an obvious footprint. You go and clean it up. Edie slapped his nose and said to Geisa, give me the soil. After getting the soil, Edie dived into the laboratory. Compared with the living area, the dust accumulation in the laboratory is much lighter. After spending several hours, Edie conducted a preliminary analysis of the soil. To his surprise, the consumption of farmland fertility in high-yield experimental fields with and without chemical fertilizers was similar. One is 1,250 pounds, the other is 9,000 pounds. The loss of fertility is almost the same. Edie quickly realized the problem. The world is material and energy does not appear out of thin air, so the answer is obvious. The energy that allowed for the explosive increase in rice yield per acre came from the chemical fertilizers he developed. NHCA4. It is mainly a substance composed of 3 elements: nitrogen, N, hydrogen, H, and carbon, C. A represents the ghost particle, that is, the P particle. As for the tail number 4, it means that it is the 4th in the large family of species. Looks like we need to change our plans. Edie soon had a new idea. 550. His original plan was to let Whitebeard sell high-yield grain seeds and sell grain in large quantities, and he would take part of the profits. But now he has changed his mind. Selling grain is nothing. It is better to sell this kind of fertilizer and enjoy all the profits exclusively. After thinking for a while, Edie came up with a new name for this fertilizer. The scientific name NHCA4 was too difficult to pronounce. Jinkala. There is no doubt that when it comes to fertilizer additives, of course this is the name. However, selling fertilizer requires a manager. Edie packed up the debris, turned around and walked out of the laboratory. As a scientist, it was a bit too delicate to go into business on his own, and he needed someone to do the chores for him. Coming to the living room, Geisa and Shenlong quickly cleaned up the accumulated dust, and the dull air took on a new look. Thank you for your hard work. It's my honor to serve you, Guy showed a flattering smile and floated to Edie like a ball of gas. Doctor, next year's funding. The annual funding of more than 10 to 2 billion is not enough? Edie remained calm, not doubting in his heart whether this guy was misappropriating funds to listen to music again. Maybe there is a diary in his laboratory. Ahem. I want to start a new project. Guy's eyes flashed with intense light. A weapon of mass destruction. A super weapon that can destroy a country with one shot. Poison gas. Yes, gas bomb. Guy pointed at himself. The meaning was obvious. Logia gas fruit users use their abilities through technological means to develop weapons. After thinking about it, Edie agreed. Once you cause an accident in Wadu, you go and explain it to Kaido yourself. Hey, please don't worry, I will be careful. In the original plot, this guy blew up Punk Hazard, causing Vegapunk to have to move and go to the future island of Egghead to rebuild the research institute. The world government thought it was an experimental accident, but it was actually a poisonous gas bomb deliberately detonated by Guy in revenge. We will give you an additional 500 million yuan next year. It will depend on your research progress at that time. Edie sent Gyosa away. There's nothing wrong with the poison gas bomb itself. Maybe you can throw a few at Mariajoy in the future. Thank you, doctor. Gyosa was so moved that his face burst into tears and he almost hugged his thighs. The next day, Edie performed the necessary treatment on the 10 acres of rice, and then asked Shenlong to leave Wano-kuni with this high-yielding grain. The Whitebeard pirates are not on Palm Island. Unlike the other two pirate emperors, Whitebeard prefers to stay on the ship. Advertisement Moby Dick travels through the sea all year round. Edie contacted Whitebeard on the phone and found him quickly. Standing on the dragon head overlooking the ships on the sea, the size of the Whitebeard pirates has expanded compared to the last time they met. In addition to the main ship Moby D*K, there are also 4 beluga ships accompanying it. The people on the 5 pirate ships were startled when they saw a dragon flying from the sky, thinking that Kaido was coming. It's a guest. Whitebeard stood on the bow of the ship and looked up at the sky, blah la la la. What's going on this time, Edie? Your commission has already produced preliminary results. Edie smiled slightly. Shenlong lowered his height, came to the top of Moby D*K, and dropped a large bag of high-yielding grain seeds held in the dragon's claws. Boom! When something weighing nearly 5 tons was thrown down, a huge earthquake occurred throughout the pirate ship. The bow sank and the stern tilted up. Marco untied the rope at the mouth of the bag, and immediately, huge grains of rice covered the deck. All the pirates gathered around and picked up handfuls of rice. Is this rice? Why are there such big grains? No, this is not grain, this is grain. The faces of the pirates who had never seen them before were full of shock, and each of them showed doubts about life. Marco was equally surprised and handed the rice seeds in his hand to Whitebeard. Dad, look, incredible. Whitebeard was also confused. Edie flew down lightly and landed on the deck. You can cook a meal and have a look. This is the 4th generation grain, with a yield of more than 1,200 kilograms per mu. Upon hearing this horrifying number, the pirates were all stunned. Really? Whitebeard's pupils shrank. He was a lot older, and he couldn't help but feel a little excited at this time. After saying that, I realized that I had asked a stupid question. There was no way Edie could lie to him about something like this. On the one hand, it is easy to expose lies. With the technological strength of the other party, it is impossible to do such a shameless thing. Gu la la la, the money I sponsored you was indeed not wasted. Whitebeard laughed twice and immediately called the chef, Sachi, go and prepare it. I understand. The captain of the 4th team, Chef Saki, immediately started taking action. What Edie brought was grain seeds, not hulled into rice. But it didn't matter. Saki filled dozens of barrels with large barrels, and after returning to the kitchen, he personally led people to grind the rice seeds into rice. There are nearly 1,600 people on the 5 ships, preparing a grand banquet to celebrate the birth of the world's #1 rice seed. Everyone is excited. The kitchen gets very busy. While the chefs were preparing the banquet, Whitebeard warmly entertained Edie and the two. Thank you so much. Wah, in all my years of living, this is the first time I've heard of rice yields exceeding 1,000 kilograms per mu. Rice is also grown in my hometown. I worked in the fields when I was very young. At that time, the yield per mu was only a little over 200. You have increased the yield 5 to 6 times. Edie, you are a great scientist. I toast you. It is said to be a cup, but it is actually a jar. Whitebeard drank a jar of wine generously and said with emotion, on behalf of the people in my hometown, thank you for your efforts. Edie didn't drink, drinking would numb the brain. He smiled and said, actually, 1,200 kilograms is the yield under compost, and the rice is no different from ordinary rice on the market. Ah, what do you mean? Whitebeard was stunned for a moment. The granular rice you see in front of you is made from a chemical fertilizer developed by me, Kai, and its yield is 9,000 kilograms. Edie calmly said an even more shocking figure. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Whitebeard kept holding the wine jar and looked at Yi Hua with dull eyes. It was so outrageous that he didn't react for a while. 9,000? Marco screamed, his voice sharp. The other captains also looked at each other, and were so frightened by the numbers that they swallowed their saliva. That's right. Edie nodded. Lao Bai, the high-yielding rice seed is the result of the research institute you sponsored. It will belong to you completely from now on. Wait a minute, what happened to the fertilizer you just mentioned? The fertilizer belongs to me, and the rice seeds belong to you. Looking at the smiling scientist in front of him, Whitebeard understood immediately. Compared with rice seeds, chemical fertilizers are the real money-making tool. Of course, Whitebeard didn't think there was any problem, he was already very satisfied. Gu la la la. That's it, I have no objection. As he spoke, Whitebeard drank heavily. He was already imagining the future where people in his hometown would never go hungry again. There is so much food that the barn can be filled. The damn rats in the barn are eating them up. A world where everyone is filled with happy smiles, no matter the elderly, children, or couples, no one goes hungry. A world where people sing and dance around the bonfire to celebrate the harvest. Thank you, Edie. You helped me fulfill a dream. Whitebeard thanked him again. Edie chuckled and said, although it's a bit disappointing to say it now, I still want to remind you of something. Next, he explained some shortcomings of 4th generation rice seeds. Advertisement. First of all, this kind of rice has high requirements on land fertility and must be rotated. Secondly, it is not cold tolerant, because it is a rice seed cultivated according to the climate of Wanokuni. It is grown in the Grand Line's Dongjima. It is impossible to plant successfully. The climate on Grand Line is very strange. All islands can be roughly divided into 4 types: spring, summer, autumn and winter. And each kind of island has 4 seasons: spring, summer, autumn and winter. Therefore, there are 12 seasons in this sea area. After hearing these words, Whitebeard pondered for a moment. You just said that this is the 4th generation rice seed. If I continue to sponsor you, we can solve the problem of Dongdao planting in the 5th generation and 6th generation. It's okay, Edie looked troubled. Isn't it just winter rice? Just have some hands, of course, you can't say that, otherwise how can you get Whitebeard to pay more sponsorship fees? A matter of money? Whitebeard grinned. The two have known each other for many years, and he already knew Edie's temper very well. 20 billion a year, okay? Make a deal. Edie agreed on the spot. After a pause, he added, 20 billion is nothing to Kaido and Big Mom, but it is already very difficult for you, so I still suggest you don't look at it. It's limited to your hometown, but people all over the world are eagerly waiting for it. Go ahead, Whitebeard, and become a grain tycoon. If you sell rice seeds all over the world, then I can sell golden rice seeds all over the world. Win-win. I won twice. Anyway, more or less of the money you spend selling food will be invested in my research institute. Tons. Whitebeard raised his head and drank heavily. After a while, he wiped the wine from the corner of his mouth and said, I sell grain. You sell fertilizer? Yulalala. I can't compare to you, Edie. Okay, I will listen to your opinion. Whitebeard finally made up his mind. Edie is indeed right. The annual sponsorship fee of 20 billion is beyond his ability to bear. The annual income of the Whitebeard pirates is of course more than 20 billion, but they have a lot to spend money on. He must pay money to each crew member, and those who follow him must not lose their share. There are also materials sent to my hometown. In fact, the 10 billion every year over the years has made him feel a heavy burden. Just for the dream of having enough to eat, he gritted his teeth and persisted. I would rather save other expenses, but it will definitely waste Edie Bailey's research funds. Several years of persistence finally paid off. He was not mistaken. But 20 billion is different. This is indeed more than he can afford. Therefore, food must be sold. Okay, let me help you choose a name. Let's call it Jinky Grain Company. Edie laughed and said, Stop being a pirate. What future does a pirate have? From now on, you will be the food king of the new world? $87. This title is too ugly. Next, Edie took Whitebeard and started a long conversation about how to run the company and how to sell food all over the world. This great plan must be implemented step by step. Time came to noon in a blink of an eye. Sachi finally prepared a sumptuous banquet, and the pirates gathered on the deck to participate in the lively activities. Everyone ate the rice Edie brought. This kind of granular rice tastes unexpectedly delicious. The fragrant rice is paired with wine and food, and it's a happy scene. Young ones, during the banquet, Whitebeard stood up and shouted to everyone. Dad? The pirates all looked away. The captain's orders follow? We want to sell this delicious and high-yielding rice to the world. Let people all over the world have enough to eat one day. Not only is my hometown, you also have a hometown. Whitebeard is in a high mood. Now that he has decided, he will not change his mind. From now on, the goal of the Whitebeard pirates is no longer to hide in a small sea area in the new world. But look at the whole world. Young people, no matter how good something is, it still needs publicity. Announce to the whole world that there was no such thing before, but this day it was born. A kind of rice with a yield of more than 1,000 kilograms per mu was born. If we use Jinka garbage together, the output can even reach more than 9,000 kilograms. This is a miracle. Having said this, Whitebeard took a deep breath and shouted. Pirates are free. From now on, we will become pirates running a food company. We hold a press conference to tell the world and let the world celebrate the birth of Beehive Collection. Oh! The pirates all raised their arms and shouted, becoming extremely excited like monkeys in heat. Chapter 99. Heroes gather on Beehive Island. The name, Honeycomb Rice, was Whitebeard's idea. The Beehive of Beehive MI does not refer to the Beehive Island, but the Beehive Research Institute. In order to announce the birth of the world's highest yielding rice to the world, it is necessary to hold a grand press conference. This is Edie's suggestion, in order to gain a lot of scientific research reputation in one go. The venue of the event is naturally on Beehive Island, so some preparations are needed. First of all, we must invite the news media. The world's largest newspaper, World Economic News, must be invited. Secondly, at the press conference, fertilizers such as Jinkila will also be launched. Edie needs to find a suitable agent before the press conference, and the target candidate is already available. Well, for the press conference, I need to go back and clean up the pirates on the island, and we'll do some preparations for the press conference. After the banquet, Edie said goodbye to Whitebeard and returned to Beehive Island with Shenlong. Bunny. After returning to the institute, Edie immediately found Momosagi and gave him a few instructions. In order for the press conference to be held normally, the pirate group on the island needs to be cleaned up. Are you going to arrest me? After hearing this, Momosagi said with a sense of justice. I have long wanted to clean up the pirates on the island. These lawless villains are better behaved in the hive. Outside the hive, they are all scum on the sea. Then she took Edie and counted the good deeds of the pirates. Edie listened with a smile and said cheerfully, "It's up to you, it's okay to kill them all. It's too troublesome to catch them, so they have to dedicate manpower to imprison them. There are still dozens of pirates imprisoned in the Institute, all of whom were caught unruly. For example, they did not buy indulgences when they landed on the island, secretly sold second-hand indulgences, had private fights on the island without permission, destroyed towns, etc. These captured pirates were kept in a secret room of the Research Institute, specially used for human body transplantation." "Ah, kill them all. I think you are a bit too extreme." Momosagi's beautiful eyes widened. She didn't want to kill all the pirates. When Marine catches pirates, they usually send them to prison, especially those with abilities who try not to kill them if they can. Because after killing the Esper, Devil Fruit will be reborn, and others may have new troubles after gaining power. It is precisely because of this that pirates captured alive and sent to Marine base can get 100% of the bounty, while dead pirates can only get 70%. Anyway, it's up to you. During the press conference, I don't want to see any pirate group on the island. Understood. Also, you contact Morgans and invite him to attend the press conference. I'll contact you right away. Momosagi sprang into action. As one of the Heavenly Mothers, she mobilized the two earthly branches, Sho Niu, and Wei Sheep, as well as 100 bee soldiers. Ugly Cow is a clone of Garp, and Wei Yang is a clone of Sengoku. Momosagi is not unfamiliar with either of them. After all, they were both Marine generals in the past, and their status was higher than hers. Now that he can control the clones of these two at will, it has to be said that Momosagi feels a little happy. As for the bee soldiers, they are a garrison force of the Institute, and they are all clones of Rob Lucci. Their fighting ability is so-so. The power level is about 500, and he is still in his young body of about 12 or 3 years old. This is the rating system for the combat effectiveness of an agent in the CP espionage organization. If the combat power of a gun-wielding soldier is set to 10, then a person with 500 power and complete Grandmaster 6th form is indeed a Superman. This is not simply 50 times, but a Superman with 500 power, who can kill an army of 1,000 people without even getting hurt. In addition, there are hundreds of ordinary clones on Beehive Island, which belong to the police force. They usually patrol the island and handle the sale of some atonement scrolls. The Institute's maid corps is also very large, now exceeding 100 people. This maid corps completely obeys Hancock's orders. At this time, outside the entrance of the Institute, Sho Niu, Wei Sheep, and 100 bee soldiers all knelt down and saluted. "Lord Heavenly Mother, please give me an order. The island is preparing to hold a grand press conference. You go and drive away the major pirate groups gathered in the hive." Momosagi took a stack of wanted posters, took 2 out of them, and handed them to Tianyang and Yoshio respectively. The 2 people on the wanted poster, a man and a woman, are in their 30s, and both are big pirates with a bounty of over 400 million. The man is the captain of the Eden Pirates, and the woman is the captain of the Fairy Pirates. Other pirate groups can be driven away, but these 2 pirate groups must be destroyed. Both captains are capable people, capture them alive. Do you understand? All the clones responded in unison, and immediately launched a cleaning operation. Wei Yang and Chonyu went to deal with the 2 target pirate groups, while the rest of the bee soldiers went to expel the other pirate groups. Momosagi watched his subordinates leave. The reason why we specifically targeted these 2 pirate groups was that these couple were a bit too much. There is a Garden of Eden, dedicated to pirates' sexual pleasure on Beehive Island, and behind it is the Eden Pirates. Just opening a brothel is nothing, it is a legal business, at least according to the laws of the world government. After all, in the Sabaody archipelago, even human trafficking and slave trading are legal, and brothels are of course legal. But Eden was different. The Fairy Pirates and the Eden Pirates are allies, and they are responsible for capturing young and beautiful women to replenish goods for Eden. Recently, people in a village have even been slaughtered to replenish supplies, leaving only a few young women. Not even a 10-year-old girl was spared. Momosagi couldn't bear this, so he simply took this opportunity to kill these 2 pirate groups to scare the monkeys. Captain of the Fairy Pirates, female fairy, Namiya, has a bounty of 410 million. Advertisement: I am also a woman, but I treat women more harshly. Momosagi shook his head, took out the phone, and dialed Morgan's number. She informed the other party about the press conference and invited Morgans to attend, and the other party readily agreed. After completing what Edie told him, Momosagi waited where he was. There was a commotion on the island. Faced with the expulsion notice from the bee soldiers, the pirates still wanted to struggle and try to stay. But soon, Wei Yang and Cho Niu were dispatched, and the news spread to the village that they had destroyed 2 pirate groups. As a result, the other pirate groups immediately understood that the Momosagi woman was serious and immediately ran away. Rocky Port was very lively, and for a while, countless pirate ships set sail. Lord Heavenly Mother, the target has been suppressed. Wei Yang and Cho Niu caught the 2 fainting pirate captains and returned to Momosagi to revive them. Except for these 2 captains, the rest of the crew have been wiped out. Send them to a secret room and lock them up. These 2 people may be helpful to Didi's future research. Momosagi nodded. Didi? Wei Yang and Chonyu were stunned for a moment and called Heavenly Father Didi. Only Taoyu Heavenly Mother dared to call them like that. Yes. The 2 men pretended not to hear anything and escorted the 2 captains to a secret room and locked them up. Momosagi smiled slightly and saw the reactions of the 2 earthly branches. Edie calls her Tutu. Why can't she call her Didi? Just call her, and she will call her every day from now on. Puff, 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 suddenly, the phone rang. Momosagi was startled, but after the call was connected, he heard an unexpected voice. Gion. It's you. A flash of surprise flashed in Momosagi's eyes. How did you know this number, T-Dolphin? Marine has been monitoring Morgan's. T-Dolphin said quickly. I have been worried about you, ever since you were. I'm not a Marine anymore, don't even think about asking me for information about the hive. Momosagi hung up the phone decisively and couldn't help but frown. Morgan's was eavesdropped, and Marine knew about the press conference. Marine knew, which means the world government also knew. Gotta tell Edie as soon as possible. She was about to go find Edie, but the phone rang again. Momosagi answered impatiently. Gion, listen to me, I'm not trying to get information, I've already thought of a way to save you, Chado said hurriedly. I live a good life here and don't need to be rescued, Momosagi angrily yelled. Don't fight anymore, I'm afraid Edie will misunderstand. After saying that, he hung up the communication, and then removed the communication device from the phone bug. In this way, the call will not come in. After doing this, Momosagi found Edie and quickly informed him about the monitoring. After listening, Edie smiled and said, It doesn't matter, our actions are above board, and the world government will know about it. Is there any problem? Momosagi held Edie's arm and said coquettishly, a little embarrassed, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I should be more cautious. It makes no difference. Once the press conference is held, the whole world will know. You won't blame me, will you, Edie? Momosagi nuzzled, and his words were quite deliberately seductive. Why are you so angry with your tea? Did you learn from Hancock? Also, what is Edie? Edie has a black question mark on his face, and the little devil needs to be dealt with because of the day. He immediately took Momosagi back to the house and gave him a hard lesson. Facing the methods of the Hive Emperor, the rabbits were defeated and could only beg for mercy. I was wrong, Edie. Don't call Edie. Spare me, Master Edie. Are you begging for mercy? You are enjoying it. Edie sent a big sword on the spot, and the sword killed the little goblin. The news about the press conference was leaked, and Honeycomb Island expelled many pirate groups. Naturally, this kind of thing cannot be hidden. The world government knew about it, and within a few days, all the major forces in the world also knew about it. Everyone can't help but wonder, what will be announced at the press conference? Along with this doubt, many people took action. A month passed in the blink of an eye. The time came on the day of the press conference. Many forces were invited and came to participate. The 6 emperors of the Dark World, except for the Emperor of the Assassin Field and the big-name funeral company, Dorag Peercrow, the other 5 are here. They are. The Emperor of the Intelligence Field, the King of News, Morgans, is the president of the world's largest newspaper. Therefore Zero please give me flowers. Dufeld, the Emperor of the Currency Field and the King of Loan Usury, has maintained a cooperative relationship with the Hive Research Institute all year round. The Emperor of the Warehousing Field, the Hidden Master, Gilbertson, has almost monopolized the warehousing industry in New World. The Emperor of the Shipping Field, the King of Shipping, Umid, many of the experimental materials and equipment purchased by Edie were transported through this person. And, the last one, the Emperor of the Entertainment Field. Queen of the Pleasure District, Stussy, this woman's industry is even bigger, with casinos, brothels, amusement parks and other entertainment facilities all over the major islands of the New World. Edie didn't invite her, it was this woman who came to join in the fun. Advertisement Stu's Eye's identity is known. On the one hand, this woman is a clone, and the prototype of the machine is the clone of Barkingome Stussy, a member of Rock's Pirate. On the other hand, she is an agent of the CPO under the world government. But in the plot, this woman betrayed her during the Future Island incident. 5 underground kings of the New World landed in Rockyport one after another, and under the leadership of the Bee Soldiers, came to the Hive Research Institute. Between the right eyes, 5 people gathered together, either sitting on the sofa or standing by the window. A maid brought fruits and tea to entertain them. Stussy picked up a cup of coffee with graceful movements and added cubes of sugar to it. She asked the maid with a faint smile, Are you a clone? Miss Stussy, my name is 107. Maid 107 replied. Stussy said in surprise, Won't the Emperor give you a name? It's too much to use a number as a name, as both clones. Stussy is very concerned about this. How about I pick one up for you, Maria, she said with great interest. Sorry, my name is 107. Seeing that the little maid's sister was not getting enough, Stussy sighed helplessly. Okay, I know, when can I see the Emperor? I am very devoted to your Heavenly Father. I've always been curious. My Lord Heavenly Father is entertaining another important guest. Maid 107 had an expressionless face, bowed slightly to Stussy, and then stepped aside. The other side, the rooftop of the Research Institute. Edie put his hands in the pockets of his white coat, and the cold wind from high places made the hem of his clothes rustle. Behind him, Doflamingo knelt down on one knee. Dr. Edie, at your service as my best spy. You are developing very well in North Blue. I admire your methods. Edie turned his back to him and said, Go and set up a Jingia Waste Fertilizer Company, I need you to sell this fertilizer. To the whole world. Doflamingo's eyes showed ecstasy. Really, after leading his family into the New World, it was right to come to see the Emperor as soon as possible. He didn't even take the normal route to climb Upside Down Mountain. Instead, he crossed the comm belt directly from North Blue and arrived at Beehive Island immediately. A month ago, he heard about the press conference and had a feeling that something big was going to happen. Now that he saw Edie, he finally understood. It is indeed a world-shaking event. Grain. Fertilizer. As long as people live in the world, they cannot do without these. This is something that all countries in the world need, and no one can refuse it. Furiforoforin. Please rest assured, I will make plans as soon as possible to build a fertilizer factory. Doflamingo smiled. This business involves an emperor and is a collaboration between Edie and Whitebeard. He was just a pawn, but this is already a rare gain for him. From now on, he will also have a backer in New World. Tell me your plan. Edie turned around and looked at the other person. I'm going to kill a Shichibukai first and get the status of Shichibukai, then. Doflamingo didn't hide anything and quickly put forward his plan. After taking the position of Shichibukai, he wants to steal the power of the country. Steal the country, to be precise, it is to take back the country that my family once owned. Dressrosa. After becoming the king of this country, I will build a large number of new fertilizer factories in the country. Hearing this, Edie thought about it seriously. Factories represent jobs, and jobs represent more income for residents. Doflamingo rules Dressrosa, perhaps better than the current King Chide. No, it must be better than King Riku. King Riku has no abilities, but Doflamingo has outstanding abilities. The only problem is, out of a little kindness, Edie ordered. It's a good plan, but don't kill too many people. Fufufu, doctor, you are such a kind-hearted man. Doflamingo grinned, having previously stopped him from killing his brother Rosinante. Edie smiled. Doflamingo was indeed sensible. By the way, I'm missing a music teacher and a dance teacher here. King Dressrosa's daughter seems to be good at dancing. Just 2 fluttering sentences. Doflamingo understood immediately. As you wish, Emperor's Sword. Chapter 100 Haizu. You are jealous of my beauty, you fat bee ***ch. As you wish, Emperor. Although he agreed verbally, in reality, Doflamingo's original plan was to first send someone to the palace as an undercover agent, and then make plans after he had grasped the truth in the palace. However, the plan could not keep up with the changes. The op fruit incident made him meet Edie, and then he accelerated his actions. Now he has not had time to send people. But this is just a minor issue. Since the Emperor said that the princess whose name and age she did not know was good at dancing, then she must be good at it. Edie suddenly raised his head and looked at the blue sky. I saw thick clouds appearing in the sky at some point, temporarily blocking the sunlight. A huge black shadow loomed, and Xinglong's head and claws poked out of the clouds. Shenlong. No, Kaido. Doflamingo was shocked. Xinglong opened his mouth and let out a string of laughter, quickly lowered his height, and when he arrived at the rooftop of the research institute, he had already transformed into a human form. Little guy, what are you doing here? Are you ready with the money? Edie smiled. Kaido seemed to be drunk, with a hint of drunkenness in his expression. Little guy? Doflamingo was dumbfounded. Kaido moved his stiff neck, barely conscious. The money is on the way and will be here in a few hours. During this time, he was amassing money crazily, causing the many islands under his protection on his territory to be in a state of chaos. The protection fees for next year and the year after have been collected in advance, so he can barely make up 60 billion. When Edie heard that it was money, Edie's smile became even brighter. It's really unreasonable. Just let Jin deliver it. Why are you so embarrassed to come here in person? You're the one who's seeing me outside, Edie, Kaido snorted. What press conference? You didn't even invite me. He wasn't really interested in the press conference, he just stopped by to pick up a replica of the blue dragon fruit. Of course, there is one more important thing. Yamato, this idiot daughter, has been in the hive for more than 2 years, but he still hasn't made Edie his son-in-law, so he has to pay 60 billion. He wants to educate his daughter well. It's about Whitebeard's research commission. Whitebeard is coming soon. When you meet, don't make trouble in my place. It didn't matter to him that Kaido came to join in the fun, as long as he didn't start a fight with Whitebeard. It's acceptable to fight, just don't idle on his hive island. Whitebeard. Kaido narrowed his eyes slightly. Is the old guy not dead yet? He's doing very well. The last time I went to see the redhead, Edie gave Whitebeard 3 anti-aging pills. The effect was good and the side effects were not a big problem. That thing only delays the aging of the body, not makes people younger. The main component is NHC821, which is the 21st member of the substance P family and has the miraculous effect of slightly extending lifespan. Dr. Koreha, the witch of the Drum Kingdom, probably used something similar, so she could still be alive and kicking at the age of more than 130 years old, and she drank alcohol every day without dying. Of course, it's different from Edie figuring out the mystery. Dr. Kuleha probably just discovered the effect of the extraction agent and did not understand the principle. Just like humans in ancient times, they just discovered flames in nature and used fire to burn cooked food. Oh, giggle. For your sake, I'll let him go this time, Kaido grinned. Do you think you can beat me? You've grown so much in recent years, little guy. Edie secretly murmured in his heart that if he ate another blue dragon fruit and completed Zone's awakening, he might be able to fight a dozen more. At this moment, Shenlong suddenly flew over. After arriving at the rooftop, he immediately knelt down on one knee and reported. Sir Heavenly Father, the big Mom Pirate's ship appeared within 10 kilometers of the beehive. It has been confirmed that Charlotte Linlin is on board. What should I do? What is she here for? You're not here to inquire about the progress of your research, are you? Human body enlargement experiment. He didn't have time to pay attention at all. He was still in the state of creating a new folder. Edie said helplessly. After all, she is a sponsor. It is not good to drive people away. Let's send Heizu to greet her. Yes. Shenlong immediately took the order and left. Heizu, a clone of Charlotte Linlin. Regardless of whether they're here to inquire about the progress of the research, let's give Fang's clones a showdown first. Doflamingo on the side was completely dumbfounded. Has Big Mom also appeared? This little Karami who had just arrived in the New World was actually lucky enough to meet the 3 emperors and 1 emperor who ruled this sea area in one day. Beehive Island is a few kilometers away. On the sea, the pirate ship Anthem of the Big Mom Pirates was still humming a song. Charlotte Linlin stood on the bow of the ship, squinting and looking at the islands in the distance. A black shadow quickly flew towards us. Mom, people are here. Katakuri also found the target. A flash of light flashed in his eyes, and Advanced Observation Hockey Future Prediction was activated. He saw a brief glimpse into the future that was seconds away. Then, he was stunned. The black shadow flying across the sea was extremely fast. It covered a distance of 1 kilometer in just 3 seconds and appeared in front of the Anthem. Mama. What does that be asterisk Edie mean? He sent a clone of me to greet me? Charlotte Linlin was furious. It is no secret that the earthly branches are all clones. Charlotte Linlin already knew that she was cloned. But this is the first time I've seen it in person. Charlotte Linlin, Heavenly Father has ordered me to come and greet you. Heizu flapped his black wings and hovered in midair. She put her hands on her hips and looked at her prototype with a half smile. Advertisement: this fat woman is actually the prototype of my own body. How ugly. Heizu complained from the bottom of his heart. No wonder the codename Heavenly Father gave her is Heizu. It's all your fault, you damn fat woman. If possible, she prefers a name like Mao Rabbit. What a pity, it's all your fault. Haiju's eyes were unhappy. She was unhappy, and Charlotte Linlin was equally unhappy. Were you so slim and beautiful when you were young? She was very jealous. Even Charlotte Linlin, one of the 3 emperors, was also a woman, although she did not pursue beauty like a little girl. But when I saw my young clone, she twisted her waist and inserted her hands. No matter from which angle she looked, she was a beautiful woman. I was also a Flower of Rock's pirate back then. Charlotte Linlin, who became increasingly angry as she thought about it, immediately activated her fruit ability. HMPH, it's just my clone. It's really a long-lasting life. I'll take good care of you, you little b******ch. Saying this, a ghostly phantom appeared behind Charlotte Linlin. A wave of soul spread out and enveloped Haiju's body. Seeing this scene, everyone on the boat began to tremble. It's Mom's soul spell. Someone shouted in a low voice, and then everyone started to retreat for fear of being involved. Katakuri did not retreat. A light flashed in his eyes, and he saw the future a few seconds later. Then, there was silence. Die, or life. Like cold words from the underworld, Charlotte Linlin confided from her mouth. The soul fruit ability is activated. Heizu still maintained a high posture with one hand on his hip, and even laughed out loud when faced with Charlotte Linlin's sudden attack. Are you stupid? I know most of the moves you know, just soul spells. Haiju's eyes were playful, and the same soul fluctuation spread rapidly, covering the entire pirate ship of the Anthem. Ghostly syllables sounded. Kneel, or life. Boom. The raging soul fluctuations were like thunder exploding in the hearts of all the pirates. At this moment, wisps of pink strange substances emerged from many pirates' bodies. They were like marshmallows, manifested by people's fear. Stop. Stop. Damn it, someone shouted in horror. Haizu was unmoved and continued to release soul fluctuations. The next moment, thump, 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 suddenly, Charlotte Linlin brought many family members. Unable to bear the pressure, they all knelt down and begged for mercy. They know very well the power of the soul spell. If they don't kneel down, they can only be robbed of their life. Stronger members like Charlotte Katakuri did not kneel. As long as there is no fear in the heart and the soul spell of Heizu is faced directly, the spell will not be effective and the lifespan will not be robbed. It's just that, such people are only a minority. Charlotte Linlin's face was ashen. You little b*****ch, you actually used my power to deal with my child. You fat b****ch, you are so ugly and jealous. Haizu flipped up her long pink hair and mocked condescendingly. Are you jealous of my beauty? This is something you will never get, you old woman. Unlike you, I am still 12 years old. Charlotte Linlin was so angry that she literally turned into a steel balloon. The waters farther away from Beehive Island. A marine surveillance ship is keeping an eye on the situation on Hive Island. Marine found Charlotte Linlin's pirate ship with a telescope, but the distance was too far and he could barely see a shadow. Report. The BIGIMOM pirates were spotted about 10 nautical miles away. Hearing this, the Marine Vice Admiral on the ship looked ugly. Big Mom, one of the 3 emperors? Is the purpose of attending the Honeycomb Institute's press conference? What on earth is going to be released, and even that woman Charlotte Linlin has come to participate. Damn, that's tricky. Activate the black phone bug and continue to monitor. Yes, any news from other surveillance ships? No one dares to get too close. After the Battle of Buster Call, the doctor from the Hive warned that no government or marine ships should come closer than 10 kilometers, and they would be sunk immediately if discovered. Of course, Marine wouldn't dare to pretend he didn't know about such a threat. No one wants to risk their own lives to test whether this warning is true. Suddenly, another lookout noticed something unusual. He stood on the lookout and shouted down. Vice Admiral, Beast's pirate's ship was spotted from behind, distance, 5 nautical miles. What? Vice Admiral was shocked. Damn it, he bumped into it anyway. This time Naval Headquarters dispatched at least dozens of surveillance ships. 0. Not trying to start a war, just surveillance. The surveillance ships originally used to monitor the pirate emperors have now been temporarily transferred to the waters of Honeycomb Island. This 1 in 10 chance was all met by him. What should we do? Vice Admiral, Beast's pirates seems to have discovered us and is coming towards us, the lookout hand exclaimed. Advertisement at the same time. 5 seas and miles away, hundreds of beasts hang. On the pirate flagship, several pirates on lookout discovered Marine almost at the same time. Master Jack, Master Jin, saw Marine's surveillance ship. Ah, Jack the Drow narrowed his eyes and said coldly, pull the ship over, sink them? Ah, the pirate subordinates were stunned. That is a surveillance ship, maybe there is a rear admiral, or even a vice admiral. Who do you think I am? Jack glared at the other person with bloodshot eyes, making the pirate tremble all over. Jin crossed his arms and said, we are going to send 60 billion, not to fight with Marine. Just ignore them, Jack. Faced with Jin's words, Jack immediately shut up. Among the 3 major boards, he ranks 3rd. He only joined in the last year and is also the youngest. How dare he resist his brothers? But Marine is really an eyesore when he comes to the doctor's waters to run wild. Jin suddenly entered the human animal form, and the wings on his arms and back merged into huge pterosaur wings. Not only that, his whole body was wrapped with dark flame clouds like spiritual ribbons. Awakening posture. The next moment, Jin flew out and skimmed the sea. I'll sink them, and you continue toward the hive. Looking at Jin flying away, Jack showed envy in his eyes. It's an ancient species, it's really good, it can still fly. He also wants the powerful zone fruit, and then asks Master Kaido to get his own replica fruit from the doctor and complete the awakening of his abilities. Unfortunately, it takes credit. The other side, Marine's surveillance ship discovered Jin. Vice Admiral immediately pulled out 2 knives and prepared to attack. Fire, he yelled. The next moment, bang bang bang. The deck gun on one side of the warship roared immediately, and the smoke filled the air. The dark shells hit the passing smoke. Boom. More than a dozen shells hit 7 or 8, bursting out with flashes of fire followed by thick smoke. Hit. The artilleryman shouted excitedly, killed 1. Before the last words were spoken, the black shadow had already rushed out of the thick smoke. Jin's eyes were sharp. He ignored the area being bombarded, and launched the attack with the most primitive and violent behavior. That is, collision. Vice Admiral's expression changed drastically, and he immediately realized that Jin's target was the warship at their feet. He jumped up and slashed at Jin with 2 samurai swords. There is no problem with his choice. If he loses the warship, he loses his foothold, which is very deadly at sea. His attack also hit. However, the slash that entangled armament hockey and struck Jin's wings was like an ordinary person punching steel. The force of the shock caused Vice Admiral's hands to bleed. Impossible. Why? So hard, his heart was shocked. The opponent didn't even use hockey, but he could withstand his attack with his physical body. This all happens in an instant. The next moment, Jin ignored Vice Admiral and crashed through the warship 4.2. The wings were like sharp blades, cutting through the warship like tofu. Boom. The Marines on the deck grabbed hold of nearby things, but the torn warship was still destined to sink. HMPH, this isn't the place you should be, Marine. Jin stretched his height again, looked at the warship that was broken into 2 sections and was about to sink, turned around and continued flying in the next direction. There cannot be only one such surveillance ship. Now that one has been sunk, let's just sink all the surveillance ships. The doctor helped him awaken, and he was kind to him, so he just gave Bo Gong a gift. Charlotte Linlin finally stopped fighting with her clone. She decided to ask Edie to find a way to restore her beauty. She never cared about it in the past, but this little B****** ******* Heizu is really hateful, and she still can't beat him. After a little testing, she immediately understood that Haiju's strength was about the same as hers, and there would be no results if she continued to fight. And the other party can fly, no matter what. She took advantage of this power. But she couldn't say anything yet. Are you proud that you can't beat your own clone? Soon after, the Big Mom pirates landed on Beehive Island and were led by Heizu to the research institute. After they arrived, an hour later the Whitebeard pirates also arrived at Rocky Port. Hive Research Institute, large conference room. 3 emperors and 1 emperor gathered together. 5 of the 6 emperors of the underground world have arrived. As for little Karami, Doflamingo can only sit at the children's table. When I was 28 years old, I sat at the children's table, as if I were a gangster. I swore that I would let the world see me. Doflamingo's ambition grows, but before that happens, he decides to hug the doctor's thigh. Welcome everyone, let me say a few words about the press conference. Edie, who was sitting on the main seat, spoke with a smile. Chapter 101. The yield per mu is 10,000 kilograms, shocking the world. Edie's simple words are really simple words, rather than the leader's long words and a lot of nonsense. The 5 emperors of the underground world sitting in front of him immediately cheered up. Their title of emperor only formed a certain monopoly in their own field, and their power was not small. It doesn't mean force. No matter which world, in the end, it is not the person with the big fist who speaks loudly. So, Edie is talking and they're listening. Doctor, please tell me. Dufayr nodded. This invitation to you to attend the press conference is to achieve a series of cooperation. Edie said straight to the point. You will all know the specific content of the cooperation after the press conference. As he said this, he couldn't help but look at the only woman among the five. Queen of the Pleasure District, Stussy. This woman came to join in the fun. He didn't know what she meant. Is it an individual act, or is it the instructions from the world government behind it? Seeing Edie's eyes on her, Stussy didn't mind releasing her feminine charm and spoke elegantly. Doctor, can we inform you in advance about the content of the press conference now? That would lose the surprise. As for cooperation, am I capable? You participate. What do you participate in? The boss of warehousing industry and the king of shipping or logistics and transportation. News King helps with publicity. The Loan Shark King provides fertilizer loans to help poor countries obtain loans, and then buy fertilizer from him for production. You are in the entertainment industry. Edie is really not interested. He didn't bother to talk to the other party, and looked at his watch. It's almost time. Morgan's live broadcast? Don't worry, Emperor, I have prepared a month in advance to ensure that the whole world can watch this press conference. Morgan's promised on the spot. Whether East Blue, West Blue, North Blue, South Blue, or Paradise and New World, World Economic News has major branches. Thank you for your hard work. Let's get started. Following Edie's instruction, strong radio waves were immediately released from the Hive Research Institute. New World, North Blue, South Blue, Holy Land, Paradise, West Blue, East Blue. In order, countless live broadcast sites received the radio waves and huge screens lit up. Of course, in addition to Shijing's live broadcast site, the radio waves can also be received by other videophone bugs. As long as they have the appropriate equipment, anyone can watch the grand live broadcast of WEN 20 that has taken the world by storm. East Blue. As the last sea area to receive radio waves, people here are also concerned about the press conference. The news of Shijing has been warmed up for a week in advance, and everyone will be curious about a press conference for the whole world. At this time, Goa Kingdom, Windmill Village, the only tavern in the village. A videophone bug received the radio waves, and the light from its eyes was projected onto the wall curtain, and the live broadcast screen immediately appeared. It's starting, boss, Chef Lucky Lou said hurriedly, with a piece of bone and meat still in his mouth as he spoke. The red-haired Shanks sat at the bar, stopped drinking, and looked at the curtain seriously. In the picture, the man's figure appeared. As soon as the red-haired man saw this man's face, he thought of his daughter who was forcibly taken away, and his expression couldn't help but feel a little helpless. The child Uda was not abused at all. On the contrary, the child lives very well in the Beehive Research Institute, with many maids taking care of her, and it is completely the wealthy life of a young lady. Edie doesn't even restrict Uda from contacting him on the phone. Thanks to this, Hongfa can receive contact from her daughter every month. His daughter kept urging him to go to the hive, but Shanks couldn't go and couldn't take him with him. The only way is to become 4 emperors. Coming back from his thoughts, the red-haired man watched the live broadcast seriously. He was also a little concerned about the so-called press conference and wanted to know what the man was going to do. To all the viewers around the world who are watching this live broadcast, I wish you good morning, good noon, and good evening. My name is Edie, and I'm a scientist. The man in the live broadcast is smiling, wearing a pair of glasses on the bridge of his nose. His manner is gentle and elegant, and his voice is like spring breeze. To put it straight to the point, the main purpose of this press conference is to introduce to people around the world 2 products developed by myself. They will change the world. When I saw this, a little boy suddenly broke into the tavern. Luffy, you kid is here again. Makino, the boss's wife, looked helpless. Oh, Makino. I'm here to see Shanks. Monkey D. Luffy, who is 6 years old this year, is still a little kid. After saying hello to Makino, he started searching the pub. After seeing the red hair next to the bar, his eyes suddenly lit up and he ran over quickly. Shanks. Shanks. Tell me more about pirate adventures. Little Luffy's eyes sparkled, full of interest. Ah, Luffy. Not good now, let's do it later. The redhead smiled and continued to watch the live broadcast. Little Luffy also noticed the curtain on the wall. After seeing the man in the picture, he couldn't help but pinch his nose and asked casually. Who is this person? Haha, you kid, you don't even know the doctor. Usopp laughed and said, do you know who the top pirates are? Advertisement? The pinnacle of pirates? Little Luffy's eyes lit up. Is this person? No, only after you stand at the pinnacle of pirates. The red-haired voice said in a low voice, will you have the opportunity to meet this man? A group of pirates broke through Upside Down Mountain and entered the Grand Line. They encountered a huge whale, as huge as a mountain. The pirate ship almost hit each other when it rushed down the current. It's so bad that the ship was destroyed and people were killed. When they drove the boat to a nearby lighthouse, they saw an old man sitting on a beach chair and sunbathing. Newcomer. The old man glanced at the new pirate group. Where do you come from? West Blue. The captain grinned and said, hey, old man, are you the lighthouse keeper here? Crocus. Oh, my name. The old man Crocus glared at the group of pirates. Newcomers have just come to Grand Line. You should be more humble. Maybe you can live a few more days. The captain was stunned. The crew members behind him were immediately dissatisfied, and a swordsman said angrily, smelly old man, what are you? The captain stopped his men and looked curiously at the image phone bug in front of Crocus. On the projection cloth, a live broadcast was being played, and the man in the screen was saying something he couldn't understand. Maybe some people know me, maybe they don't know me yet, but after today, you will all remember me. The two products I want to introduce to you were developed and cultivated by the Honeycomb Research Institute after decades of research and development. It's not an exaggeration to call it a miracle. The pirates looked at each other. The captain said in surprise, "This man looks familiar. I seem to have seen it on the news." Among the pirates, there is an inconspicuous girl. 17-year-old Nico Robin's eyes lit up and he silently called the other person's name in his heart. Dr. Edie, my son Grand Line, Calm Belt. The sailboat Winter Grandma is sailing in the Calm Belt. It's a bit incredible to say that the Calm Belt is a prohibited sea area with no wind, but the sails of this sailboat are at full sail. The course of the ship is clearly east blue, on deck. The leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dorag, is also watching the live broadcast. On his left and right sides, two Chibu stared at the screen intently. Ladyboy King Ivankov, and Bartholomew Kuma. It's really worrying. What are the two products this person is going to say? Can they change the world? Ivankov stomped his feet. You'll know soon. Dorag, wearing a green cloak, was calm and collected. Big Bear remained silent, just looking at Edie in the picture. He thought of Ginny. Then he saw it. In the picture, Edie seemed to feel thirsty after saying a few words, and Nee came in with a cup of tea. It's Ginny. Ivankov was shocked. When he saw the other party serving Edie tea and water, he was dumbfounded. Is this fool living a good life in the hive? Did the commander of the Eastern Army of the Revolutionary Army transform into a maid serving tea and water? Since being captured, they have not received any news from Ginny and thought she was unfortunately dead. Looking at it now, it's absolutely fine. Why didn't you contact us? Ivankov frowned and said, she doesn't seem to be physically restrained. Long shed a cold sweat and remained silent. Although it's not a good idea to think this way, it's very possible that Ginny has rebelled. He immediately thought of intelligence issues. Was the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army leaked? Neither of them noticed that Big Bear's expression was a little dull. Ginny, be safe. He breathed a sigh of relief and had the urge to fly away and head to the hive. But he quickly calmed down. He thought of his parents. My father is from the Bacania tribe, and my mother is just an ordinary person. But after the two got together, their father was involved and their mother died. He shouldn't bother Ginny anymore. Since she is safe at the Hive Research Institute, that's the best thing. Edie, please help me take good care of Ginny. Big Bear silently prayed for Ginny in his heart. Naval Headquarters, Conference Room. Many Marine senior executives were also watching the live broadcast. Any disturbance in the hive is enough to attract their attention, let alone a live broadcast to the whole world. The Beehive Emperor in the picture took a sip of the tea brought by Ginny and continued the product introduction. Please look at the scene behind me. With these words, a projection lowered behind Edie and a picture-in-picture appeared. It was a rice field, and the golden ears of rice were full of rice. The heavy rice made the ears of rice bend down. Wrong. Crane Vice Admiral was suddenly startled and blurted out. The height is wrong. The size is wrong. Please pay attention. The farmers are harvesting rice. In the picture, in the corner of the rice field, you can see several old farmers harvesting. However, the number of old farmers who can hold their arms is only less than 1/3 compared to the tall rice. Comparing the rice produced by the rice ears, Vice Admiral Crane showed an incredible expression. How is this possible? How could something so outrageous happen? Advertisement. She stood up unconsciously and murmured. Is the so-called research result this kind of tall rice? After her reminder, the other generals also responded one after another. Everyone looked at each other, confused by this scene. It's called honeycomb rice, also called honeycomb rice. Under good planting standards, the yield per mu has reached an astonishing 10,000 kilograms. Edie confidently tells the world the announcement was, of course, made with a bit of exaggeration. But the yield per mu of 9,000 kilograms, if rounded up, is 10,000, which is not considered false propaganda. When these words were spoken, hundreds of millions of people around the world who were watching the live broadcast were shocked and in an uproar. Pengu City, among the powers. The 5 elders looked at the live broadcast and immediately sneered. Saint Satan's eyes were disdainful. I thought it was some terrible weapon, just food. Because of the existence of general-level clones, they were extremely nervous about the press conference. I'm afraid Edie will come up with some more terrifying technology. They have been a little restless this month, but when they saw it today, it turned out to be rice. Satan, are you an idiot? Completely different from Saint Satan's reaction, Saint Shepherd Tanpid showed a shocked expression. He is the god of farming and martial arts. The yield per mu is 10,000 kilograms. How could something so outrageous be possible? I absolutely don't believe it. As the god of agriculture, he knows a lot about agriculture. There are more than 170 countries that have joined the world government. In all countries that grow rice, what is the average yield per mu? About 350 pounds. Multiply this number by 30 to get a yield of 10,000 kilograms per mu. 30 times. How is it possible to have this kind of rice? Shepherd 10 Peter simply couldn't accept it. Oops, trouble, he said with a livid face. If this is true, things will be out of control. No one can resist this kind of thing. Even if the world government uses laws to prohibit the use of this honeycomb rice in all participating countries, the result will only breed smuggling. 30 times the food productivity, all participating countries will have abundant food in the future. Even if the upper-class nobles swallowed most of it, some would still flow out to the bottom. Once people have enough to eat, few people will go to sea to become pirates unless they have no choice. Everyone will be grateful to the person who invented this rice. Namely scientist Edie. The financial god of war, Nashu Langsheng, also reacted and said with an ugly face. The people will spontaneously canonize him as a saint. Unlike their holy counterparts in the celestial dragons, Edie's fame will reach an extremely terrifying level. A mere human being. Top Wechuli, the legal martial god, said coldly. Does he want to be a god too? Saint Satan was stunned for a moment, and thought of the possible scenes that might appear in the future, and suddenly fell silent. Honeycomb rice is just food, but it is much more terrifying than many weapons. We don't need peace, we need balance. Pirates are indispensable. Only when pirates are rampant will the participating countries honestly hand over heavenly gold and ask for Marines' protection. Legislate it immediately. Public opinion slanders. Toxic chemicals. In an instant, the 5 elders decided to stop the spread of honeycomb rice no matter what. Although it may not necessarily have much effect, it must be done. Hive Research Institute. Edie smiled and continued to introduce the last product. The yield per mu is 10,000 kilograms. If you want to achieve this amazing yield, you need another essential thing. Fertilizer, Jin Kayla. I believe that in the future world, everyone will have enough to eat. I hope the world will be peaceful and people can live and work in peace and contentment. As a scientist, I just made a small contribution. The person I really want to thank is a pirate with a dream who has funded the Research Institute over the years. After saying the last humble words, Edie gave up the C position to Whitebeard. When Whitebeard came into the picture, people all over the world were a little confused. Pirates? Fund research institutes? Research and develop high-yielding grains? Isn't this what world government should do? Whitebeard in the picture grinned and announced to the world. I am Edward Newgate. Many people call me Whitebeard. I am an ordinary pirate. When I was a kid, the country couldn't afford the gold and everyone couldn't afford food, so I had to go to sea and become a pirate. But I have had a dream since I was a child. I want to create a world where there is enough to eat. Thank you to Dr. Edie for laying a solid foundation for the birth of New World. And then, it's my job. I announce that from now on the Whitebeard Pirates will set up the Golden Grain Industry Company to contribute as much as they can to ensuring that people all over the world have enough to eat. I, Whitebeard, am no longer a pirate. Chapter 102 Get Rich Overnight. Edie. We are the world. Honeycomb technology is shocking. I thought that honeycomb rice and Jinjala were already the highlight moments of the press conference. But I didn't expect Whitebeard's declaration of retirement to be extremely explosive. People all over the world showed stunned expressions. Whitebeard, one of the 3 pirate emperors, is he going to retire? Change your career to form a grain company and sell grain? Oh my god. Did my ears hear it wrong? What kind of joke is this? Edward Newgate, the legendary pirate with a bounty of more than 5 billion Baileys, wants to wash his hands in a golden basin? Unacceptable. My hometown was destroyed by the pirates under Whitebeard. Still want to retire now? I don't care about Whitebeard, I just want to know where to get rice seeds and fertilizer. A yield of 10,000 caddies per mu is a miracle, a true miracle. People around the world who watched the press conference were shocked by the short live broadcast. With Whitebeard's declaration of retirement, the fanatical atmosphere has begun to rage. No one can reject the myth of a yield of 10,000 jin per acre. Even if it is true, even if it is false, people who are fooled can queue up from the Holy Land to Upside Down Mountain. Especially some countries that are hungry and plagued by food shortages. The rulers even couldn't wait to get grain seeds and fertilizers. Combelt, sailboat winter grammar ends. Monkey D. Dorag stared blankly at Whitebeard in the live broadcast. You really quit being a pirate and went to run a company? Ivankov, the Demon King, was still in disbelief. That's Whitebeard, one of the 3 emperors. Dorag said solemnly. The point is not Whitebeard, but the food and fertilizer. Edie, this scientist is so amazing. He couldn't help but have self-doubt and was a little confused. Was what he was doing really meaningful? Start a revolution, overthrow the rule of the celestial dragons, and then create a new world? Compared with the mythical world of tens of thousands of pounds per acre, what kind of world does he want to create? Whitebeard's phrase, create a world with enough food, is more powerful than any revolutionary slogan. It is not just a slogan, it has even produced results and is about to share these results with the world. We may have some misunderstandings about him, he is a great scientist. I have known Vegapunk for a long time, but Vegapunk is not as good as him. Dolog was filled with respect. This is indeed something that can change the world. Twin Points Lighthouse. Nico Robin was also shocked. The last time she was shocked was when Dr. Edie led the earthly branches to repel Buster Call. At that time, she thought of her hometown Ohara. It was also at that time that she had a new goal. She wanted to find him, and that was her sun, shining fiercely into herself in the darkness. Today, I was shocked for the second time. The myth of a yield of 10,000 kilograms per mu. She didn't care about Whitebeard's declaration of retirement at all she could see was the gentle scientist. If there are benevolent gods in this world, then Dr. Edie must be the incarnation of gods in the human world. Doctor, it took me 4 years to finally find the opportunity to enter the Grand Line. I hope I can continue to spend 4 years walking in front of you. Nico Robin felt admiration in his heart and his eyes were full of energy. She has completely become a little fangirl. Naval Headquarters. There was complete silence in the conference room and you could hear a pin drop. Until Crane Vice Admiral broke the dull atmosphere. Whitebeard's retirement announcement, what do you think? This should be a good thing. Without spending a single soldier, the Lord has lost 10 men. One flying squirrel vice admiral said in a low voice. Idiot. Do you believe what the pirate says? Where's your brain? Another vice admiral burst out angrily, slapping the table and standing up. Cunning pirate, what kind of declaration of retirement is just to sell food better? Selling food is a commercial activity, and its customers are all countries in the world. Someone nodded in agreement and said, if you go to make deals with the kings as a pirate, you will encounter some troubles, but if you announce your retirement, you can avoid a lot of troubles. When a pirate makes a deal with the king, the world government has an excuse to intervene at any time. The kings of the participating countries should also think twice. Some people shook their heads and said, whether they are really retiring or not, they just want to sell food, and they still produce rice seeds with a yield of 10,000 kilograms per acre. This must be a good thing. How can it not be a good thing if more people can have enough to eat? Hearing this, the two people in front were immediately speechless. I still can't accept it. Whitebeard is a man who stands at the top of pirates. Vice Admiral, a man with a Huxia character, had a gloomy expression on his face. I'm not praising him. Can the crimes committed in the past be wiped out by simply retiring? How can there be such a good thing in the world? Then go catch him, if you can. There was a heated debate in the conference room, with opponents and supporters holding different opinions. After a long while, Crane Vice Admiral sighed. Are these people children? Mistaken the point. What is the point of arguing about justice and evil here? Tuck tuck. She knocked on the table and waited for everyone to calm down before saying, what we want to discuss now is how to deal with the so-called Jinky Grain Industry Company in the future, not Whitebeard or Whitebeard's subordinates. What bad things did the person do in the past? The vice admirals who had been quarreling fiercely before suddenly stopped talking. What to talk about? Their talk makes no sense. How to deal with it? The world government will convey the order, and they only need to execute it. Advertisement finally, everyone's first line of sight was towards Master Yuan. Sengoku stared at Whitebeard on the screen and said solemnly, until the order from above is conveyed, treat Whitebeard's behavior of selling grain as unknown. This was his decision after thinking about it. Sengoku really couldn't find any reason to interfere and stop it. Because this is indeed a good thing, at least for countries with insufficient food, it is simply pie-in-the-sky delicacies. But at the same time, he is also very clear that the world government will definitely intervene. Hey, what is justice and what is evil? Sengoku was confused and remembered Edie's attack on Ben some time ago. Can righteousness have enough to eat? Hive Research Institute? Whitebeard is announcing the final content. Soon, the contact information of Jingao Grain Industry Company and Jingao Waste Fertilizer Company were released. The former is the contact number of the Whitebeard pirates, and the latter is the contact information of the Donkey family. When the live broadcast ended, Kaido in the audience grinned. Newgate, you old guy, don't you want to be a pirate anymore? Mama ma'am, what a pity, I accepted your territory without politeness, Charlotte Linlin mocked, but she didn't expect to get something for nothing. Whitebeard narrowed his eyes. He didn't want to retire at all. The idea of not being a pirate was just Edie's request. It's just a convenient excuse for everyone who wants to cooperate. Kaido, Linlin. Do you think the world government will believe me if I say that I will retire and stop being pirates? Whether we are pirates or not is not decided by ourselves, but by the 5 elders. If the world government says you are a pirate, then you are a pirate. It has nothing to do with your will. Where's one? Peace? Charlotte Linlin is of course not a fool, it's just sarcasm. Not interested in. Whitebeard returned to his seat, he really wasn't interested. He has only 2 dreams. One is to allow people in my hometown to have enough to eat. The other is, wanting family. As for the rest of the world, he is not a noble saint, he just sells food. Just shout a slogan. No one interrupted the conversation between the 3 pirate emperors. It wasn't until Whitebeard sat down that the 5 emperors of the underground world finally found a chance. Dufayr said hurriedly, Doctor, the cooperation you were talking about is about honeycomb rice and Jinkala fertilizer. That's right. Edie sat on the main seat and explained to several speakers with a smile. Grain transportation and storage. What should a poor country do when they want to buy fertilizer but have no money? We have thoughtfully prepared fertilizer loan for you. You use the fertilizer first, and after the harvest, you can choose to use honeycomb rice to repay the loan, or you can pay in cash. Finally, there is news dissemination. Of course, this kind of thing needs to be publicized through the media, so that everyone knows how to obtain grain seeds and fertilizers. At the same time, fertilizer loans must be vigorously promoted so that you can borrow money with confidence and borrow money boldly. This is a one-stop service, so we need the full help of the 4 of you. After listening, the 4 people's eyes were filled with light. Doctor, you are indeed a genius, Dufayr complimented. I completely agree with your plan. The mythical story of a yield of 10,000 jin per mu should really be shared with the world. This is not a lie, because it is profitable. Of course there is interest on borrowing money. As the king of loan sharks, this is what he does. As soon as Edie mentioned the fertilizer loan, he understood immediately. You don't even have to consider whether the other party can afford it. Can't afford it? How can you not afford it? If you can't afford it, just bring the food you grew. Unless there is a natural or man-made disaster that results in food shortage, then Dufeld considers himself unlucky. Gilbertson, the hidden master, in the warehousing field, and Umit, the shipping king, in the transportation field, also agreed and flattered each other. Doctor, I am happy to serve you. My warehouses are all over New World, and I can definitely guarantee the safety of food transshipment. Leave the transportation to me. Edie nodded with satisfaction, not surprised at all by these people's choices. Because this is cooperation, everyone can make a profit, unless there is a trick in the head and you want to make trouble with money. Of course Edie will not eat alone, and eating alone is the most taboo thing in business. Soon, everyone formed an interest group with honeycomb rice and Jin Kyla as the link. It's like a huge cruise ship, enough to crash through any iceberg blocking it. Suddenly, Stussy raised his hand and said with a smile. Emperor, what about me? I also want to cooperate, can I see where I can be of service to you? Edie didn't expect that this woman really wanted to join in the fun, so he couldn't help but ask. What can you do to cooperate? Stussy smiled helplessly, it seemed like she really couldn't get in. Emperor, I am afraid that the world government will prevent the spread of honeycomb rice. This thing is too powerful and will shake their rule. What are you saying? Edie's face was full of surprise, and he spread his hands outward. World government? We are the world. Hearing this, Stussy was stunned. Advertisement, we are the world? Good hockey's statement. But it's true, at least in the waters of New World, the world government can't stop it at all. Her eyes swept across the crowd. 3 emperors and 1 emperor, as well as the king of shipping, the king of news, the concealment master, and the king of loan sharks. When these people are combined together, we can indeed say, we are the world. Haha, I like hockey's man. Stussy smiled softly, stood up and bowed slightly to Edie. I saw interesting things today. I'm sorry that I can't serve you. So, little lady, I'll say goodbye. She walked away gracefully on high heels. Doflamingo, who was sitting in the corner, narrowed his eyes and laughed in his heart. A woman who runs a brothel and a casino is worthy of working for the doctor. What is your identity? The doctor's #1 brother is me, Doflaming. Edie watched Stussy walk out of the conference room and immediately said to Ginny beside her. Go and spy on her. Yes. Ginny walked out immediately. Of course she didn't want to follow Stussy, but she wanted to go to the monitoring room to call the bee detective. After the 2 women left one after another, Edie continued to host the meeting. The specific details of the cooperation have yet to be discussed. After more than an hour, various details were finalized and the distribution of benefits was completed. No one left any written contract, they just saved the video of the meeting. Edie has the biggest fist, and what he says is the rule, and no one else has an opinion. So, after a friendly discussion, everyone returned home with a full load. Whitebeard has been busy. After the press conference, the Whitebeard pirates have received many calls. There is an endless stream of people wanting to buy. As soon as one call is hung up, the next one comes immediately, without stopping for a second. Those who can get through are the lucky ones who win the lottery. However, Whitebeard currently only has more than 4 tons of grain in hand, which is unable to cope with the passionate customers. Even if you include Wanakuna's experimental fields that have not yet completed harvesting, it is still a drop in the bucket. Likewise, the Don Quixote family has also received countless calls. It was clearly stated in the press conference that without fertilizer, the yield per mu would be only over 1,200 kilograms. Compared with the yield of 10,000 kilograms per mu using chemical fertilizers, everyone wants chemical fertilizers. What's the use of just buying grain seeds? Although it is very productive, who would refuse a domestically produced product? Doflamingo was in pain and pleasure. Even the little girl baby 5 is answering the phone and dealing with purchasing customers from all over the world. Little Lord. Half an hour later, the exhausted baby 5 dismantled the phone bug and ran to Doflamingo. There are so many people that we haven't even built a factory. Foo. Let them make a reservation and pay first. With a grin, Doflamingo decisively ordered, we will only accept reservations from New World customers for the time being. This is the doctor's wish. As for the delivery time, it depends on when he builds the factory. If you want to build a factory, you must first win the royal power of Dressrosa. Thinking of this, Doflamingo immediately found Edie. Doctor, I want to act as soon as possible, go ahead. Edie called Momosagi, who has been collecting information about Shichibukai. Momosagi took out a list and handed it to Doflamingo. You can choose one of these 7 people. Do you need to send someone to assist you? The meaning of sending people is to send an earthly branch over to kill them, which is a risk. Foo, Momosagi-sama, please believe in my ability, I just solved 1 Shichibukai. Doflamingo refused. He targeted his #1 younger brother, so how could he accept earthly branch's help? Doesn't that make him look like a waste? Soon, he selected a Shichibukai, with a bounty of only more than 200 million, and he is currently in danger of paradise. After deciding on the target, Doflamingo went out alone. As for the family members he brought this time, they stayed in the hive for the time being and continued to help Edie handle the affairs of the Jingdao waste industry. The other side, Edie turned on the system. Everyone has gained something, but his gain is the greatest. It's not just the money that the fertilizer industry company can earn in the future, but more importantly, your scientific research reputation reaches 100%, and you will be rewarded with 1 simulation. Your scientific research reputation reaches 100%, and you will be rewarded with 1 simulation. When your scientific research reputation reaches 100%, you will be rewarded with 1 simulation time. A series of system prompts. Number of simulations remaining, 4 times. After seeing the numbers on the interface, Edie showed a surprised expression. 4 times. Filled the progress bar 4 times in one breath. He had never been so wealthy. There was something wrong with the way the system was opened before. Sure enough, it is a technology that benefits the general public, and it is easier to gain reputation. Get rich overnight. Chapter 103 Little guy, you have hurt me. Obtained 4 simulation times in one go and helped Edie open the door to the new world. The technological content of honeycomb rice and Jin Kyla is far inferior to that of earthly branch-level clones. But the former is easier to harvest reputation. The general public doesn't care at all how awesome the local branch-level clones are and how high their technological level is. To put it bluntly, this is the pinnacle of technology in the world today. However, it is still not as difficult as honeycomb rice, which is not as difficult as earthly branches. As for the Jinkili fertilizer, it is just a little leftover from the research and discovery of P particles. But this is a good thing. In the future, when we use up the number of simulations, we can just make some products that the public likes. Edie is very optimistic about this. With the number of simulations in hand, he was immediately ready to start a new study. Now that he is an immortal, he no longer has the shackles of lifespan, and many of his previously inconclusive studies can be put into action again. For example, a clone of Logia's Esper. This is a problem that Vegapunk cannot solve in the plot. At the same time, it is also a problem that he cannot solve. But Edie believes that this problem will be solved soon. Arriving between the right eyes, Edie asked all the maids to leave and made herself a cup of fragrant coffee. While drinking coffee, I started a new simulation study. But at this time, there was movement from outside. Charlotte Linlin walked in with a bang. She was a fat woman with a height of 8.8 meters. She walked like a moving tank. The movement was very loud. Edie temporarily put down the research at hand, raised his head and smiled. Xiaoling. What's the matter? Xiaoling. Charlotte Linlin's mouth twitched. She was already a mother of dozens of children, but when she thought about Kaido being called little guy, she felt balanced in her heart. Dr. Edie, the Heizu under your command was so majestic before. That little b***** ch. Almost sank my ship at sea. Is there anything else? Edie offered one of the 3 magic weapons on the spot, with a surprised look on his face. Don't worry, I will definitely criticize her in the future. You are the sponsor of the institute, how can you be so rude to the sponsor? This child is really naughty. The so-called 3 magic weapons, never mind my business. Never mind your own business, is there such a thing? The 3 magic weapons are enough to deal with most situations. You've already talked about this child, what else can I say? Charlotte Linlin was depressed, clinging to this point, and seemed to care about the child. Although Heizu is indeed a child. Mama, forget it, she snorted and said, but you can't favor one over the other, doctor. How do you say that? Edie Xiaoshang spread his hands and pulled Ming to pretend to be confused. Kaido got a copy of the blue dragon fruit, and you even helped his subordinate Jin awaken. Whitebeard also got the honeycomb rice, which can make a lot of money. Where's my wife? Charlotte Linlin sat down on the sofa opposite and said angrily. I haven't lost a penny of your funding these years, and there is not even a trace of the human gigantism experiment. The anger is feigned, but the urge to progress the research is genuine. A total of 80 billion has been sponsored in the past few years. This little money has been wasted, and Yuan Luo Do and Linlin don't care. But she cares about the human gigantism experiment because she found out that Edie might really help her achieve her goal. Edie is very calm, and he is already familiar with the issue of financial backers coming to urge progress. Just smile. It's coming soon, don't worry, the research is going well. My daughter is still living in your research institute. She reports some information every month, but you haven't done any research at all. After hearing this, Edie remembered that there seemed to be such a person. Charlotte Garrett. She was a 14-year-old girl when she came here, and she is now 18 years old. Because she had no sense of existence, if Charlotte Linlin didn't mention it, he would almost forget about it. There are actually some difficulties in this matter. Edie pondered for a moment and said, although I don't pay special attention to this project, I usually know about it. The world government has been conducting human gigantism experiments for hundreds of years. Geisa had spent a lot of time at Punk Hazard and was no stranger to this research. Edie asked for some relevant information from Guy. There are a lot of difficulties with it. Let me tell you this, if it takes 200 to 300 years and more than a dozen generations to slowly improve and evolve through blood factors, we can create giant humans. But you certainly don't want it to be that long. If you compress a period of 200 to 300 years into one generation or a few years, the difficulty will be completely different. Edie explained it to Charlotte Linlin seriously. After some professional terms popped out of his mouth, it was obvious that Linlin didn't understand them at all. Tell me, how much more do you want? Rich woman Charlotte Linlin waved her hand, showing off her heroic spirit. Advertisement Edie laughed and said, okay, I just like a bold person like you. Difficulty? What is the difficulty? As long as you give enough money, the difficulty is just a cloud. Starting from, Cade, this year, it will be 40 billion per year. Within 5 years, I can give you a preliminary result. No problem. Charlotte Linlin agreed on the spot that it was only 200 billion, which she could afford. With the examples of Whitebeard and Kaido, her trust in Edie is still very high. Then, she mentioned the second thing. Doctor, I have one more thing to trouble you about how women can regain their youth. Stimulated by Heizu, Charlotte Linlin has no choice but to look like an 18-year-old now. Edie was speechless for a moment. He was a lot older and still wanted to regain his youth. However, he quickly thought of something. He immediately smiled and said, restore youth, certain devil fruit abilities can do it. For example, there is a paramecia fruit called the regression fruit that can regress a person's age. I see. Charlotte Linlin's eyes lit up. She had seen the old devil fruit sign, and after Edie reminded her, she immediately thought of it. Edie shook his head and said, "It just makes people age backward. If you don't control your appetite, you will still be a fat man even if you go back to 18 years old." Hearing this, Charlotte Linlin's face darkened. "I can't live without sweets. Is there any other way, doctor?" Eating a second devil fruit, such as the slippery fruit, can transform a person from a fat person into a slender beauty. Paramecia slippery fruit. In the plot, she was eaten by a fat pirate from Elvita in East Blue. After eating, she immediately became a beautiful woman. Charlotte Linlin felt overwhelmed by what Edie said. She is a person with soul fruit ability, how can she eat the second one? Doctor, can you use your high technology to think of a way? Do you think I'm a god? How much? Let me think about it. At the same time that Charlotte Linlin was pestering Edie, she wanted to regain her youth, regain her beauty, and then go find the little bee *****ch hi zu lang lang shu shi. Between the left eye, Kaido met his daughter. Yamato is still a little afraid of Kaido. "Father, why are you here?" Kaido snorted coldly. "Yamato, I sent you to the beehive, not to let you drink tea here every day." "Huh?" Yamato was confused and carefully put down the tea in his hand. "You have grown up and become an outstanding woman," Kaido said solemnly. "There are many women around Edie, you must seize the opportunity." Kaido didn't know anything about the women around Edie. For example, Boya Hancock, he knows. That woman is best friends with her daughter, and they have had a good relationship since childhood. We also met each other today, and the earthly branches called her Heavenly Mother. Kaido doesn't care how many women Edie has, even if he has 1,000 or 10,000, he just cares about whether his daughter can capture her. "Yamato, you are as beautiful as your friend Hancock. At the same time, you have inherited my excellent genes. You and Edie will definitely give birth to excellent children." Kaido's eyes are not limited to Edie, but also eyeing Edie's seeds. Yamato looked blank. Seeing his daughter's useless look, Kaido said unhappily. "When you were a kid, you shouted to marry Uncle Edie every day. Have you forgotten this dream?" "What a waste, Yamato. Father, what should I do?" Yamato asked obediently. "This. And then this. Do you understand?" As a man, Kaido didn't believe it. If his daughter threw herself into his arms, could this happen? Although Yamato is a bit stupid, his outstanding beauty is real and he will never be worse than that little girl Hancock. After a period of discussion, Edie finally sent away Chonglot Ling. For the sake of money, he still helped the other party develop a method to return to youth. First, use the sway sway fruit to return to 18 years old. Secondly, let her lose weight through technological means. The main reason why there is no need to regress the fruit is that the fruit has already been eaten. The eater is a marine, a disciple of the former Marine Admiral Zephyr, a woman named Ain. And the Paramecia sway sway fruit has not been eaten yet. It is also the devil fruit that can return people to their youth. This fruit should currently be in the hands of Saint Satan, one of the 5 elders. In the plot, this guy extracted the effective substances from the sway sway fruit and injected it into Guinea's daughter Bonnie, thus making Jewelry Bonnie become a nemesis without eating the fruit. At this time, Edie was preparing to plan an operation against Mariajoy. You can get this fruit by the way when the time comes. Beehive Island is still busy. The Whitebeard pirates were temporarily stationed on the island and were busy selling food all day long. The same goes for the Don Quixote family. As the news announced at the press conference continues to ferment, it is expected that the world will not be peaceful for a long time to come. But this doesn't bother Edie, since others will handle it anyway. He still likes to study things that interest him. Advertisement night. When Edie returned to the bedroom after taking a shower, she found someone on the bed as soon as she opened the door. It was normal to have someone in his bed. Every time he wanted someone to sleep with him, he would ask the maid to notify him. Hancock, Momosagi, Tianue, after they get the news, they will wash themselves in bed and wait for his favor. But tonight is not normal. Yamato? Uncle Edie. Yamato was lying on the bed with only his head popping out. When he saw Edie coming back, he immediately raised his upper body. "Who asked you to come?" A look of helplessness flashed in Edie's eyes. "You can probably think of who it could be. It's unlikely that this girl Yamato came here on her own." Yamato got up from the bed. When Edie ran up to her, she could still smell waves of girly fragrance. Unlike the 15-year-old, Yamato's development is very good and he is a head taller than Edie. Yamato opened his arms and hugged Edie's arm, and said with a smile, "My father asked me to come. He said that I want to marry Uncle Edie, and this is the fastest way." "Your dad is really a bad person." Edie sniffed the girl's body fragrance and sighed. Little guy, you've really hurt me. Take this as a test for cadres. Which cadre can stand the test?" Soon after, Uncle Edie, you hit my corner." The story about honeycomb rice and Jin Kyla caused a sensation all over the world. Since the press conference, the news media has launched a heated discussion the next day. Especially, World Economic News. In the morning, he was still praising Edie fiercely, calling it a great invention that changed the world, and praising Edie as the greatest and most benevolent scientist in history. People all over the world should thank the great scientist Edie for his contributions. In the afternoon, the new newspaper changed its story and said that the 10,000 caddies per mew was a scam and the pirates' words were not worthy of belief at all. Researchers at a certain research institution said that they have extracted toxic substances from honeycomb rice, which are harmful to the human body. If eaten all year round, the toxins will accumulate and kill people. In the evening, the world government immediately issued a new law, strictly prohibiting all participating countries from planting honeycomb rice and using golden rice. Then, a new morning comes. The news of Shijing began to praise fiercely again, and the gorgeous rhetoric was breathtaking. In the afternoon, the smear campaign started again. It's like a schizophrenia. Edie paid attention to the trends of public opinion throughout the whole process. He was not angry about Morgan's schizophrenic behavior, he just found it funny. This was of course due to pressure from the world government, and Morgans did not dare to refuse such a black draft. In the midst of the bustling public opinion storm, honeycomb rice and jinkeli fertilizers began to spread in an orderly manner. The first area to spread is naturally the New World. At the same time, Sea of Paradise, Devil's Triangle. This sea area is the only place that the Grand Line must pass through. Only by passing through here can you reach the endpoint of the first half, the Sabaody archipelago. But because this sea area is shrouded in fog all year round, there is no sun. Hundreds of ships disappear here every year. The ships that are found are all empty ships without crews, and some people witness ghost ships floating with the dead. On this day, an extremely large ship sailed here. No, it can't even be called a ship, it's more realistic to call it a moving island. On the front of the huge island-like ship is a demonic mouth. The walls spreading out from both sides of the mouth are endless and endless. And inside the city wall is an island. There is forest and there is land. In the center is a cold and dark castle. Behind the castle, a mast hundreds of meters high was hung with a pirate flag that looked like an open bat. Moria Pirates. Captain Gecko Moria, Paramecia Shadow Fruit Power User, has a bounty of 320 million belly. At this time, in front of the castle, Moria was having a fight with a man. Shichibukai. Moria stared at the man in front of her with an ugly face. Fighter, Ibit. Why is Shichibukai on my ship? The man called Ibit had a slender figure and wore steel gloves on his hands, which were covered with spikes. Captain of the boxing pirates, his bounty before becoming Shichibukai was 277 million baileys. The supernova pirates who emerged a few years ago were quickly recruited by the world government to become one of the Shichibukai. Haha, that's a stupid question, Moria. Ibit punched his fists and jumped lightly. Of course it's hunting pirates. For someone with such a high bounty like you. Suddenly appeared in this sea area and asked me to solve the problem. Furfurfurl. Is that right? Suddenly, a low laughter sounded. Both of them changed their expressions and looked at the craftsman in the castle. Under the dim sky, Doflamingo was sitting on the corridor wall of the castle, with his legs crossed and a mocking smile on his lips. Sorry, I need Shichibukai's head, can this man give it to me? Gecko Moria. Chapter 104 The Discovery of the Soul Sea, The Mystery of Devil Fruit. You are, the leader of the Don Quixote family, Joker. Heavenly Yaksha, Doflamingo, Moria and Apt were both surprised at the sudden intrusion of the uninvited guest. Fufufu, do you actually know me? Doflamingo chuckled twice and moved his fingers slightly. The next moment, 10 figures jumped out from behind him and rushed towards Shichibukai Apt. My zombie! Moria's eyes widened and she shouted angrily. What have you done, Doflamingo? Facing the attack of zombies falling from the sky, Apt moved dexterously, punching one after another while dodging. Bang bang bang. The 10 zombies were immediately knocked away, hit the wall of the castle, and quickly got up again. Targeted on my head. ABT's eyes were cold. Even he had heard about North Blue's Don Quixote family. Why does this kind of person appear in Grand Line, and why do people who focus on him buy? He didn't think about it for a while, but it was obviously not a wise choice to fight 1 against 2, and Apt had the idea of temporarily retreating. HMPH, it seems you were lucky, Moria. Goodbye, you won't be so lucky next time. After saying harsh words, Apt suddenly took out a smoke bomb and displayed it in front of him. IZ. Moria choked on the smoke and looked unhappy. You can come to my place whenever you want and leave whenever you want. Who do you think I am? Zombie soldiers. Withered hands stretched out from the ground, and then a group of zombies crawled out and headed down into the smoke garden. However, ABT's figure has been lost in the smoke. UB***************. D. You actually ran away. Moria was even more upset. The shadow under her feet suddenly changed from a flat plane to a 3-dimensional one. Flying bat. Go find it. The shadow split, forming a large number of pitch-black bats, which quickly dispersed in all directions. On the corridor wall, Chelamingo grinned. He is my target, Moria. Fufufu, just let me help you. Doflamingo opened his right palm, making it look like a claw. A few invisible threads were wrapped around his fingertips. When stretched straight, they seemed like steel wires that could cut anything. Birdcage. Countless threads gathered into a bunch, and the thick white thing suddenly flew towards the sky above the castle. After reaching the highest point, it exploded like fireworks. Dong 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 dong. In an instant, an area with a radius of 1 or 2 kilometers was blocked by thick white lines. It looked like a cage for birds. Seeing this scene, Moria was startled, then frowned and asked, what is your purpose in targeting Shichibukai? Of course, his head is used in exchange for the status of Shichibukai. Fufufufu, a pirate of his level can become a Shichibukai, so what can't I do? After Doflamingo arranged the birdcage, he jumped down from the gallery wall, taking an arrogant step forward with a sly smile on his face. Hearing this, Moria's heart moved. Indeed, if someone like that just now can become a Shichibukai, why can't I? With the name Shichibukai, you have the qualifications to legally plunder, and you will no longer be hunted by Marine. Moria quickly came up with a series of plans. He wants to become a Shichibukai, and then quietly accumulate strength until one day he can take revenge on that B**************** D Kaido. Hee. Doflamingo, thank you for your suggestion. At this moment, a puffing sound sounded. Doflamingo paused and immediately took out the phone bug. After the call was connected, there was a gentle male voice on the other side. Doflamingo. Upon hearing this voice, Doflamingo was shocked, and his arrogant steps changed to standing upright. Doctor. He greeted in a respectful tone. You're in the Devil's Triangle, on Gecko Moria's ship. Yes. Doflamingo's pupils shrank and he responded quickly. Why would the doctor know? The doctor did know that he came to hunt Shichibukai Abut, and Momosagi also informed him of Abut's location. But the location given in the intelligence was not here, and he found it after a lot of trouble. PhD. Gecko Moria was slightly startled. Doflamingo's current posture was completely different from when he first appeared. It was obvious that he was very afraid of the person on the other end of the phone. Even if he was not face to face, he couldn't help but maintain a sufficiently respectful posture. Who is the doctor? He squinted his eyes and thought, and then he thought about it immediately. In the Devil's Triangle, there's a ghost ship with a living skeleton named Brook on it. The phone bug imitated Edie's tone and calmly gave instructions. Find him and come back with a piece of his bone. I understand, please don't worry. Doflamingo didn't ask why. As an outstanding junior, you should talk less, work more, and accumulate credit little by little. Only in this way can you slowly gain the trust and appreciation of the boss. It was his honor to be assigned a task by the doctor. Looking forward to your performance. Click. The phone bug closed his eyes and the radio wave was cut off. Doflamingo put away the phone bug and showed a pleased expression. At this time, Moria suddenly said, Doctor, I see, you are the subordinate of that scientist. There's no good in knowing too much. Why don't we just kill you here? Advertisement. Doflamingo stared at the opponent dangerously. Hee, don't worry, I'm not a loudmouthed person. Really? Since you heard it, I have to trouble you. Doflamingo thought for a while and gave up on killing Moria for the time being. You have some flying zombies. Help me find them. Find a skeleton named Brook. Before that, let's kill that Shichibukai. Moria did not agree or refuse, but snorted coldly. What do you think of my territory? Come and leave whenever you want. It's just a Shichibukai. You're really arrogant. The little devil. The two worked together and quickly took action. Apt, who was imprisoned in the castle area by Birdcage, had no way of escaping. With the contraction of Birdcage, Abbott was quickly discovered and had to fight 1 against 2. The bounties of the three of them are actually about the same, either more than 200 million or more than 300 million. But bounty does not represent strength. Moria was once a pirate supernova. After entering the New World, Moria even grew to the point where she was on par with Kaido. Then in Wano Kuni, Kaido was knocked back to reality, all the crew members were killed, and only he escaped. But being able to escape from Kaido also represents a kind of strength in itself. A butte is too big, he can't defeat Moria, let alone Doflamingo. Being besieged by the two men together, in less than half an hour, their heads were chopped off by Doflamingo's fretsaw move. At the place where the three men met, in an unnoticed corner, a little bee flapped its wings and faithfully recorded everything. It converted the pictures and sounds into radio waves and sent them back to the Hive. Hive Research Institute, basement level, monitoring room. In the surveillance screen, the scene of Doflamingo killing Shichibukai is being played. Edie couldn't help but shake his head. This Shichibukai is too weak, and it also has a bounty of more than 200 million? Behind her, Ginny squeezed Edie's shoulders flatteringly and asked curiously, Emperor, were you looking for a moving skeleton just now? Edie pondered. Brook, the future musician of the Straw Hat Pirates. He was once a member of the Lumba Pirates. During his adventure in the Grand Line, he encountered an enemy pirate group and was destroyed. After death, he was resurrected due to the power of the underworld fruit. It's just that after the soul returned from the underworld, it was lost for a long time. When it found its body, it had turned into white bones. As a result, Brook could only live in the world again with a skeletal body. In his active years, Gold D. Roger was still a newcomer. 013903420 Filu 103,572,490. His abilities are amazing. Ginny, do you think there is an afterlife? Edie smiled. When you die, you die. Of course the underworld and heaven are fake. Ginny obviously didn't believe it. When she lived in the kingdom of Sorbet, she had been staying in the church and had some understanding of what was recorded in the Bible. She was not interested at all, but Big Bear read a Bible every day. But the soul does exist. Edie is noncommittal. As a scientist, he only believes in experiments. Will not arbitrarily affirm or deny something. 66 and 77. To be precise, first generation 66 and 77, after performing the immortality surgery, their souls died. Op Fruit's immortality surgery gives the recipient eternal life at the cost of the soul of the surgeon. In contrast, the body is alive, just like a vegetative state. By the way, what happened to that woman Stussy? Suddenly, Edie thought of the clone who was not his clone. Nothing unusual. Ginny stopped the massage, walked to the instrument and quickly operated it a few times. Stussy's figure immediately appeared on the screen. This woman has returned to her own Happy Street. The so-called Happy Street is a city full of entertainment facilities such as brothels, casinos, and amusement parks. Keep monitoring her. Edie gets up and leaves. After walking out of the monitoring room, he silently opened the system interface. This simulation project. Research on the cloning of Logia users and the replication of Logia fruits. Required conditions. Bloodline factor theory, a Logia fruit or Wangshen fruit. The necessary conditions are not met. Yes, it's stuck. A few days ago, Edie got 4 simulation times in one breath and immediately wanted to overcome the problem of Logia. The result was stuck. Logia fruit is too rare and rare. To get a Logia fruit is as difficult as winning 200 million in the lottery after rebirth. A person with Logia ability can name many names, therefore, it is more appropriate to start from the underworld. I happened to see Doflamingo in the Devil's Triangle today, so I simply asked him to go find Brook, get Brook's bloodline factor, and start with the underworld fruit. A few days later, Doflamingo returns to Hive Island. He brought back a hand bone. Judging from the shape of the bones, it should be the left hand. Doctor, this is what you want. In fact, 1 phalanx is enough. Edie shook his head secretly. Doflamingo cut off one of Brook's arms. Therefore, Zero, please ask for flowers. Forget it, it's not important. You did a good job. Foo, it's my honor to serve you. Doflamingo grinned. Because you didn't give the order to obliterate, I kept that skeleton alive, but Moria took away his shadow. Hearing this, Edie nodded, and then asked about Shichibukai. Doflamingo didn't hide anything, he told everything. Advertisement. He took Abbott's head and went to the marine base of Sabaody Archipelago. Not looking for naval headquarters. 7 Warlords of the Sea is a department directly under the world government. In theory, it is on the same level as naval headquarters. Naval headquarters has no meaning. He contacted the 5 elders directly. The 5 elders were very angry that he killed a Shichibukai, and finally agreed. The anger was mainly directed at Apt. What a waste, he was killed so easily. Doflamingo did not mention that he was from Celestial Dragons, which was the biggest reason for the 5 elders to agree. Probably tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, the news that I will become a Shichibukai will appear in the newspapers. Doctor, next, I have to go to Dressrosa. What else do you want to order? Before taking action, Doflamingo asked again. He was afraid that his actions would violate Edie's taboos and lead to a decline in his evaluation, so it would be good to have more. Edie smiled and said, Xiao Ming, try to kill as few people as possible. Understood. Doflamingo understood and was ecstatic. Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming is good. Kaido is little guy, and he is Xiao Ming. They are both juniors. Rounding up, he is equal to Kaido. After sending Doflamingo away, Edie took Brook's left hand bone and entered the underground laboratory. 0. He spent a day extracting Brook's bloodline factor and rubbing his hand into a new ability ring. Nowadays, Edie has many ability rings in his hands. They are Pteranodon, Yamada no Orochi, Blue Dragon, Time, Imitation, Island, Giant Buddha, Phoenix, Shining, Shaking, Mature, Soul, White Ape, Sweet, Purple, Fluttering, Surgery. And the latest one, Wangshen, 17 pieces in total. He only wore 10 of them, 1 on each finger. It's not that you can wear 2 or 3 on one finger. The main reason is that it is too eye-catching and easy to be noticed. It's already very eye-catching for a person to wear 10 rings, but there are 2 or 3 rings on one of his fingers. It's hard not to be noticed. Of course, it doesn't matter if you notice it. The necessary condition for the simulation is the underworld fruit, but the ability of the underworld fruit is fine. Edie took off the ring that represented the Buddha's fruit and replaced it with a new underworld ring. Later, he opened the system again and created a simulation project. This time, the necessary conditions have been met. Edie smiled with satisfaction. Very good, let me see with my own eyes. What is the so-called afterlife? What is the underworld? This is probably another story about a lonely man looking up at the stars. Open black lens bracket simulation begins. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. The first year, having the ability of the underworld fruit means that you have the ticket to the underworld. In order for the soul to reach the underworld, it is actually very simple, just stab yourself to death with a knife. As a scientist, of course you would not commit suicide like this. You took your own blood factor and wanted to clone yourself so that he could go to hell instead of you. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. The third year, cloning failed. You are surprised to find that with the means you currently have, there is no way to clone yourself. You are an immortal, and the immortality factor cannot be cloned. You did the next best thing and chose a bee soldier to go to hell on your behalf. You give the underworld ring to the other person to wear, and at the same time order the other person to commit suicide. The bee soldier committed suicide, and soon after, he was resurrected. You asked him about the secret of Wangshen, but he couldn't explain it at all, he just told you. Heavenly Father, I seem to have seen a dreamlike world. You were very disappointed with this. The clone's IQ is too low to understand what you see and hear. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Fifth year, you used the resurrection laboratory to extract and copy your own memories and inject them into a new clone. The new clone thinks he is Edie, the world's #1 scientist. You were very happy that the experiment was successful, and you immediately ordered him to commit suicide and let his soul go to the underworld. He did so without hesitation. He died. A few days later, his soul returned to his body and was resurrected. You ask him about the mysteries of the underworld. A clone that has all your memories still cannot accurately describe Huang Quan. After all, he is not the real you, he just has your memories. But he still describes some phenomena that will surprise you. You are not satisfied with this. Close black lens bracket open black lens bracket 10th year, you repeated the experiment thousands of times and sent clones of thousands of people to Huang. You sorted, summarized all the information and came to a conclusion. The underworld world does not exist. That is the dark side of the world, a sea of souls. You suddenly realize that the mystery of devil fruit opens up a mysterious corner to you, fan. Chapter 105, the third law, controlling the authority of God. Open black lens bracket 11th year, you construct a crude theory based on existing data. But if you want to test your theory, it's not enough to send B soldiers to commit suicide and obtain information in the form of paraphrases. You know very well that in the process of dissemination of information, there will definitely be losses. From one person to another, a series of transmission processes will become increasingly distorted. You decide to personally go to the so-called afterlife, which is the underworld. To this end, you start a series of preparations. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket 12th year, you finished your preparations. After learning that you were going to the so-called underworld, through suicide, your women all want to stop you. Hancock, Momosagi, Yamato, Toki Amazuki, and Kazuki Hiyori, Ginny, etc. They all want to stop you. You comfort them that they are just taking a trip for a few days and will be back soon. Hancock begs you to give up. You caressed her delicate cheeks and said with a smile, I love you, I also love my own life, but I love the truth even more. You picked up the prepared dagger, unlocked the tyrant's territory, and stabbed yourself into the heart. You dragged your heavy body to the soft bed you had prepared earlier and closed your eyes with endless anticipation. The women were crying, and Hancock was crying very sadly. In your confused consciousness, you heard her say, You must come back, Master Edie. If you don't come back, I will definitely come to find you. The earthly branches stood silently guarding outside the laboratory. You are dead. Your soul seems to have been inspired by something, and you have a heavenly feeling. At a certain moment, the power of the underworld fruit is activated, your consciousness is restored, and you are resurrected as a soul. You open your eyes and finally see the so-called underworld. Consistent with the inference, this is an ocean of souls, which is infinitely large and has evenly distributed energy. There are often bubbles floating in front of your eyes. They will explode suddenly, but will be reborn after a period of time. 190. You gradually understand everything. You are addicted to the sea of souls. Close black lens bracket, a few days later. You feel a repulsive force driving away your soul. In other words, the gravity from the real world is pulling you away from the soul sea. You understand, this is the power of the underworld fruit, it is guiding you to resurrection. You tried your best to resist, but you could only hold on. You didn't know how long, but your soul's sense of body and your body's perception of the passage of time were not consistent. It's about a few days, you judge. Your consciousness seems to have passed through a barrier between real and false. You return to the real world, and your soul appears above the hive island. You passed through walls and floated into the underground laboratory, where you saw Hancock guarding your body. She is putting on the 8th hell ring for you. You burrowed into your own corpse. You were resurrected. The moment you stood up, Hancock threw himself into your arms and cried loudly. You smiled and patted her back and stroked her head. You understand everything. And next, you want to steal God's authority. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket 12th year, you commanded the earthly branches and brought back many war orphans from all over the world. The oldest one is just over 2 years old. You built 4 levels underground, a new laboratory. You separate all the war orphans and each has a separate room. You take care of their food and drink, teach them knowledge, and guide their dreams. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket 22nd year, devil fruit was born out of people's strong desire. This strong desire breaks the boundaries of reality and illusion, pries open a corner of the soul sea, and the energy tilted out from it makes people become capable people with incredible power. You are using these war orphans, channeling their dreams, to create a devil fruit. But within 10 years, you failed. Close black lens bracket open black lens bracket 32nd year, the oldest war orphan is 22 years old. But still no one succeeds. They seem too comfortable and their dreams and desires are not strong enough. Or does it also depend on a person's qualifications? You decide to launch a second round of experiments. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket 132 years, you have gone through more than 10 rounds of experiments, but all failed without exception. You have some doubts about whether your theory is correct. You decide to redesign an experiment. You need a special environment. An ancient environment that simulates ancient times, before devil fruit was born in this world. You are not in a hurry, you have eternal life. Close black lens bracket open black lens bracket 133 years. You used the lion fruit to move a dozen islands, and then threw them into the calm belt at the same time. You used the power of the island fruit to splice more than a dozen islands into a small continent. You captured a dozen babies, 7 or 8 teenagers, and 2 couples. You erased everyone's memories, and at the same time, added false memories to the boys, girls, and 2 couples. In the false memory, their tribe suffered a natural disaster and perished. They fled here and began to live on this small continent that you named Pengu. No, it's survival. In this small continent, in addition to humans, there are also various beasts such as dinosaurs. They began to survive. Close black lens bracket open black lens bracket 134 years. Advertisement: the stronger of the 2 couples died during a hunt. The remaining adult man took in the woman whose husband died, and he gradually became the leader of the group. He named himself King. The king led his tribe to avoid the attacks of wild beasts and found a safer area on the small continent of Pengu. The tribe began to multiply. Close black lens bracket open black lens bracket 135 years. The two women became pregnant one after another, and the king gave birth to a new child. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket 142 years. The king is injured. In a world without doctors, being injured means losing combat effectiveness. The king is dead. The former boys and girls have now grown up, and one of them has become the new king. He named himself Tree. They have always lived in treeholes, and the meaning of trees is protection. The tree wants to be everyone's guardian. Close black lens bracket open black lens bracket 143 years. You observe everything silently through the bee spy, and observe human beings through the spirit. You find that Shu is a very smart man who has developed many weapons to help the tribe survive. He formed a team of hunters and conveyed his hunting experience to everyone. Hunters have mastered the habits of external creatures, summarized the rules, and understood the natural environment. The tribe gradually stabilized. Close black lens bracket open black lens bracket 144 years. You were dissatisfied with the result, so you caused a natural disaster. You ordered the earthly branches and woo horses to dispatch, and shock fruit's punch set off a tsunami. The tsunami flooded Shu's tribe, and Shu led his tribe to flee. Some babies died, and one of Shu's wives died. Shu was very sad, and the tribe's population dropped by 1/3. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket 157th year. You have also used natural and man-made disasters one after another, and have been tempering this group of experimental subjects. The tribe's population remains at 100 people all year round. But you didn't see what you wanted to see. No strong dreams were born among them. So, you sent a clone of about 10 years old into the small continent of Pengu. The clone's name is Yang, and he is given a mission. One day, Yang encountered a tribe of hunters. The tribe accepted Yang. Yang told the tree that my tribe was destroyed. In a volcanic eruption, everyone died. Only he who went hunting survived. The tree comforted him. Yang said, I have a dream. I hope that I can be like the sun in the sky, shining on all mankind and bringing warmth to everyone. Tree doubts. Dream? Close black lens bracket open black lens bracket 160 years. The tree has entered middle age, and its physical strength is gradually declining. He became friends with Yang. Yang's fighting ability was very good. Even 10 people plus 1 could not defeat Yang. Once, Shu asked Yang, what is a dream? Yang replied, it is a strong desire. If there is a god in this world, he will definitely respond to my dream. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket 171 years. The tree died and Yang became the new leader. Dreams about Yang began to spread among the tribe. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket 179 years. Under Yang's leadership, the tribe developed and grew. The soldiers of the hunting force gradually became stronger and gradually gained the upper hand in the confrontation with the forest beasts. The reason why humans can stand at the top of the food chain is because of organization. You observe silently, waiting for an opportunity. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket year 201. Human clone Yang entered a period of decline, and Crohn's disease appeared. Yang has only one wife. The wife sat in front of the hospital bed, looking at Yang who was getting weaker and weaker, crying bitterly. Yang has no children. Yang took his wife's hand and told her, as long as humans have dreams, once they are born, there will be gods who will respond to our dreams. Open black lens bracket year 202. The new leader is the most powerful man in the tribe and he calls me. He inherited Yang's will and led the tribe to develop and grow. He built a statue of the god, which was built according to Yang's description. Yang calls God, Father, as long as you have a strong desire, the Father will definitely respond to you. The dragon believed this, and he prayed to the gods every day, hoping that he could be as powerful as the dinosaurs in the forest. But the gods never appeared. Close black lens bracket open black lens bracket year 203. Over the past year, you have continued to create natural disasters and brought disasters to the small continent of Pengu. Until one day, you used the power of lion fruit to drop a meteorite on the small continent. Meteorites cause unimaginable devastation. It destroyed the earth and killed many dinosaurs. The dragon's tribe was also slightly affected, with the number of entrances reduced by 3/3. Long faced the disaster after the meteorite fell in a daze. In his eyes, the extremely powerful dinosaurs were just trampled to death like ants in the face of this natural disaster. Dragons respect nature. Dragons fear nature. God, if you really exist, please bless us. The dragon led the remaining tribes to migrate. Many people died on the way to migration. Long thought it was his mistake, and a strong desire arose in his heart. Advertisement man cannot defeat nature. Earthquakes, tsunamis, hurricanes, meteorites, ice and snow, swamps. Every natural disaster will bring huge losses to the tribe. Point 0. When migrating, the dragon carries the idol on its back. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket year 205. After 2 years of migration, I finally found a new area. It was a land of ice and snow. The tribe settled here. But when winter comes, many people freeze to death. The dragon hopes that he can transform into flames and warm his people. He knelt before the statue of the father and prayed for a glance from the gods. But the gods did not respond. Close black lens bracket open black lens bracket year 208, you gradually feel disappointed. You begin to doubt your theory. Perhaps the scope of this experiment is not large enough. Pangea is too small, only several times larger than Wano-kuni, and the number of experimental subjects is too small. You are ready to start over again, you have a long life, you can afford it. Your theory is not wrong, it is what you have seen with your own eyes. You came to the sky above the small continent of Pengu, and caused an earthquake with one punch. Boom boom boom. In the strong vibration, the small continent Pangea shattered into 7 pieces, but the disaster is not over. You have to completely erase this failed experiment and start from scratch. The earthquake affected the tribe. The leader Long watched helplessly as the earth tore apart, endless ravines were born before his eyes, the tribe's stronghold was destroyed, and countless tribesmen fell into the abyss. In the face of such natural disasters, human power is so weak. The land began to sink. The dragon knelt down, and the horrified screams of the tribesmen could be heard from all around. Everyone is asking the leader to find a way to lead everyone. More and more people are losing their lives, whether children, women, old people, or even soldiers. In the earthquake that tears apart the continent, all living beings are equal. The statues of gods in the tribe also had cracks. The dragon looked at the cracked statue of the god, smiled sadly and said, "God, do you really exist?" He stood up, ignored the threat of earthquake, picked up the wooden stick with which he had killed many ferocious beasts, and smashed the statue to pieces. He awakens armament hockey. The stick was as hard as iron and could easily smash the statue of Shijing into pieces. The dragon was stunned. Is God responding to me? He dropped the weapon in his hand tremblingly, knelt down and looked up at the sky, roaring in his heart. Heavenly Father, if you really exist, please give me the power to save my people. This is my humble request. I am willing to turn into the earth and provide you with an eternal residence. A strong desire, a strong prayer born on the day of genocide. This power breaks the boundaries between reality and virtuality. At this moment, I felt it. You observed this scene with a strong look in your eyes. Suddenly, the earthquake stopped. Long stared at himself blankly. He stared at his hands, which turned into soil, and his body was also disintegrating, like the soft earth. Suddenly, my body felt strong again. A figure obscured his sight. Long looked up and saw a young man in white clothes, who seemed to be the statue of a god coming to life. You're fine. The young man said this, and then, I lost consciousness. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket year 209, you returned to the Hive Research Institute with the dragon. You extracted the dragon's blood factor. You confirmed it, that is the power of devil fruit. Your theory is confirmed. You cloned the opponent's fruit ability 0.8 and named it, Logia soil fruit. This is a Logia fruit that has never appeared before. At the same time, you also understand why dragons could not transform into dinosaurs or flames before. Because both fruits already exist. Close black lens bracket open black lens bracket year 255, you refine your theory and summarize it as Edie's third law. Close black lens bracket. Edie's third law. There is a sea of souls in the pirate world. Demon fruit power can unconsciously channel summoning the sea of souls, and use itself to receive the energy dumped from the sea of souls. This kind of energy is afraid of the sea, and the energy released by the particles will annihilate each other when they meet. Based on this theory, you believe that there must be some kind of anti-P particle in the human soul. Unfortunately, you cannot confirm its existence with current technology. Open black lens bracket year 256, you solved the mystery of devil fruit. You have mastered the method of cloning a Logia user. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket simulation ends. Close black lens bracket. This is Edie's longest simulation, spanning 256 years. Without eternal life, it would be difficult for him to reach this point. He probably understood why Logia could not be cloned before. To be precise, even if it was cloned, it would not be able to possess Logia's abilities. Logia is special. It not only requires physical strength, but also requires mobilizing the energy in the soul seed to release it. Cloned people cannot do this, which is different from Paramecia and Zone. Haha, eternal life is awesome. The corners of Edie's mouth raised slightly, feeling sincerely happy. Now, as long as he wants, he can even create a new devil fruit, and even turn a person into a human fruit, a fantasy beast. If we talk about the blood factor theory, it touches the realm of God. Then, the discovery and confirmation of the soul sea means that he has the authority of God. Chapter 106 Robin. Take me away, I will do anything. Ha ha ha, just a clone of Logia can't trouble me, although it took a bit of time. Even Edie couldn't help but feel a little proud at the moment. He looked at the system's settlement. In this simulation, the total research funding consumed is 680.1 billion Baileys. Close black lens bracket. Simulation reward. About the cloning of Logia ability users. Open black lens bracket whether to pay. Close black lens bracket, additional reward, Logia tutu fruit. The huge research funding made Edie's smile freeze. The last time P particles were discovered and the mystery of hockey was solved, almost 4 trillion were consumed. This time it was more than 60,000, close to 7 trillion Baileys. Is there enough gold in Sky Island? Edie couldn't help but wonder if he would empty out Sky Island's gold. Then I thought about it, it was gold that I picked up for nothing, and it was nothing if I didn't use it. He claimed the free bonus first. there was a flash of white light, and a devil fruit appeared in Edie's hand. Logia Earth Fruit. This fruit is a copy of myself in the simulation. It's useless to say that it's Logia after all, so it's very rare. But to say it was useful, it was of no use to him. He could always make another copy if he wanted. Gently throwing the Logia devil fruit in his hand, Edie left the laboratory and came to the upper floor of the research institute. Momosagi is just looking for him. Didi, there's news from Umid that one of his grain transport ships has been seized by Marine. The buyer is a country in New World, which happens to be a member country of world government. Marine has good reasons to seize the grain transport ship. Violated the laws of the world government. Oh, you really dared to do it? Edie was surprised. How much did you lose? 1 ton of grain. Momosagi sighed, but the money has been given. Then let the buyers and the world government argue with each other. Edie doesn't want to care about this kind of thing at all. The world government is in a hurry and is digging its own grave. This is for you. He gave the devil fruit in his hand to Momosagi, a Logia fruit, a soil fruit created by me, which is not recorded in the devil fruit sign. 20. 4 women he has slept with now. Hancock, Yamato, Momosagi, Tensky. Only Momosagi is not an Esper. This Logia fruit should be left alone. Why not give it to Tutu to give her a little more strength? Momosagi held the fruit with his beautiful eyes wide open and an incredible expression on his face. Wait a minute, Didi, what did you say? The fruit you created. Devil fruit can also be created artificially? The inside of a female monkey. Momosagi is already immune to being called a female monkey. She is a female monkey anyway, and Edie is a male monkey who likes female monkeys. Looking at the devil fruit in his hand, Momosagi felt happy in his heart. Of course he was happy to receive the gift. I'll leave for a while, and you can pay more attention to the affairs of Honeycomb Rice and Jinkaila. Don't worry, Momosagi kissed Edie happily. The next day, Sky Island, the kingdom of God. Edie visited this place for the 3rd time, and the ancient city of Shantora remained unchanged. The name Shantora means, splendid city. When I first came here, all the buildings in the city, except the ground, were covered with a layer of gold. The golden city is worthy of its reputation as the golden land. But after Edie's first 2 harvests, more than 1/3 of the city has lost its gold. Hopefully enough. Edie immediately activated the green dragon ring, entered the human animal form, breathed flames, and began to collect Guangjin. After 5 or 6 hours of work, the gold in most areas of the city was peeled off and solidified into a huge golden lump in the central open space. Edie chooses to pay. The gold in front of me visibly turned into dust and dissipated in the wind. Eventually, only a thin layer remains. It is enough for 7 trillion, and the remaining part may only be a few dozen tons. At the same time, a huge amount of knowledge flooded into Edie's mind. More than 250 years of experimental records and related knowledge are flooding into my mind crazily. A full hour passed. Edie slowly opened his eyes as clear as a mirror. He completely understood why Logia's clone could not succeed. The reason is extremely simple. The same necessary material is missing. Just the blood factor is not enough, you also need a little bit of the other party's soul. Only by adding this little bit of soul into the embryo can the clone that eventually grows out have Logia's abilities, otherwise it's just an empty frame. Currently, he possesses the blood factors of 4 Logia ability users. Advertisement: Logia sand fruit, sand crocodile. Logia sparkling fruit, Kazaru perusolino. Logia frozen fruit, Iokiji kuzan. Logia gas fruit, Gaisakorin. Add a little soul, it's simple. If it's like the fusion of 2 bloodline factors, adding the souls of 2 people at the same time. Will clones be born who possess both Logia abilities? Edie caught the inspiration and immediately wanted to give it a try. After some thought, he decided to start with crocodile. The last time I met each other was on Guy Island 7 years ago. In the past 7 years, news about crocodile has appeared in the news from time to time. As the first Shichibukai, his reputation is not small. As for where crocodile is now, he doesn't know. But it doesn't matter, he knows that the other party created a criminal organization, Huluke Company, Limited. The group's home base is at Whiskey Peak. Thinking of this, Edie immediately took action. Arriving at the end of the Sea of Clouds, he once again experienced the thrill of jumping off Sky Island. Unfortunately, compared to the first time, he felt less exciting the second time. Evening, Whiskey Peak. Starting from Twin Capes at the foot of Upside Down Mountain, there are a total of 7 magnetic routes, one of which leads to this island. At the same time, it is also the first island after the Straw Hat Pirates enter the Grand Line in the plot. When Edie came to take care of this place, a group of pirates happened to arrive. The pirate ship sailed in from the waterway, and many locals stood on both sides of the river, waving enthusiastically to the pirates. Welcome, brave men of the sea, congratulations, you have arrived at the first stop of the Grand Line. This is a town that welcomes pirates, Whiskey Peak. Hey, pirates, we have prepared a grand welcome party. Welcome applause came from both sides of the strait, making the newcomers on the pirate ship a little confused. It's incredible that there is a town that welcomes pirates. In midair, Edie silently observed this scene. These people are all bounty hunters, and they can only bully the new pirates who have just come to the Grand Line. They used their enthusiasm to break down the pirates' defensiveness, drug them in the warm banquet, and finally captured the pirates alive without any effort and received the bounty. Huh? That's... Suddenly, Edie's eyes lit up. On the deck of the pirate ship, he saw a girl. The girl wore unattractive round glasses, a single ponytail, and a green and white t-shirt. She looked very quiet, just like a literary girl. She seems to be deliberately trying to be ugly, but she still can't escape Edie's discerning eye for beauty. Without it, just be familiar with it. Edie has seen so many beautiful women that he can see through her disguise at a glance. But no matter how you look at it, the girl on the deck looks like the same person. Nico Robin. Edie raised the corners of his mouth slightly, thinking to himself, is this fate? It takes no effort to get there even if you wear iron shoes. I searched West Blue with tens of thousands of bees, but couldn't find it. I randomly took a trip to a faraway place and unexpectedly met him. He didn't rush off the field to confirm. Below, the pirates docked at the port. After disembarking, the bounty hunters rushed up enthusiastically. They were entertained by a man who introduced himself as the mayor of the town. Facing such enthusiastic local residents, the pirates were a little flattered. In the town's tavern, a lively banquet began. Bounty hunters and pirates mingled, bragging and chatting with each other, and competing in drinking capacity. Eventually, all the pirates were drunk. The time came to around 11 o'clock in the evening. You were so drunk, these pirates. The mayor, who should have been drunk, suddenly stood up and slapped his forehead hard. This time we drank millions of dollars in drinks alone. If we can't make money back, our evaluation will be lowered. Bounty hunters came in one after another. Stop pretending, let's show off. These people were armed with guns and swords. The mayor sneered and said, don't worry, it has been confirmed that the Python pirates from West Blue, the captain's bounty is 55 million, and there is a swordsman with a bounty of 21 million. Of course, the most valuable thing is that woman. With that said, he walked towards the drunk Nico Robin. Does she think she's disguised well? Unfortunately, you can't disguise your face shape. Beautiful women all have excellent faces, and the only thing that can hide their ugliness is their facial features. Who is she? Someone asked with concern. Is the bounty high? Ah, it's very high. It's taller than the other two combined. The mayor took out the rope and approached step by step. Nico Robin, the son of the devil, is a wanted criminal in the world government. He received a bounty of 79 million at the age of 8. We get rich. 790,075. The other bounty hunters were shocked. It won't be a problem, right? With such a high bounty, the strength might be terrifying. Idiot, that's a bounty for an 8-year-old. What kind of strength can an 8-year-old have? The survivors of the O'Hara incident have violated the taboos of the world government. The mayor walked up to Robin, narrowed his eyes slightly, and was about to tie him up. Criminals like this must be captured alive. If they are killed, they will lose 30% of the money. Advertisement, however, at this moment. Flower petals suddenly appeared on the mayor's shoulders, and 2 arms grew out, locking his joints. What? The mayor was shocked. Click. His head was twisted 90 degrees by force. Twirling flower. Nico Robin stood up from her drunken state, crossing her hands on her chest and keeping this movement. Essence person. Damn it, you're pretending to be drunk. The bounty hunters at the door were facing a formidable enemy. People with firearms raised their guns one after another, and the black muzzles locked on Robin. How long do you think I have been hanging around in the dark world? Without any vigilance, I would have died long ago. Robin stopped pretending and showed his cards. She took off her ugly round glasses and said, also, don't point the gun at me, I hate this. The next moment, arms sprouted from the arms of the bounty hunters, and the guns were suddenly knocked out of their hands. There were also some people holding swords, staring at her angrily. The opponent is just a woman. Even if we are capable people, there are hundreds of us, don't be afraid. 79 million, plus the 55 million and 21 million over there, you will be rich if you do this. The espers didn't scare the bounty hunter. On the contrary, it aroused their ferocity. Seeing this group of people approaching, Nico Robin couldn't help but sweat dripping from his forehead, and he became nervous inside. I'm not sure I can solve them all, so it seems I have no choice but to run away. What a pity, I just came to Grand Line, and I have to change another pirate group. Nico Robin thought silently in her heart. Over the years, she had changed more than a dozen pirate groups before she finally found a reliable one and successfully entered the Grand Line. However, the first West has arrived. Next, she will find a more powerful pirate group, enter the New World, go to the Hive, and find a son in her heart. Haha, I have no interest in accompanying you to fight here. I will give my captain and swordsman to you, bye. Nico Robin smiled slightly, took out a smoke bomb from his pocket, and was about to throw it down. 710 applause suddenly sounded. What a smart woman, I like you. Who? The sudden sound startled everyone and they all looked up. I saw a hole suddenly opened in the roof, and under the moonlight, a man in white fell down lightly as if a god had descended into the world. The bounty hunters were stunned. Nico Robin's beautiful eyes widened and his lips trembled slightly. She recognized the other person at a glance. It was the person she had longed for since she was a child. Dr. Edie, Edie was slightly startled and noticed that Robin was extremely excited. Doctor, please take me away, I am willing to do anything. The picture was different from what he expected, and Edie couldn't help but feel a little confused. It's not strange if the other party knows you, but it's strange if they don't know you. But why so excited? Take me away. Even without him, Nico Robin can escape. B doctor. A bounty hunter also reacted immediately, suddenly dripping with cold sweat. You are the great scientist of the Hive. As soon as these words came out, everyone recognized them. Then fear spread. Hundreds of bounty hunters subconsciously began to retreat. This is one of the 3 emperors and 1 emperor, a real big shot in the new world. Such a character appears in Whiskey Peak. It was like a beggar meeting a king. I didn't let you move. Edie glanced at the group of people. Hundreds of people were shocked and stood upright, but they still couldn't hide their trembling. Seeing this scene, Robin's face showed an expression like a little girl's. This is the intimidation of the emperor. If he tells you not to move, you will not dare to move. She spoke very quickly. My name is Nico Robin. I am a survivor of Ohara. My hometown was destroyed by Buster Call 9 years ago. I have seen your news in the newspaper, Doctor. You fought off Buster Call. Since then, I have been looking forward to seeing you one day. I see. Do you admire me? Edie looked gentle and suddenly thought of a good saying. Longing is the emotion farthest from understanding. The me you know is just the me you imagined. Doctor, you are my only sunshine these years. There was mist in Nico Robin's eyes. This was not a feeling of grievance, but the joy of finally meeting the person of his dreams after 9 years of escape. No matter what, she wants to follow Edie. Edie was silent. He didn't expect that Nico Robin, whom he had been looking for several years, would become his little crush without him knowing. It's really interesting and a bit sad. This girl must have been in an extremely desperate situation, so she would look forward to someone she has never met. Smile, Edie said with a smile on his lips, smile, and I will take you away. Hearing this, Nico Robin's expression was dull for a moment, and then he showed a bright smile. Yes, King. Chapter 107 I don't like looking up to others, kneel down, giant. While Edie and Robin were talking, the bounty hunters had a vague feeling that something was wrong. My group was planning to arrest him just now, but now the other party has suddenly changed. It's over, just run away. The few people closest to the tavern door looked at each other and quietly tried to escape. They moved quietly, trying not to attract attention. After exiting the tavern, he turned around and ran for his life. Run. You will be killed. Damn it, 5.8 billion bounty criminal. Why is Scientist Edie here? Taking advantage of the night, they ran all the way and fled towards the port. We can't stay on this island for a moment. Let's escape to the sea, even if it's that person. Someone looked back in the direction of the tavern, and his pupils suddenly shrank. Get out of the way. Just as he was yelling in his heart to remind his companions, a jet-black flash of light swallowed up several people, and the ground was pushed flat, spreading forward until the end of the field of vision. The town was pierced by this blow, and when the black light dissipated, there were no traces of the previous people. At the same time, inside the tavern, a group of bounty hunters looked at the hole in the wall and swallowed nervously. Even this little voice was suppressed as much as possible, for fear that Edie would notice his presence. Edie's fingertips flashed with jet-black lightning. He had no interest in killing these bounty hunters, so he wanted to run away. Are you Baroque Cooperative? Who are the cadres? Upon hearing Edie's question, one of the bounty hunters rubbed his hands like a fly, with a flattering expression on his face. Doctor. Hey, it's me, I'm the billions of elders. The man who claimed to be a billionaire pointed at the mayor lying on the corpse and said with a smile. He was the same, but he was killed by Nico Robin. No, by this beautiful lady. Contact your superiors, tell your boss behind the scenes, and ask him to come see me. Edie hugged Nico Robin's slender waist and slowly flew up. Flying out of thin air, a trace of surprise flashed in Robin's eyes, and she took the initiative to hold Edie's arm to prevent herself from falling. The billionaires watched the 2 men flying out of the hole in the ceiling, and a piece of paper fell down. He reached out to catch it, and when he opened it, it was a phone number. What should we do? Another millionaire elder whispered. We don't know who the president is. How to contact him? The organizational structure of the Baroque Working Society is not complicated. At the top is the president, codenamed Mr. Zero. No one knows his specific identity. Then there are senior agents Mr. 1, Mr. 5 and their partners. After that comes Mr. 6M947R.12. As for the billions of elders and the millions of elders, they can only be regarded as peripheral members and cannot contact the president at all. That doctor is really causing trouble for us, someone whispered. You are an idiot. The billionaire slapped the other party on the spot, glanced at the ceiling, and only breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that Edie was gone. Can you call me doctor? I want to call you emperor? After saying that, he took out his phone bug and started to contact his superiors. The other side. In the night, Edie took Robin and flew away from Whiskey Peak. The cold night wind slapped Robin's face, and she looked back at the town, feeling more at peace than ever before. Taking a peek at Edie, she whispered, Doctor, don't you ask me why the world government wants me? She had confessed her identity before, but now she couldn't help but become nervous. She carries everything Ohara has on her back and violates the taboos of the world government. Will the doctor abandon her if he finds out? Will she be handed over to the world government? The 17-year-old girl was uneasy. This was the first time she tried to trust her since the destruction of Ohara. It's nothing but a blank 100 years of history, and I'm not interested in it. Edie's palms feel Robin's graceful waist, which is as light and soft as a willow in spring, with firm skin and natural curves. With a little bit of body temperature, it makes you feel comfortable to touch. Feeling that the palm on his waist was causing trouble, Robin's face gradually turned crimson, and it was simply because of the darkness of the night. She was not a little girl who didn't understand anything, but this was the first time she was so close to a man, and her chest was like a deer bumping around, and her thoughts started to wander. Doctor. It's not quite what you imagined. She thought that men like the doctor, gentle and handsome, were great heroes. Unexpectedly, the doctor is lustful, Robin. Yes. Edie smiled slightly and said, I like you to be my woman. A straight ball attack immediately made Robin feel at a loss. Her face became more and more rosy, her lips were slightly open and she didn't know what to say. Agree? Reject? Robin's mind went blank. When she was on the run in the past, she stayed in a kind-hearted person's home and got along well at first. She cleaned hard and won the favor of the hostess. But as time went by and she grew older, the male protagonist showed his evil intentions. Advertisement that was when I was 14 years old. After realizing this, Robin escaped overnight. After that, I experienced a lot of things. Men always looked at her with strange eyes, and she gradually realized that she was very beautiful. After that, she learned to disguise and act ugly. She doesn't want to be looked at like this. For her, being beautiful is a burden. But it's different now. Robin is secretly happy that his appearance is also liked by Edie. Doctor, I am willing to do anything. Robin unconsciously hugged Edie's arm tightly and said with dark eyes. I only wanted to do 2 things in the past. The first thing is to find a shelter, a place that can accept me. I have tried my best to go to the new world to see you. The second thing is, I want to understand history, and I carry the darkness of Ohara with me. After the conversation started, Robin let go and gradually began to talk. Edie knew a lot about her past, but it was not as detailed as what she told herself. There was nothing to do, so he acted as an audience. I have to say, this girl is quite miserable. Her father died early, and her mother went to sea to explore history when she was 2 years old. She stayed at her uncle's house and was not welcome. Because he has the ability of devil fruit, he is regarded as a monster by the children nearby. Robin was very lonely as a child. Later, I met Dr. Clover who was willing to accept me, and I started studying archaeology. Speaking of Dr. Clover, Rosso showed a faint smile. Edie listened silently while Robin shared his troubles and interesting stories about studying archaeology as a child. After talking for half an hour, the conversation suddenly changed. Edie knew what happened next. Because Ohara scholars study historical texts, they violate the bottom line of world government. Buster Call is launched. On the day Ohara was destroyed, Robin saw his mother, and that was the last time. One of the vice admirals who participated in Buster Call was Aokiji. For the sake of his friend Saul Vice Admiral, he let Robin live. The words Saul said to her before he died are still in her ears. Listen Robin, although you are alone now, you will find a companion one day. The sea is very vast, and one day a companion will appear who can protect you. You will never be alone in this world. There will be companions waiting for you on a certain sea area. Go find them, Robin. Live with those guys. Robin repeated Saul's words, raising his head slightly and looking at Edie with burning eyes. Doctor, can I trust you? Hearing this, Edie chuckled and pinched Robin's chin, leaned over and kissed him. Robin's long eyelashes trembled slightly and she closed her eyes naturally. For her, this is a big gamble, but she wanted to give it a try. This was a once-in-a-lifetime gamble, and she put herself on the gambling table. She believed that the sun in her childhood would not extinguish her longing. The two kissed at a high place and flew towards the next island. The next day, Prehistoric Island, Little Garden. This is a huge island that still preserves landscapes from prehistoric times. There are many dinosaurs on the island, and some extinct creatures inhabit it. An island that looks like a primeval forest. Edie took Robin flying high, overlooking the entire island. Doctor, what are we doing here? Robin asked curiously. Charlotte Linlin wants to complete the experiment of human jaundicization. I need some giant blood factors. There happen to be 2 giants on this island. I stopped by to collect 10 copies. Edie flew with Robin in her arms all night. Although Robin said he wanted the other party to be his woman, Robin agreed, but it was a bit too difficult to do things high in the air. He wasn't so horny that he wanted to eat the other person right away, so he brought Robin here. Charlotte Linlin is Bigmom, one of the 3 emperors. Cobb. Robin was surprised. That woman's commission is a bit troublesome. For money's sake, down, Robin. Edie quickly descended and came to a small stream. Doctor, I believe you will succeed, Robin said with a smile. His tone was quite flattering. There's no reward for trying to please me. I'm not even sure I can succeed. Edie laughed and shook his head, releasing countless ghost particles from his soul. Soon, he grasped the situation of the entire island and discovered the 2 giants he was targeting. Edie turned around and saw Robin walking to the stream and cleaning his face. Soon, the ugly makeup on her face was washed away, revealing her true face. The youthful girl is slightly different from the Nico Robin in Edie's memory. After a while, Robin stood up after being cleaned. I kept you waiting for a long time, Zhuang. Edie couldn't help but take a look. Her fair skin was crystal clear, and a few droplets of water slid down her delicate cheeks. Robin has the temperament of a literary girl, and she is indeed a pretty 17-year-old. The girl who is almost ripe but has just faded away from her greenness is really tempting. Edie shook his head and turned away from the wind. Let's go. Also, there's no need to be so harsh, you can just call me Edie. Advertisement, yes, Mr. Edie. Robin followed with light steps. The 2 of them were walking in the ancient forest, and from time to time they could hear the roars of beasts. But the amazing thing is that all the beasts that discover them will stay away as soon as possible and do not dare to approach at all. That's amazing, Mr. Edie. Did you do it? Robin opened her eyes wide. I didn't do it deliberately, it was just the conquerors I released naturally, which scared them away. The beast's perception is very keen. Edie took Robin's little hand. Robin didn't resist at all. On the contrary, He felt extremely relieved as Edie pulled him along. This is her life. I have never experienced a sense of security in the past 9 years. Hockey? She blinked. West Blue is relatively rare. It's normal if you don't know. Edie casually explained the concept of hockey. After listening, Robin suddenly said, so, the attack you released with your fingers last night was also hockey? Wasn't it the ability of Devil Fruit? Even flying. Just in time, I'll teach you, maybe you can understand. Edie was immediately interested. Robin can become a doctor of archaeology at the age of 8. His IQ is absolutely superb, and he may be able to master more difficult hockey techniques. He has always wanted to let the earthly branches learn these skills to improve their combat effectiveness. But obviously, a fool can't understand it at all.
The world is divided into macroscopic and microscopic. No, this world is rather special, and there is also the existence of the Soul Sea.
Next, Edie began to explain theoretical knowledge while walking towards the target giant. Robin listened very carefully and did not dare to miss a word. Just walked happily all the way. The two finally came to a giant. This is not the first time Robin has seen giants. Sol Vice Admiral, whom he met when he was a child, is a giant. It's just that the one in front of me seems to be a little taller. Mr. Edie, the giant is sleeping. Robin lowered his voice and whispered in Edie's ear. Edie smiled and said, did you understand the theory just now? I remember. Robin nodded and replied, I remember it, but I don't understand it. She is very good at memorizing this by rote, otherwise she would not have become a master of archaeology at the age of 8. Let's do this. I'll show you once and watch. Edie stretched out his right index finger, and black lightning immediately appeared on his fingertip. A whirlpool of dark energy gathered at the fingertips. This move is called Ba Flash, and it is an advanced application of Hockey, the armed color. The real domination is to shoot out the ghost particles in the soul and attach them to the target's soul, thereby blocking the opponent's Devil Fruit ability. But this time it's a demonstration, just a simple armed energy attack. 10 million domineering. 10 million ghost particles release their own energy at the same time, and gather all the energy at the fingertips, releasing it in the form of flashes of light. Boom. A black beam of light shot out instantly and hit the sleeping giant. The black light hit the giant's head, and with the loud explosion, the giant screamed in pain and got up with a nosebleed. Which B************************************* D. Dory's angry eyes glanced around and quickly locked onto the tiny man and woman. Humanity? He picked up the giant sword beside him and slashed at Edie boldly. Repent, human. The blow just now didn't kill me, it was you who died. Robin was startled and couldn't help but hold Edie's hand tightly. Edie had no choice but to raise her other hand. Boom. Amid the dull sound, Dory's sword failed to break through Edie's defense. This old, huge long sword stopped 3 centimeters away from Edie's palm. This move is called Overlord Territory, and it is the effect when it is released automatically, but forget it, it is difficult for you to learn this move. Wait until you can master the domination flash. Robin's eyes were bright and full of energy, so amazing, he didn't even move in the face of the giant's slashing attack. Dory was dumbfounded, his angry sword strike was blocked so easily. Who are you? He said in a deep voice. Sorry, giant, I'm just using you as a teaching material. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Edie took his hand out of Robin's arms and pointed his index finger at Dory's chest. This move is called Red Flash. It is very powerful, but slow. The crimson electric light flashed, quickly gathered into an energy ball, and then ejected away. 10 million red flash. The red energy ball was printed on the giant Dory's chest, and the next moment, there was a loud bang. Red light filled the vision. Robin couldn't help but squint her eyes. She couldn't see anything and could only hear the giant's scream of pain. When the red light faded, the giant who was still alive and kicking before was already kneeling on one knee, covering his chest with one hand, and bloodline spilled from the corners of his mouth. 1313. Dory stared at Edie with his eyes wide and bloodshot. You be ********************************* D. Who are you? Edie smiled faintly. This is the best. I don't like to look up at others. Kneel down, giant. 5 CK Chapter 108. Soul obtained, crocodile. Huh, I really don't dare. Hockey. Conqueror's hockey. Dory knelt on his knees, supporting the ground with one hand and covering his injured chest with the other. Conqueror's hockey's pure energy attack. His strong body is completely useless in the face of this attack. This move is like real damage. Blood continued to flow from Dory's mouth, and he stared viciously at the tiny human in front of him with his bloodshot eyeballs. Damn B***************** D. Cursing angrily in his heart, Dory grabbed the giant sword beside him, raised his right foot and stood up tremblingly. Seeing this, the corners of Edie's eyes flashed with electricity, and the red electric light made a sizzling sound. I said, kneel down. Boom. The terrifying conqueror's hockey, like a giant hand holding up the sky, pressed Dory's head and pinned him to the ground. What's it this time? He roared inwardly. This man is a complete monster. He uses hockey in a way that I have never seen before. Robin's face was full of surprise. In her field of vision, streaks of red lightning wrapped around the giant's body. Hockey is the power of the sea. There are 2 kinds of seas in this world. The natural sea represents life, and the soul sea represents death. While expressing his understanding, Edie walked towards Dory, who was lying on the ground, unable to lift his head. He took out a lancet from his pocket and collected the giant's blood. From the energy of life, hockey was born. From the energy of death, devil fruit was born. This is the essence of Haki and devil fruit after tracing back to their roots. Edie doesn't care whether Robin understands it or not, but lets him remember it first. The energy of death and the sea of souls are too abstract. Robin could barely understand the previous ghost particles, domineering flash, and red flash, but when it came to the soul, he couldn't understand it at all. Dory also heard these words, but he couldn't understand them even more. At this time, his face was on the ground, fighting against the conquerors exerted on him, but no matter how hard he struggled, he could not get up. Hole. What on earth do you want to do? Seeing Edie taking his blood, Dory asked loudly. My name is Edie, I am a scientist, and I have a research that requires the blood factors of your giant family. Edie put away the filled lancet, thought for a moment, and then said, originally, just the blood was enough, but to be on the safe side, give me a little more of your soul. What are you talking about? Dory gritted his teeth. Let me go, human. Die. Or life? Edie activated the soul ring without leaving a trace, and immediately gained the ability of the soul fruit. At the same time, a soul spell was slowly spit out from his mouth. The fluctuation of the soul enveloped the giant Dory. The next moment, the pink soul materialized by fear continued to overflow from Dory's body. Dory's expression suddenly changed. As the subject of the soul spell inquiry, he instinctively felt cold. As if the cold air from the underworld enveloped him, pink substance was emitting from the back of his hands, shoulders, mouth, top of the head, everywhere on his body. Edie reached out and grabbed a ball of soul, and pulled hard, like tearing a ball of marshmallow, and took away 1 year of Dory's life. Ah! Dory screamed, his eyes turned white, and he fainted. The pink substance changes shape in Edie's palm, eventually becoming a small pink ball. Edie put this little bit of soul away, deliberately taking away the giant's soul as just insurance. To complete the experiment of human enlargement, he thought of 2 technical routes. The first one is to start with the blood factor, integrate the giant's blood factor into it, and artificially create an artificial race of giants. But there is a big problem with this method: how to compress the long process of hundreds of years into a few years. Article 2. Turn humans into artificial zone devil fruit. Not the kind of garbage guy made. Instead, he uses the blood factor of the giants and a little bit of soul to create a devil fruit, zone everyone fruit giant form. After discovering the secret of the soul sea, Edie stole the authority of God and was able to do this. Compared with the first one, the second one has a higher probability of success and is simpler. Come on, Robin, it's done. Yes, but are you going to leave this giant alone? Hearing this, Edie glanced at her and chuckled. Do you know why this island is called Little Garden? Without waiting for the other party to answer, he explained. For the 2 giants living on this island is like their little garden, a playground. There is no need to worry about beasts attacking. The beasts and dinosaurs evaded them before it was too late. Robin nodded and took the initiative to hold Edie's arm. The 2 jumped into the air. At this time, a purr sound sounded. It's in my pocket. If you pick it up, it should be Crocodile's contact, Edie immediately ordered. Robin did as he was told, and after answering the phone, he heard a man's deep voice. Edie. Are you looking for me? Robin didn't know what to say and couldn't help but look at the man holding him. At the same time, the intercom on the phone was brought to Edie's mouth. Advertisement, I do have something for you, Crocodile. I will go to the port city of Alabasta, rapeseed flowers, and give you 1 day to come and see me. After speaking, Edie signaled with his eyes. Robin was very smart and immediately understood what he meant and turned back the intercom. Mr. Edie, the president of the Baroque working group behind those bounty hunters turned out to be Shichibukai Crocodile? She asked in surprise. That's right. Edie hugged Robin tightly and said with a smile. Hold tight, we have to speed up to Alabasta. Yes. Robin put his hands around Edie's neck. When she was ready, Edie started to speed up. At the same time, somewhere in the sea near Alabasta, Crocodile sat on the bulwark of a pirate ship, listening to the busy tone from the intercom. Got hung up, he couldn't help but frown. What did Edie want from him? The last time I met him was not a pleasant one. He was beaten violently by that earthly branch Shenlong. Crocodile. Suddenly, among the corpses on the deck, the pirate captain stood up covered in blood. He used his last strength and cut off Crocodile's head with a knife while he was on the phone. There was no blood flowing from the incision, but it was like quicksand. The head that flew out was even talking. Ha. 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 Your head is worth 38 million, but what doesn't match your bounty is that your combatability is below rubbish. As he spoke, his head dissipated in the wind and turned into a wisp of quicksand, returning to his neck. A brand new head grew. The pirate captain trembled in fear, and then Crocodile grabbed his neck and lifted him up. Damn it. Sand Crocodile, you will die badly. The captain cursed viciously, but as Crocodile's fingers contracted, his voice gradually became dry. Do you know why? We are both pirates, and there is a level gap between us, idiot. Crocodile activated his ability, and the pirate captain in his hand dried up visibly, and finally turned into a moon-like existence. He was discarded on the deck like garbage. Crocodile didn't look at him again, but turned in Alabasta's direction, his eyes deep. Edie wanted to find him. Although he didn't know what it was, he had to go. If you don't go, it might be very troublesome. Just like what he said to the pirate captain with a bounty of 38 million, there is also a level gap between him and Edie. Alabasta. This is a superpower located in the first half of the Grand Line with a population of over 1,000 square meters. When Edie and Robin came to the port city, the place was full of exotic customs. As a desert country, the climate here is sultry all year round, and pedestrians on the street dress very coolly. Edie found a high-end restaurant and enjoyed exotic food while waiting for the arrival of Crocodile. Crocodile moved much faster than he thought. Before he finished his meal, people had already arrived. A gust of wind and sand rolled in from the window, gradually condensing into a figure in front of the dining table. Sassy, Dr. Edie. Crocodile said hello with a low smile. His eyes first locked on Edie, who was dining, and then he saw the woman sitting next to Edie serving. This woman, Nico Robin. Crocodile's eyes narrowed. His target was ancient weapon Pluton. Because of this, he was quite concerned about Nico Robin's existence. This woman can read the text of history. The location of Pluton is recorded in a historical document. According to the information he currently has, this piece of historical text is in Alabasta. Edie saw Crocodile's reaction and immediately smiled. I haven't seen you in 7 years, and you are still so weak. Crocodile's face froze, and he immediately recalled the experience of being beaten. What do you want from me? He asked in a deep voice. I have a research project recently and I need something from you. Edie was too lazy to talk nonsense and immediately activated the ability of the soul fruit. The soul spell reappears. A chill from the depths of his soul invaded Crocodile, and cold sweat dripped from his forehead. The things on my body. Before he finished speaking, something had already appeared. Crocodile lowered his head and saw wisps of pink substance overflowing from his chest, floating in the direction of Edie like marshmallows. He didn't know what it was, but he could feel that it was important to him. Edie grabbed a bunch of souls and took away a year of Crocodile's life. The feeling of tearing in the soul came. Crocodile's expression changed drastically, and he almost laughed in consciousness. He gritted his teeth and endured the soul-rending pain, staring at Edie with sweat on his face. The ball of fan material turned into a small pink ball in the opponent's palm, and then sank into the opponent's palm. When it was all over, the pink substance that overflowed from his chest returned to his body, and the biting cold feeling suddenly disappeared. Therefore, Zero, please ask for flowers. Advertisement, I've got the stuff, you can go. Edie waved his hand. Veins popped up on Crocodile's forehead, and he finally understood. This is Bigmom's soul fruit. You took away my lifespan. It's only been 1 year, are you dissatisfied? After thinking about it, Edie also felt that this was a bit excessive, so he immediately took out an anti-aging agent and threw it to the other person. Take an injection yourself. It can delay the aging of the body, but I don't know if it will have any effect on the soul. Crocodile caught the injection and his face turned pale. Don't be ridiculous. You be ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* known that he would lose a year of his life, he should not have come. No, it's not without gain. He quickly calmed down and locked his eyes on the woman next to Edie. She is a survivor of Nico Robin? Ohara. Robin was slightly startled. She was still a little scared facing Shichibukai, and subconsciously moved closer to Idong. Ha ha ha. How about making a deal? Crocodile chuckled a few times. I have information about ancient weapon Pluton, but reading that information requires the power of this woman. The ancient weapon is not an alabasta. Edie broke the other person's dream with just one sentence. What? Crocodile was startled. I remember I told you before, ancient weapon did exist, back in Logue Town. The corners of Edie's mouth raised slightly, and his eyes became playful. What's the meaning? Crocodile looked heavy, he understood. Since the other party can confirm that ancient weapon does exist, there must be corresponding information. 0 or. I've seen it with my own eyes. 3 ancient weapons, where's my medical knowledge? I will tell you if I take away 1 year of your life today. Edie laughed and said, Pluton is in Wano-kuni. Kaido has found it. Uranus is in the holy land of Mariajoy, and is in the hands of the 5 elders. Hearing this, Crocodile's face suddenly turned gloomy. He did not doubt the authenticity of the information. Since Edie said so, there was a high probability that the information was true. Or, at least part of it is true. Where's Poseidon? He asked, frowning. I can't tell you that. Edie kept smiling. Poseidon is the mermaid princess of the Fishman Island. Shirahoshi is only 3 years old this year. Don't cause trouble for that child. After all, leaving aside the other 2, it is really possible for Shirahoshi to be obtained by Crocodile. Robin on the side listened silently to the conversation between the 2. When she saw Edie finished eating, she immediately poured a cup of tea and brought it to her. Edie took a sip of tea and joked leisurely. I told you the location of the thing, what will you do, Sand Crocodile?
The location of Pluton is real, Uranus is conjectural.
Crocodile was silent. One is on Kaido's territory, and the other is at the headquarters of world government. Rather than going to Kaido's territory to seek death, the holy land of Mariajoy might have a better chance. He is one of the 7 warlords of the sea and has access to that place. Ha ha ha, thank you for telling me this information. Believe it? Edie raised his eyebrows in surprise. There is no need for a person of your status to lie to me with false information. Crocodile complimented, although I don't know what your purpose is, why not cooperate with me? Are you worthy? You are a scientist and you are not interested in the legendary ancient weapon? Crocodile gritted his teeth. He didn't believe Edie was interested. Judging from the strength currently displayed by the hive, there is obviously a big conflict between Edie and the world government. Assuming that the celestial dragons really control Uranus, Edie must also want to obtain the equivalent power. Monkey's knowledge. Edie smiled, stood up and said, Let's go, Robin, there's really nothing to say to the monkey. The two got up and prepared to leave together. Seeing this, Crocodile immediately said, wait. Edie paused in his steps and locked eyes with him from the corner of his eye. Tell me this important information specifically, don't say you didn't want to use me for something, don't treat me like an idiot. Edie smiled. Next year in 1510, the World Summit will be held every 4 years. Go and become a king and participate as the king of a franchised country. By then, you may have a chance to find some clues about Uranus. After saying that, he left. As he walked to the door, he suddenly remembered something and left another sentence. By the way, don't do anything to Alabasta. This time, he really left, leaving Crocker alone in the private room. He was lost in thought. It looks like plans are about to change. His original plan was to steal Alabasta's throne bit by bit over several years, or even 10 years, find the ancient weapon Pluton hidden somewhere in the country, and eventually turn the country into a military power, separate from the world government. Court confrontation. But Edie didn't allow him to move Alabasta 013903420 Filu 103,582,560. Humph. He really didn't dare to open the door. Chapter 109 Xiao Ming's Bet, the 8th Earthly Branch, Sea Snake. After obtaining Crocodile's soul, Edie's purpose of this trip has been achieved. The next step is to obtain the soul of another Logia ability user and conduct a cloning experiment with dual Logia abilities. Let's go back to the hive first. Edie picked up Robin and jumped into the air. Beehive. Robin's eyes were filled with anticipation. That would be his future destination. Is his 9-year escape career finally over? Yes. She nodded excitedly and wrapped her arms around Edie's neck. Meanwhile, on the other side. While it was still daytime in Alabasta, it was nighttime in Dressrosa on the other side of the pirate planet. Crocodile dreams of stealing the country, but Doflamingo has already taken action. Dressrosa, the king's palace. King Liku, who was sleeping soundly, seemed to feel the cold wind. He woke up from his sleep and sneezed suddenly. Ah, sneeze. Who opened the window? King Riku stood up from the comfortable warm bed in his pajamas. He wanted to close the window, but he couldn't help complaining in his heart that the maid would forget such a thing. The wind was very strong at night, and the curtains were blown by the wind. Foo. It's better to wear more clothes, you may catch a cold. Suddenly, a man's voice sounded in the room. King Liku's expression changed slightly, and he stared in the direction of the window in shock. The swaying curtains gradually lowered their height, revealing a figure that had been blocked before. Through the bright moonlight outside the window, King Liku could see the other party's appearance clearly. The man sitting on the windowsill has his legs crossed and is wearing a pink feather dress. You were the guy on the news yesterday, King Riku said in surprise. The new 7 warlords of the sea, Don Quixote Doflamingo. Do you know me? What an honor, Doflamingo said with a smile. Shichibukai came to visit late at night. What is your purpose? 423. King Liku had a bad feeling. Shichibukai sounds like an agency directly under the world government, a hawk on the government side. But this group of people themselves are vicious pirates, and they are also qualified to legally plunder. No one knows what they will do. Foo, I want this country. King Liku, please give me back the position of king? What nonsense are you talking about? King Liku's heart sank. Don't you understand? I said, give it back to me. Give it back to our Don Quixote family. Doflamingo jumped down from the windowsill with a slight leap. He walked like a gangster and had a sly smile on his face. It seems that you, the Liku clan, have forgotten it, so let me help you remember it. 800 years ago, the 20 kings who created the world government, after they conquered the entire world, settled in the holy land of Mariajoy as celestial dragons. So, the question is, what were their countries before they became celestial dragons?
Having said this, Doflamingo's smile gradually widened, reaching the corners of his mouth to his ears.
One of these families is called the Don Quixote family. This family left Dressrosa and became the celestial dragons. And the person who will continue to manage this country in their place is the ancestor of your Riku clan. Upon hearing this, King Liku suddenly felt lost, not because of the change of kingship that the other party said, but, are you a celestial dragons? King Riku lost his voice. Foo, that's right. So, got it, just give me my country back as soon as possible. Doflamingo stopped 1 meter in front of King Riku. He reached out and patted the opponent's shoulder, and said in a low voice. If possible, I don't want to kill too many people. After all, that gentleman doesn't like it. Saw too much blood. Instead of his original plan, he would directly control King Liku and massacre civilians. In this way, the purpose of reducing the other party's reputation and evaluation is achieved. Finally, he stood up to solve everything, appeared as a hero, and easily won the throne. But, the doctor dislikes meaningless killing, then he can only take milder measures. Are you kidding me? You want to turn this country into a pirate country? King Riku was shocked and angry. What nonsense are you talking about? With the protection of Shichibukai's name, this country will be more stable and prosperous in the future. I am much more capable than you. Doflamingo narrowed his eyes, revealing a dangerous light. Only his sunglasses blocked his eyes. King Riku clenched his fists. Or are you greedy for the king's power? Doflamingo smiled disdainfully and said, let me ask you, what is the nature of power? It's trust. King Liku said in a deep voice. The people trust me, I am the king. It's a naive idea. You are quite old, are you a child? Doflamingo was amused and chuckled. The essence of power is an external manifestation of violence. The boundaries of power are the result of the balance of violent groups. As a king, he doesn't even understand the basic logic of how this world works. No wonder he is so helpless. Sure enough, this country should still be ruled by me. King Liku was suppressed by his momentum and subconsciously took half a step back. He gritted his teeth, knelt down with a plop, kowtowed and begged. Doflamingo, I am the king of this country, and I cannot just watch this country turn into a pirate country. Advertisement, please. Please give me some other conditions, money, gold and silver treasures. I will give you everything else, except this country. What a stubborn old man. Doflamingo frowned. He was already very gentle. It seems that he should stick to the original plan. The doctor only said that a small number of people should be killed, but he did not say that no killing was allowed at all. At this moment, the sound of footsteps came. Father, what happened? There is a bit of noise in your room. A young female voice came from outside the door. Her voice sounded a little dazed, as if she had just woken up from her sleep. Violet, King Liku trembled and shouted hurriedly, Don't come in, Violet. Fufufu, your daughter? Grinning, Doflamingo moved the 5 fingers of his right hand slightly. Invisible threads flew out from his fingertips immediately and opened the door. Violet saw a scene in the room. His father, the king of this country, was kneeling in front of a man. Father. She covered her mouth in surprise. The next moment, invisible threads immediately wrapped around her arms. Violet's eyes widened and she watched as her hands were raised, insert themselves into her neck. Violet. King Riku glared. Stop, Doflamingo, fufufufu, it's not like I didn't get any information before I came here. Doflamingo manipulated invisible threads. Give him 10 courages, he wouldn't dare to kill Violet, he would just try to fool King Liku a little bit. You are Princess Violet, you are 16 years old this year. Can you dance? No, you must know how to dance. Violet pinched her neck and was too frightened to speak. What happened tonight? Is this a nightmare? King Liku begged. Let go of my daughter. If you want to kill her, kill her. Don't tell me, I look like a murderer. However, you should have a daughter, named Scarlet? Doflamingo asked. Which one can dance? Violet's pupils narrowed when she heard her sister's name. She resisted the manipulation of the silk thread with all her strength and said hurriedly, I can dance. My sister can't do it at all. Fufufufufu. That's you, as long as you can dance. The doctor's requirement is to be able to dance, and this princess, the daughter of King Liku, fits the bill perfectly. He hooked his fingers slightly, and the quilt on the side immediately flew to Violet's side, and rolled her up into a rice dumpling with her head removed. This was the person the doctor wanted by name, and he didn't dare to touch him casually. What on earth do you want to do? King Liku stood up angrily. Doflamingo controlled Violet with a wire and returned to the window sill. He said to King Liku, Let's make a bet, King Riku, to prove that I am more capable than you. 1 year. Within 1 year, I will set up factories in this country and bring huge income to everyone. I will hire a lot of people, they will work for me, and I will pay them a salary. Once this amount reaches 10 billion belly, you will obediently abdicate and return this country to the Donkey family. If I don't do it, I will leave. 10 billion national income? King Liku was shocked and turned pale. The total wealth of their Liku royal family does not exceed 10 billion. In other words, this pirate will create a national income of 10 billion within a year. This income is even more than the wealth owned by him as a king? How is it possible to do this? Dressrosa is just a small country, with a population of only a few 100,000. Violet, what are you going to do with my daughter? King Liku took a deep breath. She is a hostage. If you want to go back on your word in the future, I can't guarantee what will happen to your daughter. Of course they are words to deceive the other party. What will happen to Violet depends only on the doctor's idea. He is just responsible for taking people away. As for what fate awaits Violet after being sent to the hive, he doesn't care at all. I understand, I agree to your bet. Seeing that the matter has come to this, King Liku can only bite the bullet and agree. It's okay not to agree. The enemy is strong and we are weak, and the opponent is celestial dragons. There is nothing he can do. If you achieve a resident income of 10 billion, I will hand over the country to you honestly. If you fail, please leave this country, winning or losing, please ensure the safety of my daughter. King Liku finally put forward the conditions. Thinking about it carefully, if Doflamingo can really do such a fantasy thing, the other party is indeed much more capable than him. But, can the pirates really believe it? It's just that you have to believe even if you don't believe it. He can only take this path if he believes in it. 0. Then, see you next year today, fufufufu. Goodbye, Riku doled 3. Advertisement. Doflamingo did not respond to the last condition, lightly jumped back, and jumped out of the window with Violet. His purpose has been achieved. This is the gentlest method he can do. If King Riku regrets in the end, he can also explain to the doctor. It was the other party who broke the promise, so don't blame him for going on a killing spree. As for 10 billion, it's only 10 billion if you own Jinkeli Fertilizer. Edie took Robin back to Beehive Island. He gathered the girls and introduced Robin to everyone. When it comes to Edie taking women to the institute, Hancock is very generous. Just one glance at Robin's breasts, she's already winning. Her appearance is pretty good, but her figure is far worse than hers. What Edie likes most is herself. Hancock started talking to Robin confidently. Robin also didn't expect that the doctor already had 4 wives, and she was the 5th. Especially facing Hancock, she is so beautiful, this is the most beautiful woman she has ever seen. Even as a woman, she will also be captured by Hancock's beauty. As for the reactions of the other women, Yamato doesn't care at all, for her, it's just that she has an extra family member in the future. Momosagi glared at Edie with a dark look, saying that he must squeeze him dry before going out to prevent him from messing around with women. As for Tianueshi, the mere wives had no position to express their opinions. Several people gathered around Robin and kept talking. After hearing about Robin's life experience, everyone was very sympathetic, probably because of the trap. Hancock would have been miserable, but he was lucky enough to meet Edie. She felt the same for Robin and comforted him with the attitude of a royal empress. Don't worry, Robin, no one in the hive can bully you from now on, not even the world government. Sister Hancock, thank you. Hancock was 1 year older than her, and Robin affectionately called her sister. She has an excellent ability to observe words and emotions, and soon realized that Hancock was the wife with the highest status. Edie saw that the girls were getting along well with each other, so he ignored them. He left the place where the ladies were gathering, between the left eyes, and called Chen. Go to Wanokuni and ask Geisa to come see me, yes. After giving the instructions, Edie came to the underground laboratory. Calculating time, the 2 clones in the special cloning warehouse are almost reaching maturity. He entered the second underground floor and first went to the observation room to confirm the various body data of the clone. Not to mention Hancock's clone, Rock's clone, ate up several times Shenlong's resources. Using approximately 4 times the resources, Rock's clone cost more than 40 billion. It is by far the most expensive. Edie walked into the number 0 special cloning laboratory with some expectations. Hancock raised the issue of privacy last time, and now this special laboratory has been transformed. The 3 cloning cabins are separated and placed in 3 small rooms. Edie opened the large 1.1 door of the number 1 cloning cabin and woke up the sleeping little girl. She is not the same as Hancock as a child, she is more like a smaller version of Hancock as an adult. She looks very cute, with her hair styled like a girl's hair. Because no Lunalia blood factor was added, the clone's skin was white, not pale, but as white as a baby, with a rosy white complexion. The naked little girl opened her eyes, walked out of the cloning cabin, and knelt down on one knee. Lord Heavenly Father, from now on, your name is Little Snake Princess, and you will become the Emperor of the Daughter Kingdom and the captain of the 9 Snakes Pirates. Edie handed the clothes in his hand to the other party with a smile. Little Snake Girl put on a light blue skirt and a pair of white princess shoes. Cute. Edie had to admit that the miniature version of Hancock was so cute that she had the urge to hold him in her arms and bully him. Master Heavenly Father? Little Snake Girl tilted her head, showing a confused expression. Explode your hockey. Yes. Boom. The intense hockey caused the laboratory to tremble. Edie's glasses immediately made a beeping sound, and a set of numbers jumped rapidly. Energy level. 80 billion. Hancock has experienced energy level development, she is also 80 billion, and her clone is similar. Edie nodded with satisfaction. Go find Hancock, your prototype is upstairs. Mom? Little Snake Girl's eyes showed curiosity. After she left, Edie went to another cloning room and awakened Rock's clone. He is about 10 years old, with a white hedgehog head, black wings on his back, brown skin, and golden star eyes. At present, all the earthly branches, except High Pig, are similar. High Zoo also had white hair originally, but he dyed it pink. Lord Heavenly Father. Welcome, compatriot, your codename will be Sishe from now on. Chapter 110 The amazing fighting power of Sea Snake, Nika finally shows up. I am Sishi. The snake stretched out its long and pointed tongue and licked its lips. Seeing this tongue, Edie couldn't help but think of a man named Orochimaru. Put on your clothes and come with me to test your fighting ability. Edie dropped a set of clothes, and after the snake was put on, he took him to the Upper Research Institute. He called the 2 earthly branches, Rat, Ugly Cow. Edie ordered the 3 of them. He is our new compatriot, the clone of Rock's D. Zemo, you are Roger's clone. Ugly Cow, you are Garp's clone. In the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, it was your 2 prototypes who teamed up to defeat Rock's. Now, it's up to the 2 of you to join forces to test the snake's combat experience. Hearing this, the 2 of them knelt down on one knee and said, I obey, Heavenly Father. As for the location of the test, all 3 of you come with me. Once these 3 people fight, Honeycomb Island will be shattered if they don't restrain themselves. Edie flew away from the Beehive Research Institute with 3 earthly branches and soon arrived at another island. Winner's Island. In the plot, after Trafalgar Law, one of the 3 captains who killed Charlotte Linlin, left Wanokuni, a war broke out with 4 emperors Blackbeard here. Because it is very close to Beehive Island, Edie placed the test site here. Let's start. After receiving the instruction, Z-Mouse and Shoniu immediately looked at each other. Zishu grinned and said, Rox's clone, it looks very strong, go all out from the beginning. The ugly cow twisted his neck and made a clicking sound, and his hands immediately wrapped around Conqueror's. Sishe turned around, looked at Edie in midair, and shouted, Sir, Heavenly Father, if we are 2 against 1, can you give me a sword? If we say that the greatest swordsman in the world today. Hawkeye is still rising, Golden Lion has lost his legs, and Red Hair's bounty is less than 1 billion. The name of the strongest swordsman has not yet been determined. But in Rock's era, Lux was the world's #1 swordsman. Edie took off a leech wand from his waist and threw it to the snake below. No need to hold back. Shichibukai pulled out leech wand and marveled at the forging craftsmanship of this sword. As expected of Heavenly Father's weapon, so sharp. The next moment, a melee broke out. 20 at the same time as the 3 earthly branches were fighting in Victory Island. Hive Research Institute, between the left eyes, Mother. Xiao Shiji found her own prototype. Hancock was surprised when he suddenly heard the name, Mother. She and Edie hadn't given birth to a child yet, so where did the mother come from? So cute. Yamato excitedly held little snake girl in his arms and squeezed her cheek hard. Just like how Uncle Edie held his still young self. A trace of envy flashed in Momosagi's eyes. She seemed to want one for such a cute daughter. Only Robin's lips parted slightly in shock. In the previous chat, she learned that Hancock was 18 years old. This child looks like Hancock's daughter, exactly the same as a smaller version. About 10 years old. How is it possible? Hancock is pregnant at the age of 8. Sister Hancock. She is your daughter? Biological daughter? Ah, no, she is my clone. Hancock waved his hand hurriedly, but the more he looked at little snake girl, the more he liked her. I was so cute when I was little, it was a completely different experience than looking in the mirror. Hancock couldn't suppress the smile on his face. That's great. If I could have a baby with Edie, he would definitely be such a cute little guy, right? She rubbed her belly subconsciously, feeling a little confused. Why can't I get pregnant? I have to work harder in the future. Next, the girls surrounded the little snake girl and kept playing with the little guy. As the mother, Hancock had the most fun. Eventually, Hancock's 2 younger sisters, Sonia and Mary, joined the group. Victory Island. The test of Mishi's combat effectiveness lasted for more than an hour, and Edie called it a day. The 3 of them fought until the sky was dark. If they continued to fight, he suspected that the island would really be shattered. Even now, Victory Island was also unable to withstand the high-intensity battle. The island was split open by a sword, and there was a deep ravine in the torn earth until the end of the field of vision. 4,000 Z. Edie looked at the 3 people who stopped and said with a satisfied smile. As expected of a clone that has consumed 4 times the resources of Qianlong, the energy level limit has reached a new height. Is this the end? Heavenly Father, if we keep fighting, we will definitely win, Zishu said regretfully. The ugly cow remained silent. Shichibukai laughed. No, I am the winner. Edie just smiled faintly. Of course Zishu and the others can win, and it will definitely be Liao Shu and Tian Sheng who win in the end. Advertisement, but the snake has such expressive power, which is already very exaggerated. If it is an opponent with the same combat power, it is difficult to have the power to counterattack in a 1-on-2 situation. Just like when Wei Yang and Wuma dealt with Charlotte Linlin at the same time, Charlotte Linlin was beaten unilaterally throughout the whole process. But Snake can. Not only can he fight back, he can also cause damage to Shu and Tian Sheng. Go back, you are all injured, go back to the clone warehouse and soak for a few days. When I returned to Beehive Island, I happened to see the Whitebeard pirates preparing to set sail. Edie lowers his height. Whitebeard said hello, Edie, a transport ship was seized by Marine a few days ago. You're going to attack Marine? Edie was surprised. I just went to grab it back. That's a ton of rice seeds. Whitebeard nodded. I decided to give the rice seeds to the island that was once protected by me. First hand it over to the country under his protection, and then plant honeycomb rice in a large area. After 1 round of harvest, rice seeds will not be as scarce as now. Edie smiled and said, I wish you good luck, Nibai. See you next time, Doctor. The Whitebeard pirates set sail. When leaving, Whitebeard stood on the deck and saw the snake flying in the sky. Rox's clone? He chuckled. With so many powerful clones, he also wants to be the king of the world? Marco nodded. Dad, can the power possessed by the Doctor be enough to capture Maryjoy? I'm not sure. Celestial Dragons has the Knights of God, and the 5 Elders should not be underestimated. No one knows what cards they have. Whitebeard was non-committal. During the Battle of the Valley of Gods, he met 4 members of the Knights of God, as well as Saint Satan, one of the 5 Elders. Kaido's Blue Dragon Fruit was one of the original 6 prizes. It was originally going to be awarded to those Knights of the Order. How many devil fruits are as powerful as the Blue Dragon Fruit? How many more do the Celestial Dragons have in their hands? Whitebeard doesn't know. Looking back at the sale of the Moby D*K, Whitebeard grinned and said, put away the pirate flag first and replace it with the logo of the Golden Grain Industry Company. We are not pirates now. Ha ha ha. Did you hear what Dad said? Put it away. We are not pirates now. Marco laughed and immediately ordered his men to start changing the flags. Moby D*K gradually disappeared from Edie's sight. He saw the behavior of the Whitebeard pirates changing their flags, and immediately Ichiraku. It's really fun to have pirates come ashore to do business. I don't know how big this grain company will develop in the future. Not long after the Whitebeard pirates left, Qianlong returned to the hive with Geisa in the evening. Edie didn't talk nonsense to Guy and directly robbed Guy of his soul for a year. Geisa couldn't bear the pain of tearing his soul and fainted on the spot. In order to compensate him, Edie decided to give him an additional 500 million in funding next year, making up 1 billion so that he can happily research poisonous gas bombs. Returning to the underground laboratory, Edie immediately began the cloning experiment with dual Logia abilities. Crocodile's bloodline factors merged with Geisa's bloodline factors, with Crocodile as his fur. The cultivated embryos were injected into the number 1 special cloning chamber, and the soul matter of the 2 people was added at the same time. As the number of clones increases, Edie becomes more and more skilled. In just 4 or 5 hours, the preliminary work has been completed. Next, we only need to wait for 1 month. When the embryonic stage is over 1 month later, we will know whether the cloning was successful or not. Standing in front of the huge number 1 special cloning cabin, Edie murmured softly. 1 month is enough. No, to be on the safe side, extended to half a year. As long as all the vital characteristics of the clone remain intact after half a year, the eyelid transplantation can be declared successful. As long as the bloodline factor does not collapse and the embryo turns into a puddle of mud in the cloning cabin, it will be fine. Half a year later, we will see the result. When Edie returned to the upper-level research institute, it was already past 10 o'clock in the night. Deep down, I was thinking about who to let him sleep with me tonight. Robin, I just brought them back and ate them on the first day, isn't it a little too impatient? Master Heavenly Father, Doflamingo is waiting for you in the living room. A maid came over and reported. Doflamingo. Edie released his sense of perception and quickly sensed the other person, not only Doflamingo, but also the aura of another woman. I see. After a while, it was in the living room of the institute. Edie saw Doflamingo and the young boy tied up with a quilt next to him. Doctor, this is the dance teacher you want, Princess Violet? Edie nodded and ordered. Take the thing out of her mouth. Violet had a ball of towel stuffed in her mouth. After it was taken off, she looked at Edie in panic. You are the Beehive Emperor. Are you trying to steal Dressrosa? The little princess felt despair in her heart. Shichibukai is troublesome enough, but it turns out that Shichibukai is just a pawn? Edie couldn't help but look at Doflamingo. Doflamingo hurriedly told the story, including the content of the bet. Doctor, next I will take my family members to Dressrosa to establish the fertilizer de Guang as soon as possible. Well done, Xiao Ming, you are really capable. Edie praised. Violence can only bring temporary rule, but interests can unite most people. To the people of Dressrosa, does it matter who the king is? Not important at all. What matters is who can bring a stable life to everyone and who can bring a stable income. Fufufu, your wisdom is as dazzling as the sun. You were my record pointer, guiding me in the right direction. Advertisement Doflamingo is flattering, Edie said calmly. Go ahead, I will watch your performance. Yes. Doflamingo left immediately, took his family members with him, and left Beehive Island overnight. In the living room, little Princess Violet was shivering and her face was pale. Go and bring Hiyori. After Edie ordered the maid, he then asked Violet. Tay said, don't be nervous, nothing will happen to you, and so will your family. What do you want? Violet sounded worried. There's a little girl next to me who is very talented in dancing. From now on, you will be her dance teacher. This is what Edie promised Kazuki Hiyori. In addition to a dance teacher, a music teacher is also needed. Speaking of which, that little girl Uda is also very talented in music. Let her learn music together when the time comes. Lest the red-haired man come to his door one day and say that he has wronged his daughter. Just the dance teacher. Violet looked confused. It was just this kind of thing, because the character's behavior was really unpredictable. If not, I thought, I would become a slave. Violet bit her lip and said in fear. I heard that pirates like to capture princesses very much, and the princesses who are captured will end up with the same fate. Very miserable. Usually the king will be asked for a ransom. If he can't pay it, then sorry, the princess will become a slave immediately. I'm not a pirate, but on the news. That's all the slander of the inherently evil 5 elders. Edie said dissatisfied. Sooner or later the 5 old men would have to kneel in front of him and repent. After repenting, send them on their way. At this time, the maid brought Kazuki Hiyori to the living room. The little girl, who was already sleeping, immediately ran over excitedly when she heard that Edie was looking for him. Master Edie. The little girl threw herself into Edie's arms. Edie rubbed her emerald green hair and said with a smile, she is your dance teacher. From now on, learn from her. Dance instructor. Xiao Hihei opened his eyes wide, and when his gaze drifted towards 480 Violet, his little face was suddenly confused. Why is the teacher wearing a quilt? Violet was silent. Is she wearing something? Is she being tied up? Edie motioned to the maid with her eyes, and the maid immediately helped her untie her. Violet, who had regained her freedom, did not dare to run away, nor did she think she could run away. I will obey your command to dance with her. Show me a piece first and let me see how you dance. Edie smiled, hugged little Hiyori, and enjoyed Violet's dance. Dressrosa is a kingdom of love and passion, and the dance there is different from Wanakuna's painting style. Wanakuna's dance is more subtle, while Violet's dance at this time is very bold, full of passion, and shows off her feminine charm wantonly. For the sake of her future destiny, Violet danced very hard and tried her best. The dance is over. Violet couldn't help but gasp a little. Snap, snap, snap. Edie applauded. The dance is very good. Even a layman like me can appreciate its excellence. Hiyori, you have to work hard. Yes, Master Edie, I will definitely study hard. A week later, a certain sea area in East Blue, under the dim sky. Red hair pirates braved the storm and approached a government warship. Boss, that's CP9's ship. I know. The red-haired man flashed his eyes and gave the captain the order, get close to them. On the other side, someone on the CP9 warship also discovered them. It's the red hair pirates. Damn it, why are the red hair pirates here? A government civil servant was horrified and shouted hurriedly. Lord Foz, what should we do? The pirate ship is coming towards us. What? The man known as Foz Fu suddenly ran to the side of the ship. Looking at the pirate ship heading towards them in the storm, his face suddenly turned livid. Why did you encounter the famous red hair pirates in East Blue? Why was it while escorting that thing? The mission must not fail. If I fail, I will be doomed. Foz Fu yelled. Get ready to attack. No, change course and run. But the storm was too strong, and even if the warship was faster than the pirate ship, it would be difficult to escape. The two ships eventually encountered each other, and a great battle broke out, with the red hair pirates emerging victorious. While counting the loot, Usopp found a treasure chest. Boss, look, this is devil fruit. Are the people from CP9 here to escort this thing? The red-haired man looked at the devil fruit in the treasure chest and showed a relieved smile. Is this it? What Captain Roger said, move all the things and return. The red-haired man picked up the small treasure box and ordered loudly. And what they don't know is, on the red-haired pirate ship, a dozen bees were hiding in the corner, faithfully recording this scene. Paramecia rubber fruit. In front of the monitor screen, Edie also showed a smile. No, should it be called Zone Human Fruit Phantom Beast Species Nika form? Chapter 111 Boy, what kind of king do you want to be? Nika. The legend of Nika, the sun god? While massaging Edie's shoulders, Ginny said in surprise. I heard Big Bear say that liberation fighters bring peace and laughter to the world. This is a very special fruit. Whoever eats it will be the enemy of the world government. Edie shook his head. For 800 years, the world government has tried to reclaim this fruit countless times. But this fruit seems to have self-awareness and escapes from their hands every time. In order to cover up the legend of Nika, the sun god, the five elders even changed its name to Paramecia rubber fruit. Doctor, are you going to recycle it? Ginny couldn't help but ask. You care? Edie stood up and said with a smile. Speaking of which, I told you last time that you were free. Why do you still choose to stay here? Doctor, are you afraid that I will leak the information in the laboratory to the outside world? Ginny's eyes widened. Edie smiled and said nothing. Ginny sighed. I have nowhere to go back. Compared to the Revolutionary Army, I think you, Doctor, are more likely to change the world and overthrow the rule of the Celestial Dragons. As she said that, she clasped her hands together and said with a flattering smile, Doctor, you won't drive me away, will you? Can you bear to see me homeless? Please, please, let me stay. Edie got goosebumps. I can't stand it when I'm quite old and still act coquettishly. He said with a speechless face, it's up to you, continue your work, and report any abnormalities to me as soon as possible. After that, leave the monitoring room. Yes, Chief Edie. Bonnie saluted from behind. After listening to Edie's footsteps disappear, he proudly made a, yeah, sign. HMPH, we have been together for more than a year, and I have already figured out your temperament. Ginny smiled, sat back in her seat, and began to operate the monitoring screen. As the leader of a large force, the doctor doesn't have so many rules around him and is usually easygoing. She had never seen Edie look like when he was angry. He always had a smile on his face and was very friendly. Ginny likes it here very much. Compared with returning to the Revolutionary Army and being the commander of the Eastern Army, the Queen Bee monitoring system can better utilize her talents. She likes the feeling of monitoring the whole world. The other side, Edie is going to recycle, to be precise, collect blood. If nothing else, the Nika fruit will eventually be eaten by little Luffy. This is not a human choice, but the will of the fruit itself. As long as he takes little Luffy's blood, he can clone the Nika fruit. After all, the Nika fruit is still zoned in the final analysis, and his zone fruit cloning technology is very mature. Not only that, he can even clone many Nika fruits and feed two to the same person. Then, the person will most likely awaken on the spot. After awakening, whether you can maintain your self-awareness is a question. This has experimental value. Edie has a strong curiosity about why the Nika fruit is so special. When I came to the Upper Research Institute, I happened to see Russell in the window corner of the hall. Robin held a thick piece of literature in his hand and immersed himself in the ocean of knowledge. The girl looks so beautiful when she studies seriously. Edie thought to himself, walked over and said with a smile, Are you studying the blood factor theory? Ah, Robin was startled, her delicate body trembling slightly, and then she relaxed slightly when she realized it was Edie. I am also really, too lax. She tortured herself secretly. She had never been like this in the past. It was probably because the environment in the institute was too comfortable. This is also the trouble with happiness. Thinking of this, Robin raised his head, with a bright smile on his face full of collagen. Yes, it's just a bit profound. Mr. Edie, I heard that it took you a few days to learn it. Her eyes were full of admiration. Edie thinks this girl is sapiosexual. As for how many days it took him, that was with the help of the system. In fact, it took him about 2 years in the simulation to fully understand it. You can ask me if you don't understand anything. Yes, don't be sorry. I hope you can become my assistant in the future. Of course, you can also continue to study archaeology, Edie said seriously. It would be much easier for him if he had an assistant. Robin smiled slightly. I will, Mr. Edie. She hasn't reached a point where she needs to ask yet. She plans to understand all the blood factor theories by herself first, and then ask Edie if she doesn't understand anything. Fit. She glanced at the thick stack of documents on the table, which she couldn't finish reading in less than a month. Edie smiled and said, I'm going to East Blue, and I'll explain it to you when I get back. After saying that, he turned around and left. Robin was startled and immediately stood up and took Edie's hand. What's wrong? Edie looked back, confused. Robin's face suddenly turned red and he whispered, Tutu. Sister Momosagi told us that before you leave in the future, you must drain you dry. Hearing this, Edie was stunned. He reacted immediately and said in a dumbfounded voice, Tutu said that? You? Who are you? Everyone. Robin blushed and smiled. So, you can't leave yet, Mr. Edie. Advertisement Edie. Who are you looking down on? This is intolerable. He grinned and immediately picked up Robin and went upstairs. This was Robin's own request. He considered that the girl had just arrived in the hive and was not used to life yet, so he let her go first. After the two disappeared in the elevator, the maids quickly collected the blood factor theory documents on the table and sent them back to the database. This is top secret information, and no one except Heavenly Father and Robin Heavenly Mother has the right to read it. Put me down, Mr. Edie. Robin's face turned redder when he was being held. I can't run. Edie would never put her down, he just had to carry her back to the room to feel her. Back in his bedroom, Edie quickly took Robin's side. Every woman is different, and in addition to the release of androgens in the body, the emotional feedback is equally rewarding. More than an hour later, Edie got dressed and left her bedroom. As soon as he went out and before he could go downstairs, Yamato suddenly grabbed him. Uncle Edie. Are you going out again? Yamato opened his eyes wide, unable to hide the secret at all. Sister Jumping Rabbit asked me to come. Edie. Okay, 1 sheep can be driven, and 2 sheep can be herded. However, Robin was still resting in his bedroom, so he could only go to Yamato's room. Yamato was severely suppressed, but it wasn't over yet. He was stopped again, this time by Tianue. Mr. Edie, Tianue said with some distress. I recently knitted a piece of clothing and I hope I can give it to you. This is an excuse. Momosagi asked her to come, but she was too embarrassed to say it clearly. Edie sighed, let's go, I'll help you take a look. More than an hour passed. Momosagi accidentally met Edie on the stairs who was about to go out. She held Edie's arm enthusiastically and whispered in his ear in a flattering manner. Are you happy? You must be the culprit. Edie immediately suppressed the provocative rabbit in the elevator. The elevator broke down for more than half an hour before it finally reached the first floor. After killing several goblins one after another, even Edie was a bit overwhelmed. When I finally reached the entrance of the institute, I finally met Hancock. Master Edie, please be careful when you go out. Be sure to take the earthly branches with you and don't run out alone. Hancock looked concerned, and immediately ordered the ugly cow and rat behind him. Be sure to protect the Emperor's safety. Yes, because of Mother Heavenly Being. The two of them knelt down to accept the order. Edie was so moved that she couldn't help but hug Hancock. Still, Hancock knew that he felt sorry for him, unlike those little goblins who were all targeting his body. The institute will be left to you. Yes, I am my wife. Hancock watched with a smile as Edie left with the 2 earthly branches. After she completely disappeared from sight, she took out a book. How to Win Your Husband's Favor. Humph, I am a truly good wife, you concubines don't feel sorry for me at all. Hancock raised his lips proudly. Suddenly I thought of something and immediately shouted, Heizu. As soon as she finished speaking, Heizu immediately appeared in front of her, saluted and said, My Lord Heavenly Mother, what are your orders? Contact Hinajima and ask them to pick you up. Hancock sighed. He really didn't want to send Little Snake Princess to Nummer Island to become the Emperor, but he couldn't completely ignore the life and death of Nummer Island. We can only hope that the next generation will grow up as soon as possible so that she and her daughter can be reunited one day soon. East Blue. The red hair pirates, who stole the rubber fruit, returned to Windmill Village. Shanks had no idea what to do with the fruit. After Captain Roger found the final island, he told him many things, one of which was the legend about Nika. Shanks investigated a lot of information about Nika and finally discovered that this fruit was covered up by the world government. Based on the fact that the sun god Nika has a rubber-like stretchable body, he finally concluded that the Nika fruit was renamed Rubber Fruit. Later, he tracked down Rubber Fruit. This is one of the reasons why he came to East Blue. Now, he has grabbed this fruit, but he doesn't know what to do with it. This fruit carries the destiny of liberating the world. If it is not awakened, it will just have a simple rubber constitution. But it is very difficult to awaken. In the past 800 years, no one has succeeded. Those who can cultivate it to the point of awakening are probably the children of the prophesied destiny. Thinking about this, the pirate ship docked at the port of Windmill Village. After disembarking, Shanks subconsciously walked towards the tavern. Nika's will resides in the fruit. It will choose its own master. After arriving at the door of the tavern, Shanks suddenly felt that everything was left to fate. He walked into the tavern, smiled and said to Makino, Madam Boss, you have done a lot of big things recently, take out all the drinks, we want to celebrate. Oh. The red-haired pirates were very happy. Soon, the small tavern became very lively and the pirates feasted and drank, celebrating the harvest of this voyage. Little Luffy, who learned about Shanks' return, rushed to the tavern as soon as possible. He pestered Shanks to ask about his adventure stories at sea. In desperation, Shanks had to tell some adventures in the past, and Little Luffy's eyes were filled with adoration and stars. But this happy time was soon interrupted. Advertisement. Boom. As the butterfly door of the tavern was violently kicked open, a group of bandits burst in with a sneer. The leader was very aggressive and walked to the bar and asked the proprietress for a drink. But all the wine was consecrated by the red hair pirates, and the only bottle left. Makino looked like he had a headache. Shanks, who was sitting at the bar, smiled and handed over a bottle of wine. This is the last bottle, it hasn't been opened yet, if you don't mind. However, the next moment, this friendly act was rejected. The leader of the bandits broke the wine bottle with one punch, and the wine splashed in Shanks' face. He sarcastically said, "You are pirates, right? Pirates' wine is too bad to drink. Who do you think I am? See clearly, I am the #1 bounty criminal with a reward of 8 million Baileys. HMPH, I've killed 50 of you, a self-righteous guy like you." Such arrogant remarks caused the tavern to suddenly fall into silence. Little Luffy was frightened, but Shanks did not resist and allowed the bandits to make a scene and then left. The red-haired crew members burst out laughing when they saw the captain being humiliated. Shanks couldn't help but laugh after having his drink thrown at him. This scene fell in the eyes of Little Luffy, but he was disappointed and even very angry. "What are you laughing at? You're so embarrassed, Shanks, why don't you beat him? Even if they are outnumbered and look strong, you can't be bullied like this and still laugh." Looking at Little Luffy who angrily questioned him, Shanks was startled, and then smiled and explained. "Luffy, I can understand how you feel, but it's just a little drink thrown at you, so there's no need to be angry, right?" Little Luffy became even more angry and couldn't accept it at all. But the crew laughed. "Ha ha ha, what the boss said makes sense. Yeah, that's a bandit that can kill 56 bosses, ha 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 ha. It's so embarrassing, ship, ha 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 ha." Shanks shook his head helplessly, stood up and began to collect the broken glass on the floor. But soon, his expression suddenly changed. The angry Little Luffy actually opened the little treasure box on the bar and ate the Nika fruit that he had finally grabbed. "Spit it out, Luffy." Shanks hurriedly grabbed Little Luffy's ankles and held him up to spit out the devil fruit he had just eaten. After just shaking it up and down a few times, Little Luffy's legs suddenly lengthened. Little Luffy was completely dumbfounded. Shanks was stunned. Could this be the choice of fate or the will of the Nika fruit itself? Will Luffy be the child of destiny? Shanks yelled. "Luffy, you're in trouble. This is the devil fruit. If you eat it, you will turn into a landlubber and be unable to swim for the rest of your life." "What? No, can't you swim for the rest of your life? You, idiot." After the farce ended, Luffy accepted the reality that he had become an esper and could no longer swim. But he never gave up his dream of becoming a pirate. At noon the next day, Luffy came to the tavern again, wanting to continue to taste Shanks' adventure story. But Shanks is not in the tavern, but Sig, the bandit from yesterday, arrives again. Bandit Sig has never seen demon fruit power. For such a wonderful creature like Luffy, he even came up with the idea of selling him to a circus to make a fortune. They capture Luffy and are later met by the red-hair pirates. "Listen up, thief. Even if you pour food or wine over my head, or spit on me, I can laugh it off. But, no matter what the reason is, I will never forgive the guy who hurt my friend." Following Shanks' haughty declaration, the bandits were severely punished by the red-haired group. But Sig took advantage of the chaos and threw down the smoke bomb and fled to the sea with Luffy. When the red-haired group sailed the boat and chased them to the sea, a king of the sea emerged from the bottom of the sea and was about to swallow the bandit Sig and Little Luffy together with the boat. Captain Usopp was startled. Too far, too late, at least a kilometer away. Shanks looked dazed for a while. No matter what, save Luffy. Is this also fate? He moved, leapt out of the ship, and at the last moment, saved Little Luffy from the mouth of the king of the offshore. And the price is obviously an arm. 2 more days passed. After bandaging their injuries, the red-hair pirates set sail and left the windmill village where they had stayed for nearly a year. Little Luffy said goodbye to them at the port and told them his dream of becoming the pirate king. Shanks gave the straw hat that Roger left to him to Luffy, and agreed to return it to him one day in the future. It wasn't until the pirate ship completely disappeared under the sea level that Little Luffy finally looked away. He returned to the tavern. In front of the bar of the tavern, there was a man in white sitting. "Young man, what kind of king do you want to be?" Edie turned around with a playful smile. Chapter 112 Nika Awakens. "Edie, the real sun god is here, and he has to kneel down to speak." "You are a face I've seen somewhere." When Little Luffy saw Edie in front of the bar, he always felt a little familiar. Suddenly, he hit his palm with his fist. "Oh, I remembered, you were Edie." "That's not right, Ely, it seems wrong too." Edie was amused. "My name is Edie and I am a scientist." "Yes, that's what it's called." Little Luffy walked up to Edie, raised his head and said, "It seems that after the last live broadcast, everyone in the village admires you. Are you great? Then you worship me?" Edie smiled. Shanks said he wanted to become the pirate emperor before he could take back his daughter. Little Luffy picked up his nose and looked like an idiot. "Are you the pirate king?" In his simple understanding, the person who is greater than the pirate emperor must be the pirate king. "Why did you take Shanks' daughter away? Are you a bad person?" "I just put a little pressure on the redhead and saved his daughter's life by the way." "Oh, how are you?" Little Luffy suddenly understood. Behind the bar, the proprietress Makino couldn't help but laugh. Edie smiled and said, "Humans are complex creatures, and labeling them is not a good habit. I'll treat you to a glass of juice." He handed Little Luffy a glass of juice on the bar. This child was only 6 or 7 years old. He was unsuspecting. When he saw that there was free juice to drink, he immediately took it and drank it in one gulp. "Thank you, you are indeed a good person, Edie." Edie chuckled lightly. Do you know the name of the devil fruit you ate before? Rubber fruit. Little Luffy pulled his face, and his face was stretched as long as a rubber band. Its real name is Zone Human Fruit Phantom Beast Species Nika form. As he spoke, Edie took out a blood collection needle. Seeing the sharp needle, little Luffy was immediately frightened and trembling. What do you want to do, Edie? After drinking my juice, you should return something to me, such as your blood. Edie is smiling. This smile fell in little Luffy's eyes, like a devil's smile. No, I'm most afraid of injections. Are you a devil? You lied to a child? Making a face, little Luffy turned around and ran away. When he rushed out of the tavern door, he ran into an area. Little Luffy sat down on the ground and shouted, It hurts, it hurts. Huh? It doesn't seem to hurt. Because the body has turned into rubber, ordinary physical impacts and blows will no longer work. He looked up at the tall figure he bumped into, at least much taller than him. At first glance, his face suddenly changed and he became a little panicked. Look more carefully. Edie stood up from the stool in front of the bar and stepped closer with the lancet. Ah, young grandpa? 120 little Luffy then realized that the man in front of him seemed very young. The ugly cow grinned, grabbed little Luffy's chest, and lifted him up. Monkey D. Luffy, call me grandpa again. You are not grandpa. Little Luffy's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you grandpa's son? They look too much alike. For a moment, Edie couldn't understand why Luffy's brain circuit turned to Garp's son. Sho Niu's face darkened. I am Garp's son, so isn't it your father? That's not okay. How can I be a generation lower than Garp? Call me grandpa. No. You're not grandpa. Put me down. B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** big swelling. It's too rude to call you a B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************8e*Little Luffy yelled, covering his head with a confused look on his face. Why does it hurt again? Makino ran out nervously and said hurriedly, "Guest, Dr. Edie, please let Luffy go." Edie smiled and said nothing. The ugly cow ignored the little boss lady. He grabbed Luffy's arm and stretched it. Little Luffy was so scared that she burst into tears when she saw the needle in Edie's hand. Wait, I apologize. Grandpa, I'm sorry, don't be ***** me with a needle. Give it to me. After the shrill scream, Edie drew a tube of blood. After collecting the blood, the ugly cow put little Luffy down. Edie said speechlessly, "It's just to draw some blood. Killing a pig doesn't make you scream louder." Little Luffy was shocked to find that he was still alive. He rolled and crawled and ran out of the tavern. After pulling away a safe distance, he turned back and stuck out his tongue at Edie to make a face. "Devil. I remember you, Edie, and you, fake grandpa." Edie shook his head with a smile and put away the lancet. "Where's Zishu?" Returning to Heavenly Father, he went to Mount Kolpo. Kingdom of Goa, Mount Korpo. In the forest, Ace and Sabo, 9 years old, teamed up to defeat an adult bear. The exhausted two people lay on the ground, breathing heavily, looking at each other and laughing again. "Sabo, we've become a little stronger again, just keep working hard, and when we have accumulated enough pirate deposits, we can leave this country one day." The two maintained their vision for the future. Suddenly, a beast's roar sounded, and Ace and Sabo's expressions changed. They immediately stood up and looked back, and found a larger bear charging towards them, Kaba. "Oops, it's the mother from just now? Advertisement? Run away." The two panicked people wanted to escape, but they were exhausted and found it difficult to avoid the giant bear's attack. If you are bald in a crisis, don't dodge. The giant bear man stood up for a moment, and his head suddenly branched out. Blood was like a pillar, and it sprayed all over the ground. The two aces were stunned for a moment. After the giant bear's huge body fell, they discovered that there was a person standing behind Tong Neng. The other party has white hair, brown skin, and very eye-catching black wings. "Hey, kids, when you see your savior, kneeling and kowtow is the reaction you should have, right?" Zishu shouldered the samurai's sword and grinned at the two of them. "Kid, you look like you're only in your teens." Sabo thought blankly and immediately thanked him. "Thank you, are you?" "No. Impossible." Next to him, Ace's eyes widened and he whispered in disbelief. "What's impossible?" Zishu's expression was playful. "Ace, when you see your father, you say it's impossible. What's your attitude?" "Huh?" Sabo looked shocked. "Ace, is this man your father?" No, this guy looks like he's still in his teens. Ace is almost 10 years old." Ace trembled all over and stared at Zishu's face. So similar. He knows who his father is, One Piece Roger. A villain who was publicly executed by Marine before he was born, was also the main culprit that caused his mother to be pregnant for 20 months and eventually die in childbirth. He had seen Roger's wanted poster more than once. "That face of yours. Who the hell are you?" Ace yelled. "Roger is dead, you can't be Roger." Roger, you don't even want to call me daddy?" Zishu sighed and said funny ly. "Although I am not Roger, I am somewhat related to you by blood. You can call me Uncle Zishu." "Rat?" Ace's pupils shrank. "You're the one on the news, the 12 earthly branches?" "Huh? Have the country kids from East Blue heard of my reputation?" Zishu said in surprise. Ace gritted his teeth and glared at Zishu angrily. It's not that he has any objections to Zishu, after all, he just saved him. He just hates Zishu's face. He didn't know any Z-Mouse before, but some time ago, the honeycomb rice press conference that shocked the world made him meet the great scientist Edie. Out of curiosity, he collected some newspapers from the past, and then he learned about the 12 earthly branches. What is your purpose? Ace's mind turned quickly and he immediately realized that the other party was deliberately looking for him. Sabo gradually understood the situation and whispered, Ace, this person is probably coming for you. You run first and I will help you stop him. Although I don't know what the other party's purpose is, it doesn't seem to be well-intentioned. Zishu's eyes narrowed. Boom! A wave of Conqueror's Haki suddenly hit Sabo's mind, and in an instant, the child rolled his eyes and fainted. Sabo! Ace was shocked. What did you do? This is called Haki. It is the most special Conqueror's Haki among Conqueror's Haki. You have inherited Roger's bloodline, so you will also have this potential ability. Zishu put away his samurai sword and took out a lancet from his pocket. Ace subconsciously took a step back, gritted his teeth and used his last strength, grabbed the unconscious Sabo and turned around to run away. However, as soon as he turned around, two figures blocked his way. One of them was wearing white clothes, and Ace recognized him as Dr. Edie from the news. MOS. Grandpa Garp. No, a clone? Ace said in shock. The ugly cow said nothing. Edie smiled and said, Are all children today afraid of injections? Ace's heart was beating very fast, and the pressure on his heart from the three adults was huge. He glanced away and was about to run away to the right. Don't move. Edie's eyes narrowed slightly, and the corners of his eyes flashed with lightning. The sizzling red electric light flashed and quickly enveloped Ace. In an instant, Ace found that he couldn't move, as if an invisible force had restrained him, and only his eyeballs could not move his whole body. He looked at Edie out of the corner of his eye and said in shock, What is this? Both the previous Z-Mouse and the current Dr. Edie are using some abilities that he has never heard of. It's just Haki's application skills. Edie smiled slightly. Don't be so nervous, 4 years. Zishu walked over, grabbed Ace, and stabbed his arm with a needle. Ace was unable to resist. He found that after drawing blood, he could move again. He was a little confused. Just drawing blood? Edie glanced at the unconscious Sabo and said, You're here, let's take the kid's blood as well. Wait. What do you want to do? Ace opened his arms to stop the mouse who wanted to take action. Stay out of the way, Roger's son. With a flick of his finger, Z-Mouse flicked Ace away. Ace was completely stunned. What kind of crazy thing is this? Why is it so powerful? There was a swelling on his forehead. By the time he stood up, Zishu had finished drawing Sabo's blood. Ace clenched his fists. He was too weak and couldn't protect anything. Edie collected their blood. The blood of Sabo and Ace was specially collected, not for any ulterior purpose, but just by the way. Belong advertisement come all come. Edie glanced at Ace who was full of grief and anger and said calmly. Angry? You have no real anger because you don't feel great malice on us? True rage. You will awaken the conquerors. Conquerors, is this the power called Haki, controlled by these people? Ace remained silent and walked to the unconscious Sabo, once again protecting his good friend behind him. Edie chuckled and said, Remember how you feel at this moment. I hope what you experience today can change your future destiny. It can be regarded as a little gift from fate. As he spoke, his body slowly floated up. Z-Mouse and Cho Niu followed him on the left and right. Ace stared at this scene blankly. Human beings fly out of thin air? Are they still human beings? Are they gods? This scene is like a god, and the two earthly branches are like black angels with dark calculations. Can I learn Haki too? Ace couldn't help shouting to the sky. Whether it's Haki or devil fruit, they're all just a type of power. There is no absolute difference between the energy of life and the energy of death. Goodbye, little Ace, I look forward to seeing you next time. The sound gradually faded away, and a figure gradually disappeared from Ace's sight. While Edie was collecting blood, the world government also learned of the robbery of rubber fruit. The little devil from the Figalondo family, the 5 elders were very angry. In a fit of anger, he got angry. Red-haired Shanks, his true identity is the imp of the Garlando family of celestial dragons. It's similar to Doflamingo's situation, both are of the bloodline of celestial dragons living in the lower world. But the difference is, the Don Quixote family does not have much influence, and the current patriarch of the Figalondo family is the commander of the Knights of God, Figalondo Greenshixen. Calm down, it's not the first time that the fruit slipped from our hands. Since it was robbed, take it back as soon as possible. CP9 is really useless, let the dogs go out. No, just to be on the safe side, let 2 admirals go together. Soon, an order from the 5 elders was conveyed to the naval headquarters. Today there are only 2 marine admirals, Aokiji and Shion. Both of them were performing tasks, but an order from the 5 elders caused them to immediately change their goals. Half a month later, Beehive Island, underground laboratory. Edie took out 2 stuck fruits from the devil fruit culture cabinet. It's a bit expensive. Cloning is actually more expensive than cloning the Azure Dragon fruit. Edie held 2 identical devil fruits in his hands and played with them. The cost of cloning the blue dragon fruit is about 2 billion belly, and he sells it to Kaido for 50 billion. As for rubber fruit, the cost of a single fruit is 3 billion. Get 2 to test first. Edie immediately left the underground laboratory and immediately ordered Momosagi to bring a prisoner over. Momosagi takes the prisoner pirate to a forest north of the institute. The prisoner was a man, about 30 years old. He was kneeling in front of Edie with a look of horror on his face, not knowing what his fate was going to be. Surrounded by 3 earthly branches, they blocked an escape direction. Emperor. Emperor, what can I do for you? The prisoner pirate said tremblingly. Eat. Edie placed 2 rubber fruits in front of him like trash. Devil fruit? The prisoner was shocked and swallowed nervously. If it were just a devil fruit, he would probably feel a little happy. But the two are exactly the same. This strange situation made his mind go blank. Qianlong snorted coldly and said, "Didn't you hear Heavenly Father's order? If you don't eat, it's because people want to eat." The prisoner pirate shuddered. He knew that if he didn't eat, he would be killed immediately. But if you eat too, you will die as well. No, you won't necessarily die. This must be some kind of experiment. Dr. Edie wants to solve the problem of one person can't eat 2 devil fruits. You still have 3 seconds. Qianlong's voice was cold. I eat. The prisoner pirate grabbed 1 devil fruit and swallowed it on the spot. When he looked at the other one, there was a look of struggle on his face, and he gritted his teeth and swallowed it. In an instant, rubber fruit awakens, Nika form is born. The heartbeat of the prisoner pirate sounded like a drum, and a white flame cloud was born. Then, the same laughter resounded, ha 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 ha. Almost instantly, Nika's will suppressed the human will. Let him calm down. Edie calmly gave the order. Even if the sun god from 800 years ago comes, he still has to kneel down to speak. Chapter 113 Kaido awakens. Night Raid Mariajoy. Along with the awakening of Nika's will, the prisoner pirate laughed wantonly. Danana, Anna unknown currency unknown currency unknown currency A. The person is still the same person, but the inside is different. Edie gave the order, and the 3 earthly branches immediately took action. The ugly cow approached from behind and punched the prisoner pirate. The prisoner's laughter continued unabated, as if there were eyes behind him, and he punched back. The collision of the 2 fists caused an impact, and there was a stalemate for a moment. Then, the prisoner was knocked back by Tian Sheng's punch. The prisoner flew away like a ball bouncing in the forest. When he hit a towering tree, the trunk was not broken, but instead bent strangely, and bounced him back like a slingshot. Awakening ability. Assimilate everything around you and turn it into rubber. It was also the first time for the earthly branches to see this kind of power. Ha 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 ha. The prisoner could only giggle and had lost consciousness. He bumped into the ugly bull and hit it with his head. The ugly cow frowned. At this time, Qianlong entered the human animal form, intercepted the prisoner midway, brandished the mace, and whipped the white figure away with 1 blow. Thunder 8 trigrams. Boom. The prisoner's head was flattened by a blow that was wrapped around the weapon. With a whoosh, the prisoner flew out of the forest, leaping hundreds of kilometers in one breath. Shichibukai grinned. What a foolproof ability. His interest greatly increased, his wings behind him fluttered, and he immediately chased after him. Qianlong and Shonyu also acted together. Edie put his hands into the pockets of his white coat and flew to a high place, overlooking the battle from the sky. Although the prisoner pirates no longer have human consciousness, their fighting instincts are still there. He was knocked back 1,000 meters and finally hit a huge rock with a loud bang. The boulder was not penetrated, but dented, catching him firmly without suffering too much damage. Da! The prisoner was still laughing, but as soon as he stood upright, the snake appeared above his head. What are you laughing at? Sea Snake grabbed his head, used his 5 fingers to throw it towards the sky. Hot breath. Qianlong, who was in human animal form, opened his mouth and let out a hot breath. Boom! The crimson flames were like pillars and swallowed up the prisoner pirate in an instant. The high-temperature flames transformed the white figure into Kurozumi. When it fell from the sky, the dark figure shook its head and returned to its original state. His heartbeat grew louder. Thump, thump, thump. A wave of hockey erupted from the body of the prisoner pirate. The ugly cow flew into the air and caught the fallen prisoner. He held his hands together and struck down hard like a warhammer, hitting the prisoner's head. A blow that entangled Conqueror's hockey, and hockey, who exploded from the prisoner, could not block it at all, and was knocked down from the sky with a single blow. Amidst the loud noise, the prisoner fell into the forest, creating a huge crater with a diameter of 100 meters. Seeing this scene, Edie couldn't help but exclaim. Why don't you rubberize the ground? Did you forget, or was it too late? Even after Nika awakened, faced with the siege of the 3 earthly branches, the prisoners were only violently beaten one-sidedly. Soon, this guy was suppressed by Qianlong and the others. Edie landed in front of the other party and looked at him carefully. The prisoner pirate kept struggling and didn't smile. It was like a trapped beast, frantically trying to break free. Heavenly Father. Shichibukai pressed the guy's head and asked, are you going to put sea stone shackles on him again and again? Edie stared at each other. The experiment worked. But it also failed. Eating 2 Nika fruits can indeed awaken the Nika posture in one breath. But the human will is easily suppressed, and judging from the appearance of this pirate, he may have been completely suppressed and almost impossible to wake up. Thinking of this, Edie took a few steps forward and held down the prisoner's head. The next moment, tens of billions of ghost particles are released from the soul and attached to the other party's soul. The prisoners, who were a little irritable at first, gradually calmed down. He stopped struggling, and his eyes became hollow and lifeless, like a walking corpse. But even so, he still couldn't release the Nika form. It seems there is no way to change it back. Edie secretly thought of Impel Down's jailer beast. Those with zone abilities who failed to awaken seem to be unable to return to human form. What's your name? Edie asked calmly. Ah. The prisoner opened his mouth and made a sound of unknown meaning. Totally irrational. Nika's consciousness was temporarily suppressed by him, and human will could not return. As a result, that's it. Let's call it White. Idiot White. Bai had a demented expression on his face. Edie took out a blood collection needle and threw it to Shichi. Take a tube of blood and lock the person up first. After speaking, he turned and left. Advertisement. How to solve the problem of failed awakening. Is it a human problem? Before, Shiro was just a pirate with a bounty of less than 200 million. After awakening, he had such a level of combat experience in his Ka form. It can be seen that the fruit of Nika is indeed very strong. If it were someone else, would it be possible to maintain self-awareness during awakening? For example, support returning to the research institute, Edie extracted the other party's blood factors from Bai's blood and made necessary observations. The results were nothing too unusual. At this time, Momosagi came to the laboratory, holding a telephone in his hand. It's Kaido's contact. Edie stopped what he was doing and picked up the walkie-talkie. Kaido's voice came from the other side. Edie, I'm ready. Edie was puzzled. Who are you now? Wano-kuni, the island of ghosts, turned into a castle. Kaido's face turned dark when he heard this. I'm Kaido. Little guy. What's the matter? Edie smiled and said, the replica of the green dragon fruit was given to you before. I'm ready. Kaido grinned. I heard Yamato say that we will be a family from now on, son-in-law. Edie. Alas, it turns out that other people's daughters didn't sleep in vain, and now the little guy found a breakthrough. But you can't change your seniority. Let's talk about our own things. You call me brother, and I call you little guy. Hearing this, Kaido laughed angrily. This brat. Forget it, considering his status as his son-in-law, let's not argue verbally. Oh ha 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 ha. During this period, I have been preparing and have adjusted my body and mind to the best condition. Kaido snorted. Next, I want to eat the second Azure Dragon Fruit to complete the awakening of my abilities. Oh, I understand, I'm here to ask for help. Are you a Tsunere? Edie cursed in his heart. I can't help him, so I can't help him. The last time Jin awakened the Pteranodon, Kaido himself helped to suppress it, so it didn't cause too much damage to the flower capital. Kaido is about to awaken this time, and if no one helps suppress it, Wano-kuni may become ruins. A green dragon makes a big fuss and attacks indiscriminately, which is a nightmare for Wano-kuni. No one in the beast's pirates can stop them, not even by tying them all together. But it's not safe to wake up somewhere else. If Marine finds out about it and interferes, Kaido might get arrested again. Therefore, Kaido decided to ask Edie for help. There is no shame in asking your son-in-law for help. Kaido is very proud of this. Well done to Yamato. You are indeed my good daughter. As your son-in-law, you can't watch your father-in-law awakening and have the nerve not to help, right? I understand, just wait. After saying that, Edie cut off the communication. Momosagi covered his mouth and chuckled. Didi, you can't control yourself. Everything is under control. Soon after, Wano-kuni, the island of ghosts. Kaido was very enthusiastic about Edie's arrival and entertained him deep in the Skull Castle. Good son-in-law, I know you don't drink, so I specially prepared coffee for you. Kaido grinned. I have always been called little guy, but today I have made a comeback. Edie glanced at him. Childish. You are 46 years old this year, are you still engaging in such verbal abuse? Kaido couldn't hide the smile on his face, picked up a jar of wine and drank it. I originally planned for Yamato to succeed General Wano-kuni. After drinking a jar of wine, Kaido returned to his usual state, but it's different now. I hope you and Yamato's children can inherit Wano-kuni in the future. Then your plan failed. Huh? Kaido frowned. The corner of Edie's mouth raised slightly. I am an immortal. It is difficult for me to have a child with Yamato. There are immortal cells in his body, and even the tadpoles have evolved to a different level. Yamato is still an ordinary person for now. The two were unable to have children. Even if Yamato undergoes immortality surgery in the future, the result may not be optimistic. This is probably the price of eternal life. But it's not impossible to solve it. Yiyu doesn't want children for the time being. What? Kaido was surprised. The immortal. You don't seem to know yet. The master behind the world government, the king of the celestial dragons on the five elders, is a person named I Am, who is also an immortal. Nero na I Am Saint. When Edie told him the name, Kaido fell silent. He takes over Wano-kuni not just to become the pirate king. In addition, he wanted to launch a world-class war, and the high-ranking nobles and celestial dragons all pulled down their altars. Only in war can human value be measured. His feud with the world government can be traced back to when he was 10 years old. Edie, are you telling the truth? Kaido asked in a deep voice. The information was so shocking that he was no longer interested in taking advantage of it verbally. That's right. Edie smiled slightly and said, don't believe it, why don't you go to the Holy Land and try it? What do you mean? Kaido narrowed his eyes. Does this brat want him to die? Is this how you treat your father-in-law? Golden Lion entrusted me to help research something, and now the research has been completed. Advertisement. Edie briefly told the story of the Golden Lion, and then said, you and the Golden Lion joined forces to attack Mariajoy. Maybe you can see the immortal king of celestial dragons. Hearing this, Kaido was a little moved. The Golden Lion can fly, and he can fly too. Even if the two of them join forces and encounter trouble, they can retreat if they want to, right? What about you? You instigated us to act, so you can't just do nothing, right? I will send the secret weapon. Edie smiled slightly. The secret weapon is of course Shichibukai, the failed product of this experiment, who just took this opportunity to test his limits. It's considered waste utilization. He said earnestly, little guy, there are not many opportunities to increase the strength of the 5 elders. Those 5 old men are huddled in the Holy Land. Don't you want to take revenge? Oh, hey. I believe you, my good son-in-law, you will definitely not watch me get caught. Kaido did not admit defeat verbally, and everyone discussed his own issues. Anyway, he recognized this son-in-law. Moreover, based on the friendship he had had with Edie for so many years, he felt that Edie would not really ignore him and would take him out of the Holy Land if he was in trouble. Then let's begin. Xinglong awakens. Immediately, the two left Ghost Island. Naturally, the place of awakening will not be placed in the lair. Kaido spent tens of billions of belly building this skull castle, and he would feel bad if it was destroyed. Winner's Island. Came to this uninhabited island again. Edie immediately ordered Shenlong to assist Kaido. You suppress him. Father, Kaido is stronger than before, and I may not be his opponent now, Shenlong said matter-of-factly. Besides, after awakening Xinglong, he was not 100% sure of suppressing Kaido. It doesn't matter, I will take action myself when necessary. Edie put his hands in his pockets and calmly said to Kaido in the distance, eat, don't waste time. Hearing this, Kaido did not hesitate and swallowed the copied fruit that he bought from his good son-in-law for 50 billion. Think of it as a dowry. Zero Kaido comforted himself by thinking, the next moment, Xinglong's will awakened in his body. Roar. The dragon's roar resounded, and Kaido uncontrollably turned into the form of a blue dragon. 1,000-meter-long green dragon hovered in the sky. Seeing this, Shenlong immediately transformed. The two green dragons immediately started fighting in the sky. Compared with the last time Kaido and Shenlong fought, they were evenly matched at first, but at this moment, Shenlong fell into a disadvantage. Dee. Edie's glasses made a slight sound, and 2 sets of numbers jumped one after another. Shenlong. Energy level, 250 billion. Kaido. Energy level, 300 billion. Sure enough, he has become a lot stronger. Haki has grown a lot. Edie thought to himself, after awakening, I'm afraid it will improve. After awakening, Kaido will enter his peak period. In the sky, the killing of 2 green dragons lasted for several hours. Victor's Island couldn't bear the fight between the 2 of them. It was originally caused by the 3 of them, and now it encountered the fight between Shenlong and Kaido. Finally, with a loud noise, the peaks of this uninhabited island were flattened, and the island was shattered into dozens of pieces. From now on, Victor Island can be renamed Pome Island. The fight between the 2 phantom beasts finally ended with Kaido stopping. Kaido turned into a human animal form, and green flame clouds appeared around him. It seems that I don't need to take action. You can ignore Xinglong's will by relying on your own strength. Edie fell from a height and came to Kaido. Kaido laughed. Oh, Glee, I'm very grateful to you. You are really my good son-in-law. The son-in-law can't get over this hurdle, right? Edie raised his eyebrows fiercely. How do you feel? He asked calmly. Do you need to rest for a while? I'm fine. No need. Let's start taking action right away. Awakening Kaido snorted coldly, with a stern look in his eyes. Killing 1-5 elders won't be a problem. Okay, I appreciate your drive. Edie smiled and immediately took out the phone and contacted Golden Lion. A few days later, at night, the top of the Red Line, the 10,000-meter center of the Holy Land of Mariajoy. A floating island is hidden in the night, unnoticed for the time being. On the edge of the island, 3 figures stood at the front, overlooking the brightly lit town below. Jia ha 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 ha, he is indeed the world's #1 scientist, and his research efficiency is indeed extraordinary, Golden Lion laughed. Edie looked calm. It's just an extract from plants, all you need is hands. The potion given to Golden Lion was named the Fury Potion. Whether it is injected or drank directly, the beast becomes ferocious. In a violent state, he is not afraid of life and death until he is exhausted. Of course, it works on people as well. There are thousands of ferocious beasts on my island. What will happen if they are all released to the Holy Land? The Golden Lion's eyes are cold, and it will give the dragon people a nightmare tonight? Hearing this, Kaido snorted and jumped down immediately. I'll go first. Jumping from an altitude of 20,000 meters without any precautions is Kaido's favorite behavior. Edie did not stop him, but ordered the snake behind him. Put Shiro in there. Yes. Sishay untied Bai's sea stone chain and kicked Bai off the island. Ha 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 ha. Without Edie's suppression, Nika's will in Bai's body awakened again, and a string of laughter resounded through the night sky and reached the Lord of the Earth. Chapter 114 Nika is white, frightened 5 elders, I am. Capture him alive. The shrine is brightly lit at night. Electricity is not common in this world and is an extremely precious energy source. But the lights never go out in Mariajoy. Countless slaves will use human power to light up the celestial dragon's nights. Although in Edie's opinion, this is a kind of garbage power, worse than wind power. You should also prepare. After hearing Edie's words, Golden Lion immediately picked up the phonebug's walkie-talkie and transmitted instructions to his men. Indigo, are you ready? Calcal, get ready, Captain Shiki. Jia ha ha ha, prepare to launch. Golden Lion stretched out his right hand, turned his palm into a claw, and then grasped it in the air. Amidst the roar, part of the floating island was torn apart and fell towards the Holy Land Mariajoy below. The torn island is a forest inhabited by wild beasts, with a volume of more than 3,000. In order to ensure a smooth launch, Golden Lion deliberately controlled the falling speed of the island fragments. Seeing this, Edie took a step forward and flew down from the floating island. At the same time, in Kaido's field of vision, the headquarters of the world government, the huge Pangu castle, was getting closer and closer. The sound of the wind whizzing by beside him made him feel extremely calm. Decades ago, due to his outstanding physical talent and excellent racial genes, he was already the strongest warrior in the Woka Kingdom at the age of 10. Soon, the world government focused on him and made a deal with the king with the right to participate in the World Summit. He was sold to the government. While being escorted, he destroyed Marine's prison ship and escaped calmly. Later, he received the first reward in his life, 70 million Baileys. But life at sea is very difficult. Every time he is hungry, he will throw himself into the trap of Marine, and then escape after eating. The immortal, I am. HMPH, what kind of king is the king of the world who hides and hides? Let Lousy reveal your fragile mask, 547. Kaido was extremely disdainful. If there really is a king of the world, Rock's back then would barely count as half. But Rox is dead. In this day and age, his good son-in-law is more worthy of this title. The 5 elders are just a bunch of insects, boom. While thinking, Kaido fell into a green forest in front of Pangu Castle. He didn't use Haki for defense. He jumped from an altitude of more than 20,000 meters and landed on the top of the red line, which is 10,000 meters above sea level. A deep human-shaped pit was created on the ground. The loud noise quickly attracted the attention of the Holy Land Guards. The patrolling soldiers carried whale oil lamps and quickly arrived at the scene of the incident. What? Fell from the sky. Something's coming out. The soldiers retreated hurriedly for a distance, and their firearms were set up one after another, with the black muzzles pointed at the human-shaped pit. Suddenly, a hand lifted up from the pit, grabbed the edge of the pit and crawled out. The huge body made the soldiers look horrified. Kaido. It's Kaido of the Beasts. The Holy Land was invaded by pirates. This thought came to everyone's mind for the first time, and then they thought of the fishman adventurer Fisher Tiger causing trouble in Mariajoy more than 2 years ago. A repeat of the incident. A squad leader reacted immediately and shouted, "Sound the alarm, shoot." Da. The bullets poured out like raindrops and landed on Kaido's body without even scratching his skin. Ironically, the firearms used by these soldiers were the AK-47 automatic rifles he sold. Oh, I don't even have the strength to scratch it. Kaido glanced at the group of soldiers with disdain, took a deep breath, and shouted, "The war has begun, celestial dragons." Boom. Along with the roar, Conqueror's Haki radiated in all directions in an instant, sweeping the entire town. Countless people woke up during the night. The patrolling soldiers in the green forest immediately rolled their eyes and fainted. Kaido ignored the group of miscellaneous fish, and his neck suddenly stretched out, turning into love. After the huge green dragon's body appeared, the dragon's mouth opened wide, and the bloody mouth condensed with scorching flames, and finally turned into a dragon's breath and blasted towards Pangu Castle. Boom. The dragon's breath traveled hundreds of meters and penetrated Pangu City in an instant. Half of the castle was reduced to rubbish. Its power continued unabated, heading towards the end of the sky and spreading several kilometers away. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The siren finally sounded, and the harsh sound spread throughout the Holy Land. Countless soldiers took action, and when they discovered the blue dragon in the sky, everyone showed expressions of disbelief. Pirates! Attack Mariajoy! Kaido looked down at the government hawks and dogs. The dragon's mouth opened and closed, showing a mocking expression. Are those 5 old men still sleeping? At the same time. The town not far from Pangu City is called the Divine Domain. The celestial dragons all heard the loud noise coming from outside and woke up one by one from their sleep. Advertisement also awakened were the 5 elders. As the most powerful person in the world, it is of course impossible for him to hold a meeting in Pangu City late at night and go to bed early. The 5 people come from different families and live in different mansions in God's domain. What happened? Saint Satan got up from the bed, wearing pajamas and walking to the window with a cane. Looking out of the window, Pangu City in the distance was blazing into the sky, and the green dragon hovering in the night was illuminated by the fire. Chen Long. Saint Satan's expression changed drastically, but he soon realized something was wrong. No, it's Kaido. How could it be Kaido? Is this pirate crazy? Come to Mariajoy to die. At this time, a panicked voice came from outside the door. Satan Saint, Beijing Kaido invades. It's too late. The enemy didn't report until he hit us at the doorstep. What's the use of you, trash? Saint Satan snorted coldly and stared at the green dragon outside the window. Since you are here to die, then go die. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge pattern like a magic circle suddenly appeared under his feet. In the corners of the magic circle, there are numbers, 5. Wisps of black smoke that continuously poured out from the magic circle quickly enveloped Saint Satan. The next moment, the gushing black mist retracted into the magic circle, and Sakunsu also disappeared. In the room, the dark magic circle also faded away, as if it had never appeared. Pangu Castle, the open space on the back. The black magic circle was born, and the 5 elders walked out of the black garden. Satan Saint. The nearby generals and soldiers discovered him one after another and immediately knelt down to salute without daring to raise their heads. But there are also newly promoted soldiers who don't know this rule. When their colleagues all lower their heads, they still look at the leader's head coming out of the black mold user in a daze. Hurry up and lower your head. Vice Admiral Dark Horse's expression changed slightly, and he quickly reminded, "Below Commodore, please do not go straight." Before I could finish the rest of the words, death had already occurred. Saint Seiden's eyes burst out with a burst of light, and the next moment, all the soldiers who dared to raise their heads and look directly at him had their heads exploded with a bang. No, it was simply erased and never existed. Hiss. Countless people took a breath. Because they lowered their heads, they saw nothing, just headless corpses falling down in a pool of blood, telling them what happened just a moment ago. How can you be so rude in a panic? Saint Seiden reprimanded, looking up at the blue dragon in the sky. He was just a pirate emperor. Oh, Seiden? I haven't seen him for more than 20 years. Kaido smiled sarcastically. You really showed up arrogantly, and the things you did were more vicious than a pirate like me. He would not kill his subordinates casually, he would kill them just by looking up. Celestial dragons is indeed of the same origin. Other celestial dragons are in the lower world and are not allowed to look directly at others. They are only allowed to kneel down to worship. The source of this rule comes from the 5 elders, right? Kaido acted full of comfort, but inside he was wary of getting up. During the Valley of Gods incident that year, he glanced at Saint Seiden from a distance and met him once. But at that time, he was just the younger brother on the ship, and he never really met Saint Seiden. Now that I see the other person again, his appearance has not changed at all. Immortal, this guy too? Kaido narrowed his huge dragon eyes and thought to himself, if I kill him, will I appear? He punched through Pangu City with one breath before, aiming at I am. As a result, the main character didn't come out, but the 5 elders came out. And the way he appears is very weird. Devil fruit ability? Kaido has too many puzzles, and Edie didn't tell him this information before coming. Your attitude is too high, human being. Saint Seiden said coldly, if you dare to come to the Holy Land, use your dragon blood to repent. As soon as he finished speaking, Kaido's expression was startled. His body fell uncontrollably downwards. It was as if some force was pulling him, trying to drag him down from the sky. Kaido didn't understand what happened, but he immediately released his beast form and turned into a human animal form. With a thud, Kaido landed firmly on the ground, took out his mace from behind and put it on his shoulder. Wonderful ability. Kaido grinned. I see. The green dragon fruit has awakened. No wonder he has the courage to seek death. Saint Seiden narrowed his eyes and was slightly surprised when he saw the green flame cloud around Kaido. Awakening to a powerful fruit like this is almost like a trip to hell. Suddenly, Saint Seiden heard a voice that sounded directly in his mind. What happened? Pangu City was burned. Is Master I am okay? The enemy is just Kaido? Need support? The voices of the other 4-5 elders sounded in my heart one after another. Support? Saint Seiden was about to answer when suddenly, a heart-stopping laughter came from high up. Ha 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 ha. Along with the laughter, there was the sound of drums. Saint Seiden's face changed drastically. This is. His eyes widened in disbelief and he looked up at the sky. In the night illuminated by firelight, a white figure fell from the sky. Impossible. There has been no fruit of awakening for 800 years. Why is it happening now? Saint Seiden thought in disbelief. There was no way he could admit his mistake. It was Nika, the sun god. Point 0. Recalling the incident where rubber fruit was kidnapped by the red hair not long ago, Akainu and Aokiji have gone to recover it, but no results have been reported yet. Advertisement: if the fruit was snatched away by the red hair, then who was the white figure in front of me? A thud. Bai fell not far in front of Saint Seiden, and the ground softened into rubber, like a trampoline. What happened again? The voices of the other 4 colleagues sounded in his mind again, and Saint Seiden trembled unconsciously. Nika shows up. His answer caused a moment of silence. Silent. We must not let him leave alive. Saint Seiden made a decisive decision and hit the crutch in his hand heavily. The next moment, 4 magic arrays appeared, with black smoke billowing. Unknown currency, unknown currency, unknown currency, unknown currency, unknown currency A. Ga unknown currency, unknown currency A. Bai was still laughing, as if he was playing on a trampoline, very happy. Pangu City, among flowers. I am heard a strange laughter. She concentrated slightly, her sight seemed to penetrate through the layers of walls, and she saw the white figure giggling outside. Nika fruit, she suddenly remembered the nightmare she had, the sun god Nika 800 years ago. It was like daylight among the flowers, with birds chirping and flowers fragrant. But as I am frowned, everything around him seemed to have been taken away from life and quickly became dry. Open black lens bracket capture him live. Close black lens bracket. A thought was transmitted to the minds of the 5 elders. The next moment, there was a crash, like the sound of waves lapping at the shore. I am has disappeared among the flowers, the town where celestial dragons live. A broken island slowly fell into the town, destroying countless houses. Thousands of beasts emerged from the island. Rhinos, saber-toothed tigers, elephants, giant mantises, swarms of wasps, countless black ants. All kinds of beasts spread across the town. The beasts' eyes were blood red, and only the instinct to destroy everything remained. Even wild animals will fight each other into a group. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, the Holy Land was in chaos, and many celestial dragons began to flee under the protection of bodyguards. Screams and curses continued. Houses one after another were turned into ruins under the attacks of beasts, fires spread, and pictures blossomed. Gia ha 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 ha. The golden lion floated in the air, laughing wildly. Tonight, no one can sleep, the happy banquet has begun. Northeast corner of town. Celestial dragons, a woman who looked to be in her 30s, couldn't help but sigh. What a disaster. There was only one scene 2 years ago where the Fishman adventurers caused trouble in the Holy Land, and it's happening again tonight? Forget about Fisher Tiger causing trouble in the Holy Land, after all, it was an incident that happened again after 200 or 300 years. No one expected it at the time, but now, only 2 years later, it's happening again. The Holy Land has been strengthened with guards, intensifying its loneliness. The female celestial dragons breathe, sleep is a woman's natural enemy. A crazy elephant raised its forelimbs and stepped down towards her. The female celestial dragons simply extended a hand. Blood impact. The moment the palm touched the elephant's forelimb, there was a pop, and an explosion seemed to occur inside the elephant, exploding into a shower of blood. Knights of God 4.4, Joyce Mia, Paramecia Blood Fruit Ability User. Has the power to control the blood of all living things. Chaos continues and panic spreads rapidly. This chaos in the Holy Land is much more serious than the incident of Fisher Tiger climbing the red line with his bare hands more than 2 years ago. Fisher Tiger was only here to free the slaves, but this time, it was obvious that he was here to kill someone. Kill the celestial dragons, and in the midst of this commotion. As the strongest guardian force of the celestial dragons, the Knights of the Order also had to put on their clothes and walk out of the mansion. One of the mansions of the Figalondo family, Commander Green, the ancient saint, stood on the balcony on the second floor, looking at the town that turned into a sea of flames with raised eyebrows. Golden Lion? He noticed the culprit in heaven. The next moment, he jumped up and killed the Golden Lion. Edie walked on the streets filled with flames as if taking a leisurely stroll, with the roars of beasts constantly coming from around her. He was like an invisible man. The beasts didn't notice him, and the celestial dragons who were escaping and evacuating didn't notice him either. Invisibility through seeing and hearing. The awakened Knights of God also did not notice him. Regarding the Knights of God, Edie knew a person, Commander Green the ancient saint, who was probably the elder of the red-haired Shanks. Father, or grandfather. This person also participated in the Battle of the Kingdom of God, and was also called the King. His strength is a mystery, but he probably won't be weaker than the General Emperor level. As for how many members there are in the Knights of God, Edie doesn't know. But it doesn't matter. After tonight, you will probably know part of it. This raid, in addition to collecting intelligence, testing buys limits, and seeing if IM will show up. There is another important purpose, fruit every year. At Sartain's house, Edie walked towards Saint's home, completely oblivious to the chaos around him. Chapter 115. Obtaining the fruit of the year, the Knights of the Divine Order instantly. Kaido beats up 5 elders. Edie walked on the street that turned into a sea of flames, walking slowly towards the mansion of Saint Satan, one of the 5 elders. The Queen Bee monitoring system monitors the Holy Land all year round, and he is no stranger to this place. But the current Holy Land made him a little confused. There were chaotic scenes everywhere. When I reached a corner, I encountered an evacuating celestial dragons. Halifax Saint, come on, it's very dangerous here, there are crazy beasts everywhere.
Go to the bell tower, there is an underground safety passage there.
A group of black-clad bodyguards guarding a male celestial dragons are passing around the corner. The celestial dragons named Halifax gasped. Where's the slave? B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** it would cost him his life. He usually travels by riding a slave. The slave was bitten to death by a crazy tiger. The collar around his neck exploded, and he died with the beast. The bodyguard replied hurriedly. Khalifas was furious and pointed at the bodyguard who answered, "Get down and you will be your mount." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly saw a man in white walking behind the bodyguard. The moment he saw the other party, Khalifas' pupils shrank suddenly, and the finger pointing at the bodyguard began to tremble uncontrollably. Eeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeee now was fake, he turned around and ran away. However, as soon as Khalifa's turned around, a red lightning hit him. In an instant, my soul was trembling. Move, can't move. Khalifa's turned pale. At this time, the bodyguards reacted and took out the pistols from their waists. Before they could take action, a red light flashed in the corner of Edie's eyes. In an instant, all the bodyguards rolled their eyes and fainted. It's you again, what's your name, Harry? Edie walked slowly towards the celestial dragons. He recognized the other person. It was this celestial dragons who encountered Ginny in East Blue and wanted to capture her and return her to the Holy Land to become the 8th Lady. Then he happened to be discovered by the bee surveillance system, and Shenlong captured him back to the hive. Edie exchanged him for a sweet fruit with the world government. Emperor. Emperor. My name is Khalifa's. Only his mouth and eyes can move throughout Khalifa's body. He pulled out an ugly and bitter smile, and said with a sarcastic tone, I didn't expect to meet the Emperor here, what a coincidence, hee. Just in time, I need your help. Edie took back Conqueror's hockey. After regaining his freedom, Khalifa's immediately wanted to run. Just 2 steps away, his smart brain defeated the fear in his heart. He turned around suddenly, knelt down with a plop, and burst into tears. Emperor, what can I do for you? Please spare my life. Edie put his hands in his pockets and smiled. Take me to Satan's mansion. As commanded, Halifax stood up tremblingly and began to lead Edie the way. This time, he didn't cry tired, so you can walk on your own 2 feet? Emperor, I will give up the habit of riding slaves from today on. No, from now on I will serve as a mount for slaves. Khalifas was suddenly shocked and hurriedly begged for mercy. Don't stop, lead the way. Yes. With Khalifas leading the way, we arrived in front of Saint Seiden's mansion in a short while. This is it. Khalifas said cautiously. Emperor, please see, can I leave? You can die. Edie stretched out a finger and pointed it at Khalifa's forehead. A black lightning flashed at the fingertips, and the next moment, black light penetrated Khalifa's forehead. This wise celestial dragon's kept an expression of disbelief before he died, and his body fell straight backwards. After casually killing the celestial dragons, Edie's heart remained unmoved and he turned the surgical ring. Room. A transparent space wave unfolded, as if forming a cover. The cover enveloped the mansion, and the next moment, Edie's figure disappeared in front of the door and teleported inside the house. There was no one in the mansion, only the smell of some servants. Edie felt as if he had returned to his own home and made no sound as he walked. As for Seiden's mansion, Detective Feng has already figured out that there is a laboratory underground here. Compared to buildings above ground, underground structures are more complex. Edie used Op Fruit's ability again and sneaked directly into the laboratory. The protective system of the underground laboratory was useless in front of him. After a while, Edie found a room where the entity was held. More than a dozen slaves were locked in a cage. Seeing Edie suddenly appear, everyone raised their heads numbly, took one look and didn't care. There were men and women, and all of them were naked. What's strange is that there are many blue, hard parts like scales on these people's bodies. Sapphire scales? Edie walked in and observed the slave in the cage. In the plot, Ginny and Ginny's daughter Bonnie all suffer from this disease. Bureau's platinum lead disease is not uncommon. Sartain extracted effective substances from the devil fruit and injected them into the slaves' bodies, trying to give the object devil fruit abilities in this way. This kind of cyan scar is a side effect of solid eyelids. Once exposed to natural sunlight, the lesions will be accelerated and the sapphire scales will spread very quickly. Advertisement, hopeless. Edie glanced at the group of slaves, shook his head, and turned to leave. The symptoms of this group of slaves were already very serious, and the worst one had sapphire scales all over his chest. Continuing to sneak deeper into the laboratory, Edie soon found the room where the drugs were stored. The medicine cabinet is full of strange solutions. Just by looking at the color, Edie can't tell what they are. The labels on them all have random names. Edie found devil fruit in one of the cabinets. Open the glass cabinet and take out a devil fruit placed in the box. Fruit every year. After getting what he wanted, Edie didn't leave in a hurry. He went to the database next door and looked through the research materials of Saint Seiden. Human body enlargement experiment. Zone fruit awakening experiment. Devil fruit ability granting experiment. Analysis of devil fruit's bloodline factors. After watching it for a while, Edie couldn't help but laugh. They were all human experiments, and I didn't see any successful cases. I have been studying sapphire scales in recent years. Want to find a way to eliminate the side effects? It's not simple yet. Change to Vegapunk. Even Guy, give him a few years and maybe he can solve it. Edie threw the information back, losing interest in Seiden's research. The operating space was opened again, and Edie's figure suddenly disappeared into the research institute. When he appeared again, he was already outside the gate of the mansion. Edie's eyes turned and looked at the body on the ground. Khalifa's body had disappeared. He looked up at the roof of the building not far away. A woman who looked to be in her 30s was sitting on the eaves. Good evening, King Yibo. I am the Blood Knight of the Knights of God, Joyce Mia. Did you kill Khalifa? Did you plan tonight's attack? Hearing this, Edie smiled slightly, and observation hockey enveloped the entire town. In the commotion, he sensed at least 9 extraordinary soul auras. One of them came from the woman in front of him. Unlike other celestial dragons, she did not wear bulky white clothes that looked like spacesuits. On the contrary, this woman was dressed very coolly, like a hot girl. You don't want to communicate with me? It's really sad. I really like men with outstanding intelligence like you. Mia lifted her golden wavy curls, compared her right hand to a pistol, and raised a smile at the corner of her mouth. I will let you be my slave. I will love you very much. Blood bullets. A drop of bright red blood overflowed from the tip of the woman's index finger, and then turned into a bullet and shot toward Edie. Boom. Red blood bullets hit Edie's body. To be precise, it hit Edie 30 centimeters in front of him and was bounced away by an invisible force. It's exactly as the intelligence described. Mia narrowed her eyes slightly, held her right hand in the air, and a sharp blade of blood was born in her palm. The next moment, she swooped down from the roof and chopped off Edie with one sword. Edie stretched out a finger and easily blocked the blow. The blood blade could not touch his skin. There was a distance of 3 centimeters between the two, but this short 3 centimeters was like a chasm. No matter how much power Mia exerts, it will be difficult to break through this layer of defense. So hard. I like hard men, ha 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 ha, blood prison. A sickly laugh came from Mia's mouth. The bloody blade in her hand suddenly collapsed and opened like a net, covering Edie. In an instant, a bloody ball was formed, and Edie was sealed in it. Will this block his actions? Mia quickly distanced herself. Although she spoke arrogantly, she did not dare to be careless at all. His hockey is too strong, and the impact cannot detonate the blood in his body. And there are invisible hockey armor defenses all around. If I can get his skin to touch my blood, I have a chance to kill him. Mia's mind was racing, thinking about how to kill Yi Hua drunkenly. But after much deliberation, it was more appropriate to delay and wait for support. Suddenly, her delicate body trembled, she turned around and looked behind her, and a flash of knife light came into view. Puff! Mia quickly retreated, but even so, she still had a stab wound on her face. Blood flowed down the wound. Edie held Li Chuan in his left hand and praised. Innate sense of danger? Mia touched the wound, her face became distorted. I almost got my head chopped off with a knife. This guy. Can't see, hear or feel the other person. Kill on sight. Observation Haki is to control one's own aura, making it impossible for the subject's observation Haki to predict the future and predict the next action. But this man was different. It was as if the other party was invisible to her. It's none. You actually hurt my face. To a woman, her face is more precious than her life. Mia gritted her teeth. Edie smiled. Then you are really cheap as a woman. How dare you say that? Damn humans. In anger, Kai activated his ability. Advertisement thick blood began to spread from her feet. The blood spread very quickly. In an instant, everything within 100 meters turned into blood. Stone bricks on the ground, houses on the roadside, streetlights flashing with white light. Everything turned to blood, lost its own form. Awakening paramecia. The endless blood turned into Mia's weapon, and several clusters of blood rose up from the surrounding area, as if a giant snake opened its bloody mouth and pounced on Edie. Edie raised his head slightly and swiped at Yu Xian Zhang. The blood could not touch his body. Monster. Mia looked ugly. Why haven't you come to support me yet? She controlled the endless blood to form a cage of blood, trapping Edie in it again. The blood continued to compress, rapidly shrinking from an initial diameter of 100 meters to a diameter of 10 meters. But even so, she still didn't touch Edie's true feelings. At this time, a wave of space spread out, forming a larger cover. The next moment, the slash tore apart everything in front. The world seemed to freeze, as if someone had cut open this bloody painting with scissors. The 10-meter blood cell that blocked Edie was cut open. What? Mia's face was dull. She was shocked to find that her upper body and lower body were separated. Do you know? How much does the human soul weigh? The figure flashed, and Edie appeared in front of Mia, piercing her heart with a sword. It's like spearing fish in the stream when you were a kid, but changing the target to the upper body of a human being. Goals are bigger and easier. Mia vomited blood and held Li Chuan tightly with both hands. Teleport. Cutting the body, but not hurting the target. This is Op Fruit. Edie has space-type abilities, and she knows this information. The other party was able to escape from her blood prison by using his spatial ability, which she immediately understood when they fought. But she never expected that it would be Op Fruit. The human soul. She spoke with a hoarse voice. The answer is 21 grams. Edie pulled out of Li Chuan, and Mia's upper body lost her support and fell to the ground in front of him. At the same time, the blood tied around him faded away, and everything returned to its original appearance. If all the Knights of God are at your level, it would be a great help. Edie stared at the corpse indifferently and switched to the soul fruit. 5 seconds pass. He collected the other party's soul before Mia's soul spilled out. A ball of pink material finally turned into a small sphere in his palm. Lord Heavenly Father. The snake fell from the sky and knelt down on one knee. Edie played with Mia's soul, thoughtfully, heavier than 21 grams. Huh? Sishay was puzzled, but he didn't disturb Heavenly Father's thinking. In the plot, the person who discovered 21 grams of soul is a scientist from Tianhai. Edie estimated that the other party only conducted experiments on ordinary people, and 21 grams was only an average weight. The soul of this female knight is obviously much heavier than 21 grams. At least hundreds of grams. Let's go and see what happened to our failed experiment. Edie put away Mia's soul, swung the knife, and shook off the bloodline on the knife. Not long after they left, 3 more knights from the Knights of God arrived. After seeing Mia's body, the 3 of them looked livid. It was Mia who activated the awakening skill just now. But she's dead. The enemies are not limited to Golden Lion and Kaido. Go back in time a little. The open space behind Pangu Castle. The remaining 4 or 5 elders stepped out of the magic circle one after another. After they appeared, the thick black smoke retracted into the magic circle and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Nika, the financial god of war, Nishu Langsheng, saw Nika Bai at a glance, with a look of shock on his face. The other 3 people also looked dull. Impossible, that fruit wasn't made by red hair. Goatee 5 elders, most shuddered. At this moment, they recalled the laughter of the sun god Nika. Who the hell are you? The blonde 5 elders, St. Peter asked sharply. Ha 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 ha, Nika Bai is still playing the trampoline game. The only answer he received was Nika's laughter. 5 elders shuddered. The human beast Kaido grinned and said, Give up, Bai no longer has human consciousness. After a pause, he narrowed his eyes again. Are you afraid, Joey boy? As soon as he finished speaking, he took the initiative to attack. The ground beneath his feet suddenly collapsed in a circle, and the human animal Kaido appeared in front of Saint Satan almost teleporting. Thunder 8 trigrams. Boom. The stick wrapped around Conqueror's Haki struck Saint Satan hard on the face. The mace did not directly touch the opponent's body, and the energy transmitted through the air had already knocked Sardan away. With a loud roar, Sardan, one of the 5 elders, flew backwards and crashed directly into the Pangu minister who was burning in flames behind him. Chapter 116 IM appears. Edie. My name is Edie and I am a scientist. Satan Saint. Seeing one of the 5 elders, Sarton, being whipped away by Kaido, the marine commander nearby was shocked. Compared with them, the other 4 or 5 elders looked at them coldly. Kaido, the human beast, frowned and looked at the mace. The front end was stained with a little blood, which was the blood of Saint Satan. However, at this moment, the blood seemed to come alive, squirming and flying towards Pangu Castle in the Sea of Fire. A huge figure gradually emerged from the Sea of Fire. That's a huge spider. The lower body has spider legs, and there are devil fruit-like patterns on the 6 legs, while the upper body is surprisingly Saint Satan himself. Zone Fantasy Beast Species? Kaido looked at it intently. The head he hit was already dented, and Saint Satan's entire face was distorted into a human shape. But in less than 2 seconds, everything returned to the same state as before. The blood stained on the mace flew back to his wound and healed in the blink of an eye. Do it. Saint Satan snorted coldly and walked out of the Sea of Fire on 6 spider legs. Capture that white-haired man alive. I will deal with Kaido personally. The soldiers who received the order finally took action. Finally, they no longer had to kneel on the ground to worship. Someone took out a rocket launcher and put it on their shoulders, firing shells at the Nika white hits. The shell exploded quickly after being fired, like a big net. A seastone weapon exclusively for espers. Nikabai was playing a trampoline game up and down when he was suddenly attacked and instinctively started to fight back. Ha 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 ha. Amidst the laughter, Nikabai jumped up, reached the air, and swung his right fist towards the ground. The fist expanded rapidly and turned into a giant's fist in an instant. White fists hit the crowd, and the engineers who had no time to dodge suddenly screamed in terror. Boom! With one punch, the ground did not crack, but the soldiers who were hit turned into thin pancakes one by one. Ha 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 ha. Seemingly amused by his own nonsense, Nikabai laughed heartily in midair, seeming to be laughing at these fools. Dark Horse looked shocked. What kind of messy abilities do they seem to have no lethality? Without having time to think about it, he immediately pulled out the saber from his waist and killed Nikabai. Moonwalk. He borrowed power several times in the air, accelerated, approached Nikabai, and slashed out with his sword. Nikabai leaned back in a funny manner, rolled around, then extended his right arm and hit the Black Horse in the belly. Black Horse only felt that his body had undergone inexplicable changes. The punch did not penetrate, but made his stomach dent, and a large piece bulged from his back. The struck Black Horse fell back to the ground, spitting out the acid in his stomach. Nakaba continued to laugh. Seeing this, the other generals immediately launched an attack. Being able to serve in the Holy Land, they are all elites and can use Marine 6 styles skillfully. One by one, they stepped on the moonwalk and launched an attack on Nikabai in the air. Saint Satan withdrew his gaze and his face became gloomy. Now it is 100% confirmed that it is indeed the sun god Nika. The only good news is that this person who appeared out of nowhere has not fully awakened, or in other words, his awakening has failed. Just a giggly idiot. Saint Satan was relieved and looked at Kaido with cold eyes. First deal with this arrogant pirate like you, and later we can slowly capture him alive. Hearing this, the other 4 or 5 elders also breathed a sigh of relief. I was really scared. It's just luck. As long as you capture this idiot who failed to awaken alive, it is equivalent to recovering the fruit. You can feel at ease from now on. Is the fruit snatched by the red hair just a false alarm? 4 or 5 elders simultaneously revealed their devil fruit forms. Their bodies began to swell, and each of them looked like ghosts and gods walking out of hell. One has a snake-like body, a serrated beak tip, 2 wings on its back, and a red coxcomb on its head, which flows down from its head like a viscous liquid. One has a slender neck, a round head, and his skin has turned into a golden color. A beard curves to both sides, the fangs are sharp, and it is lying on the ground. A human face has a huge face, no eyes and no nose, like a flesh Buddha. Although the images are different, everyone is surrounded by dark flames. Oh, it's so funny, the top of the world is actually Hell 1. Kaido, the human beast, couldn't help but grin. He held a mace and was not afraid of being surrounded by 5 people. Compared with you, my name of beasts is nothing. Don't think you're going to make it out alive, Kaido. The snake-like, jagged 5 elders snorted coldly. He is Marcus Moshe, the environmental warrior god, stand up. With an order, the headless corpse that had been headshot by Saint Satan moved slightly, its fingers trembled slightly, and one of them got up like a walking zombie. Black flames ignited from the feet of these headless corpses, wrapping them up and quickly turning them into minions from hell. The next moment, these headless corpses burning with black fire launched an attack on Kaido. Later, 5 elders also joined the battle. 5 against 1. Plus the siege of a group of miscellaneous fish. Even the awakened Kaido can't beat 4 hands with 2 fists. Mid-air, advertisement Edie stood in the air. After returning from Saint Satan's mansion, he happened to see Kaido being beaten. However, Kaido has awakened, his ability to take beatings is superb, and his defense power is even more amazing. Interesting, are they all fantasy beasts? Edie silently observed the transformed 5 elders. They are all in human animal form, not animal form. It also looks strange and has the characteristics of many animals. For example, Saint Satan's lower body is a spider, and his upper body is a horn. His attack method is more of using sharp spider legs. Zone Spider Fruit Phantom Beast Species Gyuki form? No. Zone Renren Fruit Phantom Beast Species Gyuki form? Two names came to mind, but Edie rejected them both. The five elders gave him a strange feeling, not like a pure zone ability user. Sir Heavenly Father, Kaido is in a disadvantageous situation. Do you need me to join the fight? Shijing suggested eagerly. No need, we're just here to collect information, Kaido is enough. Edie looked down at the battlefield calmly. As the battle between the two sides broke out, the five elders also showed some wonderful abilities. The one who looks a bit like a big bird can summon black flames, control corpses, and spray black destruction from his mouth. The man with a bald head and a long neck uses swordsmanship. The katana in his hand is one of the most harmless swords, first-generation Kitetsu. Of course, these are nothing. There was only one thing that surprised Edie. These five elders immune to death. Whether it was Satan or others, after enduring Kaido's attack, their injuries recovered in the blink of an eye. Self-healing. No, it's not like rapid regeneration, it's more like going back in time. Edie stared at Sarton. This five elders with human body and spider legs had his facial features dented after Kaido hit him with a stick. As a result, within a few seconds, his facial features returned to their original state, and the blood on his face flowed back to the wounded minister. If only one person had this ability, he could also understand it as Satan's Phantom Beast ability. But all five of them had more or less similar situations. That only shows that this is not a simple devil fruit ability. Are they all immortals? I have also undergone immortality surgery. Immortality surgery does not have this ability. Edie pondered for a moment, thinking quickly in his mind. At this time, he thought of a demon, or an ancient demon king. Taught magic. A demon sealed in a musical score. If a person with the ability of the singing fruit sings this piece of music, this demon king from ancient times will be summoned out of shit. Aren't the five elders human? Is it the demon itself in devil fruit? Speaking of which, the Knights of God did not come to protect the five elders. Instead, they hunted the rampaging beasts in the god's domain and rescued the celestial dragons. The commander of the Knights of God, the ancient Saint Green, is still fighting fiercely with the Golden Lion and doesn't care about the life or death of the five elders. It seems that the status of five elders is not very good. At least in the eyes of the Knights of God, the other celestial dragons seem to be more important than the five elders. Of course, this is just Edie's guess at this time. Compared to five elders, Im is the highlight. The ghost particles he released enveloped the entire Holy Land, but Im's breath could not be detected. Suddenly, in the battlefield below, Nicobai, who was teasing a group of generals, suddenly raised his head as if he sensed something. When he saw Edie standing in the sky under the night sky, his smile suddenly froze. There was a look of fear on his face. The generals subconsciously followed Nicobai's gaze. Scientist Edie! Dark Horse exclaimed. As he shouted, the five elders, Kaido and others who were fighting also discovered Edie's existence. You sensed my gaze by instinct? Your perception is very keen. Edie glanced at Nicobai. The invisible color of sight and hearing only invalidates other people's sight and hearing color, and there is no way to become optically invisible. He wondered if he could get a transparent fruit. In this way, complete invisibility can truly be achieved. Rock's clone. Saint Satan noticed the snake behind Edie, and his face changed slightly. Sure enough, it showed up. You are the mastermind behind it. The words fell. Boom, Sea Snake's head exploded and he fell down empty-handed. Not only him, but Edie's head exploded too, but the explosion was still 30 centimeters away from his head. Before the generals below could show their surprised expressions, in the smoke and dust, the intact Edie came into view again. What a troublesome ability, Saint Satan said in a deep voice. Edie stretched out his hand to fan the explosion smoke in front of him, and calmly said, Bai, kill him. Upon hearing the instruction, Bai trembled all over. He didn't want to have his consciousness sealed anymore, so his instinct drove him to attack Saint Satan. Nicobai bent his knees slightly, and the ground softened into rubber. The next moment, the elasticity allowed him to accelerate. It was like a cannonball suddenly flew out. After approaching Sarton, he punched the opponent in the head. Advertisement with a bang, Saint Satan's facial features collapsed, and the shadow of a fist protruded from the back of his head. The next moment, the person flew away upside down. Nicobai gained the upper hand and immediately pursued. The remaining 4 or 5 elders looked blank. Why does Nika follow orders? Nika represents free will, and this is the Nika whose awakening failed, leaving only biological instinct. Oh, did you feel so good just now? It's my turn? Kaido, the human beast, approached Mosh Saint and slapped the opponent's bird on the head with the mace. Roaring thunder 8 trigrams. Boom, black-red lightning erupted, and Mosh Sheng was driven into the ground with one blow. A large area with a radius of several hundred meters. The ground cracked, forming an extremely terrifying giant pit. At the same time, the snake that fell from the sky was lying dead, with smoke still coming from its head. Seeing that it was about to affect him, he jumped up suddenly and flew into the air. I touched my nose and it was bleeding. You're careless, attacking from the air is really stupid. He didn't react at all and relied on his physical body to resist the blow, but the power was only enough to make him bleed a little. Heavenly Father, it doesn't matter if we kill them all. Boom. A huge hockey burst out from the body of the snake. Energy levels as high as 400 billion have even produced physical effects. The earth shook, and the gravel on the ground even broke away from gravity and slowly floated toward the sky. Boom, strong vibrations were transmitted to Pangu Castle and to the Void Throne. Bang bang bang. Tables and chairs kept falling over and glass breaking. On the throne, I opened his eyes, and his sharp circled eyes showed a hint of anger. It's a bit too much. Mew was very angry. B. Rock's clone. She stood up from the throne and walked down the stairs step by step. As she stepped forward, sea blue liquid flowed down from the throne and flowed down the long stairs. That's seawater. When I stepped in front of the door between the thrones, the entire room was filled with seawater. The seawater burst open the door and poured out to the outside world. But I stood on the water, as if walking on flat ground. At this moment, Edie sensed that his observation hockey finally discovered Im's existence. Edie looked towards Pangu Castle. The already dilapidated castle was burning with fire, but at this moment, a large amount of seawater suddenly poured out, and the seawater extinguished the flames. The seawater that extinguished the flames did not disappear, but poured out of the castle window, Zhao Lao's, shooting out suddenly like arrows. Dozens and hundreds of water arrows targeted different people at the same time. M.I.'s snake was still unleashing his hockey, when suddenly several waves of seawater came close to him, forming a ring of water around him. The water ring shrank suddenly, trapping him like a shackle. Nika Bai, who was chasing Saint Satan, was slightly startled. He turned back to look in the direction of the castle, but a seawater suddenly penetrated his stomach from behind. Kaido also spotted the water arrow coming towards him and immediately swung his mace to counter it. What's more, there are more than a dozen water pillars heading towards the direction of God's domain. The golden lion, who was fighting against the ancient Saint Green, was swallowed up without warning. What? Sea water? Golden Lion's expression changed drastically. As an ability user, he was actually suppressed by this seawater. And more seawater is coming towards Edie. It seemed like endless huge waves blocked Edie's 6 directions, up, down, left, front and back, and launched attacks at the same time. The next moment, seawater enveloped Edie. The corners of Edie's mouth raised slightly, and the seawater could not get close to him. Song Nang formed a surrounding 10 centimeters outside the body surface. Room. Invisible space fluctuations unfolded, and in an instant, Edie disappeared from the spot. Pangu Castle, between the thrones, adaptation. A figure suddenly appeared. I stopped and stared at the uninvited guest. The corridor was filled with seawater, and the people who came were like her, stepping on the seawater as if they were walking on flat ground. Edie put his hands into the pockets of his white coat and said with a smile. It's the first time we've met. It's not the first time, it's the first time for you. In the Queen Bee monitoring system, D has already met I once. This woman is consistent with what was seen in the surveillance. She appears to be in her 20s and has a pair of sharp eyes. Wearing a pointed crown and floor-length robes, I am silent. Edie's smile faded and she spoke gently. My name is Edie, and I am a scientist. Chapter 117 The Explosion of 1.2 Trillion. The light of the red sun shining through thousands of rivers. Mew has been paying attention to you for a long time, human being. Im's eyes were firmly locked on Edie, and he spoke in a cold voice. Attacking the Holy Land, damn it. He said damn it, but he didn't attack immediately. Human. Is this expressing his high status, or is it simply a literal meaning? Edie smiled slightly and said, what are you? Are you a human? Did not answer, but said, your mind is still above Vegapunk, and you are the strongest scientist that I has known in the past 800 years. In terms of creating a general-level clone, no scientist in the world can surpass Edie. As early as a few years ago, after the failure of Buster Call's crusade, the world government accelerated the Seraph plan. But as of now, Shichibukai crocodile clones have not been able to be produced, let alone Earth branch-level clones. Of course, crocodile is Logia. As of a while ago, Edie couldn't be cloned either. At the same time, it was precisely because of the war that year that peace lasted for several years, even more than 10 years. If Edie hadn't led the attack on Mariajoy tonight, the world government would not have wanted to use troops against the Hive in the short term. I'm just standing on top of a giant. Edie shook his head modestly. His cloning technology was based on the blood factor theory. This theory was not summarized by him. It was discovered more than 10 years ago by a research team led by Vegapunk and Vinsmoke Judge. He is just on this road, temporarily going the furthest. Scientist Edie, I'll give you a chance. No matter where you learned about Mu's existence, join world government now. I can forgive you for everything tonight. I extended an olive branch. For a scientist of Edie's level, she didn't want to kill him even if he was an enemy. If I can serve the world government, my previous mistakes will no longer be mistakes. Mu can make you the 6th person of power. Hearing this, Edie raised his eyebrows in surprise. The 6th person of power refers to the 6th 5 elders. No, it should be called the 6 elders. I have to admit that as the real head of the world government, this old woman is very ambitious. In order to recruit him, she is willing to promise a new status as the highest authority. Edie smiled and said, if you answer me a question, I can consider your proposal. Without waiting for Im's reaction, he then asked, since you are the owner of the Void Throne, why do you hide behind the scenes? I concentrated, and his eyes suddenly became full of oppression. Don't say you like it. Don't tell me 757, this is the concept promoted by the world government, equality. There is no such equality in the world. No matter how much it is beautified, world government is not worthy of the word equality. On the contrary, it is full of inequality. Franchise and non-franchise countries. Celestial dragons versus non-celestial dragons. Slaves and non-slaves. This is domination, not equality. World government will tell the kings of all participating countries that the Void Throne, which represents the highest power in the world, is an empty throne and no one can sit on it. But what is the meaning of such deceptive words? Even if IM sits on it, will the kings of the participating countries rebel against the world government? The existence of the status of king itself is synonymous with class. Seeing that Yi Mu had no intention of answering, Yi Mu nodded clearly. It seems we can't be honest with each other, which is a pity. Throwing away some impossible answers, silence itself is also an answer. IM said coldly. You talk too much, prisoner. Edie chuckled. Don't monkeys like chatting with people? You might as well tell me what troubles you have. The words fell. The sea water behind him suddenly surged up, and 2 water arrows hit the back of Edie's head. The sea water was still clear sea blue at first, but it quickly turned dark after being shot. The dark arrows attacked from the blind spot of Edie's vision. Boom! A pale figure penetrated several walls and rushed into the corridor. He grabbed 2 black water arrows with both hands and threw them towards IM with a grin. The arrow missed, and a wall of water rose up under IM's feet. The water arrow shot into the water wall without causing any ripples. But at this time, Nikobai's punch penetrated the water wall and hit IM in the face. But the broken water wall suddenly tightened and turned into streams of water, restraining Nikobai's fists. The fist stopped in front of IM. Edie spoke with plenty of room for it. It's interesting. I didn't give the order to attack. It was my own initiative. Why is this? It's just a bit of the loser's remaining will. IM looked calm, raised his right hand slightly, and waved upwards with the fingers stretched out from under his robe. The sea water surged up again, and in an instant, the water column penetrated Nikobai's belly. A cry of pain came from Nikobai's mouth. Before running here, he was shot through once, and the same part of his body was penetrated again. But he didn't care about the pain at all and opened his mouth suddenly. Advertisement his head suddenly expanded dozens of times, and his huge mouth bit into IM. The seawater under IM's feet was like a living thing, dragging her body back a certain distance to avoid this mouthful. Edie continued. Although you didn't answer my question, I can tell you some useful information. You are the only one who represents the history of world government, and I have never underestimated you. A few days ago, I had decided to take action against Mariajoy, and I needed a little preparation for this. At this point, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, and he said leisurely, how about using your monkey brain to guess what I have done in the past few days? IM ignored Edie's verbal interference. Nikobai burst out with a burst of hockey and broke free from the shackles of the seawater. His feet stepped on the water, and then there was a running action in a funny cartoon, and Bai's legs alternated rapidly to form an afterimage. Hey ha ha ha. Nikobai couldn't stop laughing, raised his right hand, like a hula hoop, and suddenly punched out. His arms stretched out quickly and grabbed IM as he was retreating. The next second, the stretched arm began to contract, and the elasticity of the rubber gave Miao Kabai extremely fast speed. He slammed his head into IM. Boom! The headbutt hit IM in the abdomen, and the two of them crashed into the room of power, and then crashed through the walls, and Raiko flew out of Pangu Castle. It all happened very quickly, and there was still chaos outside. Kaido swung his mace and continuously smashed the seawater coming towards him. Hearing the noise at this moment, his eyes suddenly locked on Nakaba and IM Erki, who flew out of the castle. His eyes narrowed. This man is the king of celestial dragons? The generals in the Holy Land also noticed the movement. But before they could see anything clearly, 4 black figures emerged from the deep pit. They are 5 elders. From the human animal form, he entered the beast form in an instant. Their bodies grew larger and larger, like monsters covering the sky and the sun, blocking all outside sight. Obviously he didn't want people to see IM's appearance. Mid-air, the figure flashed, and Edie stood in the void again, looking down at the battle between Nikyu and IM. After being hit by Nikobai's headbutt, Yimu's expression was very calm. As she was flying upside down, she grabbed the wrist on her shoulder and then slammed it to the ground. Boom! Nikobai was thrown to the ground hard, and the ground was covered with cracks. From the cracks in the earth, endless seawater gushes out, as if it wants to swallow Nikobai completely. It's just to control seawater. I don't see her using hockey, Edie thought silently. Controlling seawater is nothing. Golden Lion's lion fruit can do it too. If IM doesn't use hockey, he can't detect the opponent's energy level. While thinking, Nikobai also realized the danger. Seawater is real seawater, and it has a suppressive effect on people with abilities. Even if he is an idiot, he still has a fighting instinct and a natural fear and disgust for seawater. Suddenly, Nikobai's body expanded and turned into a white giant hundreds of meters tall. The seawater gushing out of the ground entangled the legs of the white giant, and like a snake, it quickly spiraled towards the man's head. Ha 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 ha. Nikobai laughed and raised his foot, stepping on IM. Boom! IM was stepped into the ground, and a huge earthquake caused a collapse. But then, Nikobai's expression was stunned for a moment, and his feet began to rise uncontrollably, and the seawater seemed to lift the feet up with a big hand, Cobb. But there was no figure of IM below. Nikobai looked confused. He lost his center of gravity, staggered back, and fell backwards. At the same time, the seawater on the ground turned into a spear and rose from the ground. Puff! One blow pierced Nikobai's chest. Nikobai vomited blood and his eyes dimmed a bit. His body shrank rapidly, and at the same time, the seawater that penetrated him began to disperse, forming a water ball, sealing him inside. The water ball was suspended in midair, and Nika's will in Bai's body seemed to be suppressed, and he gradually returned to an unconscious state, remaining motionless in the water ball. It's really a failure. Edie looked calm. He was too stupid. His fighting ability was pretty good, but he couldn't do it without a brain. At this time, one of the 5 elders, a big bird with a red comb, suddenly opened his mouth, and a black flame suddenly struck Edie in the sky. Seeing that Heavenly Father was attacked and trapped by several water rings, Haki broke out and broke free from the Eastern Bond. The wings behind him shook, like a beam of black light stretching across the ground, and the blade in his hand slashed out, instantly intercepting the black flames. Do you think I don't exist? Sishay held a sharp blade and flew in the air, looking down at the ghost like 5 elders. Damn clones. The 5 elders had cold eyes and undisguised murderous intent. Advertisement Kaido grinned and turned into a green dragon on the spot. He opened his mouth and began to gather flames, and aimed his dragon breath at the 5 elders. At the same time, the sound of seawater lapping at the shore sounded, and Im's figure appeared next to the water balloon. She looked at Nika Bai in the water polo. This failed awakening had been completely suppressed. Very good, Nika fruit recovery is enough, she thought. As long as this failed awakening Nika is locked up forever, the Nika fruit will not be reborn, and no new sun god Nika will be born in the world. Unfortunately, this is just a failure. As if reading her thoughts, Edie chuckled and said, back to the question just now, what do you think I have prepared for you in the past few days? Im suddenly looked at Edie, his red-rimmed eyes were cold and biting. Edie remained calm, pushed his eyes on the bridge of his nose, and said with a slight smile. This pair of glasses is called Energy Level Detection Device. It can detect a person's instant burst of haki. For example, when Kaido was besieged just now, the strongest move he used had an energy level of about 50 billion. One move of Roaring Thunder, 8 trigrams, created a crater hundreds of meters in diameter. As he spoke, Im's expression changed slightly. She looked at Nika Bai, who was caught in Feng's action in the water polo again. At this time, a burst of red light burst out from Nika Bai's body, even dyeing his whole body red. What is this? Im narrowed her eyes, and she felt a huge energy awakening. Im subconsciously pulled away from him. Just listen to Edie continue to say. Before I came, Daibei's soul had about 120 billion haki energy attached to it. Now he's going to start blowing himself up. How do you want to stop it? 120 billion ghost particles are attached to the surface of Miaokabai's soul. This is Edie's current ceiling. In other words, before tonight, Edie released all the ghost particles he possessed. As for myself, through the cloning warehouse, I regained 120 billion ghost particles in a few days. 500Z1200Z. Im's face turned ugly. Kaido's move can create a huge crater with a diameter of several hundred meters. What will happen if the 120 billion energy self-destructs? Don't worry, I'm not finished yet. Edie laughed and said, when P-particles are extremely close at the microscopic level, annihilation reactions will occur between each other, and the energy released by this reaction is more than 10 times that under normal conditions. He didn't bother to explain what P-particles were. Tom said the next sentence. This is also the reason why Red Flash is much more powerful than Ba Flash, but its speed is much slower. Because it needs to go through a process of aggregation. When Nika's will is suppressed, the ghost particles attached to the surface of her soul will begin to aggregate, which is the so-called self-destruct switch. The corners of Edie's mouth raised, anticipating Im's reaction. The reason why the switch is set like this, the reason is simple. The world government must want to capture Nika Bai alive, and if they want to capture him alive, they will definitely use Seastone. Once enough Seastone is applied, the will of Nika in Bai's body will be suppressed. Although the process is slightly different, the result is the same. Everything is planned. Finally, Edie suppressed his smile and said lightly. In other words, this is a self-destruction with an energy level of over 1.2 trillion. So, will you die, King of Monkeys? As the last words rang out, the red light bursting out of Nikabai's body was so dazzling that people couldn't even open their eyes. Im's pupils shrank suddenly. Kaido, Masaki, 5 elders and others were all stunned. Everyone reacted differently. Kaido immediately ran to the sky, and the snake quickly flew towards Edie to protect the safety of his heavenly father. As for the 5 elders, except for Sarton who was sent flying to an unknown place, the other 4 also approached Im. The passage of time seems to have slowed down, all living things in just 1 or 2 seconds. Immediately afterwards, boom, a red sun is born. A red sun with a diameter of more than a kilometer illuminates the Holy Land and illuminates the nights in Mariajoy. Even in the red harbor located on both sides of the red line, you can still see the strong red light in the sky. Even in the Sabaody archipelago, which is 100 kilometers away, if there are still pedestrians walking on the street, Song Yao can still see the red sun shining through Fengshuan when he looks up. The huge energy that destroyed everything, like an unstoppable chariot, flattened everything within a radius of several kilometers. The Pengu building, which symbolized the highest power in the world, disappeared into the world like dust. A huge hole appeared on the top of the red line. After the direct annihilation, the shockwave began to sweep farther away. Chapter 118 The Birth of Bani and the Ninth Earthly Branch, UG. The bright red light only burst out for a few seconds. The place where Pengu Castle was originally located has been razed to the ground. After the shockwave spread, it even destroyed most of the town where the celestial dragons lived. Countless buildings collapsed. It was like a doomsday scene after a nuclear explosion. A long time. When the dust dissipates with the wind, it is above the sinkhole. There was a flash of white light, and Edie and Sea Snake appeared at the same time. Using the power of the time fruit, Edie and his men jumped to the future to avoid the intention of the explosion. But Kaido was not so lucky. The huge green dragon's body was swept away by the shockwave, and it was not until this moment that he grabbed Yanyan and returned. A pair of huge dragon eyes looked at the doomsday scene after the explosion and couldn't help but say, "How terrible." Edie glanced at Kaido and saw that there were many bloodlines on the dragon's body. It looked a bit miserable on the outside, but in fact it was only slightly injured. It's not as powerful as imagined. Edie secretly thought that it was his first time to use a mega-level red flash, but the actual lethality was not as good as expected. He thought that Mariajoy would be completely wiped out, but there were still a lot of areas left. He quickly calculated in his mind. Effective killing radius R equals C times explosion yield caret, 1/3, C is a constant approximately equal to 1.5. Similar to the formula for nuclear bombs, Edie also summarized a set of red flash killing formulas. "Isn't this powerful?" Kaido said in shock. "If it is released on some islands, it might even be able to sink it." Sink? Edie was silent for a moment. The little guy had a beauty that was not contaminated by knowledge. It's just a little better than the little boy. After the calculation, Edie thought that there must be something wrong with the formula he had summarized before, and it was not as powerful as expected. Kaido doesn't understand what a little boy is and doesn't know it's a fission bomb. He grinned. "Is that king of celestial dragons dead?" Edie looked towards the center of the explosion. In the deep pit, the dust gradually dispersed. I am panting violently. The spiked crown on her head had gone somewhere, and her floor-length robe was in tatters, exposing the right half of her body. His right arm was dripping with blood, and the right half of his face was also dyed blood red. In front of her, 4-5 elders were lying half dead on the ground, looking extremely miserable. Among them, Goatee 5 elders and Mikazma Efficiency only have half of their bodies left. At the moment of the explosion, these 4 people acted as shields to block part of the damage for IM, but the price was just like the scene before them. Edie narrowed his eyes slightly. The 5 elders' bodies are recovering, and their flesh and blood is growing back, but the process is much slower than when they fought Kaido before. Is the regeneration ability not unlimited? Or is it that recovery is so slow due to severe injuries? Edie thought silently in his heart. IM gradually calmed down his rapid breathing, and a cold murderous intention burst out from his pupils. "You're very capable, human." She gritted her teeth and looked into the air. The blow just now failed to kill her. At this time, while speaking, the injured part had begun to recover. The blood is flowing back into the body, and the wound is healing rapidly. However, when she looked, Edie's figure was gone in the sky, only Misaki and Kaido, a blue dragon. Suddenly, a palm pressed on her back, and Im's pupils shrank. A voice came from behind. "Goodbye, Iman. As a Monkey King, you are indeed very fishy. There will be a day when we meet again in the future." The ability of the time fruit is activated. A faint white halo enveloped Im's body, and the next moment, Im was exiled. She was forcibly sent to the future. Seeing Im's disappearance, Kaido couldn't help but be stunned. "She's not even dead. What did you do to her? Retreat, she will be back soon." Edie took out 4 blood collection needles from his pocket and threw them at the 4 unconscious 5 elders. After collecting the blood, he flew up and flew away from this land of destruction. Seeing this, Sishay followed immediately. Kaido felt a lot of aura coming closer, and immediately shook his dragon body and flew away in the air. And in less than a minute they left. Under the charred earth, several spider legs broke out one after another. Saint Satan crawled out from the ground. He looked towards the direction Edie was evacuating, his expression extremely ugly. He was also seriously injured, but fortunately, he was far away from the center of the explosion. Saint Satan returned to his human form and walked up to the 4-5 elders, with a trace of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Golden opportunity. But he didn't take action. Suddenly, 7 or 8 figures arrived near Saint Satan. They are all knights of God. What happened? Ancient Saint Green had a strange moon head. He couldn't help but be shocked when he looked at the miserable state of the 4-5 elders on the ground. Saint Satan suppressed his anger and said with a serious look, "How are the casualties?" The other side. "Is there someone missing?" Advertisement. During the flight, Kaido suddenly remembered someone. Sishay replied. Golden Lion must have been captured. The Golden Lion held back the commander of the Knights of God by himself, and his beast held back the other Knights of the God's Order. It can be said that he played an indispensable role in this operation. Edie is still thinking about Im's abilities. It's a pity that this time I only saw the opponent's ability to control seawater. The specific fruit ability is unknown. As for Haki, Im's Haki is extremely powerful, otherwise it would be impossible to survive in that kind of explosion. At the same time, Im, like the 5 elders, has strange recovery abilities. Don't you know that cutting off the head and crushing the heart will not restore it? Kaido expressed sympathy for Golden Lion's experience and then asked. What did you just do to that woman named Im? I banished her and sent her to the future. Asterisk asterisk. Edie explained. Her Haki is so strong that I want to send her to 13 years later, but actually I can't. Maybe 13 days, maybe 13 minutes. In short, it is definitely not 13 years. Edie understood the moment he activated the fruit's power. If it were in its peak state, it wouldn't even be effective against Im. Hearing this, Kaido wanted to ask, how come you have so many devil fruit abilities? Oh, ha 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 ha. It's so refreshing tonight. It's just a pity that the 5 elders are immortal and couldn't kill any of them. Equals. V equals underscore equals hash. He laughed happily. But why is it 13 years? What special meaning does this number have? It doesn't have any special meaning. Edie smiled and didn't explain. Should I tell the little guy? 13 years later, a pirate named Monkey D. Luffy will land in Wano Kuni, and be taught by your good teacher's words and deeds, and finally awaken into the real sun god Nika. But then I thought about it, even if Luffy awakened the sun god, he wouldn't be able to defeat Kaido who awakened. What's more, Momonosuke has become Momonosuke and has now joined the revolutionary treasury. Without this little brat, would Luffy still have a conflict with Kaido? Edie thought about it and realized that there was a high probability that it would happen. With Luffy's character, as long as the Wano Kuni people give him a bite to eat, he will definitely go to Chian Kaido in a hurry. So, he looked at Kaido sympathetically. Little guy, if you encounter a pirate wearing a straw hat in the future, don't lose. Otherwise, it will look like my efforts to help you awaken were in vain. Kaido didn't understand a word. Humph, I will lose? Who do you think I am? Okay, I appreciate your courage. Edie was happy and really looked forward to the scene of Nika Luffy and awakened Kaido fighting in the future. Oh, the only one who can defeat me now is myself, Kaido said confidently, in a one-on-one situation. After a pause, he grinned again. We did a lot tonight, good son-in-law, let's go back and hold a banquet. Oh. Seeing the little guy being silly and happy, Edie didn't want to hit him. Being able to take such advantage from the world government is probably Kaido's first victory. There have been many arrests by world governments in the past. Edie muttered. Waiting for revenge, the world government has the ancient weapon Uranus, or a super weapon similar to the ancient weapon. What? Kaido was surprised. An attack falling from the sky, with more than a dozen light beams falling, enough to wipe out an island. Edie smiled, admiring Kaido's shocked expression. Judging from the power shown in the plot, the power of this weapon is indeed a bit scary. A kingdom called Lulusha was abruptly wiped out in front of this weapon, leaving not even a trace. Afterwards, sea levels all over the world rose. Of course, this kind of thing can also hit fixed targets. Edie is very calm. Kaido was shocked at first, but seeing Edie's calm expression, he asked again. Ancient weapon? It seems like we need to get Pluton out as soon as possible. You can go back and have your party. I have more important things to do. Edie shook his head. The mystery of immortality in the 5 elders has research value. Only by understanding this secret can we kill those 5 old men and I am, who is exiled outside of time. Late at night, around 4 in the morning, Edie returns to the Hive Institute. Hancock and the others didn't sleep. Knowing that Edie led people to attack Mariajoy, they naturally couldn't sleep. Several women used the Queen Bee monitoring system to follow the war situation in the Holy Land. It was not until the end that Nika Bai self-destructed and all the bees died, causing the screen to be interrupted. They were worried until Edie returned and were relieved. Master Edie, don't do such dangerous things next time. If you have to go, take all the earthly branches with you. Hancock sounded concerned. I'm just going to collect some information, don't worry. Edie comforted the girls and finally let them rest. He came to the underground laboratory alone and saw Ginny in the monitoring room. How is the intelligence gathering on the Knights of God going? Doctor, the whole process is recorded, Ginny said confidently, including Commander Green, Ancient Saint. There are a total of 9 people, not including the woman you killed. So, there are only 10 people in total? Therefore 0, please give me flowers. Advertisement, I can't be 100% sure, but all 9 people took action tonight. They spent most of their time cleaning up the beasts released by Golden Lion and protecting other Qinglong areas. Ginny thought for a moment and then said, maybe there are still people who haven't taken action. All the footage of their battle tonight is saved in the surveillance system. I know, I will take a look. You can go and rest. Thank you for your hard work. Doctor, you should also go to bed early. Ginny stood up and winked at Edie playfully. Wait a minute. Edie called out to the other party and smiled. You. Do you want children? Ginny was just about to leave the monitoring room, her delicate body stiffened, and her eyes widened in disbelief. Doctor, are you really interested in a woman of my age? Isn't it difficult to deal with this at such an advanced age? Isn't it just a casual comment at the beginning? I'm so petty, I've remembered it for 2 years. Edie said helplessly. It's using your blood factors to clone a child. Little snake girl. Ginny's eyes lit up, but she felt a little regretful in her heart. She really wanted to hear the doctor say something interesting, so that she could prove her feminine charm. Will my child be as cute as little snake girl? Her eyes sparkled. How about calling her Bonnie? I will give her the power of the fruit of every year. Edie smiled. Ginny liked the name Bonnie as soon as she heard it. Please, doctor, please let Bonnie be born. Ginny bowed 90 degrees and asked. She became excited and couldn't wait to prepare the child's clothes. Let's draw blood first. Soon, Edie drew a tube of blood from Ginny and sent her away. After getting Ginny away, she began to extract blood factors. Then, he took out the Sasui fruit he bought today, fused the bloodline factors of the two, and finally injected the embryo into the number 2 special cloning cabin. At dawn, these tasks were finally completed. Standing in front of the number 2 special cloning warehouse, Edie spoke softly. I hope you can live happily with your mother in the future. Bonnie, when he walked out of the cloning warehouse 2 years later, was about 1,000 years old. Those who were born with the ability to bear fruit every year. The reason for cloning Bonnie was just Edie's temporary interest. After all, he saved Ginny, and Ginny wouldn't have any children. Considering how old this woman is, Tien Fu should give her a daughter. Hey, I am such a kind scientist. Edie smiled and immediately went to the blood storage room and found the golden lion's blood. The next moment, he turned on the system. Number of remaining simulations, 3 times. This simulation research project, research on biological cloning in the pirate world. Human, Shiki, bloodline factor cloning technology. Necessary conditions for this simulation, bloodline factor theory, Lunaria clan's bloodline factor. The necessary conditions have been met. Open black lens bracket simulation begins, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. The first year, you have a complete cloning laboratory and cloning technology. Cloning a golden lion Shiki is all you need. You merged the blood factors of the golden lion and the Lunalia clan, and injected the embryo into the number 3 special cloning cabin. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. The second year, the world government took revenge on you. A dozen rays of light fell from the sky and wiped out the Beehive Island. You used the power of the time fruit to lead your men and women to the future. Close black lens bracket. In the third year, you went to North Blue, and I went to the Vinsmoke family in the kingdom of Germa. You occupy the magpie's nest and forcibly dominate this maritime country. You modified Vinsmoke Judge's cloning chamber and cloned Shiki again. The judge was shocked by your skills and bowed to you. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. 5th year, cloning is complete. Shiki number 1 is born. You ordered him to commit suicide, and he committed suicide. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. 7th year, Shiki number 2 is born. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Simulation ends. Close black lens bracket. Edie ignored the relevant simulation knowledge rewards. This is not important, it is the knowledge that he has already mastered. The reason why precious simulation times are consumed is just for safety. In the simulation, Beehive Island was indeed retaliated by the world government. The Virgin's Flame is an energy source developed by Vegapunk. In the plot, it was supposed to be completed in 1522 but 13 years later. Edie thought to himself. The weapon controlled by the world government is suspected to be the ancient weapon Uranus. It requires a huge amount of energy to activate. I don't know whether Vegapunk helped the world government when it was used in the simulation, or whether the world government had a backup energy device. Additional reward. Shiki number 2. Open black lens bracket. Do you want to receive it? Close black lens bracket. Receive. In a flash of white light, the young version of Golden Lion appeared in front of Edie. Lord Heavenly Father. The 10-year-old Golden Lion has a golden comb head and kneels down to salute when he appears. You are the 9th compatriot. From now on, your codename will be UG. Edie said with a gentle smile. Now we need your power, UG. To move the Beehive Island to the Sky Gate. Chapter 119. Arrival in the City of Music, the ancient demon king Totemagic. Considering that the world government may use Uranus to retaliate, Edie chooses to put the Hive Island into the sky. That weapon is indeed powerful enough, much more powerful than a nuclear bomb, and can wipe out an island with one blow. Literally erased. But the flaws are also obvious, and it seems that it can only hit a dozen fixed targets. As long as Beehive Island is turned into a floating island, there will be no threat. I have to say that lion fruit is really a strategic devil fruit. Edie rubbed a fluttering ring on his hand very early, but the ring only lasted for 10 hours, making it inconvenient for him to control the island's flight. Just clone an earthly branch. Soon after, the main entrance of the Beehive Research Institute. Yuji places his hands on the ground, and the power of lion fruit is activated. With a slight vibration, the bottom of the honeycomb island separated from the seabed, and the island slowly rose. The surrounding seawater poured in and quickly filled up the gap that appeared after the island took off. Seeing that everything was arranged, Edie was ready to go back to the bedroom to catch up on her sleep. When I woke up, it was already afternoon. Edie washed up briefly, took the elevator downstairs and came to the restaurant, where he saw a table full of delicacies, all of which were his favorite dishes. Did Hancock do it? Edie smiled and sat down to enjoy it alone. The cuisine of the Daughter Kingdom is quite similar to the Huxia cuisine of the previous life. While eating, Momosagi came to the restaurant after a while. Didi, did you put the island in the sky? What's wrong? Momosagi sat down, poured himself red wine, took a sip and said, I was shocked when I woke up and found the island flying into the sky. To avoid some trouble, Edie explained the existence of Uranus. Hearing this, Momosagi thought for a moment. If that's the case, I'm afraid the 747s will still be found. The permanent pointer on Beehive Island is not a rare thing. The world government must have it. Most of the islands in the Grand Line have magnets, and Honeycomb Island also has them. Getting smarter, Bunny. Edie smiled. I'm very witty, don't think of me as a fool. Momosagi rolled her eyes at him and said angrily. Of course I have considered this issue. Edie picked up a napkin and wiped his mouth. Do you know why the islands in the Grand Line are magnetic? The islands in the Four Seas are not magnetic. Why? Momosagi looked curious. Because the composition of the soil is different. When she had nothing to do, Edie gave her some popular science. The soil of the Grand Line Island contains a substance called NHCA21, which has magnetic force. The magnetic field of this world is disordered, and the North and South Pole are reversed. If we want to research this topic, I'm afraid it will take a long time. Edie has no interest in it for the time being. He stood up and said, "There are many ordinary people on the island. Send someone to comfort them." "Yes," Momosagi nodded helplessly, changed the subject, and smiled. "When did you clone the golden lion?" "Yuji suddenly appeared today. You do have a secret base somewhere else?" "Of course, Edie won't tell others about the system." After leaving the restaurant, Edie asked someone to find Robin. After a period of study, Robin already had a preliminary understanding of the ancestry factor theory. It just so happened that he wanted to study the blood of the five elders, so he used examples to teach his future assistant. Underground laboratory. Edie taught Robin step by step how to extract blood factors from a person's blood. Robin has a strong learning ability and quickly understood the steps. "It's amazing. Is this the blood factor?" After truly observing the blood factor, Robin was amazed. This seems more interesting than archaeology, but also more esoteric. If you don't observe it with your own eyes, it's difficult to understand its mystery with just abstract imagination. Robin couldn't help but wonder, could he really be an assistant? "Don't be impatient, Robin, the search for truth never ends." "I understand, Doctor, I will try my best," Robin nodded seriously, with a smile as bright as a flower. The more she understands and gets closer to Edie, the stronger her inner child becomes. Next, Edie asked Robin to watch while he began to analyze the bloodline factors of the five elders. The results of the analysis seemed to confirm some of his conjectures. Among the blood factors of the five elders, they do not have the immortality factor, and they have not experienced urinary surgery. Various cells in the blood, such as red blood cells, white blood cells, etc., are not immortal cells. As expected, Edie raised his eyebrows, becoming more and more curious. Have not experienced immortality surgery, but have an immortal life? Advertisement. Not only that, the blood factors of these four people are quite different from those of ordinary people. Could it be that he really is the demon in Devil Fruit himself? Taught magic. Edie immediately thought of this ancient demon king. It seems necessary to see it with your own eyes. Thinking of this, he decisively ordered, "Robin, clean up." With that, he left the laboratory. Arriving at the upper-level research institute, Edie immediately called for Yuji and ordered him to control Beehive Island and fly to East Blue. Then, he came to a room on the 9th floor of the institute. The room has been transformed into a dance studio, and Dressrosa's little princess Violet is teaching Kazuki Hiyori how to dance. In addition to the two of them, Uda, the future #1 singer in the world, is also here. Seeing Edie's arrival, the three of them stopped. "Master Edie." Kazuki Hiyori was like a baby swallow returning to its nest, running quickly and suddenly jumped into Edie's arms. "It's a pity that this little girl is too short, her height only reaches his belly button." "Edie-sama, are you here to see me? I have practiced dancing well." Hiyori raised her little head, looking like she was begging for praise. Edie smiled and rubbed the girl's head, then looked up at the other two people. "Emperor." Violet greeted somewhat cautiously. When Uda saw Edie looking at him, he greeted in a low voice, "Sir Edie." "Come here, Uda." Edie waved to Uda. Little Uda walked up to Edie nervously. She was taken by force. When she first came here, she was very scared of Edie, but after living here for 2 years, she gradually got used to it. In addition to being restricted from leaving Beehive Island, she can move around as she pleases, even if she wants to go for a walk, but she will be followed by bodyguards. Seeing the fearful expression on this little girl's face, Edie couldn't help but feel happy. He reached out and hugged Uda. "Uda, do you want to go to the Music City?" Elegia, hearing the Music City, Uda no longer hesitated, and a puzzled expression appeared on her face. "Don't you love singing the most? The Music City of Elegia is a world-famous city, where there are the best musicians and orchestras." Hearing this, Uda's eyes sparkled. Her dream since childhood was to perform a concert for the whole world. Edie smiled and said, "Next, we will go to Elegia to find a professional music teacher for you and Hiyori. Do you want to go?" "I want to go, I want to go, I really want to." Uda nodded repeatedly with interest. "Master Edie, do you really want to take me to Elegia?" I was so excited that I even called Edie more smoothly. Before, I was a little reluctant and coy. The little girl is so easy to handle, Edie thought funny ly. "Of course. You are a person with the singing fruit ability. God has given you an angelic singing voice, so you can't let your talent go to waste." When talking about her singing voice, Uda showed a proud expression. "HMPH, my goal is to be the world's #1 singer," she said excitedly. "Ms. Edie, when can we get to Elegia? Tomorrow? The day after tomorrow?" "It'll be there soon, don't worry." Edie smiled and touched the little girl's head. Taking Uda to Elegia is not simply to find a professional music teacher. Looking for a teacher is just a convenience. The real purpose is the Demon King of Song, taught magic. The ancient Demon King was sealed in a musical score. Only a person with the ability to sing the song Fruit could sing the musical score to release this Demon King. In the original plot, a battle broke out between the red-hair pirates and the Demon King of Song, who broke free from the seal, destroying the entire Elegia overnight. In the next 2 days, Uda was full of excitement and anticipation. She would run to Edie every morning and ask how long it would take to reach Elegia. Edie felt helpless at this girl's vitality. If you fly there alone, you can reach it in 2 or 3 days, but this time the Beehive Island has been moved away, so the flying speed of an island is naturally far slower. Edie estimates it will take at least half a month. He could only deal with this little girl as fast as possible. While Beehive Island was flying to East Blue, the attack on the Holy Land of Mariajoy could not be concealed after all. Such a big event quickly made the news in Shijing and spread quickly. The content of the press release immediately caused a sensation around the world. The sensation caused by fisherman adventurer Fisher Tiger's free solo climb of the Red Line was much greater than that of more than 2 years ago, which is completely different from the same. Attack on Mariajoy? Hundreds of celestial dragons die overnight. The headline on the front page was a shocking statement. Subtitle: 3 Emperors Kaido declares responsibility for this incident. Suddenly, the world was in an uproar. East Blue, South Blue, West Blue, North Blue, Paradise, New World. People around the world were shocked by this news report. Advertisement as descendants of the creator, the wealth of celestial dragons is well known to the world, but no one would have thought that hundreds of them would die in the night. What about world government? What is world government doing? Countless people had questions in their hearts. After reading the entire press release, they could only remain silent. 0. World government is gone. To be precise, the headquarters building of the world government was razed to the ground, and Mariajoy, the divine domain, was reduced to ruins. Morgans didn't know where she got the photo. The Mariajoy in the photo was in ruins, a desolate scene after the disaster. There are more than 170 world government member countries around the world. When the kings saw this report, they were dumbfounded. Alabasta, the royal capital Albana. Father, Princess Vivi ran to the study room, only to see her father Cobra with a dull expression on his face. Such a thing happened. Cobra's hand holding the newspaper couldn't help but trembled. What on earth has gone through to make Mariajoy look like this? Compared with such a big deal, the gradual decrease in rainfall in Alabasta in recent years is a minor annoyance. Cobra didn't even notice his daughter. He sat down on the chair and held his forehead in disbelief. Next year is the World Summit, the new year. But Pengu City is gone. Will the meeting still be held? Dressrosa. Fertilizer factories are being built one after another in this country, and notices recruiting workers are posted all over the city. The temporary base of the Don Quixote family. Doflamingo looked at the newspaper and couldn't help but grin. Fufu. Slaves are celestial dragons. Only in the face of death can we have equality. Kaido. How could Kaido do such a thing? Although there was not a word about Edie in the newspaper, Doflamingo knew that this must be the doctor's handiwork. There is no one else in the world today who can do such a thing, only the one from the hive. The distractions from the outside world cannot bother Edie. Edie also saw the newspaper, glanced at it and threw it aside. More than 10 days have passed in the blink of an eye, but the news has not subsided, but has intensified. So far, the world government has not responded at all. However, Beehive Island crossed thousands of mountains and rivers during this period and finally arrived at East Blue. Music City, Elegia. When King Gordon learned that the rumored great scientist had visited his country, he felt his back soaked with cold sweat. He hurriedly led people to greet him at the port. I saw a green dragon falling from the sky, and when it arrived at the port, it lowered itself to the dragon. Gordon saw Edie on the dragon head and said hurriedly, "Dear Dr. Edie, it is an honor for you to visit Elegia. I am the King Gordon here." Gordon is a tall man with a long horse face, about 50 years old. He didn't have the arrogance of a king. Facing Edie, who stepped down from the dragon's head, he bowed his head humbly and saluted. Behind Gordon, the soldiers knelt to greet him. Edie held a little girl in each hand, and Uda and Hiyori looked around curiously. Beside him, 3 women, Hanink, Luanan and Shingeshi, were dressed in costumes. "King Gordon," Edie said with a smile, "don't be so scared, I'm not a man-eating monster." Gordon straightened up and said cautiously, "I wonder what the purpose of your visit to the small country is." He had to be careful. Just in the news not long ago, the holy land of Mariajoy was razed to the ground. Although the newspaper said that Kaido, one of the 3 emperors, claimed responsibility at this time. But recently there have been rumors that Dr. Edie planned everything. He was afraid that if he made this person unhappy, Elegia would become a ruin. They are Uda and Hiyori. They hope to participate in the concert here. Edie went straight to the point and said, "By the way, find a music teacher to teach these 2 little girls." Concert? Gordon was stunned. Is it just this kind of thing? Elegia often holds music exchange meetings. The most recent one was last week, and the next one will have to wait until half a month later. But since it was Edie who spoke, Gordon was ready to hold it again right away. "What a coincidence that you were here. There's a grand concert tonight," Gordon smiled. "Please go to my castle first, Doctor." Soon, under the leadership of King Gordon, everyone headed to Shun's castle. In the living room, everyone took their seats. Hiyori sits next to her mother Tensuke, and Uda is taken care of by Robin. Edie sits with Hancock. "Is this your wife?" Gordon just glanced at Hancock quickly, not daring to linger. "They all are." Edie answered calmly. He picked up the black tea on the table, took a sip, and said, "King Gordon, I heard that Aladia has a long-circulated piece of music called Tot Magic." "Yes, have you heard of it?" Gordon was startled. "Uda likes to sing very much," Edie smiled and said, "To get straight to the point, can I see this sheet of music? This girl's singing voice will definitely surprise you." Hearing this, Gordon subconsciously looked at the little girl with red and white hair. Chapter 120 The most ferocious pirate in history. Chenlong. Since you have seen the Heavenly Father, why don't you worship him? Gordon looked to Uda. The little girl with red and white hair was sitting next to Robin, holding a glass of juice and sucking on the straw. Could it be that this little girl is the one with the singing fruit ability of this generation? Gordon's heart skipped a beat, and cold sweat flowed from his forehead. Tot. Musica. As the king of an ancient music capital, Gordon naturally knows the secrets that have been passed down to the royal family from generation to generation. This piece of music was used by people with singing fruit abilities hundreds of years ago to seal a demon king. The music score itself is a sealing technique, and at the same time, it is also a key. Once sung by a person with the ability to sing the song Fruit, the demon king from ancient times will awaken. The more he thought about it, the more frightened he became. Gordon suddenly stood up and said in an encouraging tone, "Dr. Edie, if it's a concert, on behalf of Elegia, I welcome your visit, and the Conservatory of Music will be fully open to you. You have your pick of the best music teachers in the country. But this alone won't do." Despite the pressure from the Hive Emperor, King Gordon courageously refused. Uda's face was full of confusion, and she didn't know why the king was so excited. Robin blinked and whispered in Uda's ear, "There seems to be some secret." She was good at observing words and expressions, and found that Gordon's mood was full of fear. Not a fear of Mr. Edie, but more of a fear of that mentioned piece of music. Hancock and others couldn't help but wonder, it's just a piece of music, isn't it okay to just take a look at it? The adults here are not fools, and they all noticed the unusual atmosphere. Only two little girls, Uda and Hiyori, had no idea. Adjid. Edie tasted the black tea elegantly, and then spoke after a while. "King Gordon, it seems you have guessed, you were right. Uda is a person with the ability to sing the song Fruit." "Really?" Gordon's face turned pale and he begged, "Doctor, please allow me to refuse, this is the only thing. You don't understand. When I said the words, song Fruit, the future was already decided." Edie shook his head and said, "Since you don't want to, just pretend I didn't mention it. I won't rob you, so you can rest assured." Hearing this, Gordon couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and sat back in his seat. He didn't understand Edie's previous sentence. What does it mean that the future is already determined? But since the other party said he wouldn't rob me, it should be fine 20. A big man like this wouldn't lie and deceive. Even if he really tried to rob someone, he wouldn't be able to stop it. "Thank you for your understanding. I was rude just now," Gordon said instead. "The concert will be in the evening. Before that, I will take you, your wife and your children to visit the Conservatory of Music." The lady is indeed the lady, but the child is not his child. Edie smiled and didn't explain. He took Hancock's hand and stood up and said, "Uda, let's go to the academy and behave well. It would be great if someone is willing to be your music teacher." Yes, at the same time, while King Gordon led Edie and everyone to visit the music academy on the island. Underground of the castle. In a secret room. Complex patterns were carved on the wall, and the patterns shone with a burst of red light. The red light was like flowing liquid, quickly filling the lines on the wall. When all the lines gathered in one place, a hole opened in the wall, and the music score sealed in it suddenly flew out. The music scores are written on ancient parchment, 5 pieces in total. As if they have self-awareness, they fly towards the person with the ability to sing the song Fruit. Holy Land Mariajoy. Many shackled slaves are cleaning up the towns after the disaster. It has been cleaning up for almost half a month, and the place is still full of collapsed building debris. Nikabai's self-destruction destroyed almost everything, and dealt a devastating blow to the building units on the surface. But the underground is still safe and sound, at this time, somewhere in the underground room. Lights illuminate the room. The ventilation system brings in outside air. Saint Satan, one of the 5 elders, sat on the sofa with a cane and looked at the other 4 colleagues. 4 people have recovered one after another. The most miserable one, Mo Sheng, also grew half of his body, but his appearance looked the same. "Are you okay? It doesn't matter what happens to us." Saint Nastalong frowned and said, "How is Lord I Am?" "Disappeared." Saint Satan said in a deep voice, "I'm afraid it's the fruit of time. Lord I Am was exiled outside of time, and I don't know when he will come back." "It's actually the fruit of time." Mustache 5 elders, Saint Wachuli looks ugly. Being sent to the future by the power of the time fruit, they have no way to rescue them and can only wait for the moment in the future to arrive. Damn you B*****************. D. This attack has dealt a huge blow to the majesty of the government. We must retaliate and use that weapon. Several people were quite angry. Such a major gaffe was the first in 800 years. If there is no corresponding action, the majesty of the world government will be shattered. Advertisement. Saint Satan knocked his cane and said with a gloomy face, "Beehive Island is gone." "What?" The blonde 5 elders, Shijing, was startled for a moment. "What do you mean?" 10 days ago, I asked people from CP7 to go to Beehive Island for close reconnaissance. I am afraid that the island has been sent to the sky by the power of lion fruit." As soon as these words came out, the 4-5 elders all changed their expressions. None of them are fools. From Edie's actions, they and Ma Chu understood a little bit. The other party may know the existence of national treasure. The 5 elders looked at each other, subconsciously doubting the others. Is there a traitor among us? The sword-wielding bald 5 elders had sharp eyes. Even if there is a traitor, it cannot be among the 5 of us, Saint Satan said coldly. I have launched marines all over the world to comprehensively search the hive. There are more than 100 marine bases around the world, with a total strength of more than 3 million. The total tonnage of its warships exceeds 10 million tons. Such a huge force wants to find an island. Not to mention flying in the sky, even if it is hidden in the deep sea, you can still find it. Revenge at all costs. One of the 3 major institutions under the world government, the deep sea prison, enters the city. A prison ship passed through the Gate of Justice and delivered the Golden Lion Shiki to this prison. After killing more than 300 celestial dragons in one night, Golden Lion's title has changed from one of the 3 legendary pirates to the worst pirate in history. The record is so powerful that no one has ever done it before. As for whether there are any latecomers, 013903420 Filu 113,022,250. Gia ha ha ha, I'm back here again after so many years. The Golden Lion was wearing sea stone shackles and laughed wildly when he walked into the gate of Impelled Down. Faced with such a serious offender, Magellan, the summer chief who entered the city, personally came to the door to greet him. Hey, isn't this Magellan? Already the director? Golden Lion grinned and greeted. The man called Magellan is huge and looks like Satan, with 2 horns on his head and a pair of black wings on his back. Unlike the wings of the Lunaria clan, his wings are more like demon wings. Paramecia poison fruit power user, facing the arrogant Golden Lion, Magellan said expressionlessly. Shiki, you won't have a chance to escape. Your future life will be spent in a dark prison until the day you die. Gia ha 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 ha, I will get out. There is a first time and a second time. I will declare to the world that the deep sea prison known as the Iron Wall is nothing more than that. Golden Lion laughed loudly. Tell me 5 elders, regret that you didn't execute me immediately after you caught me. The corners of Magellan's eyes twitched fiercely. He was really a long pirate. Beside him, guard Changameji Shiryu held a cigar in his mouth and grinned evilly. I will tell you, Golden Lion. To be honest, I admire you very much, he. The most vicious pirate in history is worthy of this new nickname. He even wanted to ask if the blood of celestial dragons was the same red as ordinary people. Humph, send him to the frying pan, Magellan snorted coldly. Several jailers immediately took the Golden Lion and pushed him into Impelled Down. Don't bother, I'm familiar with your process. The Golden Lion was like a king. When he came to the oil pan, he jumped in without blinking. Every prisoner who comes to Impelled Down is baptized. It's said to be an oil pan, but it's actually just 100-degree boiling water used to sterilize and disinfect prisoners. After half an hour of soaking in a hot spring, the Golden Lion was fished out. After that, he went through a series of processes such as interrogation and torture. Finally, Golden Lion received his prisoner number. He changed into a black and white prison uniform. Magellan and Shiryu accompanied him throughout the whole process, and only after they were sent to the eternal hell of IV-6 was the prison sentence completed. The light here is dim, and it is actually deep in the sea. The people who can be imprisoned here are all famous pirates in history. No, to be precise, they are supervillains whose existence has been erased by the government. Isn't this the Golden Lion? It's coming in again? After Magellan and Shiryu left, a strong voice came from a cell opposite. Golden Lion squinted his eyes and saw the other person's face through the darkness. What's the name of the kid on Roger's boat? Douglas Bullet. The man who called himself Bullet grinned and said, Why did you come in again? Are you going to cut off your hands this time and go out? Gia ha ha ha, if you kneel down and beg me, I can consider taking you with me when the time comes. Golden Lion sat down with a smile. Although he acted very arrogantly, he couldn't help but feel a little anxious inside. Those 2 bastards Edie and Kaido, shouldn't they come to save him? It would be difficult for him to escape on his own strength. With the lessons learned from the last time, Su Cheng will definitely guard against him. It can be seen from the sea stone chains on his body. Just like making rice dumplings, wrap him tightly. Come and save me, Ren, Golden Lion roared in his heart. The doctor, who has high hopes from the Golden Lion, is attending a leisurely concert in Alahia. Uda sang on stage as a special guest, and her outstanding singing voice instantly detonated the audience, and the applause resounded. Beside him, Hanink and others were also enjoying tonight's music event. Having stayed on Beehive Island all year round, it was a rare opportunity to go out for entertainment together, and Hancock was very happy. Advertisement Tianue held her daughter Kazuki Hiyori's little hand and enjoyed the music with a smile. Robin held his chin with one hand and looked at Uda on the stage with a smile. On the stage, a song is sung, Gordon said in amazement. Awesome, Uda, your singing is a treasure in this world. Even for those with the ability to sing, this singing voice is a gift from God. He said excitedly. Allegia will fully support you. There are the best musical instruments, music scores, and thousands of professionals here. You will definitely become the world's #1 singer in the future. Uda listened to the thundering applause of the audience and couldn't help but open her mouth slightly, showing a happy expression. Her eyes quickly swept across the audience, and finally she saw Edie and the others in the VIP seats on the 3rd floor. After experiencing this incident, she had a huge change in Edie. In fact, this guy is a very good person. Although he forcibly brought her back to Beehive Island, he never bullied her. In order to help her find a teacher, he also took her to the peak of world music and sang in front of tens of thousands of people. She gained recognition and wanted to share this joy with Edie. However, when he saw Edie, he had his head lowered and a sheet of music in his hand. Uda couldn't help but puff up her cheeks, the other side. Edie looked at the 5 pieces of music in his hand, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly. Sure enough, it came. Taught magic. This was not a robbery by force, but the music score came to him on its own. Even if this ancient demon king is sealed, he can still feel the power of the song fruit. The moment Uda stepped onto this island, everything was doomed. Is this it? In the dim light, I stared at the staff in my hand. To be honest, I can't understand. He studied physics since elementary school, so he doesn't know anything about art. I can only say he knows nothing about it. He vaguely remembered that the B5 primary school teacher seemed to have taught him how to read music notation. But that was elementary school and I had long forgotten. Shaking his head, Edie put away the staff. The concert lasted until after 10 o'clock in the evening and finally ended. At the end, King Gordon announced in public that he was looking for some outstanding music teachers for Uda. There are only 2 requirements. First, he has outstanding musical attainments and is good at teaching others. Second, women. After watching tonight's performance, hundreds of female musicians rushed to express their interest in becoming Uda's music teacher. Due to too many applicants, King Gordon had to announce a selection test, which will be held tomorrow. The excited candidates couldn't sleep all night and began to prepare for tomorrow's assessment. After the concert, King Gordon arranged for Edie and others to stay in a high-end hotel. After a tiring night, Uda took a shower and prepared to go to bed, but she found that there was an extra person in the room. Master Edie. Edie sat on the sofa by the window, looked at the little singer coming out of the bathroom, and smiled. Uda, are you happy tonight? I'm very happy. Uda nodded with a smile. This is the happiest day for me. Thank you, Mr. Yidong. After a pause, he asked doubtfully, It's so late, Master Edie, why don't you go to bed? The concert is over, but your performance is not. Edie stood up from the sofa and took out 5 pieces of sheet music. This sheet of music is called Tot Musica, and it is a song created by a person with the ability to sing the song Fruit a long time ago. Uda took the sheet music from Edie's hand, and when she took a look at it, her eyes suddenly lit up. She immediately recognized that this was an extremely outstanding song. When she opened her mouth to sing a cappella, he stopped her. Don't worry, once you open your mouth, a demon will come out. Uda looked confused. Edie smiled and explained, Don't worry, I will help you deal with the devil. If you want to sing, just change the place. With that said, he gently picked up Uda and flew out of the window. Chenlong and Heizu also followed immediately. The 4 of them soon arrived at an outlying island southeast of Elegia. Everyone landed on the coast, and Edie placed Uda on a high rock. The sound of waves crashing against the rocks at night made Uda feel comfortable. Can you sing now, Master Edie? Uda looked at the music score in the moonlight. Edie nodded. Uda cleared her throat, and when the first syllable came out of her mouth, something happened. Wisps of dark smoke were born from Uda's feet and quickly rose around Uda. Along with the streaks of red lightning, the originally calm sea became turbulent. Uda's eyes widened, and she found that she couldn't stop. The black smoke grew larger and larger, reaching dozens of meters high. The ancient demon king who was born from the darkness finally revealed his figure. 11. Edie put his hands in his pockets and watched quietly. It is very similar to the magic circle teleportation in 5 elders, even the breath is very similar. Chenlong said coldly, Devil, since you have seen the Heavenly Father, why don't you worship him? Chapter 121 Princess Perona, Children Who Lie Need Injections. The ancient demon king Totmagic was born from the darkness, wearing a black cloak and a black hat. It has a red face, a very pointed nose, and 2 arms made of black and white piano keys. As if celebrating its escape, it opened its arms to the sky. Is this the demon king? Heizu put one hand on his waist and looked curious. Totmagic's body is very huge, much larger than ordinary giants, at least 50 or 60 meters tall. Chenlong said coldly, Devil King, you are about to see your Heavenly Father, why don't you worship him? Attracted by his voice, Totmagic cast his gaze at the 3 tiny people on the shore. Black-red energy condensed in front of its mouth, turning into a beam of light and falling suddenly. There was a loud explosion and dust flew up. The black and red flash cut the coast, and along with the movement of the song Demon King's head, it left a deep mark on the earth. Mid-air, Chenlong flapped his wings, his eyes were cold, and he entered the human animal form while breathing. He opened his mouth wide, and scorching flames burned in his mouth. Uda is inside it. Edie stopped Chenlong and watched the rampaging Demon King of Song with interest. This demon attacks everything around it indiscriminately. This attack, Heavenly Father, is a bit similar to your Ba Shen, Heizu said. It just looks like it. The essence is different, that's not hockey. This energy may come from the Soul Sea, Edie guessed. Realizing that he had missed his target, the Demon King of Song raised his head, and Guomi flashed black and red again. No self-awareness, just acting on instinct. It seems that he can't communicate. Edie looked down at the Demon King and stretched out his left hand flatly in front of the flash. Dominant territory. The actively released Tyrant territory is like an invisible shield. Boom. The 2 came into contact, and after the black and red flash of light touched 3 centimeters outside of the palm, it could no longer get too close and was blocked forcefully. The overflowing wisps of energy scattered like exploding fireworks, and when they fell onto the sea, they instantly stirred up huge waves. This attack is stronger than it looks. As expected of Lord Heavenly Father, Heizu praised him. Chenlong immediately said, Miss Uda is on the Demon King's chest, Heavenly Father, please give the order. Hearing this, Edie tightened his fingers and held them in the air. With a pop, the black-red energy was annihilated in his palm. Don't hurt Uda, rescue the people first. After receiving the order, the wings on Chenlong's back fluttered and he immediately accelerated his dive. He stretched out his right hand. The back of the hand was covered with green dragon scales, and the nails were as sharp as claws. He slapped the Demon King with one claw. The Demon King of Song grinned widely, as if smiling. It reached out to grab Qianlong, trying to pinch the person, but Qianlong was extremely fast, and its movements could not keep up. Avoiding the Demon King's grasp, Qianlong's claws penetrated its chest and penetrated from its back. When he came out, he already held unconscious Uda in his arms. The Demon King of Song's expression was stunned, and then he let out a sharp and harsh cry. Just the sound pressure alone can stir up strong winds. Streams of red lightning were released from around the Demon King of Song. They are like thick red whips, whipping everything around them indiscriminately. Sweeping across a piece of rock, the rock shattered instantly. It fell towards the sea, where a long groove was torn apart. Slapping the earth causes the earth to collapse. Suddenly, the wind was raging like a typhoon passing through. At this time, it's time for the pig to move. Stop screaming, it's so unpleasant, my ears will be damaged. Her right hand was wrapped with a thundercloud, and when it came to the head of the Demon King of Song, a thunderous strike struck down. Tianmen is the god of freedom. Boom! In an instant, endless lightning flashed, even covering the entire outlying island. Just like thunder in nature, after the surging electric light hits the target, it splits into countless small lightning bolts, striking the surrounding earth and ocean. The scream of the Demon King of Song stopped. It twitched all over and its head was flattened. Immediately afterwards, the power of thunder and lightning exploded in his body. With a bang, the ancient Demon King who had just been released from the seal exploded like a balloon. It turned into wisps of black smoke and filled the air. Haizu was stunned. Died? Is my punch so powerful? Edie stepped on the void, shook his head and said, "It is a demon, it has no concept of death. You can summon it again by singing it again." Well, Lord Heavenly Father, what on earth is this? Lai was a little curious. This is of great research value. Edie is also not sure what the Demon King of Song is. Is it the creation of someone with the ability to sing the fruit of song? Or some kind of consciousness aggregate from the soul sea? Or is it, like devil fruit, born from human fantasy? The only thing that's certain tonight is one thing. Advertisement. It does have some similarities to Five Elders' abilities. Heavenly Father. Qianlong flew over and Shi Uda handed it to Yidong. I'm going back. I hope I didn't disturb others' rest. Edie hugged Uda, turned around and flew towards the main island of Elegia. The battle on the outlying island was very short. From the time the Demon King of Song was summoned to the time it disappeared, it took no more than 2 minutes. Back at the hotel, Edie put the unconscious Uda on the bed and covered her with a quilt. He checked Uda's physical condition by the way. The little girl was just unconscious and nothing serious. Leave Uda's room and return to your bedroom. Robin was sitting quietly by the bed, flipping through the books in his hands. Seeing Edie enter the door, she raised her head and said, "You're back, Mr. Edie." It's not surprising that there is a woman in his room. Just why is it Robin? Shouldn't it be Hancock? Released observation hockey, he quickly grasped the situation in the hotel. Tianyueshi and her daughter Rihei sleep in the same room. Hancock sleeps in Robin's room. Robin smiled a little shyly. Sister Hancock asked me to come. She said that I have been busy studying recently. I was busy studying and didn't sleep much. Edie walked over and tackled Robin. There's no need to be alone, you can come together. Never. 3 people are happier. What a sexy doctor. Soon after, joyous music sounded in the room. The next day, early morning. When Uda woke up, she found herself lying on the hotel bed. Her little face couldn't help but be confused. If my memory is correct, I sang at the beach last night. By the way, sheet music. She got up, brushed her teeth and washed her face, and then went downstairs excitedly. The hotel restaurant provided free food, and Uda saw Edie and Robin in the restaurant. Master Edie, last night. This is the music score. Uda, after you write it down, you must return the music score to King Gordon. Edie took out, taught, musica, from his arms and handed the sheet music to the girl. Last night was definitely not a dream. Uda looked at the music score and subconsciously wanted to eat it. Robin immediately pulled Uda to sit next to him and said softly, "Eat breakfast first, Uda. Singing this song will summon the devil. You fainted last night." This is what Edie told her. "I understand, Sister Robin." Uda nodded and looked at Edie again. "Sir Edie, will you be the one to deal with the demon tonight?" She vaguely remembered it. "That demon is a good research subject and I will need your help in the future." Edie rubbed the girl's head and said, "Eat quickly. I have to find a music teacher for you after eating. Was there any teacher you liked at yesterday's concert? Can I only choose one? As long as others are willing to teach you, any number of them will do. Enjoy breakfast while chatting." When nearby tourists saw this scene, they thought it was a family of 3. After breakfast, Edie asked Robin to take Uda to the music school. "Heizu, you go protect them," Edie ordered to the air. "Yes, Lord Heavenly Father." Heizu walked out of the hiding corner and followed immediately. By the time Robin and the 2 entered the conservatory, Yin Yueshi had already taken her daughter to Wo first. Gordon entertained them in the principal's office. While he is a king, he is also the principal of the Conservatory of Music. In order to help Uda and Kazuki Hiyori find suitable teachers, he decided to hold an audition. Edie naturally doesn't need to worry about such trivial matters as selecting teachers. He took Hancock back to Beehive Island. Beehive Island is floating in the sky above Elegia, hidden in the sea of clouds, and cannot be seen by the naked eye. Walking into the research institute, Ginny came to report immediately. "Doctor, it depends on the situation. Golden Lion was sent to the deep-sea prison and is currently being held on the 6th underground floor, Eternal Hell. Because of Nikabai's self-destruction, all the bee detectives in the Holy Land Mariajoy died. The Queen Bee monitoring system temporarily lost its ability to monitor Mariajoy. Therefore, Edie does not know what happened to Golden Lion after he was captured. It wasn't until Golden Lion was sent to impel down that it re-entered the monitoring range. Weren't you killed to vent your anger? After hearing Guinea's report, Edie was surprised. According to the news, the Golden Lion and the more than 3,000 beasts he unleashed killed hundreds of celestial dragons in one night. After killing so many celestial dragons, Golden Lion was not executed immediately. This was beyond Edie's expectation. This may be a trap. Ginny expressed her judgment with a serious expression. Maybe there are many powerful people hiding in Impel Down, just waiting for you, Doctor, to rescue them. Reasonable speculation. Edie nodded. Advertisement. Normal people would think so, but the 5 elders are not necessarily normal people. They may just not kill them and lock them up. Therefore, Zero, please give me flowers. Zero, Golden Lion is the hero after all, so let's save him. After thinking for a while, I decided to work in prison. Before taking action, he promised the other party that he should keep his word. Ginny hurriedly said, Doctor, it might be a trap. She couldn't help but look at Hancock, hoping that the First Lady could persuade King Bo. When the doctor is usually away, Hancock sticks to her word and is the real mistress of the institute. Momosagi and the others also have to listen to her. Hancock held Edie's hand, his eyes were gentle and he whispered, Master Edie, I won't stop you. But you must bring earthly branches with you, and never act alone. She learned only one thing from the book, how to please your husband. As a good wife, she should silently support her husband behind his back. Don't worry, Ginny, you have to learn from Hancock. If you have the right academic skills, there is a reason why you cannot get married at an early age. Edie laughed. Ginny rolled her eyes and said angrily, it's all in vain, huh? She left angrily. I ate a mouthful of dog food early in the morning, how disgusting. After watching her leave, Edie immediately summoned the earthly branches. Considering that it might be a trap, I brought several earthly branches with me this time. In addition, he also made some preparations. Of course, before going to the deep-sea prison, you have to go to another place first. Devil's Triangle, Thriller Bark. A huge island-like supership sails in this sea of mist. In the center of the 3-masted ship, in the dark and gloomy old castle. 0. Princess Mononoke Perona returns to her room holding a stuffed bear. She was holding a newspaper in her hand, and the news read that Gecko Moria defeated a Shichibukai and became the new Shichibukai. Moria-sama has really become a Shichibukai. Now I don't have to worry about being targeted by Marine. Speaking of which, Marine didn't keep an eye on us for a short period of time. I heard that we are busy looking for the scientist's lair. Perona murmured to herself, and after pushing open her door and walking in, she suddenly saw a man in white. She blinked and rubbed her eyes vigorously to confirm that it was not an hallucination. The next moment, she was frightened and screamed. It's very noisy, little girl. Edie crossed her legs and put down the book, Princess's Revenge, in her hand. Do you usually read books like this? You are an evil scientist, Edie. Perona was so frightened that her legs softened on the spot and she sat on the floor in a duck-sitting position. Why are you here? Find someone. Edie looked at the little girl. He is 12 or 3 years old, less than 1.4 meters tall, with pink twin tails and a small crown on his head. The makeup on the face is rather strange. Should it be called Gothic dream style? Are you looking for Master Moria? Perode trembled. Master Moria is not here. It's not him, Edie chuckled. Is there a weirdo named Absalom among Moria's subordinates? Perona nodded subconsciously. Where is he? He left with Lord Moria. This was last month. In order to seize the title of Shichibukai, Moria left with Absalom and some zombies. It wasn't until she saw today's news that Perona knew Moria had successfully become a Shichibukai. No wonder I didn't find his aura on the island. Edie understood. When will they come back? Perona wanted to answer like this, but the smart moment she said it, she said, Lord Moria will be back soon. Facing the legendary Dr. Evil alone, the little ghost princess has a powerful heart. I had no choice but to move out of Lord Moria to embolden myself. Unfortunately, this kind of lie cannot fool Edie at all. It's not good to lie. Edie raised the corners of his mouth slightly, took out a lancet from his pocket, stood up and walked towards Perona. Children who lie need injection education. Hey, don't come over. Perona was so frightened that there were tears in the corners of her eyes, and white ghosts kept pouring out of the palms of her hands. Negative ghost. Negative ghost. Negative ghost. Paramecia Linlin fruit ability user. Being hit by the negative ghost created by her will cause mental trauma and the whole person will become very negative. However, when these negative ghosts approached Edie, they were immediately blocked by an invisible force, as if they were stuck in a quagmire, frozen in midair. Why? Why doesn't it work? Perona mumbled absent-mindedly, until Edie came up to her and had to raise her little head, her little face full of fear. Are you afraid of injections? The smile on Dr. Evil's face is like a devil. Perona simply rolled her eyes, tilted her head, and fainted on the spot. Chapter 122 Shichibukai Meeting. Everyone, kneel down. Am I that terrible? Seeing Perona fainted from being frightened by him, Edie couldn't help being speechless. The little girl is too timid. Edie picked up Perona from the ground and put her on the bed, then rolled up her sleeves and took a blood tube from her V********A. Paramecia Linlin fruit, a power involving spirits, ghosts, and souls. Although it is not the target of this operation, let's take a shot. Then, Edie took out a tube of transparent liquid from his white coat, opened the lid of the glass tube, and injected 1 milliliter of Perona's blood from the blood needle into it. Shake the glass tube slightly, and the originally transparent liquid quickly turns into light red, and then quickly turns into sea blue. This is blue blood. After being injected into the human body, the subject can temporarily possess the power of devil fruit without changing the bloodline factors of the human body. It is a great invention based on green blood. Next, Edie took out another blank ring. The so-called blank ring is an ability ring that has not yet been injected with blue. He disassembled the blank ring and added Perona's blue blood to the blood storage device inside the ring. In this way, a brand new ability ring was born. Edie named it Linlin ring. Wei Young. Edie put on this new ability ring and shouted into the air at the same time. The next moment, Wei Young flew in from the window and knelt on one knee in front of him. Heavenly Father, what is your command? Don't resist. Edie opened his left hand, and a small white translucent ghost appeared. Negativity ghost. The small translucent ghost pounced on Wei Young and penetrated through his chest. Wei Young did not resist. When the ghost of negativity penetrated his body, a strong sense of negativity was born. He changed from kneeling on one knee to kneeling on both knees. At the same time, he supported the floor with his hands and murmured in despair. I'm so sorry for having an afro. 283 inches S negative mood only lasted for less than 3 seconds. When the effect of the ability disappeared, Kunyang's face suddenly turned red. Before he could say anything in defense, another negative ghost passed through his body. Wei Young's face showed a look of struggle, and in the end he did not dare to dodge, letting the little thing hit him. As an earthly branch, I'm sorry, it would be great if I could be born as a sardine. My wings are smaller than those of an ugly cow, feel free to laugh at me. After trying dozens of times in a row, Dee couldn't help but frown. After returning to normal, Wei Young's lips trembled, it was so scary, it was a nightmare. Father. Wei Young's forehead was dripping with cold sweat. Thanks a lot. Edie closed the spirit ring. The determination of earthly branches is much stronger than that of ordinary people. Edie asked Wei Young to jump into the lava and commit suicide, and he wouldn't even frown. But even so, facing the power of Linlin fruit, he can't resist it with his own willpower. Not a bad ability. Edie glanced at Princess Mononoke who fainted on the bed, and ordered, go and watch outside, bring Absalom to see me immediately when she comes back. Yes, Heavenly Father. Wei Young breathed a sigh of relief and immediately flew out of the window. I don't know how long it took, but Perona, who was lying on the bed, her eyelashes trembled slightly and she slowly opened her eyes. She saw the familiar princess bed curtains, familiar room, familiar stuffed bear. Huh. It turned out to be a dream. Really, I had such a terrible nightmare. Why did Dr. Evil appear in my dream? Perona touched her belly and heard a gurgling sound. She got out of bed and left her bedroom. When she walked into the castle's dining room, she was stunned. A group of various zombies created by Master Moria are busy serving plates of dishes. The man in white is sitting at the dining table, using his knife and fork gracefully to enjoy the food. You're awake. I'm still having nightmares? Perona's eyes widened and she spoke incoherently. Dreaming. You said the injection has been completed. Edie responded. Are you hungry? Sit down and eat together. Perona stood there blankly. Why is this devil still there? And why do zombies obey his orders? When you usually work for Lord Moria, you are never so diligent. Edie smiled and said, human children are afraid of injections. There is no need to be ashamed. Most pet dogs don't want to go into the pet hospital. Do you think I'm a dog? Perona gritted her teeth and glared, her anger overshadowing the fear in her heart. At this time, my stomach made an unsatisfactory growl. Perona blushed and bravely walked to the dining table and sat down. You stupid zombies, why don't you prepare dessert for me? I don't want to eat what others have left. Yes. Lord Perona. Advertisement. The zombies immediately went to the kitchen to serve cakes and desserts. While Perona was eating, she stared warily at Edie sitting across from her. Calm down and think about it, this evil Dr. A doesn't seem to be an enemy. It would be better to say that if it were an enemy, she would be dead. In the dream, I was frightened and fainted, it was really embarrassing. No, that's not a dream. Finally realizing this, Perona was stunned. Just then, boom, there was a huge noise outside the castle, and Perona stood up in a hurry, ignoring her previous embarrassing behavior. What happened? Hey, you, go outside and have a look. She ordered, pointing at a zombie. Edie smiled and said, no need, it seems I'm lucky, Moria is back. After a while, Perona met Moria, and another leader of the pirate group, Absalom. The two were suppressed by Cho Niu and Wei Young and brought into the restaurant. Lord Moria. Perona saw the captain's head covered in blood, and both of them were beaten violently. You will not kneel down before your heavenly father. Wei Young kicked Absalom, causing him to fall to the ground. Absalom did not dare to resist and knelt on the ground obediently. He and Moria had just returned to their nest and met 2 earthly branches. It's really outrageous. What kind of virtue can they have to face the clones of Garp and Sengoku at the same time? After being beaten severely, he became very well behaved. Moria on the side ignored it, but stared at Edie behind the dining table with an ugly expression. Why are you on my property? Scientist Edie, sorry, my subordinates were a little rough. Edie smiled and said gently, Absalom, the floor is cold, so there is no need to kneel. How dare I stand up? Absalom raised his head and sneered, it's better to be cooler, my knees like to be cooler. After a pause, he asked cautiously, Doctor, I heard that you were looking for me. Is there anything I can do to help you? Edie handed a blood collection needle to Wei Yang. Wei Yang grabbed Absalom's arm and stabbed it with a needle. Absalom was trembling all over, not daring to have any thoughts of resistance. He watched helplessly as his blood was drawn into the needle. Then, he immediately saw something even more incredible. Edie repeated the operation not long ago and created a new ability ring in front of the two of them. Name it, Transparent Ring. After wearing the ring, the ability of the transparent fruit is activated. The next moment, he disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. My ability. Absalom said in horror. He is a paramecia transparent fruit user. The scene before him is undoubtedly the power of the transparent fruit.
Gecko Moria is equally incredible. Devil Fruit's abilities are sealed in a ring.
No, not a seal. Absalom is still alive and well, this is a copy of the ability. It's impossible. There is such a thing. Moria was horrified beyond words. Although Edie could no longer be seen with the naked eye, in his eyes, Edie's image became extremely mysterious and terrifying. This is the world's #1 scientist. Suddenly, a voice sounded out of thin air as if coming from all directions. Shou Niu, Wei Sheep, can you find my location? Hearing this, the two earthly branches looked at each other. Wei Yang immediately said, Heavenly Father, observation hockey cannot be detected and cannot be seen with the naked eye. If you hadn't disappeared in front of me, I wouldn't even be aware of your existence. There's nothing unusual. Shou Niu tried every means, but still couldn't confirm the location of Heavenly Father. Moria's face was dull, and suddenly, his pupils shrank. Right in front of him, a figure started from the legs and slowly revealed its figure. It was as if a curtain had been lifted, finally revealing the person behind the curtain. When did the position change? He was shocked. There were no footsteps. He is very clear about Absalom's ability. Transparency is transparent, but it does not erase his own existence. If you step on something, it will still make a sound. If it gets caught in the rain, it will also show a little outline in the heavy rain. But Moria was very sure that she didn't hear any movement just now. From the time Edie disappears to when Edie suddenly appears in front of him, the process in between is unknown. Edie is very satisfied with this. Visual color invisibility, plus, transparent ring, equals true invisibility. Hockey cannot be detected and cannot be observed with the naked eye. Unless he shows something like murderous intent, it would be difficult for even a general to notice his presence. Moria, I heard that you became a Shichibukai? Edie said slowly. Doctor, Doflamingo is yours, right? I'm just imitating him, killing the Shichibukai, and taking the title of Shichibukai. Moria's heart skipped a beat. She shouldn't have killed the doctor's men, right? Is the world government useless? How many undercover agents does Shichibukai have? As if she knew what he was thinking, Edie shook her head and smiled. I'm not interested in Shichibukai. Moria breathed a sigh of relief and said with a weird smile, Doctor, I just got the title of Shichibukai yesterday, and I immediately received the forced summoning order from the center. Edie raised his eyebrows. Advertisement. Just listen to Moria continue. Marine summoned all Shichibukai and asked to gather at naval headquarters. The purpose is to deal with you. Just a few stinky fish and shrimps. Edie couldn't help but laugh. Are you going? Moria was at a loss for words. Of course he had to go. He just got the title of Shichibukai and dared not to go. The world government was afraid that it would kill him if it turned around. 0. Doctor, you destroyed Mariajoy before and killed hundreds of celestial dragons. The world government is now using all the power at its disposal. But please don't worry, I won't leak any information about you, Doctor. Moria quickly broke up with Marine. This matter could have been ignored. But he was also afraid that Edie would have to deal with it later, so it was better to take the initiative to speak out. No one who can succeed in this sea is a fool. What does the grudge between the Hive Emperor and the world government have to do with them, Shichibukai? Join in, and don't let the two sides fight. In the end, the Shichibukai will become cannon fodder. I'm very touched that you can keep this secret for me. The ground is cold, so I allow you to stand up and speak. Edie spoke softly. Moria breathed a sigh of relief, stood up and said, Doctor, I'm going to Marineford next. Do you have any other instructions before that? Since Marine wants to find me so much, I'll go meet them. Moria was stunned. Time came to January 1st, 1510 unknowingly. Naval Headquarters, Marineford. In the conference room, 6 current 7 warlords of the sea sat on both sides of a long table covered with white tablecloth. Fu. This is my first Shichibukai meeting. You are all seniors. Please give me your advice. Doflamingo leaned back on the bench and put his legs on the table. He was talking a lot of advice, but his behavior was extremely arrogant. Hawkeye placed Black Blade Knight beside him, swung the knife and fork with both hands, and ate the steak without saying a word. Crocodile held 2 cigars in his mouth, with a look of contempt on his face. Put your legs down, Doflamingo, can't you see I'm getting ready to eat? Fu, Sand Crocodile, you're the oldest one, can't you be a little considerate to the newcomers? It seems you want to die. You look like you're going to kill me, Senior Yin. Seeing that the atmosphere suddenly became tense, one of the 10 vice admirals standing guard in the conference room immediately spoke up to stop him. This is the naval headquarters, don't mess around, pirate. Hearing this, Tufflamingo moved his fingers slightly. The next moment, the vice admiral who spoke suddenly pulled out the sword from his waist and chopped off Crocodile's head with a lightning strike. Stop, Doflamingo. Vice admiral was shocked and his body was out of control. The remaining 9 vice admirals all changed their expressions. The chopped head rolled to the ground, and Crocodile's expression became extremely gloomy. You really want to die? There was a wind and sand blowing on the earth coiling, and when a battle was about to break out, a singing voice came from outside the door. 7 warlords of the sea, Lord Gecko Moria has arrived. The atmosphere in the conference room fell silent, and the Shichibukai all looked towards the door. A 7-meter-tall Moria with a round figure and a fiery hairstyle stepped in. Hee, I'm the last one. Long wait, everyone. He sat on the side of the dining table, then saw the human head at his feet, and said in surprise, Crocodile, are you dead? 0.1. Crocodile's face was gloomy, and the head lying on the ground turned into quicksand and dissipated in an instant. At the same time, the headless body gathered yellow sand, and the head grew out again. The next moment, he started to attack Doflamingo. The golden pirate hooked across the dining table and hit the opponent brazenly. Doflamingo stood on the stool and raised his feet to suppress the opponent's attack. Foo. You don't have to be so angry, right, senior? The other Shichibukai who were eating all frowned. Doflamingo's soul shook up a lot of dust, and the dust fell on the food. Seeing that everyone was angry, a melee was about to break out. Outside the gate, Marine Marshal Sengoku led people in. Stop it, scum of the sea. He snorted coldly, stopped the Shichibukai who were messing around, and then put on a smile. Sorry, I'm used to showing a serious face to my subordinates. Welcome, the heroes of the sea. Now that everyone is here, however, his words were not finished yet. A voice sounded out of thin air. Now that everyone is here, let's start. Except for Moria, everyone's expression suddenly changed, and their horrified eyes locked on the main seat of the conference table. A man in white clothes appeared out of thin air just like that. Edie sat in the seat that should have belonged to Sengoku, with his hands clasped and his legs crossed. It's you. Everyone was shocked. Edie glanced at everyone. In addition to the 4 people he knew, there were 3 others he didn't know. Can Shichibukai be served too? Everyone kneels down. Boom. A red electric light flashed from the corner of his eye. In an instant, Conqueror's Haki was divided into 7, and 7 red electric lights instantly surrounded 7 people. The next moment, whether it's Hawkeye or Crocodile, the 7 warlords of the sea all felt a heavy pressure, as if someone was pressing their heads and forcing them to the ground. Thump. The 7 people's knees touched the ground and they all knelt down. Chapter 123 You are clowns. The Shichibukai kneeled very simply. The main reason was that he was completely unprepared. The 7 red conquerors' lightnings came in an instant, leaving no time for anyone to react. Everyone is still shocked by the shocking fact that the goal of the operational meeting suddenly appeared in the operational meeting. With a snap, everyone in Tien knelt down. Hawkeye was the first to break away from conquerors, and his eyes were very solemn after standing up. I'm so happy that you've grown up, Hawkeye, Edie smiled. Applying conquerors' pressure to 7 people at the same time is a bit reluctant. After Hawkeye broke free, Doflamingo and Crocodile also stood up one after another. Foo. You are indeed a doctor. I really didn't expect to see you in a place like this. Doflamingo was smiling and pretending to be hostile. Sengoku standing at the door felt creepy. The culprit who destroyed the Holy Land not long ago has now appeared openly in the naval headquarters. What do you want to do? Not satisfied with destroying the Holy Land, do you want to take action against Marineford? Should I welcome you? Sengoku said in a deep voice. I should admire your courage, you dared to come here alone? He released the color of seeing and hearing, sensing the whole area of Marineford without noticing the breath of the earthly branches. Crane Vice Admiral's eyes are a little complicated. Dr. Edie, there are 10 elite Vice Admirals and 7 warlords of the sea on site. As long as you are held for just a moment, more than a dozen Vice Admirals will come. Forget it, I'm not here to start a war with you. Edie glanced at Sengoku and others, but did not see Garp. What are you doing here? Sengoku gritted his teeth. I just heard that you Marine are looking for me. I'll stop by to meet you and satisfy you, Edie smiled. Sengoku frowned. You who destroyed Mariajoy and show up here openly, don't think you can leave easily. As soon as he finished speaking, the 10 Vice Admirals in the conference room had drawn their weapons, and Edie was surrounded by them. Several Shichibukai frowned and retreated behind Vice Admiral. Foo. Doflamingo grinned, did you really come alone? He didn't believe it, he had no idea that Edie would come here alone. Knowing that naval headquarters summoned Shichibukai, no matter how confident he was in his 20 strength, there was no need to risk his life. However, Doflamingo felt that even without the earthly branches, people like Sengoku might not be able to stop Hakuta from leaving. If a fight breaks out, do you want to put on a show? Wait a minute, Sengoku, let's hear what he wants to say first. Crane Vice Admiral sat down, crossed his hands, rested his chin, and waited quietly. Sengoku didn't move, he didn't think there was anything to say. The world government has a strong desire to retaliate against Edie, to the point where it will do whatever it takes. And Marine is just one of the 3 armies under the world government. Take orders from the government. They must do whatever the government wants them to do. If he wanted them to find an island in the world to fly into the sky, he would have to give such an order to Marines all over the world. Now the target that the world government wants to kill is right in front of him. As Marine Marshal, Sengoku has no second choice. Having said that, Sengoku took a deep breath and said, "What do you want to say?" "It's very confusing, isn't it, Sengoku monkey? At the same time, he wants to catch me doing business with the five elders, but at the same time, he is concerned about my sudden visit." Edie's expression was relaxed and a bit comical. "You Marine are really a clown. If that's all you want to say, there's nothing left to say." Sengoku snorted in annoyance. "What's wrong with what I said? Let me help you recall." Edie glanced at the entire audience and spoke casually. See Circle Calendar 1484. The Celestial Dragons are eyeing the Valley of the Gods, a border country in West Blue. They freed many slaves on that island, including 100,000 local aborigines, and held a grand killing competition. A competition like this is held every 3 years. One kill will make an island of people. And you, Marine, need to seal off the island for the Celestial Dragons to prevent their prey from escaping while they're enjoying the slaughter. Edie shook his head and said, "From the beginning of world government to the outbreak of the Valley of Gods incident, how many times have hunting competitions like this been held in the past 700 years? Although Edie doesn't think he is a good person, I often think that we should respect the fate of others and put aside the unnecessary need to help others. But this method of massacre is appalling. You are just minions of the Celestial Dragons, but you often talk about so-called justice. It's really laughable." Edie was full of sarcasm. "Is there anything wrong with calling you clowns? The Valley of the Gods incident is classified and has long been buried in history. Only a few people present knew about it. Both the Vice Admiral in the conference room and Shichibukai, who had obtained legal plunder qualifications, were a little stunned after hearing these words. Moria laughed strangely. Compared with the Celestial Dragons, as pirates have become more handsome, he had no doubts, but the Vice Admirals couldn't believe it, and they all looked at the Marshal with dull expressions. "Marshal Sengoku, is this true?" Sengoku's face turned blue and white. Advertisement: he was an eyewitness to the Valley of Gods incident. "Because I know everything is true, I don't have the courage to refute it at this time." "It's true." Crane Vice Admiral sighed. "You are all Marines of the new era, so it's normal not to know about the Valley of Gods incident. After the Valley of the Gods incident, such killing competitions have been discontinued for many years." After hearing the confirmation from the Chief Staff Officer, the Vice Admiral took a breath. "This is simply appalling." They were shaken. There is a misalignment between positions and ideas, and everyone is a little doubtful about life. One of them is codenamed Flying Squirrel. He looked at Edie and then at Marshal Sengoku, who had an ugly face. He didn't know what to do for a moment. "Confused, Vice Admiral." Edie's tone was gentle, making people feel as friendly as a spring breeze. "So, Scientist Edie, you destroyed Mariajoy because you wanted revenge on the Celestial Dragons?" Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral's hand holding the handle of the knife trembled slightly, and he no longer had the courage to point the blade at the scientist. "To avenge innocent people? Unfortunately, this is your own fault." I thought I would hear a touching story, but Edie's answer immediately made the Flying Squirrel lose his mind. In just a short moment, the Flying Squirrel even helped Edie think about a lot of the past. For example, who was Yitong? Where did he come from? A little boy who was once the prey of Celestial Dragons narrowly escaped from the hunting ground. From then on, he began to work hard, learn scientific knowledge, and eventually became a great scientist. After possessing the power of revenge, the scientist raised his butcher knife against the Celestial Dragons to avenge his dead relatives and friends. If this is such a story, Flying Squirrel can accept it. But this is just wishful thinking on his part. The Flying Squirrel looked at Edie with complicated eyes and slowly put away his strength. "I'm sorry, Marshal, I can no longer use the knife on him." "Vice Admiral, there is no need to deceive yourself." Edie raised the corner of his mouth and exposed the other party's excuse on the spot. "A knife full of confusion can't hurt anyone." After hearing this, the other 9 Vice Admirals looked at each other and put away their weapons one after another. "Marshal, I'm very sorry, what should I do? I don't know." The Vice Admirals murmured and gave up. "Is this your purpose? You came here specifically to shake our military morale?" Sengoku clenched his fists and stared at Edie. Edie smiled. "History is a little girl who can be dressed up by anyone. The outcome of a war ultimately depends on the difference in strength between the enemy and ourselves." After a pause, he said with emotion, "The balance of victory will not be tilted towards me in the slightest because of this, but the people's hearts are deep." Sengoku was speechless. This is an honest plan to attack the heart. It didn't take a single move to break the Vice Admiral's will to fight. Back to the original topic. Is it wrong for me to say that you Marines are clowns? Edie stood up, walked around the long table, and walked slowly in front of Sengoku. "You can tell me the answer now." Sengoku was speechless at all. Marine preaches justice, just like a clown on stage, performing for the audience. After walking off the stage, the clown's makeup was washed away, and his true face was revealed as a naked minion of the devil. "Aren't you curious? Why did I suddenly attack Mariajoy?" At this time, Edie continued. "What about the Celestial Dragons? Whether they do evil or do good, I don't care at all." "Why?" The speaker was Vice Admiral Crane. She had considered this question and was a little curious when she heard him tell her the answer. "My purpose is to be the king of the Celestial Dragons, one of the original 20 kings who created the world government. Nero na I am. I saw her in Mariajoy. She is the one who truly controls the Void Throne in the world government." Hearing this, Crane and Sengoku both showed shocked expressions. "Is there anyone else on 5 elders?" Sengoku looked shocked. Impossible, Nero no I am, if this king is still alive, wouldn't it be? Doflamingo narrowed his eyes. Others don't know, but he knows. As one of the former celestial dragons, he knew about Im's existence. Not only that, he didn't know about the national treasure held by the celestial dragons. It is because of the national treasure that he wants to op fruit and gain immortality. Suddenly, Doflamingo felt like he was struck by lightning. He suddenly realized something. The doctor took Luo's blood at that time, and the doctor was able to copy the power of devil fruit. If he cooperates with the clone. This means that the doctor has become immortal. Doflamingo was shocked. Crocodile frowned, thinking about the name I am. Eagle Eyes Sharp Eyes, King of Celestial Dragons? The reactions of the rest of the people were different. Some believed it, while others doubted it. The continuous shocking revelations left the brain unable to sort out the information for a while. Edie still controls the pace of the conversation. If you want to confirm, go back and find the 5 elders yourself. But if you want to see I am, you can't. She was exiled outside of time by me. Seeing that the goal was almost achieved, Edie was ready to leave. He walked past Sengoku and headed outside the conference room. Marshal. The guard at the door was frightened and couldn't help but look at Sengoku. Advertisement, let him go. Sengoku took a deep breath and made no move to stop him. He turned around and looked at Edie's back, his expression a little complicated. Assuming what you said is true, what is the purpose of telling me this? Edie jumped onto the corridor wall with a slight jump. He turned back and smiled. The throne of the void will go through a period of empty window, and you. They have room to think. The biggest difference between humans and monkeys is that humans can think complexly. Think more, Sengoku monkey, think carefully, what do you and your marines want to do? Goodbye, clown. As the last words came, Edie jumped off the corridor wall and disappeared from everyone's sight. Everyone subconsciously used observation hockey to track, but then they discovered that seeing, hearing, and color could not be perceived. Crane Vice Admiral came to the corridor and looked out. Wherever there is Edie's shadow, the person has disappeared. Foo. As expected of a doctor, he comes and goes with ease. Doflamingo was impressed. No need to take action at all, just a verbal exchange, suppressed the Marine senior management. The Shichibukai meeting, do you want to continue? Moria couldn't help but laugh strangely. Sengoku waved his hand tiredly, you are not allowed to leak what you heard today. I gave up halfway through, it doesn't matter whether it's leaked or not. A conversation made him feel less satisfied than a real fight. Sengoku turned and left. As for the Shichibukai meeting, it has no meaning, 287. Crane Vice Admiral followed and soon arrived at Yuan-Shi's office. I'm afraid his purpose is to alienate people, he said straight to the point, and he succeeded. Although she didn't know the 36 stratagems of alienation, the act of alienation itself was easy to understand. Because it is an irrefutable fact. Sengoku expressionlessly took out a piece of information from the drawer and quickly read through it. He wanted to confirm one thing. Soon, he found a number. The phone rang for a long time before the call was answered. I am, Big Senkai, Big Senbei, I am, Little Fruit Picking Factory. North Blue, a certain town. Rosinante said quickly. I'm sorry I haven't contacted you for so long, Marshal. It's okay, Rosinante, I just want to ask you a question. Excuse me, Marshal. In the office, Sengoku thought for a long time and hesitated for a while before speaking seriously. The original op fruit was snatched away by you and fed to a child named Luo, right? Yes. Currently, Luo and I live together. Op fruit's Esper has a special ability called immortality surgery. After asking this question, Sengoku concentrated on waiting for the answer. The other end of the phone was silent for a while, seeming to be hesitating. Rosinante doesn't know what Sengoku means. If the answer is yes, will it bring danger to Luo? But Sengoku is a nurturing existence to him. Rosinante chose to believe Sengoku. Yes, it is an ability that costs the life of the caster. Really, after receiving a positive reply, Sengoku was momentarily distracted. No need to check with 5 elders. The so-called king of celestial dragons, Nero na Yimsheng, probably really exists and is the eternal one. Hidden behind the scenes, it has dominated the world for 800 years. I understand. Thank you for your information, Rosinante. From now on, you can live well with that little boy who is either lucky or unlucky. Sengoku let out a long sigh and said, you are fired. After saying that, he hung up the communication and immediately sent Rosinante's information to the mouth of a sheep next to him. Ares ate the information. Deep sea prison, impelled down. Edie, who has absolute invisibility, easily sneaked into this tightly guarded prison. No one could detect his arrival. After leaving Marineford, Edie immediately came to this large prison in the calm belt. It's an unimpeded journey all the way to Eternal Hell, the 6th underground floor. Soon after, Edie found the Golden Lion, standing outside the cell. It's really miserable, Golden Lion. In the cell, the weak Golden Lion, who had been tortured by high-purity sea stone, suddenly raised his head. His face was filled with surprise. Doctor, you finally came to save me. Chapter 124 Go to impel down to stock up. Divine punishment is coming. Destroy all the light of destruction. Golden Lion heard Edie's voice and looked up outside the cell but saw no one. Doctor, where are you? He looked stunned. Opposite the cell, Douglas Bullet was awakened by the sound and couldn't help but open his eyes. What doctor? Are you finally crazy, golden liar? He grinned. In the outside world, as long as you say, Doctor, everyone knows who you were referring to. But Bullet doesn't know. He was imprisoned in the deep sea prison in 1501. At that time, Edie was still in Wanakuna's research institute and was famous. Edie looked back at the man. Douglas Bullet, known as the descendant of the devil, and the successor of the ghost, he was once a crew member of the Roger Pirates. Paramecia fusion fruit ability user. There are many strong men like this imprisoned in the eternal hell of IV-6. While thinking, Edie withdrew his gaze and threw a bunch of keys in his hand into the cell. After the key left his hand, it was immediately released from the invisible state. In Golden Lion's eyes, a bunch of keys appeared out of thin air and dropped at his feet. Bullet had a dull expression on his face. Golden Lion was stunned for a moment, then ecstatic. Gia ha ha ha, you are indeed here, Doctor, I couldn't have misheard your voice. It's been you in my dreams these past 2 days. Untie yourself. The voice sounded from the void again, making Bullet stunned. Is there really a person there, an invisible person, standing outside the cell? The Golden Lion struggled to move its legs. To be precise, it was its double swords. His legs were cut off on their own during his last escape, and he was reattached with his 2 famous swords, Tianshu and Sakura King. He hooked the keychain with the famous dead wood knife, picked it up gently, and threw the key up, and he bit it in his mouth. Find the right angle, release your mouth, and the key will be caught by your hand after it falls. Click. After a while, Golden Lion untied the chains on his body and then opened the cell. He is indeed a man of his word, Doctor. Thank you, I am free again. The Golden Lion grinned and expressed his admiration for Edie's behavior of keeping his promise. But, he was full of doubts. Are you invisible? Release the color of seeing, hearing, and not being able to perceive it. Golden Lion knew this before, but now it can't even be seen with the naked eye. Doctor, you surprise me every time. Golden Lion couldn't help but sigh. So you sneaked in directly? Wait a minute, Golden Lion, give me the key. At this time, Bullet finally recovered. Although I don't know who the doctor is, it doesn't matter. The key car is right in front of me. Gia haha, you want to go out too? But why should I save you? Golden Lion was dismissive. When he first came in, he wanted to chat with someone to relieve his boredom, but this brat ignored him. Now, freedom is beyond your reach. At this time, there was a sound in the void again, and at the same time, 3 blood collection needles were thrown out. Open his cell door and collect blood. Hearing this, Golden Lion was startled for a moment, and his face twitched. Doctor, are there 3? There are 3 people whose blood is more valuable. Come here as you come. Edie is here to buy a batch of goods by the way. Based on the information he knew, he identified 3 targets. One of them is Douglas Bullet, Paramecia combined fruit. The other 2, Beloric Redfield, also known as the Alone Red, and the Red Earl, alone can keep pace with Roger, Whitebeard, and Golden Lion. The other one is Waldo, commonly known as World Destroyer, Paramecia Momo fruit power user. Only take blood, don't release people. Edie has no interest in releasing the prisoners, he only needs the blood of these 3 people. He is not Blackbeard and needs this group of people to work for him. Understood. Immediately, Golden Lion began to take action. At the same time that Edie was launching a purchase operation, the monitoring room immediately discovered the figure of Golden Lion getting out of trouble. This prison is full of surveillance phone bugs, and some key roads have almost no dead ends. After discovering that the Golden Lion had escaped from his cell, the news was immediately passed to Director Magellan. IV-4, Blazing Hell. The director's office is on this floor. What? Escaped? Impossible. Those are more than a dozen 100% pure seastone chains. After hearing the report from his subordinates, Magellan looked blank. He was run away just a few days after he came in. As the director, he couldn't bear the blame for his duties. The key disappeared mysteriously in the guard room. It suddenly disappeared from the surveillance screen. The subordinate sounded frightened. What's the situation with IV-6 now? Magellan made a quick decision and walked out of the office immediately. The subordinates kept up and quickly replied. Golden Lion seems to be looking for someone, but the good news is that he has not released the prisoner. He is the only one who has escaped from prison. Notify Shiryu immediately and ask him to position himself at the upper exit. I will go and suppress it myself. The words fell. Magellan's body continued to overflow with purple venom, and the venom enveloped his whole body. Along with the venom, there is also Yu Chi. The subordinate inadvertently took a breath and immediately screamed and retreated. There's an antidote in the office. Without time to pay attention to his subordinates, Magellan quickly rushed to Eternal Hell along the venom passage. Advertisement race against time, IV-6, Eternal Hell. After some searching, the blood of the 3 targets was finally collected. Golden Lion handed 3 blood collection needles to Edie. Doctor, it's done. Thanks for your hard work. Edie got 3 lancets, and they were immediately affected by the power of the transparent fruit and became transparent under the eyes of the Golden Lion. Doctor, your ability is a bit scary. If you go for an assassination, no one can escape. Assassination? Edie suddenly thought. If you sit back and wait in Mariajoy, waiting for the moment when I am returns to reality from outside time, you will take action immediately. Is it possible to kill the opponent easily? But unfortunately, he didn't know when I am would return. Although the time he set was 13 years, I am himself used hockey to resist 10 parts of the ability when he was attacked. Therefore, the time of return is not accurate, it is definitely not 13 years. The goal has been achieved, let's go. Golden Lion can't see Edie, but he probably knows that the doctor is nearby. He walked towards the elevator. The 5 elders did not execute me, but instead imprisoned me here, maybe waiting for me to be rescued. I'm afraid there will be a fierce battle next. There was no ambush. Edie shook his head. Before infiltrating, he had explored the surrounding environment and found no ambush. He even asked Sho Niu to dive into the seabed to search, but still found nothing unusual. I saw nothing on the bottom of the sea except many sea kings. Now, there are 5 earthly branches hiding outside Impel Down. If there is any abnormality, they will be reported to him as soon as possible. There's no trap. Golden Lion was stunned. What did the 5 elders do to you while you were captured? Edie naturally couldn't think of the 5 elders as fools. He suspected that Golden Lion had been tampered with. The abilities of Devil Fruit in this world are colorful, and the various weird abilities cannot be underestimated. Especially Paramecia. There are all kinds of magical superpowers, no one knows exactly how many there are. The description on the Devil Fruit label is not complete. Golden Lion's face darkened. I was fighting with the commander of the Knights of God, and was trapped by the sudden appearance of seawater, and then fell into a coma. When I woke up, it was already several days later. What happened in the middle, he didn't know. Later, Saint Satan and the 5 elders interrogated him personally and had him sent to the deep sea prison. While walking, suddenly, the ceiling in front of him shattered, and purple venom washed down like a water column. A large amount of venom covered the road, blocking the front. From the venom, a tall figure like Satan stepped out of the thick venom. You can't escape, Golden Lion. The Golden Lion narrowed his eyes. This guy is not easy to deal with. As the director of the deep sea prison, Paramecia poison fruit ability user, once poisoned, it will be over. He immediately held his breath. Forget about venom, poison gas is a bit troublesome. Once a stalemate occurs, sooner or later, poisonous gas will be inhaled. The longer it is delayed, the deeper the poisoning will be. Only you? Magellan stared at the Golden Lion. Observation hockey quickly unfolded, and found no abnormalities. He was also observing his surroundings with the corner of his eye, but did not see the presence of his companions. Poison Dragon. 3 poisonous dragons suddenly appeared from behind Magellan. The dragons, whose bodies were made of venom, immediately attacked the Golden Lion. Seeing this, Golden Lion immediately bent down and slapped his palm on the floor. Boom boom boom. The ground seemed to come alive, and a wall was raised to block the impact of the poisonous dragon. The head of the poisonous dragon that hit the iron wall spread out like a pancake, and the venom eroded the wall, making a sizzling sound. Immediately afterwards, venom quickly bypassed the edge of the wall and continued towards the Golden Lion hiding behind. Slash wave. The Golden Lion raised his foot and kicked out a slash. After cutting through all the venom that came towards him, the slash remained unabated. The torn wall flew straight towards Magellan. Poison passage. Magellan lay prone on the ground, venom coating him. The next moment, this ball of venom moved at high speed against the ground, quickly past the wall, and appeared behind the Golden Lion. Venom rose into the sky, and Magellan reached out to grab the Golden Lion. Along with his movements, the color of the venom covering his body changed from purple to red. The giant soldier of poison, the judgment of hell. As if driving a Gundam, the blood-red skeleton giant also stretched out his palm and slapped the Golden Lion. Unlike ordinary purple venom, the blood-like red venom can corrode all objects. Once touched, the infection will spread instantly. It's over, Golden Liar. Standing in front of the poisonous giant soldiers, Magellan looked cold. However, at this moment, puff, a sharp blade pierced his chest. The giant poisonous soldier's movements paused, as if frozen in time and space. What? Magellan's pupils dilated and his eyeballs moved downward. Something ran through him. Advertisement, but he couldn't see it. Not even the weapon that stabbed him could be seen. Edie pulled out Li Chuan and turned towards Golden Lion. Real men never look back to see the explosion. Behind him, the giant poisonous soldiers disintegrated instantly. Magellan coughed violently, plopped, and fell to his knees. He covered his chest and said in disbelief, "So, the ability to become invisible? It's just the ability to be invisible, nothing more than the ability to see, hear or see." Can't feel it. The Golden Lion, who was preparing to defend himself against the attack of the giant poison soldiers, had a dull expression for a moment, and then grinned. Gia ha ha ha, it is indeed suitable for assassination. Even if he wants to deal with Magellan, it will take a lot of effort, especially fighting in such a small space, it will be very disadvantageous for him. It is not impossible for the boat to capsize in the gutter. But in front of the doctor, it was just a knife. Let's go, he happened to help open the flowers. Edie jumped into the air and flew up from the hole where Magellan came from. Hearing this, Golden Lion immediately caught up. He also flew into the air, looked at Magellan who was seriously injured and kneeling, and mocked. "Goodbye, Magellan, there won't be a third time." Etc. Magellan wanted to condense the giant poisonous soldiers again, but Edie's sword penetrated his internal organs. As soon as he raised his hand, he pulled the wound, and blood continued to gush from his mouth. He opened his eyes and fled with the Golden Lion. When he gritted his teeth and tried to stand up, he fell to the ground again with a plop. This vicious pirate cannot be allowed to leave. His strong will did not help him get up again. Magellan only felt his eyelids heavy. Suddenly, footsteps sounded. Magellan, who was lying on the ground, moved his head slightly, and when he raised his eyes, he saw someone who surprised him. How sad, Director Magellan. Why here? Magellan spoke in disbelief, and as soon as he spoke, he couldn't help but vomit blood. I asked you to guard the upper exit, why do you come here, Shiryu? Let him go, that is the most vicious pirate in history who killed hundreds of celestial dragons. Shiryu of Rain held a cigar in his mouth and slowly drew out the famous sword from his waist, Thunderstorm. He walked toward Magellan step by step. Magellan's breath froze, and he understood immediately. This man wants to kill him. Shiryu of Rain raised the Thunderstorm high and slashed it down with one sword. I will report to the government that Commissioner Magellan, who did his job well, died heroically in battle against the enemy. Farewell, Magellan. Impel Down's main combat force is only 2 people. Director Magellan and Warden Shiryu. After leaving IV-6 Eternal Hell, the Golden Lion passed through the ceiling unimpeded and soon reached the sea level. The Deputy Director, Deputy Warden, Chief Jailer, Prison Chief, etc. encountered along the way. All the garrison could not stop him. In less than 10 minutes, Golden Lion escaped from Impel Down, which is known as an iron wall. After coming outside, he hijacked a docked warship. He threw all the good sailors on the warship into the sea, and used the power of lion fruit to fly into the sky. Gia ha ha ha, Lousy is out again. Standing on the bow of the warship, Golden Lion looked at the prison getting further and further away and laughed wildly. At this time, Edie's figure slowly lifted from the transparent state. Doctor. Golden Lion immediately said gratefully, thank you so much this time. The agreement has been fulfilled. After I get you out of prison, it has nothing to do with me. Edie slowly flew up, and the 5 earthly branches who had been hiding in the dark came to his side one after another. Golden Lion watched Edie and others leave. Time flies, and a few months have passed in the blink of an eye. The Golden Lion's lair, the largest island among the group of floating islands, and the castle on the island. Golden Lion stood on a large open-air platform, looking at the beautiful fairy tale-like scenery of the island. Indigo, how much more berserk medicine do you have? A lot has been made during this period, and they are all stored in the medicine pool. Indigo, a scientist in a white coat, replied, but there are very few beasts on the island, and there are probably more than 200 left. If there are ferocious beasts, go find them, save strength for the next action, Suddenly, the Golden Lion looked up. A dark cloud appeared above the head, and a rumbling sound came from the dark cloud that stretched for hundreds of kilometers. What is that? Golden Lion muttered in shock. Behind the black clouds, something huge seemed to be looming. Suddenly, his pupils shrank. A burst of dazzling light penetrated the dark clouds, and more than a dozen rays of light fell from the sky, instantly penetrating his 7 floating islands. The terrifying power is like a divine punishment. Boom! The huge light was as dazzling as the sun, and the explosion swallowed up all the factories. After these lights penetrated the floating islands, they fell into the sea again. A world-destroying giant wave hundreds of meters high was set off on the sea surface, and the huge waves swept away in all directions. The first place to encounter disaster was the capital of 7 waters. Terrible tsunami. The Akunara tsunami that occurs every year in the 7 Waters city seems like a baby compared to it. Chapter 125. The little guy is panicking. Edie. Hello, mermaid. The 5 elders used the national treasure to wipe out the Golden Lion's lair. Several floating islands disappeared without a trace. A huge hole formed in the sea directly below the floating island. Even after a week, the surrounding seawater could not fill it. Along with the formation of a huge hole in the sea, there was a huge tsunami. The island closest to the incident site is the capital of 7 Waters. When a huge tsunami hit the city, the flood almost submerged the entire island and half the city was destroyed. Fortunately, the island has plenty of experience with a tsunami called Akunara every year. A week after the tsunami, an earthquake hit the world. People in the East Blue, South Blue, West Blue, North Blue, and Grand Line felt the biggest earthquake ever. Countless scientists find this unbelievable. Even from a geological point of view, this is an extremely abnormal situation. There has never been any such record in history. At the same time, with the outbreak of earthquakes, sea levels around the world have risen. Some small islands with lower altitudes were submerged in this disaster that swept the world. A week after the incident, the front page headline of Shijing uses the appalling title, "The world is experiencing destruction," to describe what is happening in the world. Near the huge void, several warships are approaching for inspection. On the deck of the warship, Marine himself reported the situation to the chief staff officer of the headquarters. The huge hole has formed an underwater waterfall, and warships can no longer approach it. Yes, there is currently no sign of filling up. The reason? I don't know. Yes, I understand. After hanging up the communication, the flying squirrel looked at the huge hole in the distance and couldn't help feeling palpitated. What happened to cause such a terrible scene to happen? Soon, the warship gave up and continued to approach, returned and evacuated. At the same time, the center of the giant cave, Edie stood out of thin air, looking down at the bottomless pit in the sea. It's like staring into an abyss, and all you see is darkness. Is it revenge against the Golden Lion? Edie thought for a moment and began to descend, landing at the bottom of the giant hole. In the simulation, the 5 elders used national treasure to destroy Hive Island. But now that he has moved to Beehive Island ahead of schedule, the 5 elders can't find anyone to vent their anger on, so the Golden Lion is in trouble? Is Golden Lion dead? Thinking like this, Edie kept falling, at least several kilometers down, but still couldn't see the bottom. The surroundings were completely dark, with no light at all. It continued to drop several thousand meters, reaching 580 meters above the seabed, with no end in sight. Edie gave up and returned to the surface of the sea. Ancient weapon is more powerful than a nuclear bomb. The world's science and technology is very backward in places, and medical advances are far away from the Earth. Taking one last look at the huge hole in the sea, Edie turned around and flew away. Return to the Hive Research Institute. A few months have passed since I last went to the prison to fish out the golden lion. Uda and the others have returned from Elegia a long time ago, and they also brought back several music teachers. Each teaches a different style of music and instrument. When Edie walked into the institute, she heard the sound of musical instruments playing from the music classroom on the first floor. Edie paused outside the classroom door to admire it for a while. Didi, look at this. At this time, Momoshagi came over and took a newspaper. Edie took the newspaper and looked at it. Above is news about the Sun Pirates. The so-called Sun Pirates are a pirate group founded by the fishman adventurer Fisher Tiger. The crew is mostly fishmen and mermaids. The pirate flag is a red sun. It was actually a mark branded on the body with a red-hot iron. In order to cover up his past as a slave, the slave mark branded on his body by the Celestial Dragons, the hoof of the Celestial Dragons. The news said that Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral Kizaru annihilated the pirate group and captured Captain Fisher Tiger alive. Because of this great achievement, Kizaru was renamed as Vice Admiral. Marine has officially entered the three-admiral era. Were you captured alive? Edie was a little surprised by this. If I remember correctly, in the original plot, Tiger seemed to have died due to excessive blood loss and refusal of human blood transfusion. Everyone in the Sun Pirates has been captured. Momoshagi said from the side. There are still many people in the world who regard him as a hero who liberated slaves. Her tone was a little regretful. 3 years ago, the hero who climbed the red line to free the slaves was finished in just a few years. He was a former slave. Huh? Momoshagi was stunned for a moment. It is precisely because we were slaves that we freed slaves. Just as he was talking, Shenhu came to the front. He held a telephone bug in his hand and handed the receiver to Yisu. My Lord Heavenly Father, I am Kaido's contact. What happened to the little guy? Edie picked it up and understood, and asked crisply, is something wrong? Good son-in-law, world government really does have what you said. What? Edie quickly reacted, probably referring to the national treasure. A huge hole appeared in the sea, and earthquakes swept the world, even though the incident occurred near the Seven Waters capital of Paradise. New World's Wano-kuni also felt the earthquake. Advertisement. I'm worried that the target of the attack is you, Kaido said in a low tone. It was the Golden Lion who was attacked. When he said this, Edie finally understood. Why didn't he encounter any ambush when he went to the prison to fish for the Golden Lion? Letting the Golden Lion escape should be the purpose of the 5 elders. When Golden Lion was unconscious, the 5 elders probably did something to confirm Golden Lion's location. After the Golden Lion escapes back to his lair, use the national treasure to kill him. This is a strong deterrent, probably to intimidate him and Kaido. What's more, Edie can even think that the 5 elders may have other purposes. If he fished out the Golden Lion and brought it back to the Hive, maybe the Hive Island would be hit. It's my turn next. Kaido's expression changed. It was great to attack the Holy Land at first, but now facing revenge, it feels like a headache. He also flew to see the huge hole in the sea, which was definitely the damage caused by ancient weapon. If this happens in Wano-kuni, his weapons factory will be destroyed? This is currently his biggest business. The Beast's pirates are too lazy to rob merchant ships now. They make a living by selling weapons and collecting insurance premiums every year. This kind of weapon requires a huge amount of energy. It has only been used once, so you don't have to worry about it for the time being. It seems that the digging speed is going to speed up. Kaido is not as calm as Edie. He wants to establish Wano-kuni as a country as soon as possible. Tear down those pesky walls and dig out the ancient military body Pluton. Edie found this very funny. The founding of the country, dreamed of by Kazuki Oden, was actually accomplished by Kaido. If you think about it, Oden is really miserable. His wife was slept with by him, his daughter almost called him daddy, and his son became a transsexual. His country is occupied by Kaido, and his dream must be fulfilled by Kaido. He himself was killed by Kaido. One word, miserable. Tell me when you dig it out, aren't you not interested? There is someone in my research institute who can read ancient texts. Her power is needed to awaken the ancient weapon. Nico Robin. Kaido immediately thought of Ohara's orphan. He laughed immediately. Oh, giggle, I will need your help then. Communication was cut off. Edie thought for a moment and then immediately ordered, Shanao, go tell Yuji to go in the direction of the Fishman Island. 3 ancient weapons, Pluton, Kaido or digging. Uranus is a national treasure controlled by the world government. The rest of Poseidon, Mermaid Princess Shirahoshi probably hasn't awakened yet. He is only 4 years old now. She suddenly awakened when her mother, Princess Odahime, was assassinated. The assassination occurred 2 years later, but because of Edie's existence and the influence of the butterfly effect, it's hard to say whether this will happen. Edie is going to meet Princess Odahime and Princess Shirahoshi. Tutu, please continue to arrange for people to sprinkle powder to Degas. After giving another instruction, Edie turned and left, heading to the underground laboratory. Honeycomb Island has magnetism, so as long as there is a permanent pointer, it will be found sooner or later. Now we also rely on constantly changing directions to avoid tracking. Therefore, in these few months, he was not king of nothing. He developed a degaussing powder that can interfere with the magnetism of NHCA21 as long as it is sprinkled into the soil of Honeycomb Island. Put a layer, Kappa, all over the island, and a recording pointer will not be able to find the hive. Soon, Leap Rabbit led the bee soldiers to carry out degaussing operations. Shanao also informed Yuji that Beehive Island was heading in the direction of the Fishman Island. It may take a few days. Underground laboratory. Edie came to the #1 special cloning cabin. In the cabin, after half a year, the embryo has developed into a 2 or 3-year-old baby. This is a clone created by merging the blood factors of Geisa and Crocodile, while adding the soul matter of both parties. He will have both Logia's abilities, sand fruit and gas fruit. The clone's vital signs were checked and found to be normal. Edie nodded with satisfaction. It seems that everything went well, the experiment was successful, and he was born with 2 Logia abilities. Limited by the blood factor of the prototype, the growth limit of this clone will not be very high. But Edie's target is not him. He plans to fuse Akainu and Aokiji, and then try to join Kizaru if possible. Marine 3 Admiral's abilities are concentrated in one person. Lava, ice, glitter. How powerful would such a clone be? Will it surpass the current strongest, Sea Snake? Edie is trying to explore the limits of human cloning. But there is a problem that needs to be solved. Currently, his cloning technology can only fuse 2 bloodline factors. Adding a third party will greatly increase the difficulty. It doesn't matter if the success rate is low. If you pile up resources, successful individuals will emerge. Advertisement, but compared to cloning, you have to improve yourself. The energy level of 120 billion is far from strong enough. Regarding ways to increase the upper limit of his soul, D has recently found a breakthrough from the Demon Lord of Song. With Uda's help, he summoned more than a dozen times over the past few months. Like the 5 elders, the Song Demon King is also immortal. No matter how many times you kill, you will be resurrected in the end. For the time being, I haven't found a way to completely eliminate it, but by mistake, I have found a way to increase the upper limit of the soul. For this, it is necessary to take on a little big project. Daily life in the laboratory is boring, but with the addition of Robin as his assistant, Edie's daily work has become much easier. Some simple and repetitive tasks can be left to Robin. He can still tease each other when he has nothing to do, and he is happy and reluctant to miss Shu. 3 days later, Beehive Island is close to the Sabaody archipelago. Degaussing powder has been spread all over the island. Now the magnetism of Honeycomb Island has been disordered and has permanently lost its effect. This time, Edie went to the Fishman Island alone without anyone. The main reason is that the Fishman Island is located 10,000 meters deep in the sea, so it is really not suitable for taking people. If you want to dive into the deep sea, most people need to coat their boats before they can dive. You will also encounter many dangers when diving. Once the membrane ruptures, the ship will be destroyed and everyone will die. Every year, only one of the 10 pirate groups that travel to the Fishman Island in the Sabaody archipelago can arrive safely. No matter how many times we go, the survival rate is 10%. Of course, this is for the average person. For Edie, who has the hockey flying ability, he can physically enter 10,000 meters into the deep sea even without the need for coating. As for the water pressure in the deep sea, it is approximately equivalent to 1,000 atmospheric pressure, which is approximately equivalent to a pressure of 1 ton per square centimeter. This little pressure can't break through the hegemon's territory at all. The only thing to consider is oxygen, but this small problem is nothing to Edie. It is easy to manufacture oxygen equipment in the laboratory. After getting everything ready, Edie pressed the coral button, and the bubbles quickly enveloped him. Then, he flew away from the Beehive Island and went straight into the ocean. After diving to a depth of several hundred meters, the light is already very dim. When it reaches 1,000 meters, the sunlight has completely disappeared. Darkness enveloped Edie. But Edie didn't panic at all, and quickly headed towards the Fishman Island according to the pointing of the record pointer. As we dived all the way down, we occasionally saw glowing fish in the darkness. That is lantern ankong. A fish with a lantern on its head will swallow prey that is attracted by the light. There are also many glowing jellyfish. Continuing downward, the huge sea kings appear. No sea kings without eyes dare to get close to Edie. Just a hockey can easily scare away all creatures. In this way, we move towards the goal. Finally, Edie saw a bright patch of sunlight in the deep sea. The sun tree Eve was born in the red line, which absorbs sunlight on land and releases it at its roots. It was the little sun in the deep sea, lighting up everything nearby. If we say that the Holy Land Mariajoy is a paradise above 10,000 meters above sea level, then, the Fishman Island is a hell under 10,000 meters. Here, there is only a little light emitted by the sun tree. However, the irony is, the 5 elders in heaven are the devils in hell. The Fishman Island is as beautiful as a fairy tale. The entire island was enveloped by 2 layers of huge bubbles. The bottom of the bubble is sea, the middle is land, and the top is sky. And further up in the sky is the Dragon Palace Kingdom, wrapped in a smaller bubble. At the same time, the Fishman Island, Coder Square, Geelong. A very gorgeously dressed goldfish and mermaid was standing in the square giving a speech. A large number of citizens gathered around. There are fishmen and there are mermaids. Citizens of the Fishmen Island, everyone looks up to me and I am announcing something. Princess Odahime shouted with a smile on her face. Because she has a high reputation in the country, her speeches are always listened to by many people. Although the content of each speech is similar, it was the same this time, but there were still thousands of people coming to watch. Princess Odahime, what do you want to say today? The people responded. Princess Odahime took a deep breath and was about to make an announcement. Suddenly, phew! The huge bubble covering the Fishmen Island burst, and a black shadow quickly penetrated the double bubble. People in the square raised their heads one after another with shocked expressions on their faces. The sky is broken? Princess Odahime looked up and opened her mouth in surprise. Immediately afterwards, a black shadow fell from the sky and appeared above Geelong Court Square. It was like a god descending into the world, rising in the sky. Hello, mermaid. 6ck Chapter 126 What a beast. My daughter is only 4 years old. Hello, mermaid. Edie's friendly greeting did not lead to a friendly attitude. Seeing a human flying in the air, the Neptunian soldiers responsible for protecting Odahime quickly gathered around Princess Odahime. These murlocs look strange, and each soldier holds a weapon high in his hand. Protect Odahime, one of the captains yelled. I have never seen a flying human being. Is that a human being? Or a monster from the deep sea? Although they felt fear in their hearts, the soldiers did their duty and stood in front of Princess Odahime, aiming their weapons at Edie in midair. Ordinary people gathered in the square were equally frightened. Mothers protect their children one after another, and men protect their wives. Some people were even so scared that they wanted to run away. No need to panic. At this time, Princess Odahime shouted loudly, suppressing the commotion in the square. She said to Shibi, who was protecting her, "Put down your weapons, don't be so rude to your guests, even if they are human beings. No, just because we are human beings, we should have a kind attitude." But, Princess Odahime. The soldiers were stunned for a moment, and finally obeyed the order and put down their weapons. They moved out of the way. Princess Odahime stepped off the small stage of the podium, walked through the soldiers in small steps, and came to the front. Hello, human. She greeted Edie with a bright smile. But there was a strong fear deep inside. Princess Odahime possesses a special, innate, observation haki. This kind of knowledge is extremely powerful. It can feel the thoughts and emotions of others, and convey the user's own consciousness to others, affecting the minds and thoughts of others and generating strong resonance, and can even slightly change the values and ideologies of others. This ability cannot be cultivated and is as innate as conquerors. Odahime didn't know if anyone else had it, at least she had never seen a second person possess similar power. But today, at this moment, this ability fails. The white-clothed human flying in the sky was nothing in what she saw. Fear of the unknown. I've heard your name. You are the greatest scientist on the sea, Mr. Edie, right? Even if you were 10,000 meters deep in the sea, have you heard of me? Edie was a little surprised. He slowly lowered his figure and landed lightly in front of Princess Odahime. Thank you. Talking with your head raised is not good for your neck. Thank you for your consideration. Princess Odahime is very polite and expresses her gratitude just for the smallest things. Edie smiled. This female mermaid is really interesting. The other party was so polite, and he responded accordingly. It seems to have interrupted your speech, you can continue. No, you came just in time. Princess Odahime turned to look at the frightened citizens and shouted, "This gentleman is the greatest scientist among mankind. You see, mankind has nothing to be afraid of. Children, don't be afraid of humans. Parents, don't pass on the chains of hatred. We should be kind and be kind later. With sincerity, get sincerity. Citizens of the Dragon Palace Kingdom, I believe. The day when fish people and humans understand each other and coexist peacefully will come sooner or later. One day, we won't have to stay in the dark deep sea, just to chase this little sun on the bottom of the sea. One day, we will be able to set foot on land and communicate with the world." With the help of Edie's appearance, Princess Odahime delivered her own speech. Edie could tell that the female mermaid really thought so. This is probably the Holy Mother. Although, Our Lady, gradually became a derogatory term, its original meaning was not derogatory. The people in the square looked at each other. The children leaned out from behind their mother and looked at Edie curiously. The commotion subsided for the time being. "Do you really want to walk out into the sun?" Edie suddenly said. Princess Odahime, who was giving a passionate speech, was stunned. "I can send you up, now, to close the entire island to the sea." Princess Odahime was shocked. Island, sent to the surface of the sea? This is one of her long-held dreams, a dream to live in peace. But why? Why help her? Ordinary citizens of Painted Island may not understand Edie's name. But as a princess, Odahime has seen news about Edie in the newspaper more than once. When many ships come to the bottom of the sea, they bring newspapers with them. Even when facing pirates, Princess Odahime will treat her kindly and want to communicate with them. As a result, we got a lot of information from the outside world. Are you telling the truth? Princess Odahime's eyes sparkled as she quickly approached Edie and grabbed Edie's hand in a friendly manner. You are a famous scientist with a huge reputation. You must not be joking, right? The hands of female mermaids are no different from those of human women. It's also boneless and slender, as if it can be crushed to pieces with just a pinch. Advertisement, 700,075. The average auction price for a young mermaid in the slave market of Sabaody Archipelago is 70 million belly. Edie pointed at Odahime and smiled. If it were you, because of your special status, you might be able to be sold for 700 million. As soon as these words came out, the Tien soldiers were stunned. What did you say, human? Sure enough, humans can't believe it. Princess Odahime, leave that man quickly. The soldiers became excited. Quiet, put down your weapons. Princess Odahime immediately stopped the soldiers, grabbed Edie's hand hard, and opened her red lips slightly. Mr. Edie, do you want me to give up such an idea? I'm just telling you what might happen next. Princess Odahime's lips parted slightly and she couldn't help but sigh. She is a holy mother and not an idiot. She knows that what Edie said is a foreseeable situation. The Ryugu kingdom has a population of 5 million, of which mermaids account for about 1/10. Among these 1/10 mermaids, about half are female mermaids. When a female mermaid reaches the age of 30, her tail will bifurcate, and her tail fin will turn into legs, allowing her to walk upright like a human. Such female mermaids do not belong to the category of young mermaids, and their value as auction items will rapidly decrease. The real mermaid worth 70 million is a female mermaid between the ages of 14 and 28. Such mermaids account for less than 1/5 of the total number of female mermaids, with the exact figure being 17.5%. In other words, among the 5 million people in the Fishman Island, there are less than 10,000 young mermaids. Scarce mermaids, difficult to catch, and other objective factors have led to soaring prices in the slave market. It is the most expensive of all races, it is incredibly expensive. As a princess, how could Odahime not know these realities? At this time, a huge figure flew in the sky. It was a long and huge eel. The eel was covered with a ring-shaped bubble and had the ability to float. On the back of the giant eel is Odahime's husband, King Neptune, as well as her 3 sons and a daughter, Mother. Odahime, don't panic, I'm here to save you, Neptune was holding the trident of Poseidon. When he descended over the square, he was stunned. Why is my wife holding the hand of a human man? And his expression looked a little excited. Neptune touched his head, not sure why, but it seems to be okay. You are Dr. Evil, great scientist Edie. When Neptune saw Edie's appearance clearly, he suddenly took a breath. He immediately thought of the news from the past few months. The destruction of the Holy Land Mariajoy, the originally relaxed posture became alert again. Hello, King Neptune. Edie smiled slightly, but his eyes fell on little Shirahoshi. Mr. Edie is not an enemy. Odahime immediately dissuaded her husband for fear of unnecessary conflicts. Then, she said to Edie, Mr. Edie, please come with us to Dragon Palace City. Dragon Palace City, because of the banquet hall. The round banquet table is filled with the specialties of the Fishman Island. Neptune crossed his arms and finally let down his guard after listening to Princess Odahime's story. Just don't come here to destroy the Fishman Island. But why is Odahime holding the doctor's hand? Thinking of this, Neptune turned around and asked. Dr. Edie, your name is well known even under the sea. For your visit, on behalf of the Fishman Island, I welcome you. A household name? He appeared in the square just now, but not many people recognized him. Edie complained in his heart, but did not take the polite words seriously. I came to your the Fishman Island, just to do one thing. Princess Odahime immediately asked, how can I help you? Ordinary fish can communicate with fish and have conversations and conversations. Edie spoke slowly and slowly. As a king, Neptune can even talk to whales. But in the legend of your royal family, a mermaid princess who can communicate with the sea kings in heaven is born every few hundred years. That is the power that can drive the world to the bottom of the sea. When he heard this, Neptune's expression changed and he became nervous. He subconsciously looked at his daughter, 4-year-old Shirahoshi. Little Shirahoshi didn't know anything and was eating delicious food under the care of his brothers. Princess Odahime guessed it and said in surprise, you mean Shirahoshi? She is the mermaid princess of this generation, and she is also one of the 3 legendary ancient weapons, Poseidon. The 3 brothers were shocked. Does my little sister still have this power? Neptune's expression changed again, and finally he gritted his teeth and nodded. In this case, before Shirahoshi was born. Roger also told me. At that time, he was not the king, but the great knight of the sea, and he was not married to Odahime. The Roger pirates came to the Fishman Island and received an accurate prophecy from Mrs. Shirley, who has the power of prophecy. The legendary mermaid princess will be born. Afterwards, he married Odahime, and sure enough, Shirahoshi was born. Is your goal Shirahoshi? Neptune said angrily. This is the only thing that is absolutely not allowed. Even if it costs my life, I will stop you, Dr. Edie. Advertisement. With that said, he warned his eldest son, Sharkstar, protect Odahime and Shirahoshi and leave here immediately. Princess Odahime looked helpless. Mr. Edie doesn't. He is a bad guy. Although I can't sense his emotions, he was very friendly when he came. Although she couldn't feel it at first, she shook hands. I held Edie's hand and barely felt it. It was a very stable emotion, without any malice. Odahime believed in her own knowledge. Shirahoshi hasn't awakened yet and needs a little stimulation. Edie said the terrifying words with a smile on her face. If I kill you all and the whole family dies neatly in front of her, she will wake up, right? Neptune's face was livid. Look, Odahime, you still said he is not a bad person? That should be just a joke. Mr. Edie, don't scare people casually. Odahime opened her mouth, but she felt a little bit reluctant in her heart. Sharkstar's face was serious and he immediately pulled Shirahoshi back. The other two brothers also quickly protected his sister behind him. I won't allow this to happen. If you want to hurt Shirahoshi, just step on my body. At the bottom of the sea, don't underestimate the speed of mermaids. The three brothers spoke so courageously that Edie couldn't help but laugh. It's just a joke, don't be nervous. He took out a blood collection needle from his pocket and slid it against the table in front of Princess Odahime. He has two plans. Plan 1 is to find a way to help Shirahoshi awaken, and then train her so that she can slowly control her power as Poseidon. Option 2. Draw Shirahoshi's blood and clone a Poseidon. 0 Before coming, Edie had not decided which one to use. Option 1 is too troublesome, and option 2 may not be successful. But after coming here, I finally decided to try the second one first. If it doesn't work, use the first option again. You can think of it as a deal. I need a tube of Shirahoshi's blood, and as part of the transaction. Having said this, Edie looked at Princess Odahime and said with a few words of kindness, fulfill your dream and send to Fishman Island to live on the sea. Odahime's expression changed slightly. What do you want Shirahoshi's blood for? A curse? Edie. I put a question mark, not because I have a problem, but because your brain circuit is incomprehensible. Did you know? It takes about 2 weeks for humans to recover from 200 cc of blood. Mermaids are no different. Edie seemed to be looking at some stupid fish, Neptune. Three brothers. From Edie's eyes, they saw naked contempt. Princess Odahime still couldn't hear Edie's emotions and thoughts, but she could hear an attitude from her tone. I understand. Shirahoshi, come with me. She stood up, walked over to Shirahoshi, took her daughter's hand and left the banquet hall. Shirahoshi had no idea what was going on, and at just 4 years old, she was outside the situation. After a while, Odahime came back with Shirahoshi. The lancet filled with blood was handed into Edie's hand. Princess Odahime said softly, Mr. Edie, this is not a deal. I hope that humans and fish people can live in harmony. I will give this blood to you as a symbol of friendship. This female mermaid is in real trouble. Free stuff is always the most expensive. Edie got the blood and was a little helpless. A deal is a deal, no need to play the emotional card. It's not enough to help you send the Fishman Island to the sea? You also want me to help solve the racial conflict between humans and fishmen? If this kind of thing could be solved, there would be no contradictions in the world. I'll leave for a while. Edie stood up and left, but when he turned around, he suddenly stopped. Looking back at Odahime, she suddenly smiled. If we want to get along well with each other, the only way is racial integration. Intermarriage between mermaids and humans is the simplest and most effective method. You might as well consider starting with yourself? Hearing this, Princess Odahime blinked. Start with me? That's right. As Shirahoshi's mother, you might as well marry her to me. Once I take care of the celestial dragons, everything will be settled. Hearing this, Odahime was stunned. Neptune's eyes widened in shock. As an old father, he was greatly shocked. What a beast, his daughter is only 4 years old. When he suddenly wanted to get up to stop Odahime from agreeing, Edie had already left the banquet hall. Odahime, you don't really want to agree, do you? Neptune said hurriedly. Odahime lowered her head and touched little Shirahoshi's head, her eyes curved into crescent moons, and she smiled softly. I am a mother, and I will not do such a thing at the expense of my daughter's happiness. Shirahoshi, when you grow up, you should choose your own husband. The other side. Edie arrives outside the Fishman Island, in the forest of the sea. He found a piece of historical text located here. I took out my camera phone and took a photo. This is a gift for Robin. After doing this, he took out Shirahoshi's blood and opened the system at the same time. Poseidon's power, combined with cloning technology, what kind of powerful existence will be born? Chapter 127 Humanoid Ancient Weapon, The Birth of Mao Rabbit. Number of remaining simulations, 2 times, this simulation project, research on biological cloning in the pirate world. Mermaid, Shirahoshi, bloodline factor cloning technology. Necessary conditions for this simulation, blood factor theory, Shirahoshi's blood. Necessary conditions have been met. Open black lens bracket simulation begins, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. The first year, you got what you wanted from the Fishman Island, and immediately returned to the Hive Research Institute to start cloning. You extracted the blood factor of the mermaid princess Shirahoshi from her blood. Unlike cloning other earthly branches, you don't have to fuse the Lunalia clan's bloodline factors. If necessary, add entities. What William Ockham understood in the 14th century, you certainly understand too. The object of this clone is this generation of Poseidon. You don't understand why the Sea Kings take orders from Shirahoshi. Therefore, you are not free to change Shirahoshi's blood factor. Maintaining the original flavor, you injected the embryos into the number 3 special cloning chamber, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. The second year, cloning the humanoid ancient weapon is not the same as cloning ordinary humans. But your cloning technology is very mature and can handle some minor accidents. The embryos grow well in the cloning chamber. While waiting, Kaido contacted you. He successfully unearthed Pluton and invites you to inspect this super battleship. You devoted yourself to the study of humanoid ancient weapons and rejected Kaido. Soon after, Yamato sadly told you, the 5 elders used national treasures to attack Wano-kuni. Wano-kuni was shattered and her father Kaido's whereabouts were unknown. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. The third year, the embryo grows to a physical age of about 10 years. You awakened Shirahoshi's clone and named it Poseidon No. 1. You begin testing Poseidon 1's capabilities. Unfortunately, Poseidon 1 cannot summon sea kings. She is just an ordinary mermaid, with a simple, 407, ability to communicate with fish. You don't see it as a failure. You think this should be a lack of awakening. Poseidon 1 needs a little stimulation. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. 4th year, you injected false memories into Poseidon 1. She has a happy family, a father and mother who love her, and 3 brothers who dote on her. After living such a happy and peaceful life for more than half a year. One night, tragedy happened. World government, agents, infiltrated Beehive Island and killed her family. A whole family died neatly in front of him, and Poseidon 1 suffered a mental breakdown. After she cried loudly, she summoned dozens of sea kings. She woke up. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. 5th year, of course you are not satisfied with this. You come to the Fishmen Island again and find Shirahoshi. Shirahoshi, who was supposed to awaken 3 years ago, has not awakened until now because of the butterfly effect you triggered. Princess Odahime is still alive. She was supposed to have died 3 years ago, but she is still alive now. The assassination did not occur. There are no celestial dragons coming to the Fishmen Island either. You met Princess Odahime late at night and had a secret conversation. You put together a play together. Soon after, during a speech, Princess Odahime was assassinated. Shirahoshi cried bitterly when he witnessed this scene. However, she did not wake up. You are not surprised by this, and you even have the idea that it is indeed the case. But you didn't stop there. During the funeral of Princess Odahime, agents of the world government appeared. The agents killed King Neptune and Shirahoshi's 3 brothers in front of Shirahoshi. Shirahoshi had a nervous breakdown and burst into tears. But she still hasn't awakened Poseidon's power. You confirmed one thing. In an era, there will only be one mermaid princess, and only one Poseidon. The existence of Poseidon #1 prevents Shirahoshi from awakening. Your plan to mass-produce ancient weapons has failed. Finally, you tell Shirahoshi, it's all an act. The dead family members are all resurrected. Shirahoshi saw his father, mother, and brothers. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. 6th year, you studied the blood factor of Poseidon #1 and compared it with Shirahoshi's blood factor. There are therefore subtle differences in the bloodlines of the two. Because of the awakening, the blood factor of Poseidon 1 has evolved. You start cloning Poseidon 2 using the blood factor of Poseidon 1 as the female parent. When the embryos of Poseidon 2 were injected into the special cloning chamber #3, you ordered brother Poseidon 1 to commit suicide. She committed suicide. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. 8th year, Poseidon 2 is awakened. She was born in an awakened state, and had the power to summon the Sea Kings as soon as she walked out of the cloning warehouse. You use Poseidon #2 as the mother parent and start cloning Poseidon #3. In the process of cultivating the embryo, you added the latest research results and some pure soul matter to it. You ordered Poseidon 2 to commit suicide. She committed suicide. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. 10th year, Poseidon was born on the 3rd, which is the same as the 2nd. She was Poseidon when she was born. You tested her energy level and the results surprised you. Her energy level actually reached 220 billion. You know, Haiju's energy level is only 230 billion, and her body prototype is Charlotte Linlin. Advertisement. Not only that, this doesn't seem to be the limit of the humanoid ancient weapon. You are ready to start cloning Poseidon 4, but an unexpected guest appears. I am returned from outside time and found your Hive Research Institute. You had a big war. The 5 elders, the Knights of God, and all the forces of the world government have launched an encirclement and suppression campaign against you. You abandoned the Hive Research Institute and ordered the earthly branches to flee with their women. You are alone in the back, and finally use the power of absolute invisibility to retreat. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. 11th year, you secretly established a new research institute in North Blue. You started the cloning of Poseidon 4. You ordered Poseidon 3 to commit suicide, and she committed suicide. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. 12th year, Monkey D. Luffy awakens his Nika form. The world government launched a campaign against it. A huge war involving the whole world broke out, but this has nothing to do with you. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. 17th year, Poseidon 4 grew to the physical age of 30 years old in the cloning warehouse. You woke her up. She is also a born awakened mermaid princess. At the same time, it can diverge its tail as soon as it is born and walk on 2 legs like a human. Her energy level reached its own limit, surpassing the snake, the most powerful of the earthly branches. 4200, C. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Simulation ends. Close black lens bracket. Standing in front of the historical text of Sea Forest, Edie silently read all the simulation information. Ignore the simulation rewards and other contents and jump directly to the last item. Additional reward. Poseidon #4. Open black lens bracket. Do you want to receive it? Close black lens bracket. Edie was in no hurry to receive it. Compared to the humanoid ancient weapon Poseidon #4, another piece of news about the simulated hand concerned him more. In the 10th year, I am returned from outside time and found your Hive Research Institute. The 10th year, 1520, is the year when the plot begins. The system still has this function. This is simply predicting the future. And it's still 10 years in the future. No, we cannot arbitrarily believe that I am returned in 1520. Maybe she has returned a long time ago and just hid. Thinking of this, Edie immediately started the second simulation. This simulation project, research on the time of Yim's return. Open black lens bracket. Do you want to start? Close black lens bracket. No. As soon as the topic was set, Edie immediately cancelled it. Doing this may be able to find the precise time of Yim's return, but once the research is successful, simulation times will be consumed. He only has one time left now, so there is no need to waste it in a place like this. He wants to have S*X for nothing. Soon, Edie set up a new research project. This simulation project, research on the nature of the system. Necessary conditions for this simulation, have a scientific research simulation system. Necessary conditions have been met. Open black lens bracket. Simulation begins, close black lens bracket. Is this okay? Edie couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. As a scientist, he accepted the incredible thing like time travel, and also accepted the incredible thing like the system. When there is a conflict between objective reality and subjective cognition, respecting reality is the basic scientific literacy. Today I just want to know the exact time of Yimu's return. A research topic was randomly set up. As a result, the system can actually simulate how it studies the system. Where is this Matryoshka doll? Open black lens bracket. The first year, you were very curious about how the system works. You started research on scientific research simulation systems, close black lens bracket. The second year, there was no progress. Close black lens bracket. In the third year, there was no progress. Close black lens bracket. In the 9th year, you play with your wives every day, listen to Uda singing, and watch sun and dancing. Life is full of fun. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. 10th year, I am returned from outside time and found your Hive Research Institute. You noted the exact time. This day is April 4th, 1520. You escaped with your ladies. Close black lens bracket. In the first 100 years, there was no progress in research. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. The 200th year, you have admitted your ignorance. In front of the universe, human beings are so small. If you still don't understand the truth of the universe, how can you understand the mysteries of the system? You give up. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Simulation failed. Close black lens bracket. The simulation failed, but Edie couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth. What a pleasure it is to have S*X for free. I am indeed a genius. On April 4th, 1520, I am found his Hive Research Institute. Regardless of the butterfly effect that may occur in the future, this is a precise time. But it's not enough. Edie started the third simulation. This time, he was still studying the mysteries of the system. Advertisement. In the first year, research on scientific research simulation systems began. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. 10th year, you command Shanao to go to the ruins of the Holy Land Mariajoy, where you release 1,000 bees. While you study the mysteries of the system, you also pay attention to the Queen Bee monitoring system from time to time. One day, a faint white light flashed quickly in the surveillance screen, and I am appeared. She returns from outside time. Ginny tells you that the monitoring record was on February 27, 1520, close black lens bracket. Found it. Edie did not pay attention to the subsequent simulation information. 0. That's enough. February 27, 10 years later, you have to find a way to deal with the immortal body in advance, and then kill her the moment she appears. Edie pinched his eyebrows and fell into deep thought. The fruit of time transports people to the future. It will be in the same state when it disappears and will be in the same state when it appears. The coordinates will not change either. He prepares in advance and kills with one strike without giving the opponent any chance to react. There will be no surprises at this time on February 27th. The butterfly effect can keep Princess Odahime alive, but it cannot change the time of Im's return. This has been decided in the past. What an unexpected surprise. I didn't expect that the system does not have such a hidden function. Maybe there are other uses that I haven't discovered yet. Thinking of this, Edie put Im's matter aside for the time being. Additional reward. Poseidon number 4. Open black lens bracket. Do you want to receive it? Close black lens bracket. Receive. A white light flashed, and a big mermaid appeared in front of Edie. The Great Mermaid is over 10 meters tall and is the mackerel mermaid of the eyes. She has long flowing pink curly hair hanging down her back, and wears a taiyaki-shaped hair accessory on her head, which stands up like rabbit ears. Lord Heavenly Father, Poseidon number 4 swung its fishtail, crawled on the ground with its upper body, and moved its head closer. Its bright blue eyes were full of joy. Lord Heavenly Father, what a little one. Poseidon number 4 chuckled. Your body is 30 years old, can you do a fishtail split? Edie glanced at her red fishtail, which was the adult version of Shirahoshi. I don't like it very much. If it's the order of Heavenly Father, I will do it. Poseidon number 4 sighed. Her every smile is full of charm. Pirate Empress, Mermaid Princess, Kazuki Hiyori. These three people are collectively known as the three beauties in the pirate world. Japanese monk is still young, so Edie cannot confirm. But Shirahoshi, Hancock, and Edie couldn't tell the difference for a while. Hey, he may be related to Brother Dong, both of whom are face blind. However, Poseidon number 4 didn't feel like he was 30 years old at all, but like a little girl who hadn't grown up yet. Thinking about it carefully, it seems right. These 30-year-olds all grew up in the cloning warehouse. After staying in the cloning warehouse for 6 years, they only grew up physically, and their actual mental age was not that big. Your name is Mayotu. The remaining 3 titles are Yin Tiger, Mao Rabbit, and Shoe Dog. Only the Mao Rabbit is more suitable for women. Edie's body flew up lightly. Come with me to see your prototype. Heavenly Father, wait for me, I can't fly. Maodu shouted from below, his tone aggrieved, like an abandoned puppy. Summon the Sea Kings yourself to help you. Yes, as expected of your Heavenly Father. Maodu hit his palm with his fist and suddenly realized. Edie was speechless for a moment, silly and cute. But it would be wrong to be deceived by appearance. This is a humanoid ancient weapon. Unfortunately, this weapon is a bit too big and cannot be opened, otherwise he would have to try it. It doesn't seem impossible. Edie thought of the 3.6 Momo fruit, a fruit that can increase his speed and size by 100 times. The eater is Berndiwaldo, and this person's blood has been collected in the previous impelled down. Dragon Palace City. When Princess Odahime and others saw Edie returning, their mouths opened in shock. All eyes were focused on Edie's back. Shirahoshi? Odahime looked at Usagi blankly. So similar. Although his daughter is only 4 years old, if she grows up, she may look like the mermaid in front of her. Neptune and his 3 brothers were stunned and speechless. Little Shirahoshi himself opened his eyes curiously and stared at Usagi without blinking. In an era, there can only be one mermaid princess. How to do it? In just half an hour. Mr. Edie, did you clone Yuxing? As he said this, he looked at Zhaobaiwu who was being teased by Maodu. What a beautiful sister, she thought in her heart. Princess Odahime couldn't help but look at Edie. The man had many nicknames. Little Princess Shirahoshi, you are my prototype, you are so cute. Usagi stretched out a finger and poked Lil Shirahoshi, he said with a smile. The master of the Hive Emperor, the evil scientist, the doctor, and the friend of the clones. Body prototype. Usagi bowed politely to Odahime and others, and when his eyes fell on Shirahoshi, he suddenly showed joy. He said straightforwardly, there was an accident, and the explanation is very complicated. In short, she is the mermaid princess of this generation, with the power to summon the Sea Kings, and Shirahoshi. The wisdom of fish. She can't wake up, but the least often mentioned title is that of the father of cloning. Incredible. Hello, I'm Maodu. Edie has no interest in explaining, and loves to guess as much as he wants. Chapter 128 Lao Bei. I feel like I've been living in Edie's shadow. Can there only be one mermaid princess in an era? Neptune was at a loss whether to believe it or not. The eldest prince Shark Shing frowned and said, Dr. Edie, are you telling the truth? Let's briefly summarize what happened. Half an hour ago, the mother drew Shirahoshi's blood and gave it to the doctor as a token of friendship. The doctor left for half an hour, and when he came back, he brought a mermaid. Like Shirahoshi, she is a mermaid with eyes. Before today, among the 5 million people on the Fishman Island, only Shirahoshi was a mermaid. It can be confirmed that Usagi is a clone of Shirahoshi, and I also call my sister Shirahoshi the prototype machine. Shark Star Pig's brain was overloaded and it was completely unimaginable how he could do it in half an hour. The power of devil fruit? Yes, it must be devil fruit. Dr. Edie is a Paramecia clone fruit user. Shirahoshi cannot awaken. Princess Odahime looked at the little Shirahoshi who was playing with her clone and couldn't help but smile. Maybe this is a good thing for Shirahoshi. She believed what Edie said, and the doctor had no reason to deceive in a place like this. If the outside world finds out that Shirahoshi is Poseidon, it will definitely cause a lot of trouble. Mr. Edie, thank you. So, this female mermaid is really troublesome. She always expresses her goodwill from strange angles. Edie felt helpless. People were so polite, so he had to respond accordingly. Have you considered it? I can use the power of lion fruit to send the Fishman Island to the land. After a pause, he added, as for safety, Maodu will let Sea Kings protect you the Fishman Island. This is for Odahime's sake. Mr. Edie, I am grateful for your help, but this is just my personal wish. The future fate of the Fishman Island should be decided by all the fishmen. Princess Odahime shook her head and said with a smile, I will continue to speak and try to get everyone to embrace the real sun. Odahime, you are more suitable to be the king than Neptune. Edie took a deep look at the female fishman and then teased Neptune. Just give up the throne to her. Neptune was so angry that he said, I will never marry my daughter to you. Princess Odahime covered her mouth and chuckled. Edie walked up to Shirahoshi and touched her head. I took away your things and I will compensate you in other ways. Although Shirahoshi did not inherit Princess Odahime's natural intelligence, she could still feel the kindness conveyed by Edie. Master Edie. 20. Shirahoshi blinked his big aqua eyes. Goodbye, little Princess Shirahoshi, I hope you have a happy childhood. With a slight smile, Edie turned and left. Let's go, rabbit. Yes, Master Edie. The two left Dragon Palace City, leaving behind a word and a piece of paper. This is my contact information. My promise is valid. When you decide to go to land, it is up to you. Princess Odahime reached out and caught the piece of paper. It was a series of contact numbers for phone bugs. She watched Edie and Usagi leave. Neptune. Odahime, do you really want to move the Fishman Island to the sea? Don't underestimate human malice. Not now. Princess Odahime shook her head, took Shirahoshi's hand and returned to the castle. Mr. Edie is fighting against the celestial dragons for world supremacy, as evidenced by Newsday's news of the destruction of Mariajoy a few months ago. Princess Odahime did not want the Fishman Island to be relocated until the winner was decided. Of course, it is not a lie to say that the destiny is decided by all citizens. She plans to mobilize all citizens to sign and submit a letter of credence to the future winner, requesting the relocation of the Fishman Island. I have to work harder in the future, she whispered. Mother, can I still see that beautiful elder sister? Odahime said with a smile. She is more like your daughter, we will definitely meet again. Deep down, she hopes Mr. Edie will win the final victory. The world needs change. Leave the Fishman Island. Edie sat on Mayodu's shoulder, with a layer of bubbles surrounding her body. In the sea, the mermaid's swimming speed is extremely amazing, although it is not as fast as him, but if you can ride the mermaid, why bother to walk by yourself? Human nature is to be lazy. You took away Shirahoshi's power, so you should repay her and give her a stable childhood. In the original plot, Shirahoshi awakened his power after witnessing his mother's death, and summoned the giant sea kings with a roar. This scene was seen by a careerist, Vander Dekenix. Since then, the fishman has wanted to marry Shirahoshi and control Poseidon's power. He uses his target fruit to write and deliver a love letter every week. But because the marriage proposal was rejected, it later turned into threats by throwing swords and the like. Shirahoshi had to hide in a hard-shell tower, 10 years. Mayodu did not know these things, but she would definitely obey Heavenly Father's command. What should we do? Heavenly Father. Summon sea kings to find it. It's a tiger shark man with 4 legs and wears a red glove on his right hand all year round. From memory, Edie briefly described the image of Vander Dekenix. Advertisement, understood. Mayodu immediately started to act, her red lips parted slightly, and she whispered silently. Edie observed the scene carefully. Is it similar to the radio waves emitted by telephone bugs? He did not buy the knowledge in the simulation and did not understand the principle of summoning sea kings. After a while, dozens of sea kings appeared in front of the two of them. The rabbit conveyed Heavenly Father's command. These large, strange-looking sea kings nodded and opened and closed their mouths slowly, seemingly communicating. Edie felt that these sea kings were looking at him and seemed to care about him. After a while, the sea kings dispersed and wandered in all directions. They have already gone looking for it and will pass the news to other companions. Mayodu said with a smile. As long as the target is still in the sea, we will definitely find it. Not only sea kings, but also ordinary sea beasts and fish will obey such orders. What are you communicating about? Edie was a little curious. They called me Lord Poseidon, and asked me who you are. I told them that you were Heavenly Father. Usagi looked like he was begging for praise. From now on, as long as I know you, sea kings, you can also command them to do things. Can you understand human speech? Of course you can. Edie thought about it and it seemed possible. Even pet dogs can understand commands from human tones, and sea kings' IQ is obviously higher than that of dogs. Some supergiant sea kings even possess advanced intelligence comparable to humans. The meaning of super huge is that it is more than 5,000 meters in length. Let's deal with one more person by the way, Edie said again. In the simulation, Princess Odahime did not die, but to be on the safe side, it was better to let the assassin die. The future is not certain. Any slight disturbance will trigger the butterfly effect. Hody Jones, let the sea kings find an opportunity to kill him. For such a small role, Edie doesn't need to take action himself. He ordered Mao Rabbit, and Mao Rabbit summoned the sea kings again to convey the father's command. 2 days after Edie left, Hody Jones, a soldier of the Neptune Army, is patrolling outside the Immigration Bureau of the Fishman Island, always on guard against invading pirates. Suddenly, a dozen huge figures appeared from the darkness of the deep sea. Sea kings? A patrol soldier said in shock, coming for us? No, it's Hody. The companions quickly retreated and fled. Hody Jones was shocked. Why did the sea kings attack him? Without time to think about it, he turned around and swam in the direction of the Fishman Island. Don't come here. Look at Dee. The companions were startled and moved away from Hody Jones. Just like when a person is faced with an attacking bear on an outing, you don't need to run faster than the bear, just run faster than others. Not to mention, the group of sea kings has a clear goal. Damn thing. Hody Jones was stunned. He was not as fast as sea kings. One of the sea kings, which was like an eel and was hundreds of meters long, caught up with him, and a strong electric current flowed along the seawater and paralyzed his body. Hody Jones twitched all over, and when he turned around, the bloody mouth of the giant electric eel came into view. Puff. Swallow it in one gulp. After solving the target, the group of sea kings left and disappeared into the deep darkness in an instant. The soldiers who had survived the disaster looked at each other. Why? Only attacking Hody. Did he eat these sea kings' pups? I've never heard of sea kings taking revenge. Go back and report to His Majesty Neptune. The soldiers left quickly. And this matter has become an unsolved mystery. Only Princess Odahime understood something. New World, Punk Hazard Institute, a rice breeding laboratory. Vegapunk couldn't help but marvel as he observed the growth of the rice through the glass. Incredible, genius technique. What genius technology? Do you have any new inventions, Dr. Vegapunk? The laboratory was broken into by someone wearing Marine's cloak of justice. Vegapunk, who was busy with the experiment, turned around and his eyelids immediately dropped. Kizaru Vice Admiral. No, I should call you Kizaru Admiral now, Perusalino. It's so weird, Vegapunk, it doesn't matter what you call it. Kizaru put his hands in his pockets and spoke slowly, like an old man. It's Dr. Edie's honeycomb rice. I've studied this kind of rice. His compilation technology of bloodline factors is better than mine. What a genius. Vegapunk was filled with emotion. Although he discovered the blood factor, Edie was just a learner. But the other party goes further down this road. Honeycomb rice is still within my understanding, and I can cultivate something similar. Advertisement. But what's really powerful is the chemical fertilizer called Jin Kala. The molecular structure of the chemical fertilizer additive is not too complicated. I also reverse engineered the synthesis formula. But it is obviously the correct method. But look at the results. Vegapunk is like a child getting a novel toy and constantly showing it off to others. Kizaru looked in the direction he pointed and could see two kinds of rice through the glass. One kind of growth is gratifying, and the other one seems to be a shrunken version, just a tadpole. The one on the left is Jin Kala, and the one on the right is the chemical fertilizer I developed by reverse engineering. Vegapunk had a puzzled expression on his face. They're almost the same thing, but the chemical fertilizer I prepared does not have a very good effect. Why is this? Kizaru was confused. Even if you ask me, I don't know. Can I understand something that even you can't understand? Kizaru rolled his eyes. It wasn't him who saw it. If you can't help yourself, write dihydrogen monoxide and he won't recognize it as water. Hey, I really want to meet Dr. Edie. Vegapunk is full of melancholy. He knows it's impossible, the world government won't allow it. He turned around and asked, you must be here for something, right? The 5 elders asked me to come and have a few things. Kizaru walked to the drinking fountain nearby, poured himself a glass of warm water, took a leisurely sip and licked his lips. Your water isn't ordinary water. Does it taste good? Ha ha ha, this is the mineral water I developed randomly. It contains many minerals that are beneficial to the human body. It is not cheap. Vegapunk stuck out his long tongue, proudly like a child. Kizaru. This is where world government funds are wasted. Of course, this has nothing to do with him. He is just an ordinary social animal. Social workers should not worry about money for their bosses. What happened to the artificial devil fruit that you were asked to study through a special government grant several years ago? Are you talking about Kaido's blue dragon fruit? It's on your left. Vegapunk was not very interested and turned around to go about his own business. While sorting out the information, he said with disgust, I failed, it was a failure. Only then did Kizaru realize that there was a devil fruit on the table to his left. Like ordinary garbage, just put it next to the trash can. This looks like a devil fruit. Where did it fail? Kizaru picked it up and observed it carefully, muttering, it seems the pattern is wrong. Not the usual spiral pattern. Only the pedicle of this artificial fruit is spiral-shaped, and the pattern on the surface of the fruit is circle-shaped. No, it doesn't matter what the pattern is, it's just the wrong color. Vegapunk sighed. That's a pink dragon. It can't be called the blue dragon fruit. Artificial zone fish fruit phantom beast species pink dragon form. The name is wrong, so of course it is a failure, although the abilities are exactly the same. That's enough to go to the top. Kizaru doesn't understand why Vegapunk is so obsessed with colors. Maybe it's because of the strict prohibition by scientists. He put away the fruit and said, besides this, there is another thing about cloning. Come in. At this time, a fat blue fishman walked in with his hands and feet shackled. Who is he? Vegapunk was stunned for a moment. Emloculent. His name is Jinbei, and he was a crew member of the Sun Pirates before. Kizaru explained, Captain Fisher Tiger was captured by me. He was going to be publicly executed, but something happened in the middle. Click transaction. In short, he is willing to participate in the experiment as a humanoid weapon. Although he didn't explain it very clearly, Garpunk understood it. In order to save the captain's life, he voluntarily participated in human experiments on humanoid weapons. Hello, Dr. Vegapunk, Jinbei said calmly. As agreed, I will accept the experiment, but please ensure Captain Tiger's life. Can I trust you? Do you know what humanoid weapons mean? They will be implanted with chips, erase their self-awareness, and become weapons that are completely at the mercy of the 5 elders. I already fully understand, Jinbei replied solemnly. Vegapunk was silent for a while. This is a seraph project based on Dr. Edie's 12 earthly branches. Plans are just plans. At present, not a single seraph has been built. Cloning technology is not difficult for him. What is difficult is how to make the clone's combat effectiveness reach Earth branch level. Vegapunk can't do this. Therefore, 5 elders decided to do the next best thing. It doesn't require cloning a Kaido, but directly modifying the existing combat force. The first experimental subject sent now is the fat blue man in front of him. What's the current progress? This is a question for 5 elders, Kizaru asked. I admire Dr. Edie very much, he is a genius scientist above me. Vegapunk looked complicated. Edie cloned the blue dragon fruit, and he also copied it, but his was pink, while Edie's was perfect. Edie created the earthly branches, and he also cloned the Shichibukai, but his was just a Shichibukai, and Edie's was a general level. Lao Bei was hit hard. I feel like I've been living in his shadow. I really want to meet him, communicate. No, ask for advice. Chapter 129 There's no reason why technology can't do something even devil fruit can do. I really want to meet Dr. Edie, Vegapunk said thoughtfully. Kizaru raised his eyebrows when he heard this. You want to see Edie? What do you want to do? The world's #1 scientist and the #2 scientist in the world meet. Is it to discuss what to eat for dinner? I didn't hear what you said just now. If the 5 elders find out, there will be big trouble. Perusalino, please help me convey this to Dr. Edie. Vegapunk's face was sincere, but Huang Yuan responded with a look of fear of trouble. Doctor, I'm just a social creature. If you do this kind of thing, you will lose your job. Kizaru suddenly felt that the water in his mouth didn't taste good. Besides, he moved the beehive island to the sky. Recently, even the permanent pointer has failed, and no one knows where he is. He will come to you, ah? Kizaru was startled. Vegapunk said in a determined tone. A genius can always understand another genius. I know what he wants to do. He even said to his face that he was a genius, even though it was indeed the case. Kizaru cursed in his heart, scratching his head with his fingers. Will he take the initiative to find me? Among the earthly branch information you have so far, is anyone with Logia abilities? Vegapunk asked, and without waiting for Kizaru to answer, he continued. No, right? Because Logia cannot be cloned. About 4 or 5 years ago, after the defeat of Buster Call, Saint Satan from the 5 elders came here to meet him personally and asked him to clone Shichibukai. The first person to be cloned was Crocodile, but cloning experiments kept failing. He had been troubled by this problem for several years and didn't understand it until recently. Logia cannot be cloned. I see, is that what it is? Kizaru suddenly realized. He remembered the first time he met Edie. That was 7 years ago, in 1503. He was on a mission near the Sabaody archipelago, heard the news of the attack on the celestial dragons, and rushed there immediately. As a result, I met Edie, as well as the 2 earthly branches, Shenlong, and Zishu. He was beaten violently by the rats and was injured and bleeding. At that time, he saw Edie take his own blood. I used to think that he didn't clone me because he didn't like my strength. It turns out that Logia couldn't clone me. Kizaru showed a rare smile. Great, it's not him who is rubbish, it's Dr. Edie who is not good at technology. Juan. Yes, I have encountered such a problem, and he must have encountered it too. Vegapunk nodded. Then why did he come to me? Kizaru still didn't understand. Because he is more talented than me, he will be able to solve the problems that I cannot solve for the time being, sooner or later. Vegapunk understands why Logia cannot be cloned. The specialness of Logia lies in the soul. He knew what the problem was, but he couldn't find a solution. But he believes Edie will solve it, even before he does. You really have confidence in him, Kizaru muttered. Geniuses always show sympathy to each other. Vegapunk stuck out his long tongue and smiled like an old naughty boy. He will definitely come to you, please help me convey it then. Please, Perusalino. This is the only way he can. Any other method will be known to the 5 elders, and once known, the consequences will be serious. Faced with his request, Kodan reluctantly agreed. If I were fired, I am now 46 years old and can work until I retire at the age of 80. I can receive admiral's salary and allowances for 34 years. I will also receive a pension after retirement. Calculate, it will be more than 3 billion. 3 billion? Why don't you go and grab it, Kizaru? I bet on my iron rice bowl, Wong. Do you know how much 3 billion research funds can do? It can at least advance the progress of some of my research projects by 1/10. If you say so. Admiral's salary is really worthless. The most I can do is treat you to ramen. I want tonkatsu ramen. Jinbei on the side was stunned. Is this the Marine Admiral and the world's #1? No, #2 scientist? Is there something wrong with your position? Ha 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 ha, he couldn't help laughing. Why are you laughing? Vegapunk stopped the meaningless quarrel. I'm relieved, let's get started, Dr. Vegapunk. Beehive Island floating at an altitude of 10,000 meters. 2 days ago, after Edie returned with Mayodu, he immediately started a big project. At this time, to the west of the Research Institute, an original open space has become a construction site. Hundreds of bee soldiers are sweating like rain, digging the foundation according to the design drawings given by Edie. Momosagi, wearing a foreman's hat, directs from the side. The rooftop of the Hive Research Institute. Edie inspected the construction site from a high place and found that the progress was a bit slow. The foundation was not dug in 2 days. What is this going to be built? Assistant Robin asked curiously. The Soul Tower is a scientific research building that can break illusion and reality and connect the underworld. Edie smiled softly and said, I told you, Robin, this world is divided into macro, micro and 10 seas of souls that exist between illusion and reality. I don't quite understand. Is it the afterlife? Robin couldn't understand it at all. If Edie had not died once in the simulation and seen the Sea of Souls, with his own eyes, he would not be able to understand it. It's difficult to describe in words. You can simply understand it as the destination of the soul. It doesn't really exist as a concept of another space or world. Edie thought about it carefully and explained. You can understand that the soul sea is between 3 dimensions and 4 dimensions, but it cannot be observed under normal conditions. Robin. She stared at Edie with dark eyes. Advertisement. It's more abstract when you say it that way. And what are 3-dimensional and 4-dimensional? Edie gave up. This content was a bit too much for Robin. What is it used for? Robin also gave up trying to understand and was more curious about the function of the Soul Tower. Resurrection. Edie's simple 2 words instantly caused Robin to have endless reveries. Resurrection? Can I understand it literally? Does it mean resurrecting the dead? That's understandable. Edie nodded and explained the specific concept of resurrection. The human soul is real and has quality. The average soul of an ordinary person weighs 21 grams, and the souls of some powerful people are heavier. The heaviest soul he has ever seen so far is that of the Blood Knight of the Divine Order whom he killed. The weight of that woman's soul reached 10 ministers. After death, the quality of the soul will continue to decrease. Where do you think the lost quality goes? Matter and energy will not disappear out of thin air, it must have a destination. Return to the Sea of Souls? Robin blinked. So, as long as I get this part of my soul back, can I be resurrected? The key is how to get it back. Edie smiled and said, did you know? Devil Fruit's power also comes from the Soul Sea. People's wishes, the soul's longing. The strong prayer breaks the boundary between illusion and reality, and shares a trace of power from the Sea of Souls. Thus, the original demon fruit power was born. After the Esper dies, this power cannot return to the Soul Sea, but is reborn randomly somewhere in the world. They resided in certain fruits and Devil Fruit was born. The question of which came first, the chicken or the egg? The answer is that there were people with abilities first, and then there were Devil Fruits. If a person's wish can give birth to a Devil Fruit, why can't the dead be resurrected? The underworld fruit, the soul of those who eat it will return from the underworld after death. There's no reason why technology can't do something even Devil Fruit can do. Edie's eyes were calm. Hearing this, Robin was shocked. There's no reason why technology can't do something even Devil Fruit can do. He is the only person in the world who can say such words about hockey. With a smile on her lips, Robin transformed into a little fangirl with adoring eyes. It would be great if it could succeed, she sighed sincerely. Edie heard the emotion in her voice. Maybe you want to resurrect your dead mother? Nicole Orovia, but unfortunately, Edie can't do it for the time being. Even if the soul tower succeeds, only the soul will be resurrected, not the body. Unless Robin can find some relics of his mother's lifetime and extract the blood factor from them. In this way, a new body can be cloned and the soul can have a home. In fact, Edie also has people who want to be resurrected. He wants to resurrect first generation 66 and 77. Although they were just two clones, they helped him gain immortality. Actually, the original purpose of the soul tower was not to resurrect the dead. Resurrection of the dead is just a small function of it, and it may not be successful. Edie sighed. The idea of the soul tower came from top magic. This demon cannot be killed and can be reborn an unlimited number of times. The power of the song Demon King comes from the Sea of Souls. It's like a living Devil Fruit. Can Devil Fruit be killed? Unkillable. In the past few months, Edie tried many methods but could not be killed. It was even born, so just try to seal it. It's not sealed into the score, but make this Devil of Song into a Devil Fruit. Zone Ren Fruit Phantom Beast Species top magic form. If he wanted to, he could do it, but he gave up in the end. The meaning of the existence of a seal is that it will be unsealed one day. Even if it is really sealed into a Devil Fruit, the final fruit will probably be similar to the Nika fruit, have self-awareness, and then find the host by itself. After many experiments, I finally thought of it again. Send this thing back to the Soul Sea. Thus, the Soul Tower project was born. Use the power of the Demon King of Song to complete the construction of the Soul Tower and finally kill the Demon King of Song. If this method can be successful, then 5 elders can also be killed. After listening to Edie's story, Robin asked energetically. How long will it take to build? The tower was built in a few months, but the core material comes from the Demon King himself. You need to constantly summon it and get materials from it. Edie pondered. At least 2 years. I'm really looking forward to the day it's built. Robin said expectantly. Mom, is there still a chance to meet again? With a beautiful vision in mind, Robin hugged Edie and stood on tiptoes to kiss her. We must succeed, Mr. D. Time is like running water, always slipping away inadvertently. See Circle Calendar, 1512. In the past 10 months, the world has been very lively. Advertisement marines all over the world are still working hard to search for traces of Beehive Island, but their efforts are in vain. Eliminated the magnetism and flew again, the Honeycomb Island in the sky cannot be found at all. However, Marine occasionally receives reports of earthly branch sightings. Sometimes in the East Blue, sometimes in the South Blue, and sometimes on the Grand Line. Every time it appears, some materials are purchased. The ships transporting supplies were the 9 warships that were captured by the Hive forces during Buster Call War. I have to say, this is also a kind of irony. The warship changed its flag and became the symbol of the Hive Research Institute. By the time the Marines arrived at the material purchasing point based on the intelligence, 9 warships had already piled up supplies and flown away. This kind of thing kept happening during this time. Marine is very persistent. As the Marshal, Sengoku said nothing about this. He sent people wherever there was witness information. It's all useless work. Anyway, he is respecting the orders of the 5 elders and working hard. As for the lack of results, there's nothing we can do about it. Compared to Marine's useless efforts, the Whitebeard pirates and the Don Quixote family are making great progress. No, now they should be called Jingdao Grain Industry Company and Jingdao Waste Fertilizer Industry Company. No one can reject the myth of a yield of 10,000 caddies per mu. In the beginning, it was just New World, but as time went by, honeycomb rice spread rapidly to the world. No force, no one, can stop people from their pursuit of a full stomach. As the planting area gradually increased in the country, more and more people began to thank the Igbo king who created them. Saint. Saint. The ancient Greek god of agriculture, cross out. God of agriculture. Each honorific was forced on Edie's head. Folks even spontaneously erected a statue of Edie. Some smart kings also built special worship squares, allowing anyone to come to worship and only charge a small amount of Bailey each time. So I made a lot of money. There's an endless stream of people coming to worship. Please bless this year's harvest, Saint Edie. Everyone who kneels in front of the statue will make the truest wish. As the person being worshipped, D himself certainly knew about this. Very speechless about this. What's the use of worshipping me? Why don't you just give me money and I will definitely bless you with a good harvest. You can use my image to make money at will. These kings and profiteers are so abominable. Edie considers whether to charge a licensing fee. It's a pity that there are no laws regarding image rights in this world. Uncle Edie, you have made a lot of money selling fertilizer. I heard from Sister Tutu that you can't keep the money anymore. Yamato couldn't help laughing. Funds are never enough. What do you want from me? Uncle, I want to go back to Wano-kuni. I'm a little worried about my father. Yamato sounded worried. The Golden Lion's lair was attacked by the National Treasure, and the Golden Lion's fate was unknown. It's Wano-kuna's turn next. Because of the butterfly effect, the relationship between Yamato and Kaido is not only not bad, but even quite good. Of course, Kaido mainly supports Uncle Edie in teaching Shin. Hearing this, Edie was in a trance. Go back to your parents' home. Let Shenlong take you there. Yamato is 18 years old this year. He was 13 when he first came to Beehive and hasn't returned to his parents' home for 5 years. Thank you, Uncle, I'm leaving. Because I have been called Uncle Edie since I was a child, and I still don't change my name even now. Edie didn't let her change her tune. Every time she drove a big car, she liked to tease the other person by saying, Yamato, Uncle wants to sing more. Unfortunately, after too many times, the shrinkage effect is no longer very good. Yamato left the research institute and called Shenlong. Master Heavenly Mother, can you heal Wano-kuni? Shenlong immediately transformed into Ching. Let's go, I'm sorry to trouble you, Shenlong, yes. Edie stood by the window and watched Yamato leave. He turned around and headed underground to the No. 0 Special Cloning Laboratory. In the past 2 years, the 2 clones in Cabin 1 and Cabin 2 have entered the mature stage. He first entered the clone cabin No. 1. Sleeping in the cabin were the clones of 2 Logia users, Crocodile and Geisa Kalang. Press the wake up button, and the filling fluid in the table will drain out like a tidal wave. Click. The hatch opened, and the approximately 10-year-old clone opened its eyes. Lord Heavenly Father. As soon as he took out his right foot, it turned into yellow sand. He lost his center of gravity and stumbled to the ground. Reaching out to the ground, his right hand turned into a ball of gas and fell to the ground again. Edie concentrated slightly, able to experience both kinds of Logia. Sand fruit, gas fruit. How does it feel? I'm not used to it yet. I'm very sorry, Tianshinran. After a while, the clone suppressed the elementalization of the body. Edie looked at the other person's young face. It's more like Crocodile, but not very similar. It's about 50% similar, but the hairstyle is exactly the same as Guy's. Your name is Little Sand Crocodile. Double Logia user cloning experiment successful. Chapter 130. The 3 strongest earthly branches will give you as a gift to the doctor. Edie took the opportunity to test the energy level of the Little Sand Crocodile. When he exploded Haki with all his strength, the number displayed by the energy level observation glasses was 60 billion. It can only be said to be ordinary. The main purpose of the birth of Little Crocodile is to confirm that Logia can be cloned and to combine various Logia abilities. This was a huge success. Next, there's Marine 3 Admiral. Now, he already has an earthly branch under his command. It is only the last 2 places away from the originally set goal. He decided on the candidates for these 2 years ago. Zugo. The fusion of 3 Logia generals, Akainu, Aokiji, and Kazaru. Yinhu. The fusion body of 5 elders, in addition to the already successful humanoid ancient weapon, Mao Rabbit. If everything goes well, these 3 people will be extremely powerful even among the earthly branches. When everything is ready, it will be the end of the inherently evil 5 elders. There are still some tests that need to be completed. Edie gathered his thoughts and immediately threw down a set of clothes. Get dressed and follow me. Yes, because the sky is flat. The Little Sand Crocodile got up, put on his clothes, and followed Edie out of the underground laboratory. Edie summoned Shen Monkey and took the 2 of them to fly to the nearest Winner's Island. Victor's Island was shattered during Kaido's awakening, and is now called the Broken Islands. The Little Sand Crocodile does not have the blood factor of the Lunaria clan, has no wings, and cannot fly. Shanao had no choice but to carry this newcomer and follow Edie to the Broken Islands. Edie stood in midair, the 2nd grade of junior high school. You fight with all your strength, this is the ultimate test. Because it is the fusion of 2 souls, it needs to be confirmed that the soul will not collapse under various extreme states. The most extreme state, of course, is a life and death crisis. Lord Heavenly Father, Shen Monkey belongs to the 12 earthly branches, right? Little Sand Crocodile grinned. If I beat him, can I replace him and become the new Shen Monkey? You want to replace me? Shen Hu's eyes flashed. As the 2nd earthly branch born, although his strength is at the bottom among the current earthly branches, he will never allow him to be replaced. Don't get carried away, newcomer. Shen Hu snorted and pulled out 2 famous swords, Tianyu Yu Zan and Yan Mo. Edie nodded. Yes, if you can win. Hearing this, the Little Sand Crocodile looked happy and full of fighting spirit. Let's start. The moment Edie said these words, Shen Hu moved. This was an extreme test. He had the mentality of killing the little sand crocodile and showed no mercy. With a lightning-like forward thrust, the sword flashed and cut off the little sand crocodile in half. But the next moment, the little sand crocodile that was chopped into 2 pieces, its upper body turned into quicksand, and its lower body turned into gas. $71. The little sand crocodile was extremely shocked. This is the 12 earthly branches under Lord Heavenly Father, still the weakest one? He was almost killed with one move. If he hadn't been prepared and elementalized in advance, the knife that entangled armament hockey just now would have been enough to really kill him. The world without space. The little sand crocodile, which had reassembled into a human form, was holding its hand towards Shen Monkey from a distance. This is Gas Fruit's ability. In an instant, the gas around Shenhou was swallowed up by his palm and turned into a vacuum. Shen Hu's breathing stagnated, and he immediately held his breath and concentrated. Does this have this kind of ability? There is no air. We have to fight quickly, he thought to himself. No, it can evacuate the atmosphere and release poisonous gas, just like Geisa. He had previously been responsible for monitoring Geisa and was very familiar with Geisa's abilities. It's not over yet. At this time, the little sand crocodile waved his left hand, and the yellow sand filled the sky and formed a sandstorm, quickly rolling towards Shen Hu. Shalon. In midair, Edie observed silently. At the beginning, facing the 2 Logia abilities, Shenhou was at a disadvantage and was suppressed. But after Shenhou gradually understood the abilities of Sand Fruit and Gas Fruit, he immediately took back the initiative. The 2 men did not fight for long. In less than an hour, the little sand crocodile was lying on the ground covered in blood, and Hockey was completely consumed. In contrast, although Shenhou was also embarrassed by the abilities of the 2 Logias, his overall condition was far superior to that of the little sand crocodile. He walked up to the little sand crocodile and slashed at the opponent's neck with his sword. Enough. The voice from the sky stopped Shen Hu's beheading action. Seeing Yama stop in front of his neck, the little sand crocodile closed his eyes exhausted and passed out. Take him and go back. Yes. Shen Hu put away his weapon, picked up this newbie who knew nothing about the world, and followed Edie back to Beehive Island. The 2 of them were in a life and death battle. If Heavenly Father didn't stop him, he was really ready to kill each other. A mere double Logia user wants to take my place, but you're 100 years too early. Shenhou thought silently. Advertisement. Back at the research institute, Edie checked the little sand crocodile's physical condition and the stability of his soul. Everything is business as usual, he just passed out from exhaustion. He sent the little sand crocodile back to the cloning warehouse and let him soak in it to recover from his injuries. There is no problem with the stability of the soul. It's time to get the soul of Sana Admiral. Thinking of this, Edie called Ginny. Doctor, are you looking for me? Ginny came to the number 0 special cloning laboratory from the monitoring room. What is the current whereabouts of Marine Sana Admiral? Edie asked as he led her towards the 2 special cloning cabins. Ginny replied. None of the 3 are at naval headquarters. Kizaru is currently outside the surveillance range, and Aokiji and Akainu are both performing tasks in the new world. What mission? Edie pressed the button, and the door of the number 2 special cloning warehouse slowly opened. Aokiji is heading to Dressrosa to investigate Don Quixote Doflamingo. Ginny said quickly, I am preparing to report this matter to you. In recent times, due to the rapid expansion of honeycomb rice, Jinkala fertilizers are also being sold all over the world. The world government followed the example and gradually found the place of production. So, Nan went to investigate Dressrosa. The world government has legally classified Jinkala as a contraband. Just like dancing powder, manufacturing, transporting and selling it are all illegal. Ginny sounded quite dissatisfied. It was really a despicable method. It was obviously a good one. Fertilizer. People all over the world are not fools. Everyone is voting with their money. The mountains of money piling up in the Institute's coffers express the attitude of people around the world. Edie smiled and said, if the legal prohibition was effective, the world would have been peaceful long ago. In his hometown, selling drugs is still a death sentence, and selling drugs is still banned repeatedly. Tell Doflamingo that I will go there myself. Edie took Ginny to the number 2 special cloning warehouse and chuckled. It's time for your daughter to be born, too. Following his gaze, Ginny saw the little girl soaked in the filling fluid through the glass hatch. She has a physical age of about 10 years old, but she cannot be said to be exactly the same as her, but she is at least 90% similar. So cute, she is indeed my daughter. Ginny excitedly ran to the cloning cabin and looked at her daughter inside the cabin against the glass hatch. Bonnie, it's Mom, because this cloning laboratory is a forbidden area. Before today, she only knew that her daughter was growing up in the cloning warehouse, but she never had the chance to meet her. Today is the first time. Edie walked over and pressed a few buttons on the console next to the cloning warehouse. Subsequently, the filling fluid in the cabin began to fade away, and the hatch cover slowly lifted up. Bonnie's eyelids twitched slightly, and the first person she saw when she opened her eyes was her mother, Ginny. And Edie behind Ginny. $9. Dollar. She opened her mouth and shouted, then looked at Edie. Dad. Heavenly Father. She subconsciously thought it was her father, but the information from the blood factor level told her that this was the Heavenly Father who created her. I won't disturb you, mother and daughter. As soon as the locations of Akainu and Kizaru are confirmed, notify me immediately. Smiling at Bonnie, Edie turned and left. Understood, thank you, King. Ginny hugged her naked daughter and said with great joy, Doctor, you can be a real father if you want. She shouted in a playful voice. Edie's footsteps paused. If a man is too good, he will be in trouble. The women around him always fly away from him. I'm going to Dressrosa. Edie left without looking back. A mere old maid can't shake his will at all. He has more important things to do. He will deal with her when he comes back. Ginny pursed her lips, deciding whether to agree or refuse, which made her feel embarrassed and angry. Bonnie, let's go. Mommy will take you to change clothes. Beehive Island currently flies over the calm belt, between East Blue and Paradise. It's half a planet away from Dressrosa. If we fly the entire island to Dressrosa, it will take at least 3 or 4 days, and the daylilies will be cold. Therefore, Edie simply took 2 earthly branches and went there in person. At the same time, New World, Dressrosa. In the past, this country was known as the Land of Love and Passion, and was a tropical island with a resort style. But it's different now. 2 years ago, the Don Quixote family established the Jinky Fertilizer Company here, building a large-scale fertilizer factory and recruiting workers. Now Dressrosa has completely transformed into a wealthy fertilizer country. To put it bluntly, among the more than 300 countries in the world, Dressrosa, a small country with a population of only a few 100,000, has the highest average income in the world. A cliff-shattering first. People here have earned huge incomes from the chemical fertilizer industry, which sells well all over the world. In the first year since its establishment, Jingdao Waste Fertilizer Industry Company has brought more than 20 billion in household income to the people. Therefore, please give me flowers. The next year, it soared to more than 100 billion. If Doflamingo made a huge achievement and only made a small contribution, the public opinion stirred up among the people would easily force Kai Likucho to step down. The original bet was to bring 10 billion in national income within a year. The bet was clearly won by Doflamingo, but neither Doflamingo nor King Riku mentioned this matter in the first year. Advertisement until the second year, the huge benefits tied to the national income of more than 100 billion enveloped almost everyone in the country. When the time came, Doflamingo gained huge public support, and it was only natural that he would wear the yellow robe. The people expressed sympathy for King Liku's resignation, but who can have trouble with money? Long live Doflamingo. Long live the Jinky fertilizer industry. When Doflamingo became king, he moved into the palace and gave a speech to the whole country. The whole country rejoices. Teng. Only King Liku's family moved out of the palace and silently watched all this happen in a house in the suburbs. At this time, inside Tamaya, an outdoor swimming pool, Doflamingo lay leisurely on the beach chair, basking in the sun. Foo, what a life full of plenty. He has Dr. Edie on his back, and behind him are Kaido, Whitebeard and other pirate emperors. As a community of interests, it can be said to be the most powerful force in New World. If we call this Underworld, well, in terms of White Way, as a former celestial dragons, he can also enjoy it. 0. In this world, only smart and capable people can survive. Doflamingo was filled with emotion. Several senior cadres in the family felt that he was acting like a dog to Dr. Edie. He admitted this, but what's wrong with being a dog? Can anyone be a good watchdog? That means he has outstanding abilities? King Changeliku is here. How can a waste insect like this run the Jinky fertilizer industry well? Suddenly, a young and beautiful woman walked over. She has long wavy grass green hair, golden pupils, and her left eye is covered by bangs. She is a tall, youthful beauty. Little Lord Monet? Doflamingo came out of his reverie. He has already thought about the day when the doctor kills the celestial dragons and he becomes the new celestial dragons again. By then, they probably won't be called celestial dragons, but some other honorific title. In life, sometimes choice is more important than hard work. Foo, my stupid father just made a wrong choice. Doflamingo straightened up, picked up a glass of red wine from the side, and took a leisurely sip. What's the matter? He asked. Earthly Branches and Wuma sent a message. Dr. Edie is on his way. Monet replied with a chuckle. Puff. The red wine I just drank spurted out with a pop. Doflamingo suddenly stood up from the sun lounger and quickly confirmed. The doctor is here? Yes. It should be there soon. Monet nodded. It was really interesting to see the young master in such a panic state. Doflamingo couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. What is the doctor here for? I have never been here before, and I feel very comfortable leaving the company to him. Is it an audit? It would be no problem if it was an audit, but he wouldn't dare to cheat and turn over the company's profits in full every time. Think about it carefully. If you want to check the accounts, why would a busy person like the doctor come in person? I'm just afraid that I won't check the accounts, he thought of Princess Violet. This woman is the dance teacher requested by the doctor, and she is outstanding in appearance and a beauty. If this woman becomes the heavenly mother and blows the pillow wind, what should I do if I want to take Dressrosa? Although Doflamingo J doesn't think that the doctor is such a man who is swayed by mere beauty. But how could he dare to affirm what the above thoughts were? Before Edie arrived, Doflamingo had already scared himself to the point of dripping with cold sweat. Young master. Monet thought a little funny. Monet. Doflamingo's eyes flashed. I saved you 2 sisters, now it's time for you to repay me. Yes. Monet nodded and asked doubtfully, what do you need me to do? Giving you as a gift to the doctor. Doflamingo was very decisive. Monet's appearance is outstanding, not inferior to that of the dancing princess, or even better than that. However, you have to be strategic when giving away a girl. If you just rush to give a girl away, you may make the doctor unhappy. Doflamingo immediately said, hurry up and prepare a grand welcome ceremony. Chapter 131 Aokiji. Misunderstanding, I just took the wrong route. A few hours later, when Edie arrived at the Dressrosa Palace, Doflamingo led all family members to greet her at the King's Heights. This is the highest point of the palace, thousands of meters above the surface of the town, and looks like a resort center. In front of the open space, everyone knelt down on one knee and bowed their heads in a respectful gesture. Although several high-ranking officials in Torbal usually complained about Doflamingo being used as a dog to the doctor, when the doctor actually showed up, one of them knelt down more easily than the other. Doctor, I didn't expect you to condescend to come here in person. Doflamingo grinned in a completely cowardly manner. A welcome banquet has been prepared for you. You've done a great job these past 2 years. Edie first praised the other party and looked at the town below King's Heights. It was getting dark at this time, but you could still see several factories covering a large area being busy. Many workers walked out of the factory, and new night shift workers went to work. The city is brightly lit, but the busiest place is not the factory, but the Do Sheng Arena. The place was bustling with people, and the cheers from the audience could even reach the palace. It is an honor to serve you. Doflamingo stood up, followed Edie's gaze, and explained. Because the people are so rich, the entertainment industry has also ushered in great development. Dressrosa's entertainment industry, of course, refers to the bullfighting arena. This is a major feature of this country. Gladiators fought on stage to entertain the audience. You are very talented, and you have run this country in an orderly manner. Edie was generous in his praise, saying it was much better than the kingdom full of toys in the original plot. Suddenly the conversation changed. But the existence of the fertilizer factory has been known to the world government, and Marine Admiral Aokiji is coming here to investigate. Hearing this, Doflamingo's expression changed. Aokiji is here? Of course he knew nothing about the fact that Jinjala was classified as contraband. I didn't expect Admiral to come to my door so soon. However, he is confident that he can handle it. As long as the doctor doesn't come here to ask questions, that's fine. For Doflamingo, the doctor's attitude is more important than anything else. Please rest assured, I will definitely take care of it, he quickly assured. It will not affect the production of chemical fertilizers. I believe you can handle it. This is not the purpose of my coming here. Doflamingo is a Shichibukai and a former celestial dragons, and Edie believes he can handle the trouble at hand. If even this little thing can be solved, he will have to consider finding someone else. I have something to do with Aokiji, so you don't have to be so nervous, Edie said in a gentle tone. Hearing this, Doflamingo breathed a sigh of relief. Very good, it's not my fault. Fufufu, that's it. Doctor, please come with me, I have prepared a rich special delicacy for you. Edie nodded and told Wu Ma on the side, go and guard the port. Notify me immediately when Aokiji arrives. Understood, because of father. Wu Ma immediately flapped its wings and flew towards the port. Afterwards, Edie followed Doflamingo into the palace. No, it's better to call the resort directly. When we arrived at the luxuriously decorated restaurant, many maids were still serving various delicacies. Doctor, I know you don't drink, so I prepared juice. I happened to not eat on the way here, so Edie was not polite and sat down immediately to try some of Dressrosa's dishes. What are you doing standing there? Sit down. Edie asked everyone to sit down. Doflamingo signaled with his eyes, and several members of the family followed him to their seats. The structure of the Don Quixote family is simple. In addition to the boss Doflamingo, there are 4 senior cadres. Plum Blossom, Torbal, a sloppy man with often runny nose. Spade, Pika is a burly and tough guy wearing armor, but his voice is very sharp. Block, Diamante, dressed like an indigenous tribesman. And, Heart. The previous generation's Heart was the younger brother Rosinante. After his betrayal, this position was temporarily vacant. After a few people took their seats, Torbal smiled and said, Doctor, this is the company's account book, please take a look. He took out a thick account book. Edie glanced at it without interest, while Jesus walked over, got the account book and started to read it carefully. You are doing a good job and have brought huge benefits to the institute. Edie praised the other party again. How big is this benefit? According to Momosagi's statistics, last year it was about 500 billion belly. Not counting Sky Island's gold, this is currently the largest source of funding. In comparison, the combined sponsorship fees given by Whitebeard Kong, Kaido, and Charlotte Linlin pale in comparison. There is really no future as a pirate. As a reward, Xiao Ming, what do you want? Hearing this, Doflamingo's heart moved. He did have something he wanted very much. But I don't know if I should open this opening, and if I open it, will it cause dissatisfaction to the doctor? You can mention it, I will consider it as appropriate. Edie saw through the other person's mind and chuckled. Am I that terrible? Doflamingo said respectfully. Doctor, this may be a bit presumptuous. You have now gained eternal life, right? You want immortality? Edie was not surprised that Doflamingo guessed this. You must know about the giant hole in the sea that appeared near the Seven Waters capital 2 years ago. Doflamingo said solemnly. That is the national treasure in the hands of the 5 elders. It used to be celestial dragons, I know it exists. Advertisement. Edie became a little more interested, tell me about it. That is a very huge device. Only the 5 elders know where it is hidden. Doflamingo didn't know much, the only thing I know is. When that national treasure is used once, it takes a long time to charge. It is a super weapon that absorbs sunlight and converts it into laser. Having said this, Doflamingo spoke in an uncertain tone. I suspect that it is one of the 3 ancient weapons, led by Lord Uranus. That's it. Edie was very disappointed. He thought Doflamingo had something to say, but in the end he only had this bit of information. Doctor, I will collect information about the national treasure for you. Can this be exchanged for eternal life? It's not necessary, the 5 elders won't be able to survive for long. Edie shook his head. As for immortality, I can grant you eternal life, and wait until you can bring 1 trillion profits to the Institute within a year. If you want a horse to run, you have to feed it some grass. Just a verbal check. Hearing this, Doflamingo was happy at first, and then his heart sank. Minus 1,512. Last year it was 500 billion, and this year it will probably increase by 20% to 600 billion. But this is reaching its limit. The world's fertilizer market is only that big, and Jin Kaila has conquered this market like a king, almost monopolizing it. Even so, there is still a huge gap from 1 trillion. But having goals is better than having none. I understand, doctor, I will achieve this goal as soon as possible. Okay, I like your energetic look, then you are stupid. Next, several people chatted while eating. Regarding some matters related to the company's management, Doflamingo selected some key points to report. Edie just listened and had no opinions, he only had one request. Try to use benefits to unite others. The sumptuous dinner lasted for more than 2 hours, and Edie admired Dressrosa's delicious food. After eating, Aokiji still didn't come. Edie simply went to take a bath and waited for more than half an hour, but there was still no news from Wu Ma. After taking a bath, Doflamingo prepared a bedroom for him to rest. After sending Edie to the door, Doflamingo smiled respectfully and said, "There is another gift in the room. So, I won't disturb you for now." Gift? Edie released her color into the room and soon discovered a person's aura. The intelligence fed back to him by the ghost particles told him that it was a young woman. You actually use women to corrupt you? Xiaoming, you are so disappointing. You might as well make more money if you engage in these crooked ways. Edie cursed in his heart. He wanted to see what kind of woman Doflamingo sent. Click. Open the door and enter the room. A woman wearing a white bath towel and kneeling respectfully at the door said softly, "Doctor, this is the first time we meet. The little girl's name is Monet." Monet calls himself little girl, which is a common title for women in brothels. She takes her position very seriously. He is just a gift given to the doctor by the young master. Edie was surprised. He knew this woman. Logia Snow fruit ability user, outstanding appearance, graceful figure. At this time, she acted like a little woman who was ready to be picked by you. He thought Doflamingo sent a random woman, but it turned out to be her. I admire Doflamingo from the bottom of my heart. No wonder Xiaoming is able to thrive. How old? 20 this year. Virgin. Yes, Monet said softly. There has never been any stain. When I was a child, my sister and I were saved by Doflamingo in order to repay the kindness of saving our lives. She told frankly that she did not dare to hide anything from the legendary doctor. And her title also changed from young master to Doflamingo. After this incident, Silly used the spoon very much. Did your sister eat the childlike fruit? If I remember correctly, Monet and Sugar are biological sisters. The elder sister Monet is the snow fruit, and the younger sister Sugar, who is 8 years younger, is the childlike fruit. But after eating the childlike fruit, his appearance remained the same as the moment he ate it. When the two were young, their family suffered a tragedy, and they were rescued by Doflamingo, who also gave them 2 devil fruits. This is what Edie knows. Yes. Monet nodded. Edie smiled softly. They are sisters, and the younger sister among them is also a legal loli. He closed the door and walked towards the bed. I'll take you back to the hive. Hearing this, Monet's delicate body trembled. She opened her eyes wide and showed an incredible expression. She thought she was just a gift for a day, but she didn't expect the doctor to be willing to accept her. Surprised, even a little scared, she quickly stood up and walked to Edie. Doctor, let me serve you. A beautiful woman like Monet would definitely lick her countless times if she were on Earth. But in this world, only gifts are given. No, even in this pirate world, there should be many suitors. Advertisement, but in front of Edie, she is just an ordinary woman. Soon after, there was a slight sound in the room, which was suppressed and seemed to be joyful. Outside the door, Hai Zhu is like a bodyguard station. Gang, it's not surprising that the doctor favors women. In her opinion, the doctor is still too busy and too restrained, and should learn more from her biological prototype, that fat B***** ch Charlotte Linlin. That old woman has more than 40 husbands. How could the doctor lose to her? There should be at least 100 heavenly mothers. In this way, she has a greater chance of becoming the heavenly mother. Hai Zhu thought in his heart. At the same time, port. The island of Dressrosa is surrounded by tall mushroom-shaped rocks. On one of the huge rocks hundreds of meters high, Wu Ma sat cross-legged. The lustful Haki was released, covering hundreds of kilometers in radius. Suddenly, a powerful breath broke into his perception. Are you here? Wu Ma suddenly opened his eyes. He immediately took out his phone and dialed a number. Heavenly Father, it's me. Hai Zhu's voice came from the other side. Wu Ma was stunned for a moment. Where is Lord Heavenly Father? My Lord Heavenly Father is busy. Wu Ma could only say, Aokiji's warship has entered within 200 kilometers and is expected to land around 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. 7 o'clock? I understand. I will inform Lord Heavenly Father before then. Heizu said simply. Before then, you can continue to guard the port. After saying that, he hung up the communication. Wu Ma was speechless when he heard the busy tone from the intercom. We are all earthly branches, so how come you are superior to others and make decisions for Heavenly Father? No matter how busy your Heavenly Father is, don't you have time to listen to a report? If Heizu knew what he was thinking, he would probably give him a blank stare. She didn't want to disturb her Heavenly Father's pleasure. Besides, it's just a Marine Admiral. The next day, Wu Ma sat on the huge rock all night. When the sun rose from the sea level, a warship also came into view. On deck, a colonel reported, Aokiji Admiral, Dressrosa can be seen. Aokiji breathed a sigh of relief and said lazily, Jinkala fertilizer is selling well, why do you have to investigate it? I also secretly bought some and planted a piece of land in my hometown. Admiral, don't say anything that is not conducive to unity. The colonel's scalp went numb. If the world government knew about this, would you still want to be an admiral? Didn't you buy it? Aokiji stretched. This fertilizer is amazing. The price on the black market has increased several times. The effect is real. Colonel. Of course he bought it, not only him, but many colleagues in the department also bought it. Why not buy good things? Even if you don't use it yourself, you can still make a fortune by selling it on the second-hand market. Work is work. Chapter 4.4 is life. Ahem, Admiral, Dressrosa is up ahead. We are going to investigate the source of fertilizer production, if it is true. Having said this, the colonel couldn't help but pause and report to the world government. If the factory is shut down, will we no longer be able to buy it? Without chemical fertilizers, the yield of honeycomb rice is only 8,000 kilograms per mu. Although the yield of 1,000 kilograms per mu is still ahead by cliff compared to other rice varieties on the market. But everyone has experienced the myth of yielding 10,000 caddies per mu, and there is no turning back. Hiss. Realizing this, the colonel suddenly became a little anxious. How could he help the factory tide over the difficulties and at the same time communicate with the world government? Aokiji doesn't even have to guess what his subordinates are thinking, he can see through it at a glance. Edie put his hands in the pockets of his white coat, looked down from a high place for a moment, and chuckled. There is something wrong with your position, Aokiji. If he hadn't happened to see it out of the corner of his eye, he wouldn't even have noticed it. While speaking, the two black angels had flown behind Edie. Earthly branches Wuma, Whitebeard clone. I saw a man in white standing out of thin air in front of the warship, and he didn't know when he appeared. There was an error in the previous chapter. The little sand crocodile can fly because the gas is very light, thanks to the book review for the reminder. It's surprising that you would appear in a place like this, Dr. Dandy. He immediately smiled and said, just going through the motions, peace of mind, huh? Aokiji broke into cold sweat. Earthly branches Heizu, Charlotte Linlin bundle body augmentation. Was the conversation just heard? Misunderstanding. This is a misunderstanding. I just took the wrong channel. Can you believe this? Aokiji was speechless. His expression suddenly changed and he looked up. Doctor, I respect you very much, but if he can get along with Admiral, he is already thick-skinned. Aokiji looked solemn. Chapter 132. Do you want to take refuge in me? Welcome to the land of love, passion and fertilizer. Hearing Aokiji's misunderstanding, Haiju's serious expression couldn't help but be amused. I despise Aokiji's behavior of begging for mercy as soon as they meet. Aokiji noticed her gaze, but there was nothing he could do about it. These are two earthly branches, plus Edie herself. One-on-one, he can survive 2 moves. 1-on-3, he fought these 3 monsters with his head. Maybe I will die here today. The sailors on the warship were even more horrified, trembling with fear. The colonel swallowed, his muscles tensing up. Dr. Edie, I didn't expect to meet you. What a coincidence, he said with a forced smile. Is this strange? You are going to investigate the source factory of fertilizer production, so you should expect to meet me. With a smile on his face, Edie said to Aokiji. The world government has listed Jinkila fertilizer as a contraband. Do you think this is a reasonable behavior? Aokiji was helpless. This is a technological product that benefits the whole world. I really respect you from the bottom of my heart, King Bo. These words were his sincerity, not words of begging for mercy. But I also have my position. This is an order from above. Aokiji certainly understands why the world government wants to crack down on fertilizer factories. There are huge interests involved and it will bring Edie a huge amount of money. And with more money, his Hive Research Institute can produce more technological creations. No one can predict what kind of things will come out. In short, world governments are afraid. Don't be nervous, I have always maintained a considerable degree of goodwill towards you Marine. Edie said calmly. Although you are clowns, it is not all your own problems. Marine is just a knife for the world government. After he has dealt with the celestial dragons, he will have to recruit this force. The 5 elders can control this sword, so why can't he use it? When the time comes, let Momosagi serve as Marine Marshal. Hearing this, Aokiji couldn't help but feel relieved. It would be best if a fight didn't break out. In that case, I'll leave immediately. I will report to the superiors. The fertilizer production factory is not in Dressrosa, and I have not found the source of Jinkilang production. He had planned to do so. Despite the orders from above, he had to come to Dressrosa to investigate. But he touched his conscience and told himself that this kind of fertilizer is beneficial and countless people around the world need it. It should not be outlawed. Get ready to return. Aokiji immediately told his subordinates. Yes, 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 return now. The colonel nodded as if he had been granted amnesty. Admiral, we'd better circle around the sea a few more times to avoid going back too fast and exposing the fact that we didn't reach the island at all. Who allowed you to leave? What do you want, Dr. Edie? Aokiji became alert again, with air conditioning filling his body, and he was ready for battle. I came here for you, leaving your soul behind before leaving. As soon as Edie finished speaking, Heizu beside him took action. Die. Or. Life. Soul spell. The power of the soul fruit was activated, and a wave of soul waves spread quickly, covering Aokiji and others. The target is Aokiji, the rest of the Marines are only affected. But it was just the aftermath that still frightened other people. This is BIGMOM's soul incantation. The colonel's expression changed drastically. The next moment, wisps of pink substance began to overflow from his body. Not only him, but also the sailors on the deck who were swept away by the aftermath could not suppress the fear in their hearts. Pink souls like marshmallows emerged from their bodies. Calm down, eliminate the fear in your heart, and your life will not be taken away, Aokiji said in a deep tone. Admiral, even if you say so. The colonel took a deep breath, but still couldn't do it. This is one of the most primitive human impulses, the fear of death. Tisk. Did you fail? Heizu groaned and withdrew the soul spell. It had no effect on Aokiji, making her very embarrassed in front of her heavenly father. Seeing this woman deflated, Wu Ma couldn't help but grin. He moved and immediately dived towards Aokiji. Air shock. Shock fruit's punch hit Aokiji through the air. There was a bang, and in an instant, the atmosphere cracked, and the vibrating force caused huge waves to rise in the calm sea. The warship is like a small boat in the storm in front of the huge waves. Da. Aokiji let out a breath of air. The air conditioning spreads in all directions in the blink of an eye, and a 1,000-meter radius instantly turns into a world of water. The huge waves freeze, maintaining this beautiful posture. The endless cold air condensed into dozens of ice spears in front of him, and the ice spears immediately shot towards the Wu Ma in the sky. However, as soon as the ice spear came close to Wu Ma, it was immediately shattered by the shock. There was a click. Aokiji's face split open, and the shock was transmitted directly to his body. Immediately afterwards, his whole body was shattered into a pile of ice slag. Aokiji Admiral. The colonel on the side immediately hid behind him. At the same time as he acted, the deck also cracked, and the warship was being torn apart. With a bang, Aokiji shattered into ice slag, and the warship also turned into wreckage in front of the shock. The sailors above screamed in horror and fell from the warship one after another. Frozen crystal coffin. Advertisement. Suddenly, 4 walls rose up from the ice in all directions. The ice wall grew rapidly and became 100 meters high in an instant, covering Edie and the 3 of them. When the ceiling also appears, a huge ice coffin like a coffin is completed. Aokiji quickly condenses from the state of crushed ice into a human form. He was half kneeling, pressing his right hand on the ice beneath his feet. You leave through the back door, he said quickly. Behind him, there is a small door in the ice coffin. Seeing this, the colonel immediately led the sailors to abandon the warship and evacuate outside. As the soldiers retreated, the gap left behind began to freeze. A few people just ran a little slower and immediately turned into humanoid ice sculptures. Edie doesn't care about these lil Karami, his goal is just Aokiji. I saw this move in the Buster Call War back then. Edie smiled slightly. You have grown up, Aokiji, and the speed you used to activate it was not nearly so fast. It was an unfinished move at first, but now I'm completely proficient. Aokiji stood up slowly, as if his body was in a frozen state. Absolute zero. Click, click, click. The sound of freezing continued to sound. Heizu was slightly startled. She found that her shoulder had been frozen, and then the freezing process quickly extended. In just a blink of an eye, Heizu turned into a lifelike ice sculpture, fell from a height, and hit the ice with a thud. At the same time, Wu Ma also found that his body was freezing. His wings became stiff and unable to maintain the inciting movement. When the person fell into the air, the force of the vibration instantly shattered the ice around him. He flew up again and came to Edie. It's so cold. Lord Heavenly Father, this move is different from back then. Aokiji's tone was solemn. I said it was an unfinished move at the beginning. Do you think I created an ice coffin to trap the enemy? What needs to be trapped is the air conditioner. The temperature inside the ice coffin is dropping rapidly. As time goes by, it will eventually reach absolute zero. Hearing this, Edie couldn't help but smile. Do you understand the concept of absolute zero? No. What do you think the nature of temperature is? Aokiji. His moves don't seem to affect Edie. The 2 earthly branches Wu Horse and Heizu are both troubled by cold. Wu Ma's body continued to freeze, and he continued to use vibrations to shatter the formed ice. As for Heizu, it has been temporarily suppressed. 013903420 Filu 113,052,590. Is it suppressed? Aokiji's expression changed slightly, and his eyes suddenly looked at Heizu, who had been completely frozen and fell from the air. Inside the ice sculpture, put out the fire and light it. With the appearance of cracks, the next moment, Heizu shattered the ice, sealing himself with a punch and escaped. Don't look down on people, Admiral. It's just a little bit of ice. Who do you think I am? Heizu dismissed it. Aokiji looked stunned, but then he understood. Behind Heizu, divine fire filled the air, and a pair of black wings turned into wings of flame. Lunaria clan. Almost forgot. This group of earthly branches all possess the talents of the Lunaria clan and can adapt to any environment. You're distracted, Nagi. Suddenly, a voice sounded from behind. Aokiji's pupils shrank suddenly, and when he wanted to distance himself for the first time, a palm was already pressed on his back. 100 billion bad flash, black light burst out from Edie's palm. The next moment, a huge black flash with a diameter of more than 3 meters swallowed Aokiji. The black flash instantly broke through the ice coffin and headed towards the end of the field of vision, reaching thousands of meters away. When the black light faded, Aokiji's figure was gone. I'm very sorry, but I still need your personal intervention, Lord Heavenly Father. Wu Ma immediately came to the front and knelt down on one knee. It doesn't matter. Edie stepped towards the gap in the ice coffin. After walking a few hundred meters, I saw Aokiji on the ice with his head covered in blood. He lay on the ground, breathing heavily. As if he heard footsteps, he put his hands on his hands, turned over, and looked at the 3 people chasing him while lying on his back. Clatter. 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 The sound of leather shoes on the ice. Aokiji kept calming his breathing. After being hit by your move, my ability seems to have been sealed. He was very wary of Edie from the beginning. He knew that seeing and hearing S*X didn't work on Edie, so he never dared to let her out of his sight. But he never expected that with just a moment of carelessness, his attention was attracted by Haiju's escape, and he would be tricked. He was hit by a domineering flash, and his fruit ability was sealed. It's pointless resistance. You don't think there's a 1 in 10,000 chance that you can escape against 3 people, right? Edie walked up to Aokiji and said softly. Even if he doesn't take action, Haizu and Wu Ma can still solve it. I just don't want to waste time. You want my soul? Aokiji lay down and raised his hands in surrender. I don't understand what it means. Advertisement, you can think of it as a year of life. Take it, of course. Edie was not polite. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Aokiji. Without any resistance from the other party, wisps of pink substance were pulled out of Aokiji's body. After getting what he wanted, Edie's attitude became much more friendly. Don't worry, I won't kill you. You will continue to be Admiral from now on. This time, Aokiji understood. He couldn't help but squint his eyes. Dr. Edie, what is your ultimate goal? After destroying the world government, what kind of world do you want to build? Deprived of 1 year of life, he didn't even frown. Compared to Guyana and Crocodile, he behaves like a tough guy. Edie joked. There is indeed a problem with your position. Do you want to join me? Aokiji remained silent. He looked at the blue sky and smiled after a long time. If there were more things like Jin Kaila, the world would be a better place. It will get a little better, but not too much. Edie turned around and left, his body flying lightly into the sky. Heizu and Wuma followed immediately, leaving Aokiji lying on the cold ice, thinking alone. Not too much. Thinking about Edie's answer, Aokiji was a little confused. At least it would be a little better than the world ruled by celestial dragons. He really has great respect for Dr. Edie. It hurts so much. You have no mercy at all. Did you really want to kill me with one move just now? Aokiji stood up, touched the wound, and suddenly grinned in pain. At this time, the colonel who had escaped earlier came back. He quickly came to Aokiji with many sailors. Admiral, is everything okay? What are you doing back here? In front of his subordinates, Aokiji acted like a normal person. At least save me some face. There's no point in pretending to be in front of me. Your face is covered in blood and you've been beaten badly at first glance. The colonel laughed dryly and said, I saw Dr. Edie and the others flew away. Let's go back to 770. Aokiji stood up, and suddenly remembered that the warship was smashed to pieces by Wuma's punch, and said helplessly, go to Dressrosa first. Yes. Because the power of frozen fruit is sealed, Aokiji cannot condense the sea surface and directly lands on the island. He had no choice but to ride on the heads of his men and let them swim to the shore. Hundreds of people swam to the western port of Dressrosa. After landing, a group of men took off their clothes and began to wring out water. Admiral, what should we do next? Do we need to report the attack to the superiors? Pretend it didn't happen. That warship. I accidentally hit an iceberg, too. Aokiji casually gave a reason. The colonel was speechless. That was a warship, costing more than 10 to 2 billion Baileys. What kind of iceberg can sink a warship? Alas, Admiral is so unreliable, he has to make up the excuse himself. Go find Doflamingo. Aokiji hung the wrung clothes on his shoulders and walked towards the city. At this time, a group of people came from a distance. Aokiji was startled. The colonel said in surprise, are they the residents of Dressrosa who came to greet us? Go back, Marine. You are not welcome here. Get out. Don't come again. Dressrosa doesn't need you. There is no Jinkala fertilizer factory here. If you want to go to the island, just step over my body. That's right. Jinjiala is the backbone of our Dressrosa. Idiot, what's the point of saying it yourself? A group of people were holding strange sticks in their hands, including men and women, old and young. Thousands of people, with malicious expressions on their faces, blocked the roads leading to the city. Who would have known that early this morning, rumors spread in the factory that Marine Admiral was coming to take down the factory. Otototot. Aokiji. Welcome to the land of love, passion and fertilizer. What kind of factory? I don't know at all. Without any orders, employees organized themselves. Aokiji took a step forward, reached out and touched the air, and said with a smile, misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding. We came to your king to discuss other matters. Can you believe this? The whole family made a lot of money from the factory and lived a wealthy life that was unimaginable before. It seems that I have said this before, do nothing. Aokiji's face didn't turn red and his heart didn't beat. At this time, on a mushroom-shaped rock not far away, Doflamingo sat cross-legged and grinned. Admiral, what should I do? He asked in a low voice. P.S. The sister relationship between Monet and Sugar was reversed in the previous chapter. It has been revised. Thank you for the reminder in the book review section. Since you are not here for factory matters, you are welcome, Wei. When the colonel faced the anger of thousands of people, even a group of ordinary people couldn't help but feel scared. Aren't you here to ban the factory? A man asked doubtfully. They are all factory employees or family members of employees. Chapter 133 Soul Tower equals Hogyoku? Edie breaks through 300 billion? While Doflamingo welcomed Aokiji, Edie left with Monet. Also taken away was Monet's sister Sugar. Monet held his sister's hand, feeling uneasy in his heart. The doctor took her away as promised, but she didn't know what fate would await her on Beehive Island. Haizu had already started to call her Heavenly Mother, but she didn't dare to put on airs like Heavenly Mother. I heard from Heizu that there are still several Heavenly Mothers on Beehive Island. Boya Hancock has the world's best beauty. Momosagi Gion, former Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, Admiral candidate. Ghost Princess Yamato, the daughter of the three emperors Kaido. During the Tianyue period, a relatively mysterious woman was deeply loved by Bo Wangyuan. Nico Robin, the orphan of Ohara and the son of the devil. Compared with them, Monet felt that she was just an ordinary woman and had no competitiveness. The only thing you can give is your loyalty. This uneasy mood only calmed down a little after arriving at Beehive Island. When he learned that Edie had returned, Hancock came to greet him immediately. When Naomi Mo met the other party, she was immediately shocked. It turned out that being the most beautiful in the world was not an exaggeration. She was the most beautiful woman she had ever seen. Even a woman would be fascinated by her. Hancock also noticed Monet and his sister Sugar, who was holding hands with Monet. Sir Edie, welcome back. Hancock smiled. Edie hugged her and ordered, she is Monet, and the other is her sister Sugar. Please help them arrange their rooms. Monet suddenly felt a lot of pressure and was a little afraid of Hancock. Master Hancock. She subconsciously lowered her status. Miss Monet, Sister Sugar, come with me, I will take you to the room upstairs. Hancock just glanced at the sisters, his smile still on his face. Humph, nothing to worry about. As she grew older, her beauty became more and more outstanding, treating all other women equally and looking down upon the world. Even Yamato is no longer in her sight. The two often quarreled when they were young, but now they feel like sisters. Confused by Hancock's appearance, Monet felt that the first Heavenly Mother was a very kind person. She felt relieved, and immediately took her sister and followed Hancock to the elevator. Ignoring the affairs between these women, Edie found Ginny and asked about the movements of the other two admirals. Ginny was very happy these days. Having a daughter made her feel that her life was much more complete. The only thing that concerned her was whether the doctor's previous answer was a promise or a rejection. This is the second time she expresses her love to a man. Previous Bartholomew Kuma is an idiot and she is so disappointed. His love was transferred to Dr. Edie, whom he got to know day and night, but the doctor had no clear attitude. At this time, when I heard that the doctor had returned, I rushed over immediately. She thought she was finally going to say goodbye to her virginity, but instead she asked about Marine Admiral's movements. Her eyes were full of resentment, and she murmured like a mosquito, how can there be a child whose mother is still a virgin? What? The doctor, Akainu and Kazaru's movements are unknown, and the Queen Bee monitoring system has not found their whereabouts for the time being. Ginny sighed inwardly. Got it, keep monitoring. Edie shook his head. The Queen monitoring system is still flawed. It can only monitor the situation of some islands and cannot observe sea targets. And every 6 months, a round of bee surveillance is required. Oh, then I went to work in the monitoring room. Ginny pursed her lips and pretended to leave. Is there anything else? Edie was surprised. Ginny was furious. Doctor, don't you have anything to say to me? Edie pointed to the weather outside in a funny way. What do you want me to say in broad daylight? Jin's face turned red, and he was so embarrassed that he wanted to find a crack in the ground and crawl in. Come to my room tonight. Edie admired the shy look of the old maid and was very happy in her heart. Huh, I'm not going. I'm going to work. Ginny's heart was like a deer bumping around. She snorted and ran away. Watching her running away, Edie sighed silently. There were more women again. Counting Ginny and Monet, the schedule was full 7 days a week, and he couldn't even give Kunken a holiday. Let UTU come to see me, Edie ordered the maid who was cleaning at the side. Soon after. My Lord Heavenly Father, are you looking for me? Mayodu doesn't like the fishtail to be forked. She walks upright with her fishtail coiled on a soap bubble that can float in the air. Summon the Sea Kings and ask them to help search for the coordinates of Akainu and Kazaru on the sea. I understand, I'll go right away. Mayodu just turned around, then turned back, but how should I get down? Heavenly Father, I can't fly. You're an idiot, Edie complained from the bottom of his heart. Let Yuji help you. Yuji, the clone of Golden Lion, the lion fruit user, he is the one who usually replenishes supplies on Honeycomb Island. Master Heavenly Father, are you calling me a fool in your heart? Mayodu puffed up his cheeks angrily. I'm not stupid at all. If you can guess it, it means you are very self-aware. Edie rolled his eyes. Advertisement, I'm just young. When I grow up, I will definitely become smarter. Just like Sister Robin, I will become your Heavenly Father's experimental assistant. UTU angrily sat on the soap bubble and left. Edie was speechless for a moment. How are you small? You're big in every aspect. He turned around and walked out of the research institute and came to a nearby tall tower. Soul Tower. The tower has been constructed. Although it's called a high tower, it's actually not that high, about 50 meters. At the top of the Soul Tower, there's a transparent ball. That was not a glass ball. The material used to make it came from Tot Magic, the demon king of song. In the past 2 years, he asked Uda to summon this demon hundreds of times. Each time before killing the opponent, he would intercept part of the opponent's soul. In the end, the accumulated soul material created the soul ball at the top of the tower. It is the core of this tower, the key that can break the boundary between illusion and reality. Edie walked in from the entrance at the bottom of the tower. When the bee soldiers guarding the soul tower saw him, they immediately knelt down and saluted. Lord Heavenly Father. Get up, is Momosagi in there? Yes. Robin-sama and Momosagi-sama are both in the soul laboratory. Edie nodded and used it immediately. When he arrived at the soul laboratory, Robin and Momosagi were surrounding a glass vessel. There is a colorless and transparent crystal placed inside the vessel, only the size of a fingernail. There are some detection devices around the vessel, and the detection results are displayed on the large screen. Edie. Mr. Edie. The two noticed Edie's arrival and turned around to say hello. Edie nodded, walked to the glassware, and stared at the colorless crystals inside. This is pure soul matter. It was pulled out from the soul sea using this soul tower. In the experiment to simulate the rabbit, he used this kind of thing to give the rabbit an energy level of 420 billion. What works for the clones is just as useful for him. What are the results of the test? Robin pushed up the glasses on the bridge of his nose and said with a smile. Everything is as expected. We can enter the experimental stage. Human experiments. No need. Edie pressed the button, the glassware opened, and he took out this small colorless crystal. No human experiments are required, because the existence of Mao Rabbit is proof. While thinking, he turned the soul ring and activated the ability of the soul fruit. This colorless crystal quickly shrank in his hand, and finally disappeared completely in his palm. At the same time, Edie felt a kind of expansion at the soul level, and his soul was getting stronger. The original upper limit of 120 billion energy levels was easily broken like a layer of window paper. Next, you only need to soak in the cloning warehouse for a few days to absorb more ghost particles. Seeing this scene, Leap Rabbit suddenly became a little nervous. Is everything going to be okay? Edie, you're taking too many risks? Fine. Edie opened his eyes and chuckled. I won't do anything I'm not sure about. Mr. Edie. At this time, Robin asked expectantly. Does this mean that the soul tower is successful? Can the dead be resurrected? Hearing this, Edie did not answer directly. The soul tower has two main functions. First, it is used to kill demons. Second, condense pure soul matter to help yourself increase your energy level limit. As for resurrection, this is just a speculation. A thought experiment conducted in his mind based on the principle of the birth of devil fruit. Robin, I can't guarantee whether it will succeed or not. What are the chances of success? Robin looked nervous. If she could succeed, she would have the opportunity to see her mother again. Edie pondered for a moment. There is no 100% guarantee, and the specific probability is meaningless. After all, souls are different from devil fruit and cannot be completely generalized. He is a scientist and must be rigorous. If it were to create a devil fruit, he could give a 100% successful answer. Because he had already succeeded once and created the Logia Earth fruit, this fruit was given to Momosagi. Science lies in repeatability. Success once means success countless times. If it fails, it must be that something has not been completely reproduced. There is a problem in the process. It is definitely not that it cannot succeed. But letting a soul that has been dead for many years return to the world. I can only say that in theory it is no problem. It requires a strong desire, Robin. Next, you need to pray to the soul tower every day. When a new soul crystal appears in this petri dish, it means you have succeeded. As for how long it will take, it depends on how strong your desire to see your mother is. Edie warned. Advertisement. It reminded him of something from the Shinigami world. Open black lens bracket Hogyoku close black lens bracket. Hogyoku can absorb the hearts of things that exist around itself and manifest them. Unfortunately, the soul tower created by Edie is obviously not as good as Hogyoku. The soul tower is more than 50 meters high and covers an area of several thousand square meters. And Hogyoku is just a small one, easy to carry. Unless one day he develops the second generation or even the third generation, fourth generation soul tower device. Just like the original Blue Blood device, first generation's Blue Blood device is comparable to the steam engine used in a large paddle steamer. He is currently using a fourth generation Blue Blood device, the size of a ring. If you are lucky enough to go to the world of Shinigami one day, Edie would really like to communicate with Urahara Kazuki, Sosuke Ranami, Nirvana Hotari and others. Backquote anyway, Robin. I can't yet turn the resurrection thing into a progress bar visible to the naked eye. As the first person to try it, and also part of the soul resurrection experiment, I hope you can succeed. Robin nodded seriously, hugged Edie and kissed her in front of Momosagi. Momosagi stared at this couple, making love to each other in front of me. How disgusting, they left me alone. For a long time, Robin's eyes were like silk. Thank you, Mr. Edie, it is my greatest luck to meet you. She forgot Momosagi. Edie never forgot. Pulling the jealous bunny into her arms, Edie kissed her hard. The atmosphere is just right, why don't we come? Never, no. The two immediately escaped from the embrace. I haven't said anything yet, how do you know what I'm going to say? Edie was helpless. Momosagi chuckled and said, everyone knows what you have been thinking about. Robin nodded and stood on a united front with Sister Momosagi. If it succeeds, it's not impossible, she whispered with a blush. Momosagi's eyes widened, never expecting that their defense would collapse from within. Edie finally let the two go. Women are just tonics to him, since they don't want to, they won't force him. He temporarily forgot about his evening's appointment with Ginny. Arriving at the underground laboratory, after Edie set up the program, he took off his clothes and walked into the #1 special cloning chamber. His soul has become stronger, and the upper limit of his energy level has also increased. I don't know how high it will be this time. With this thought in mind, Edie closed her eyes. Specially, unlike the filling liquid used by earthly branches, this is a filling liquid specially used for natural people. Jiao Nuoji is more mild in nature. When the liquid flooded his body, he felt sleepy. I don't know how long it took. Edie opened her eyes. The cloning chamber begins to evacuate the filling fluid according to the preset procedure. Then, the hatch opened and Edie walked out naked. He felt his own energy level, at least twice as strong as before. Walking to a nearby table, Edie picked up the energy level detection glasses and put them on, then unleashed his haki with all his strength. Dee. Along with the fierce sound, the numbers that appeared on the mirror made him very satisfied. Energy level. 300 billion. It increased from 120 billion to 300 billion in one breath. This is not the limit. If you continue to absorb pure soul matter, you can continue to improve. Edie's eyes flashed, and he had a glimmer of hope for how strong he could be. Can it exceed the trillion level? The most suitable method has been found, and the next step is to repeat it. Waiting for the birth of the next crystal. Scientific training is so terrifying. After getting dressed, Edie left the underground laboratory. Just in time to see Hancock coming out of the elevator. Master Edie, you're awake. Her eyes lit up, she walked over in small steps, and held her arms affectionately. How long have I been in the cloning warehouse? 6 days. Hearing this, Edie nodded and asked doubtfully, what happened? You look very anxious. It's the soul tower. Hancock took a deep breath. Robin told me that her mother was resurrected. Play. Edie was stunned. Can the mother's soul be summoned back from the Sea of Souls in 6 days? He thought it would take a long time. You know, in the original simulation, it took him hundreds of years to finally turn an experimental subject into a soil fruit user. Edie's interest immediately increased. Let's go and have a look. Chapter 134 The Resurrection of Orovia, Akainu and the Shock of Red Hair. Come to the Soul Laboratory. In front of the glassware, Robin stood nervously, clasping his little hands together so hard that his knuckles turned white. There is Jesus beside him, who is using the power of the soul fruit to awaken the soul crystal. Mr. Edie, Sister Hanink. Robin noticed Edie and became emotional. Mr. Edie, Mom is resurrected. Don't rush yet. Edie comforted him, walked over curiously, and looked at the vessel. Through the glass, you can see a light red soul crystal, only the size of a soybean. Master Heavenly Father, Haizu stopped immediately. Go on, wake her up. Edie looked up at the big screen in the laboratory. The detection device can detect various data of this soul crystal. The displayed mass is 21 grams, which is exactly the average weight of an average human soul. The fluctuations of the soul are very strong, which means that it is not pure. As for whether she is Robin's mother, it is not certain now. Yes. Jesus continues to wake up. As the power of the soul fruit continues to be activated, the light red soul crystal gradually begins to melt. It changed from a solid soul substance to a gaseous state little by little. Is this considered gaseous? Edie thinks that this should be similar to the ghost state created by the Linlin fruit, but it looks like gas and cannot be roughly classified as a gaseous state. Not a gas. Soon, the ghostly soul material squirmed and deformed in the vessel, and its color gradually changed from light red to pink. Eventually, it turned into a little ghost. This ghost has a round head, and behind the head is a small spiral tail. Everyone stared nervously at the little pink ghost. Here it is. The little ghost opened his eyes. If the two round black holes could be called eyes. Mom! Robin shouted excitedly. Edie looked at the awakened soul and asked curiously, do you know who you are? The little ghost looked at Robin in confusion, and then looked at Yidong. Who I am? Robin was stunned. Edie secretly thought, no memory. The soul should have memory. You are Nicole Orovia, an archaeologist. Boom. It was as if a bolt of lightning had penetrated the little ghost's soul. Nicole Orovia. The name was like the key to the memory palace, little ghost. No, Orovia remembered it in an instant. 1500 years. When she returned to Ohara, she encountered Marine's Buster Call. In the raging flames of 203, she saw her 8-year-old daughter. The memory remains at the moment of death. I am Orovia, born on the island of scholars in West Blue, the holy land of archaeology, and I am an archaeologist. Die. Marine's Buster Call. The ghost Orovia regained her memory, and her dark eyes stared blankly at Robin. Robin? Are you Robin? She recognized Robin. Even though she had grown up, as a mother, Yuri recognized him immediately. Mom! Robin cried with joy, and the tears couldn't stop flowing down. After 12 years apart, mother and daughter reunited. This touching scene moved Hancock a little. Without disturbing the mother-daughter reunion, Edie looked at Orvia's condition curiously. Because of her awakening, the temperature in the laboratory dropped. The air conditioning from the underworld represents the power of death in the Shadow's real world. A bright red alarm reminder even appeared on the big screen in the laboratory. Edie's interest increased greatly and she wanted to do some experiments with the first resurrected soul. But considering that she was Robin's mother, she suppressed her inner impulse for the time being. At this time, Robin took Edie's hand and introduced Orovia. Mom, he is my husband, Mr. Edie. He is the world's #1 scientist. It was he who summoned your soul back from the underworld. After hearing her daughter's introduction, the ghost Orovia ignored the glassware, passed directly through the glass, and flew lightly in front of Edie. She first looked at her daughter's husband carefully, and then noticed another woman next to Edie. As a mother, she quickly determined that another beautiful woman also belonged to this magical scientist. So, your daughter is your mistress? Ghost Orovia felt strange in her heart, but having already died once, she looked away from everything. As long as my daughter is safe, that's fine. Thank you, Mr. Edie, for taking care of my daughter for my incompetent mother. You're welcome. When you are truly resurrected, you will still have a long time ahead. Edie smiled and said, you are just a soul that has come to this world now, not a true resurrection. Once you leave this soul tower, you will be absorbed by the soul sea again. Hearing this, Robin hurriedly asked, Mr. Edie, can you create a clone? General clones will have problems, it's best to be your own clone. Advertisement. Just like an organ transplant surgery, the body will reject it, and when a new soul is injected into other clones, some uncontrollable problems will also occur. Edie has yet to fully understand the specific abnormalities. Therefore, he asked bluntly, Orovia, your body. At this point, there was a pause. Asking me where my body is a bit outrageous. It's been 12 years. Ohara has long been in ruins, and Orovia is not like rocks. The corpses have great research value. Marine obviously wouldn't be kind enough to bury her somewhere. They were probably piled together with other people's corpses, burned on fire, or buried on the spot. Have you ever donated blood before your death? If there is her blood in the blood bank, even if it has expired, it may not have been disposed of yet. No, then do you have any reservations about your hair, nails, etc.? Avelia carefully recalled it for a moment and said softly, when I was looking for historical texts at sea, because I missed Robin who was far away in my hometown, I once made a rag doll by hand. On that rag doll was my hair. A rag doll? Where? Got burned during Operation Buster Call? Edie thought helplessly. In Ohara? Robin asked hurriedly. Robin, I have always carried that doll with me. It must have been burned with my body in the fire. Avelia floated to Robin's head, and a slender tentacle grew out of the ghost's round head, gently touching her daughter's face. Unfortunately, the ghost's body cannot be truly touched. Don't worry, I have no regrets if I can see you again. Tists. Robin obviously didn't want to give up and couldn't help but look at Edie, his eyes full of hope. Amazing Mr. Edie, please help me. No need to speak. Dee understood this sentence from her eyes. Clones of ordinary people will not work, but if it is a clone of Robin, the probability of problems will be smaller. Edie pondered. As for problems that really arise, we'll figure out how to solve them when the time comes. The genetic factors between mother and daughter are very similar, and the probability of problems is much smaller. This is the current best solution. Are we really looking for rag dolls? We might as well look for corpses. Robin's eyes lit up and he hugged Edie excitedly. Mr. Edie, please use my blood factor to clone. Okay, I understand, don't hold me so tightly. The admiration in her eyes became stronger and stronger. She used to have more admiration than love, but now her love cannot be concealed. As a mother, Orovia couldn't help but smile like an ant. Unfortunately, the ghost state does not have such rich expressions and looks silly. The daughter seems to love her husband very much and has found a very powerful man. She thought with blessings. Orovia, please forgive me for a while. When you wake up again, you can truly return to this colorful world. Edie activated the soul ring and reached out to grab the opponent. As he spoke, the ghost's body quickly shrank and finally turned into a pink soul ball. Let's go to the cloning laboratory. Next, Edie comes to the underground laboratory. He drew Robin's blood and extracted the blood factor from it. As an assistant, Robin assisted, and it only took 2 hours to get everything done. The embryo was injected into the #1 special cloning chamber, and at the same time the soul of Orovia was injected. I don't seem to be able to help you much. Hancock watched the whole process. At this time, he made a cup of coffee and handed it to Edie, who had been working hard for 2 hours. Edie took a sip of coffee and chuckled. Everyone has something they're good at, Hancock. I need your strength in the future. Yes, I am always ready. Hancock nodded. Catchy, couldn't help but think of his daughter. How is little snake girl doing on Daughter's Island? Edie suddenly remembered something interesting. Robin, your mother was resurrected with your clone. 2 years later, when she walked out of the cloning warehouse, her physical age was only 10 years old. His tone was full of ridicule. When the time comes, if you call her mother, she should also call you mother. What a messy ethical relationship this is. Robin rolled her eyes at him and said angrily. Then wait a few more years and wait until you are 20 before you come out. Are those sisters? If you think about it carefully, there are now mother and daughter Tianyu Shi and sisters Nasu Tang in the research institute. In the future, there will be another pair of Robin and Orovia, who are both mother and daughter, as well as sisters. Then wait 4 years. The soul resurrection experiment was a great success, and Edie immediately began a second attempt. He asked second generation 66 and 77 to pray and stay in the soul tower every day. Resurrection of the souls of first generation 66 and 77. If these two people can also be resurrected, it means that the soul tower he created does have the power to resurrect the souls of the dead. It can be reproduced. After the news about Robin's mother's resurrection spread, other women were shocked but also felt moved. When Tianue learned about this, he immediately thought of his deceased husband, Kazuki Oden. But I have been committed to Dr. Edie for many years, so why resurrect him? Should he be allowed to come alive and admire himself and Mr. Edie sleeping together at night outside the door? Advertisement. When Tianue thought of such a thing, she couldn't help but blush, secretly cursing herself for being a shameless woman. In her memory, Kazuki Oden's appearance was already very blurry. Now that I am immortal, I will have only one husband from now on. Tianue was sitting in front of the dressing mirror, and the self in the mirror was still the same as before. Time cannot leave any trace on her face. Mr. Edie is such an amazing man. He can even resurrect the dead. What else can he do? Pair Edie with Kazuki Oden by, Tianue asked himself, the two of them are not men of the same level at all. Kazuki Oden is a fool, and his own stupidity led to the fall of Wano-kuni. With the passage of time, after the filter of the past faded away, Tianue couldn't help but sigh in his heart. I was really caught by Oden's virus back then, and I fell in love with such a person. The other side. At night, Ginny finally got what she wanted. Although there were some twists and turns in the process, she finally gave away her virginity and became a real woman. Although it was her first time, Ginny showed great enthusiasm. Edie couldn't help but sigh. It's terrible for a woman who has been suppressed for many years to explode. The next day, after Edie woke up, she received a call from Mao Rabbit. Heavenly Father, found Akainu. The excited voice of Mao Rabbit came from the phone bug's walkie-talkie, and he seemed to be sincerely happy that he had completed a task. Before Edie could speak, Maodo exclaimed, "It's bad, Lord Heavenly Father, Akainu seems to have discovered me." Edie was speechless for a moment. This silly and adorable mermaid was really unreliable. Lord Heavenly Father, arrest him? I have summoned Poseidon to surround his warships. Oh, now that we're fighting, Akainu is quite powerful. Edie asked simply. Where? I don't know. In the waters of New World, I'll ask Sea Kings. Then I heard Usagi's voice asking Sea Kings. After a moment, he replied. My lord, Sea Kings said this is the sea area near Wano-kuni. Akainu seems to be chasing the red-haired pirate. Group. Still chasing redheads? Have been for 2 years. Edie cursed in his heart. Just hold him back, I'll send someone to help you. I can solve it by myself. Usagi doesn't think Akainu is his opponent. She is the strongest earthly branch, at least for now. You idiot, the target is his soul. Edie hung up the communication and immediately called 2 people on the ground. Just happened to drop by Wano-kuni. Calculating time, Kaido has almost completed the founding of the country. In the simulation, Wano-kuni will be attacked by a national treasure soon. As for the little guy, I didn't care about him in the simulation, but I couldn't watch Kaido being killed in reality. Besides, Yamato is still at Wano-kuni. This time, in addition to bringing 2 earthly branches, Robin was also brought along. Pluton's matter requires her strength. Master Edie, be careful. Outside the entrance of the institute, Hancock and others saw him off. Don't worry, soon the days of hiding in the sky will be over. After saying goodbye to his wives, Edie took Robin to Chenlong's head. Soon, the green dragon disappeared into the clouds. At the same time, New World, a sea area about several hundred kilometers away from Wano-kuni. Akainu's right fist turned into lava and killed the Sea Kings with 1 punch. Around the warship, there were dozens of corpses of Sea Kings. He stood on the body of one of the Sea Kings and looked at the mermaid with an ugly expression. Damn it, I can't finish killing them, there are more and more of them. Akainu's face looked very ugly. When they were first discovered, there were only a dozen, but soon they turned into dozens, and then. Now, as far as the eye can see in all directions, there are Sea Kings emerging from the sea. I can't even tell how many there are. Such a huge number of Sea Kings attacking him with a purpose was obviously not a normal situation. Akainu stared behind Sea Kings, at the top of one of the island whales. A mermaid was lying on a bubble, eating snacks and looking at him leisurely. Is this mermaid the mastermind? Akainu's expression is extremely solemn. What's going on with the mermaid who can control Sea Kings? It's not just Akainu. Also surrounded by Sea Kings, there are red hair pirates. But they were not attacked by Sea Kings, just because the sea was full of Sea Kings, making it impossible for their ships to escape. On deck, Usopp put down the telescope and said in shock. Sure enough, it's the mermaid who is controlling it. It's unbelievable. Can the mermaid control the Sea Kings? In this case, why is the Fishman Island so miserable? Young mermaids are very popular in the slave market. The redhead took a deep breath to suppress the shock in his heart. Others don't know, but he knows because he was once Roger's crew member and knows about the prophecy, the confession, and the mermaid princess. That's not an ordinary mermaid, that's the mermaid princess of this generation. One of the 3 ancient weapons, Poseidon. Chapter 135 Marine. Akainu Admiral, have you rebelled? Poseidon. The red-haired crew members were all shocked and their jaws dropped. Humanoid ancient weapon. No wonder you can control sea kings. One person can even destroy the world. It's so scary. From observation Haki's perception, everything within a radius of dozens of kilometers is sea kings. There are hundreds of them just floating on the surface of the sea, and there are even more terrifying beings under the sea. Everyone was thankful that they were not targeted. Akainu is really miserable. I don't know why I provoked that mermaid. Vice Captain Ben Beckman looked intently into the distance. His eyesight was so strong that he could clearly see the appearance of the rabbit even from thousands of meters away. As a playboy, he was surprised by Maodu's beauty. But what surprised him even more was Maodu's eyes. Picking up a cigarette and lighting it, Beckman took a puff to calm down. Shanks, did you notice those mermaid eyes? The redhead nodded. The mermaid has sapphire-like eyes, and the pupils are star-shaped. It is the same as the earthly branches under Dr. Edie, except that the earthly branches have golden star eyes. With such a unique pupil shape, it's hard not to think of it in that way. Not only that. When we went to the Fishman Island, according to Shiarli's prophecy, the mermaid princess born in the future should be only 6 years old this year. Not such a big mermaid. There are only 2 possibilities. The prophecy was wrong. Or perhaps, the mermaid we saw today is a clone of the doctor. That person is really unfathomable. Beckman sighed. He actually controls the power of the ancient weapon. While the red hair pirates were onlookers, the dogs were still fighting hard. The sea kings all have strange shapes. One of them resembles a Madara horse, with black and white Madara dots on its skin. The half of its body above the water is hundreds of meters long. It opened its mouth and sprayed a jet of water towards Akainu. To it was a column of water, but to Akainu it was a huge wave. A huge wave is coming. Akainu's expression changed, and he punched out against the huge wave. Great eruption. The magma struck by the punch expanded rapidly, reaching a height of 100 meters in the blink of an eye. After colliding with the water jets ejected by Madara sea kings, the high temperature immediately evaporates the seawater into steam. Steam filled the air and a thick fog arose from the sea. Behind Akainu, the sailors on the warship were frightened, and despair enveloped everyone. Akainu Admiral, we can't finish the killing, we are finished. Thick fog blocked the view, and the figure of the leader sea kings was looming in the thick garden. Akainu had no intention of paying attention to his subordinates. Facing so many sea kings, he did not dare to be careless. A water column hit again in the thick fog, but Akainu also resolved it with one move. Are these damn sea kings playing? Akainu soon discovered an anomaly. These sea kings seemed not to be allowed to sink warships, but just surrounded them and continuously sprayed out seawater. It's more like playing than fighting. If you really want to destroy the warship, launch an attack from the bottom of the sea and swallow it in one bite. Warships are nothing to these sea kings. Deal with that mermaid. Realizing this, Akainu immediately abandoned his subordinates, dodged, and quickly headed towards Usagi. He was like an arrow tearing through the dense fog. The island whale beneath Usagi emitted a unique sound wave. Uotu, who was eating snacks and watching the show, blinked. Retreat to a safe distance? It's okay, I'm very strong. If Heavenly Father hadn't asked her to hold Akainu back, she could have solved it on her own. While thinking, he raised his finger in the direction of Akainu's attack. The fingertips flashed with black electricity. Bad flash. The electric light gathered into a ball of dark hockey energy. However, there was a misfire. The black electric light flashed a few times, and finally disappeared without a sound. It's so difficult to control, and it failed again. Maodu's eyelids drooped, and he pursed his lips and muttered. If other earthly branches saw this scene, they would probably be so shocked that their eyes would bulge out. A move that no one else could learn, but the stupid Usagi could actually use it. Maodu didn't even inform Lord Heavenly Father, and planned to give Lord Heavenly Father a big surprise after he fully mastered it one day. She is not stupid, she is a little genius, this move. In the thick fog, Akainu's figure has reached the top of the island whale's head. He made a fist with his right hand, wrapped it in lava, and hid Usagi brazenly. Your eyes. That's it, you are the earthly branch. Dark Hound. Akainu finally discovered Usagi's identity and became even more ruthless. The molten right fist suddenly extended. I'm Maodu. With a cute answer, Utu waved her left hand forward, and the liquid overflowing from her palm formed a crescent shape in the air as she waved. Hit the water. The crescent-shaped water jet arrived first and was faster than Akainu's Dark Hound. Boom. The water jet wrapped with red lightning struck Akainu in the abdomen. Advertisement in an instant, Akainu opened his mouth, spit out blood, and flew backwards at a faster speed. Conqueror's entanglement. He thought in disbelief, and with a bang, he flew thousands of meters away and crashed into the warship. The sailors on the warship didn't even see what happened, they only felt the warship shaking violently. A large hole appeared in the deck. Been penetrated. Enemy attack. No, it's Sakazuki Admiral. Below the deck, Akainu lay on the ground, feeling extremely shaken. He has not been having fun these years. After becoming Admiral, he has not relaxed at all and has been working hard to become stronger. His fruit abilities are more mature, his hockey is also stronger. His physical skills have improved greatly, but he still couldn't dodge the blow from Mao Rabbit just now. He only uses hockey to protect the affected part, but even so, the opponent's hockey is still above him. Hitting the water? Akainu gritted his teeth and stood up, jumping to the deck in one leap. Akainu Admiral. The sailors were dripping with cold sweat. What should we do? Sea Kings has completely blocked the sea area, and there is no place to run. Don't panic, I will solve it, Akainu snorted coldly, although he didn't know how to solve it. As an admiral he had to stay calm. What hits the water? It's basically a slashing attack. The water jet entangled Conqueror's haki, and its power could probably cut through a mountain. It was just a casual blow from the opponent, monster among monsters. The earthly branches are already a group of monsters, and this mermaid is at the monster level among the monsters. Suddenly, Akainu frowned and raised his head. The sea surface, which was originally filled with thick fog, seemed darker and darker now. Unknowingly, dark clouds appeared in the sky. The thick clouds made people breathless. Open black lens bracket 013903420 Filu 1130624330 close black lens bracket. A green dragon descended from the clouds. Edie. Akainu's expression changed and he immediately shouted, "You did show up, what's your purpose?" Edie stood on the faucet, looking down at Nangshi below. The steam blocked his vision, and he could only vaguely see a warship and the vague figures on the warship. He frowned. Boom! In an instant, Conqueror's haki radiated outward, like a hurricane passing through. The thick fog on the sea surface was quickly dispersed. Cold sweat dripped from Akainu's forehead. What a terrifying Conqueror's haki. He couldn't help but think of his first encounter with the other party in the capital of Seven Waters. 7 or 8 years have passed, and he has become stronger, but it seems that he has not become stronger. At that time, he only thought the opponent's moves were weird, but now it was completely different. Simply powerful. Seeing the thick fog dissipating, Edie restrained himself from haki and looked down at Akainu from the dragon's head. Seeing blood spilling from the corner of Akainu's mouth, he immediately smiled. "We haven't seen each other for a few years, why are you like this?" As he said that, he looked at the red hair pirates not far away. "Long time no see, red hair, you have grown up too, I'm very happy." The red-haired man's eyes narrowed. In an instant, red lightning burst out all over his body, and one of the lightning bolts quickly headed towards Edie in the sky. Behind him, many crew members rolled their eyes and fainted. The fat chef Lucky Lou shouted, "Don't release Conquerors indiscriminately, boss. Others can't hold it back." Except for the cadres, the crew members fell to the ground. Red lightning wrapped around Edie. Edie gently raised his left hand, and the lightning flowed in his palm. "Nice Conquerors. I learned the moves from you," the red-haired grinned. "Emperor, is my daughter okay?" He made a fist with his right hand, and in an instant, the red-haired Conquerors was annihilated in his palm. Edie chuckled and said, "Your daughter is very good. Ta has not done me a big favor recently." Thanks to Uda being able to summon the Demon King of Song, the Demon King of Song used his soul to help him build the Soul Tower. "Really? Then I feel relieved." The red-haired haki restrained himself. In recent months, his daughter often told him on the phone that she had learned another musical instrument, saying that she wanted to entrust Master Edie with 10 grand concerts in the future, etc. "I have become completely familiar with Edie and seem to have a good relationship with her." The red-haired man even thought that it would be better to leave his daughter in the research institute than to become a pirate with him. Above the dragon head, Robin whispered, "Is he little Uda's father?" "It's not like that at all. It's my adoptive father." When saying this, Edie's expression was a little subtle. He was said to be an adoptive father, but in fact he was only a few years old, and he was only 18 years old when he took him away. And now Uda is 11 years old. Putting aside the vague memory of the time when she was 2 or 3 years old, for Uda, she spent much longer on Beehive Island. Said to be an adoptive father, he is more like. Shaking his head, Edie stopped talking to the red hair and looked at the warship again. At the same time, red lightning flashed from the corner of his eyes. A flash of red lightning fell from the sky and struck the bed instantly. "What?" Akainu was shocked, and red light flashed all over his body. Conqueror's haki bound him like a chain. Edie walked in the air, walking from the dragon's head to the warship step by step, as if stepping on invisible stairs, and walked to Akainu. The sailors on the deck were frightened and retreated tremblingly. Advertisement: the pressure given by Dr. Edie is too strong. Can you, Akainu, not even get away from this? In the plot, the Green Bull was intimidated by the red hair with Conquerors from hundreds of kilometers away, making it unable to move. Zero, please give me flowers. This moment is just like that moment. The future Marine Admiral Green Bull is also Akainu's little fanboy. "Who are you looking down on?" Akainu roared angrily and exploded with all his strength. As he shouted, the red lightning that restrained him was bounced away. Akainu regained his mobility and immediately distanced himself backwards. However, after he retreated more than 10 meters, Edie disappeared from his field of vision at the same time. Akainu's pupils shrank. This is not a question of speed. Just disappeared suddenly, a hand pressed on his chest. Along with the palm appearing, Yitong was supposed to disappear. "If you want a safe distance, at least run to a place where you can't see me." Edie smiled and released countless ghost particles from his palm. 200 billion seal. In an instant, 200 billion ghost particles adhered to the surface of Akainu's soul. Logia lava fruit's ability is sealed. It's like having several tons of 100% pure sea stone on your body. Akainu felt weak, plopped, and knelt down on one knee. Outsiders had no idea what was going on. It looked like Marine Admiral was paying homage to King Edie. "Sakazuki Admiral?" The sailors were shocked. "Admiral, have you rebelled?" If Admiral rebels, should they follow him? Some people are still thinking about this issue, but some have already taken action. Join the Emperor. Many clever sailors immediately dropped their weapons and imitated Akainu's example, quickly kneeling down to salute. If someone takes the lead, others will naturally follow suit quickly. In the blink of an eye, the sailors on the warship were kneeling on the ground. Edie and Akainu were both speechless. A bunch of idiots, Akainu yelled angrily. Does he want to kneel? This is untenable. If it were any other ability user, he would be completely inexperienced if he used this trick. Akainu's breathing became heavy and he gritted his teeth and said, Your target is my blood factor? Are you finally targeting me? You want my clone? And your soul? As for the clones, I'm sorry, but the last two earthly branches don't need to be cloned at the level of generals. Edie closed the transparent ring in front of Akainu. After 5 seconds passed, he activated the soul ring. He spread his fingers and grasped Akainu's forehead. Akainu groaned, and Edie pulled out the pink soul material from the body. The pain that tore apart his soul made him dizzy. The soul is being taken away. This is Bigmom's ability. The last two earthly branches? Akainu's face darkened. He had a hunch that since the other party could tell him this information without any scruples, it meant that when the last two earthly branches were born, it would be. You were right. Soon, the inherently evil 5 elders will die. Edie put away Akainu's soul and floated slowly. You can report to the 5 elders and let them wait to die in fear. You can also wait silently for the final outcome. I will always treat you Marines with the same kindness as I treat pets. Goodbye, Akainu. The next time we meet, it should be a celebration of great changes in the world. After leaving a few words, Edie left in style on the Blue Dragon, taking the rabbit with him along the way. As Poseidon left, hundreds of sea kings surrounding the warship dived into the seabed and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The dark clouds dispersed and the sky cleared, but Akainu's heart felt cold. The sailors who were kneeling nearby stood up one after another and looked at each other awkwardly. A commodore came over and whispered, Akainu Admiral, do you want to report to your superiors today? I will tell Sengoku personally. Akainu took a deep breath and looked at the red-hair pirates, only to find that the pirates had already taken the opportunity to escape. Return. He turned around and returned to the cabin. The feeling of weakness in his body still existed. He endured the discomfort and dialed Sengoku's number and reported what had just happened. You cannot rely on the fruit's ability. You must train hockey to the point where you can compete with the opponent. I must become stronger. After hanging up the communication, Akainu frowned. So do nothing? The last two people will be like the rabbit just now? He didn't understand what Sengoku was trying to do. Near the Seven Waters capital, the next time you face Edie, you can't be defeated so simply. You should come back first and don't disclose this matter to the 5 elders. Sengoku's tone was deep and emotionless. In short, for the sake of world peace, we should do what we should do. Akainu is determined to go back to practice and does not want to perform any more missions in the short term. Akainu cares more about Usagi than whether 5 elders will die or not. Do you know the huge hole in the sea 2 years ago? After listening, Sengoku's answer shocked the bed dog. I'm afraid that is the power controlled by the 5 elders, and the target is the Golden Lion. Where should he put his dignified admiral face? However, considering that Edie let him go again, he did not report the matter to a higher level. Marshal Sengoku, what does this mean? Chapter 136. Sister, you are so brave, can you call me little boy? Wano-kuni. When Edie came to this country again on the Green Dragon, the island was completely different from the past. The ruins of ancient Wano-kuni have emerged from the bottom of the inland sea. The ancient Wano-kuni was flush with the real sea and was more than 1,000 times larger than the current Wano-kuni. For unknown reasons, people 800 years ago built a high wall around the island around ancient Wano-kuni and started a closed-door policy. The accumulation of rainwater over the years has caused the water level inside the wall to rise, forming an inland sea. Therefore, the people of Wano-kuni abandoned the country that was flooded by rain and built the new Wano-kuni on the mountainside of Fujiyama. At this time, looking down from a high place, Edie and others can see the ruins of ancient Wano-kuni, and many Wano-kuni craftsmen are cleaning the ruins. Pluton is buried in this country. Robin had heard of Wano-kuni, and as a knowledgeable archaeologist, he knew about some of the major countries in the world. The samurai of Wano-kuni are very famous in the world, and many famous swords are produced in this country. Well, let's go see Xiaodi first. Edie ordered Shenlong to go to Wado. Because the inland sea disappeared and the buoyancy of the seawater was lost, the island became no longer safe. The flower capital is not bad, it is built around the mountainside of Kuoshan. However, several large areas outside Wado have become floating and may fall at any time. People from other regions ran to the flower capital to avoid disaster and tragic death someday. Of course, one Wado cannot accommodate so many people, so there are temporary wooden houses everywhere outside Wado. General Kaido. No, that's Dr. Edie and Shenlong. Dr. Edie, please help us. When they saw the green dragon flying in the sky, someone recognized Shenlong and immediately shouted towards the sky. Robin covered his mouth and chuckled. You have a very high reputation here, 150. Edie ignored it and went straight to General City. Walking into the city with ease, Yamato rushed out immediately. Uncle Edie. Yamato smiled broadly, stepped on his clogs, and made a series of clicking sounds. After rushing to Edie, he threw himself into his arms. To be precise, he held Edie in his arms. Edie only felt the fragrance of milk overflowing. After years of hard work, the crops were growing well. Edie suddenly realized what George Floyd was feeling before he died. I can't breathe. After pushing Yamato away, Edie discovered that there were two little followers behind Yamato. One male and one female. Both of them have horns similar to bullhorns on their heads. Unlike Yamato's horns, the horns of these two people are white. When they saw Edie, both of them greeted with some fear. Master Edie. Yamato proudly introduced with his hands on his hips. Uncle Edie, these are my little brother and sister, Runchi and Peggy Wan. Totally like a child king. Edie couldn't laugh or cry, of course he knew these two people. Calculating the age, Run is 12 years old this year, and his younger brother Peggy Wan is 10 years old. Both of them are ability users of the zone ancient species, namely Pachycephalosaurus and Spinosaurus. Their father was a pirate who died young and entrusted the siblings to Kaido. As the older sister, Runti is very smart and knows that if she wants to survive in Beast's pirates, she must have the strength to climb to the top. So, she stole Kaido's 2 devil fruits and became an Esper. Now, he has become Qian Beiyu, the second of the 6 future Linlin players. Speaking of which, is there any Linlin Luji in the 100 Beasts group now? Edie was a little confused and asked in a friendly tone as if he were treating a small pet, "Hello, where is the little guy?" The gentle tone instantly captured the little girl's heart. Coupled with his handsome appearance and the gentle temperament of a mature man, Xiao Runti showed a silly smile inadvertently. Little guy is at the bottom of Tangshan Mountain, digging for something with Master Jin, Master Kuishin, and Master Jack. The little girl foolishly imitated Edie's words without knowing it. The younger brother Peggy Wan was startled and hurriedly pulled the corner of his sister's clothes. Oni-sama, Kaido-sama, this is the world of Kaido. Can you call me my sister? Sister, why are you so brave? Scared to death. Oh, I'm sorry. After reacting, Runti's eyes widened and she hurriedly apologized. It's over, you won't be killed, right? Edie was also startled for a moment, and then couldn't help laughing and said, is the little guy so scary? Kaido-sama is so scary, Junshi nodded fiercely. Don't worry, I won't tell you. Edie laughed, touched the little girl's head, and stepped onto the corridor. Yamato and others immediately followed. Master Edie is really handsome, Runchi covered his face. It wasn't the first time she met Edie, she'd been in the Beast's pirates since she was little, but the conversation was the first. I was very familiar with Yamato when I was a child, and we were playmates for a while. I often heard about Uncle Edie from His Highness Yamato. But later, His Highness ran away to Beehive Island, and there was no one of the same age in the group. We didn't meet again until recently. Advertisement seeing that her sister was still standing there in a daze, Peggy Wan quickly whispered, Sister, let's go, Edie has left. Runti came back to her senses and said hurriedly, What are you still doing? Peyton, hurry up and follow. As he said that, he jogged to keep up. If Peggy's expression is speechless, it's obviously your sister who is in a daze. The other side. Under the leadership of Yamato, Edie came to a Japanese house. Upon learning of his arrival, the officers of the Beast's pirates rushed over. It's not the 3 disasters, but the 6 cadres under the 3 disasters, the 6 Linlins, the 6 strongest people in the real fight. Also called Fei Liubao, which has the same pronunciation as Fei Liufeng, it is a form of opera performance. Master Edie, I am Black Maria, one of the 6 Beasts pirates. One of the 6 sons, Fozzie Ford, Sasaki, except for 3 of the 6 children whom Edie knew, Edie had never heard of the names of the other 3. The 6 people greeted respectfully. Someone has been contacted by Kaido-sama. Black Maria among them said quickly, Master Edie, please wait patiently for a while tasting the wine. I don't drink. Edie shook his head. Uncle Edie only loves coffee, I'll prepare it. Yamato happily ran to make coffee. Black Maria quickly knelt down and apologized. I'm very sorry, Master Edie, I didn't know your taboos. She was wearing a black low cut off the shoulder kimono. She was a tall and sexy beauty, and even her apologetic voice made her eyebrows sultry. Be careful next time. Edie smiled slightly, but looked at the other Linlin Luji. When Fozzie Ford saw Edie looking at him, he was suddenly startled. I wonder what I can do for you. You're the one escorting Rubber Fruit, right? Edie smiled. Foz Fu's expression changed slightly, but he didn't dare to hide it and admitted it honestly. More than 2 years ago, he was a member of CP9. As a potential stock, he was expected together with the talented Rob Lucci. However, under the orders of the world government, when East Blue was guarding a devil fruit named Rubber Fruit, encountered red hair pirates halfway, the fruit was snatched away, and the mission failed. He was imprisoned and was severely tortured during his detention. The interrogator didn't believe what he said. What was taken away by the red hair? It was all a lie. The 5 elders suspect that he is a spy sent by Edie. It is reasonable for 5 elders to have such a judgment. After all, not long after the rubber fruit was robbed, Edie led an attack on Mariajoy, and a person with abilities like Caillou who failed to awaken appeared. But Fozzie Fu was wronged. He couldn't tell the pain, but everything was true. The rubber fruit was indeed snatched away by the red hair. The interrogator even mocked him, saying just pray to the sun god Nika, maybe he will come to save you. Desperate, he did pray to the sun god, but unfortunately, no sun god came to save him. Later, the torturer died, and was killed for mentioning Nika, the sun god. After learning about this, he escaped from prison overnight. He didn't understand why the mere knowledge or mention of Nika, the sun god, was banned. But he didn't believe in the sun god because no one saved him. He knew it would be his turn next. So, after escaping from prison, he established the Phosphoo Pirates, entered the new world where the world government was weak and then conquered by Kaido. In fact, he would rather join Dr. Edie's command, but Kaido, one of the 3 emperors, would be fine too. At least it's safe in the short term. That was a month ago. In just 1 month, he became one of the 6 strongest real players and became the 6th volley player. And today, at this moment, now, he knelt in front of Edie and said those words sincerely. How can I help you? You were implicated by me. Edie smiled after hearing his story. Although without me, your ending would be similar. Phosphoo. The 6 men next to him suddenly looked at him with disdain. You actually betrayed Kaido-sama in front of everyone? Pay allegiance to the rumored Dr. Edie. Huh, how can you enjoy such a good thing all to yourself? There are a few more Luigi who are eager to give it a try. But before they could speak, Edie said, Are you a capable person? Yes, I am Zone, Catfruit, ancient species, saber-toothed tiger form of ability user. Phosphoo said quickly, the opportunity to rise to prominence is right in front of him, although my strength is low, I will definitely be able to serve you. All I can offer is 100% loyalty. 100% loyal? Aren't clones more loyal than you? Edie cursed in his heart, and his eyes pointed at the throat next to him. Seeing this, Shanao immediately stepped forward, took out a devil fruit, and placed it in front of Phosphoo. Others don't know it, they just think it's a devil fruit. 0. But Fox, his eyes widened and he blurted out in disbelief. This is rubber fruit. Advertisement, it's not the one you escorted, it's the artificial rubber fruit I made. Edie smiled and said calmly, I am preparing to conduct an experiment. The original subject of the experiment is not you, but I will give you a chance. The original experimental subjects were 3 disasters like Jack or Quinn. Jin can't do it, Jin has awakened. You, please say it. Phosphoo's scalp was numb and he had a bad premonition. Eat it. What? Phosphoo was startled. The other 6 disciples also showed shocked expressions. A person can only eat 1 devil fruit. Dr. Edie, the world's #1 scientist, cannot possibly not know this iron law, right? This is a special devil fruit, you can rest assured. Edie sat cross-legged, chuckled and said, its real name is called Zone. Illusionary beast type hyphenation point Nika form, Ren. Hearing this, Phosphoo was stunned and shocked. He finally understood why he was being tortured. Rubber fruit turns out to be Nika fruit. As a zone fruit, it has self-awareness. Most of you are zone-capable people, so you should be very aware of this. But I used some means to suppress the will of Nika in this fruit. So you can eat with confidence. This is a lie. Edie didn't suppress Nika's will, but in another way. It is well known. Not well known, not many people know about it. Devil fruit's ability affects the soul and also changes a person's bloodline factor. In the past, Edie believed that a person could not eat 2 devil fruits because blood factors would conflict and lead to collapse. But as he studied the soul tower, he gradually understood. The blood factor is only the superficial reason, the real reason lies in the soul. Therefore, he created special artificial rubber fruit. During the manufacturing process, soul matter was added to it. That is to say, in fact, this fruit is not a devil fruit, but a special soul with devil fruit abilities. If a zone's Esper eats it, Edie predicts 3 outcomes. First, the bloodline factor collapses and dies. Second, one's own soul collapses and dies. Third, it swallowed the soul in the fruit and took on the form of Nika. Let me tell you this, the probability of death is not low, but once you succeed, you will gain powerful power and become another form of sun god. Edie stared at Phosphoo and chuckled. You don't want to take revenge on the world government? Hearing this, Phosphoo fell into a struggle. On the one hand, he really wants to join Edie's team and gain asylum. On the other hand, the immediate opportunity represents an extremely high mortality rate. Will you die? Since it is an experiment, of course there is danger, but death is not inevitable. What is the probability of death? 50%. If you die, the country will live. Edie thought for a moment and said, if the experiment fails, I will try my best to save you. Theoretically, even if he fails 0.1, he can still use the power of the soul fruit to extract the soul from the fruit, thereby ensuring the survival of the experimental subject. But this is just theory, he hasn't really tested it, so who knows what the results will be. Precisely because this is the first experiment, Phosphoo or other powerful zone is needed. Otherwise, couldn't he use it directly on Shenlong? Regarding the decision he was facing, Phosphoo was silent for a long time, then gritted his teeth and picked up the artificial rubber fruit. I eat, doctor, please try your best to ensure my life. If I fail and die miserably, I hope that at least one of the 5 elders will be buried with me in the future. His past experiences made him hate the world government, especially the 5 elders. He wants to join Edie's team because Dr. Edie has the ability to help him get revenge. Don't worry, you will survive. Hearing this, Phosphoo took a deep breath, tremblingly handed the fruit to his mouth, opened his mouth and swallowed it in one gulp. Seeing this, several of the 6 disciples around looked shocked. Are you really not afraid of death? There is a 50% chance of death, how dare you eat this? Oh. The moment he ate the fruit, Phosphoo let out a shrill scream. His face was distorted and his hair turned white instantly. The next moment, he entered the beast form uncontrollably. A huge saber-toothed tiger appeared in the room. What was different from the past was that the saber-toothed tiger in front of him was completely white. Roar. The tiger roared. The sound pressure shook the entire general city and strong winds raged. Qianlong and Shenao immediately stood in front of Edie to protect the safety of Lord Heavenly Father. Edie narrowed his eyes and said, Zhengren, it's just as I expected, half of the success is already done. Stay alive, Foz Fu, and I will give you the name, Nika Tiger. Chapter 137 The Birth of Nika Tiger, the Pluton battleship comes to light again. This is the second human experiment on Nika fruit. Compared with the awakening failure, Nika Bai, created last time, Edie is much more confident this time. The rampaging saber-toothed tiger in front of him possessed some of the characteristics after awakening from the Nika fruit. The hair is as white as snow, white saber-toothed tiger. This is not a simple Nika fruit awakening, but a person who possesses the fusion state of saber-toothed tiger form and Nika form at the same time. What's going on here? Yamato, who returned with hot coffee, walked into the house and was stunned by the scene in front of him. The little girl Runti who was hiding in the corner quickly explained, Your Highness Yamato, Lord Edie fed Fozzie a rubber fruit, and that's what happened after that. Rubber fruit? Nika the sun god. Yamato understands the situation, and she knows that a person can achieve awakening by eating 2 identical zone fruits. Eat 2 rubber fruits and you will awaken as Nika, the sun god. But it was the same fruit, and this Kefu was originally an ability user.
Uncle Edie, are you conducting some kind of experiment? You look like you're going crazy. Yamato came to Edie with coffee and asked curiously. The saber-toothed tiger was still roaring. Edie picked up the coffee and took a calm sip. Hancock brewed it deliciously. Qianlong, throw him out, don't let him cause too much damage. Yes. Qianlong immediately entered the human-animal form, ducked behind the saber-toothed tiger, and kicked the white tiger out of General City. Qianlong, don't move, let me do it. Yamato excitedly took out his mace and chased after him, leave it to me. While running, her body shape changed and she entered the human-animal form. Zone Inu dog fruit phantom beast species Oko true god form. Yamato secretly ate this fruit because she was hungry when she was little. Kaido beat her up when she found out. Qianlong had no choice but to obey Heavenly Mother's order and had no choice but to look at Heavenly Father. Go help her, don't let her get hurt. Yes, Qianlong took action immediately. Soon, there was a fight outside. The other 6 guys wanted to see the excitement, but they didn't dare to act casually in front of Edie. Edie slowly drank a cup of coffee, then stood up and said to everyone. If you want to see it, go and see it. After receiving the approval, Lucy immediately rushed out, leaving only the Black Maria area. Aren't you going? Sir Edie, you are a guest. How can you leave the guests and run to watch the excitement? Black Maria maintained a kneeling posture, with a sultry voice and an attentive attitude. Edie turned around and walked outside the door, flying with him in the air. Shenho and Maodu followed immediately. Black Maria had no choice but to follow him out, and Sister Runti also followed secretly. Everyone came to the outside of Shogun Castle, where Yamato and Baihu were having a fierce fight. Chiron, a nearby resident, came to watch from a distance. The white saber-toothed tiger who has awakened the Nika form also possesses the ability of rubber fruit, and his combat power soars. Yamato Conqueror's Haki is complete, and with Edie's careful teaching, Haki's energy level has exceeded 100 billion, and her strength is a little stronger than Shinho. The two of them were evenly matched against each other. Double fruit ability users are different from ordinary dual fruit abilities. It's a combination of 2 zone abilities. Edie watched the changes in the white saber-toothed tiger and thought to himself. It is not uncommon for people with double fruit abilities, Little Sand Crocodile as a person with double Logia abilities. But Foz Fu's state is more unique. It is not only a double zone, but also a combination of 2 zone fruits, 2 powers fused together. It's amazing. This guy's fighting ability has changed significantly compared to before. Black Maria was very shocked. For this newcomer, although Foz Fu's previous performance was pretty good, it is completely different now and has surpassed the 6th level. She couldn't help but take a peek at Edie in midair. She could easily create such a powerful esper. He was worthy of being the world's #1 scientist. A mysterious man who broke many common sense. The other 4 brothers were also stunned, as if their former good brothers suddenly lived in a villa and drove a luxury car. The Runti siblings also opened their eyes wide, staring in disbelief at the white saber-toothed tiger fighting His Highness Yamato. The battle did not last long. In less than half an hour, Fozzie Fu had regained his self-awareness. After regaining consciousness, he immediately transformed into a human-animal form, and a white flame cloud was born on his body. Ha 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 ha. This power is amazing. He laughed endlessly, and along with the laughter, there was the sound of the liberation drum. As long as my heartbeat is still there, my power is endless. Yamato hit him on the head with a stick and stopped suddenly when he heard it. Have you recovered? Yamato had a regretful expression on his face. It is rare to have the opportunity to discuss with others on weekdays. Because she is the Heavenly Mother, the earthly branches dare not touch her for fear of hurting even one of her hairs. If you look for Hancock, you will be immediately killed. Tiantiangguo is too lazy. Therefore, she cherishes the rare opportunity to fight to her heart's content. As a result, Fozzie Fu regained his self-awareness within half an hour. Advertisement. HMPH, Your Highness Yamato, you are no longer my opponent. Fozzie Fu shook the tiger's paw and said in a proud tone, no, maybe even Lord Kaido can't beat me. Hearing this, Yamato's expression became subtle. A voice sounded behind Foz Fu. Really? Overtaken me already? You want to be Joey Boy too? Foz Fu's expression suddenly froze. He turned his head mechanically and saw Kaido's tall figure. Guy, Lord Kaido. He couldn't help but shed a cold sweat. Not only Kaido, but also 3 big Kanbans have returned. Kaido raised his head and said to Edie, "Is this the second experimental subject? It seems that you are one step closer to success. This time Joey Boy can maintain his self-awareness." Half success, it's still too weak. Edie shook his head and lowered his body. Was the experiment successful? He succeeded in maintaining his self-awareness, but his combat ability was also compromised. Didn't perform as well as expected. All I can say is, it works. It seems like it's done, but it seems like it's not done yet. It's half done, but it's done. This is definitely not his problem, it is Fufu's problem. This person is too weak. Even if he possesses the Nika form and the saber-toothed tiger fruit at the same time, he is still only at this level. Powerful fruits can only bring a high base value, but the final combat power depends on the eater himself. Take the blue dragon fruit for example. This fruit is very powerful, but Kaido who eats the blue dragon fruit does not completely rely on this fruit to be strong. Really? What's the next step? Kaido asked. He didn't care much about the Nika fruit. He cared more about Joey Boy. The next step is naturally to let earthly branches try it. Edie said with a half smile. Little guy, if Shenlong has the abilities of Xinglong and Nika at the same time, I'm afraid you won't be able to defeat your own clone. The awakened Kaido is very strong, stronger than Shenlong. But that's now. Kaido's face darkened, he grabbed Foz Fu's head and transformed into a dragon on the spot. You're a little bloated, let me educate you. Guy, Kaido-sama, I'm so sorry. Foz Fu was sweating profusely as he was caught by Xinglong and flew to the suburbs. Kaido's voice came. Yamato, entertain your son-in-law well for me until I come back. Yes, father. Yamato put away the mace helplessly, turned around and walked to Edie. Uncle Edie, can I be like that? No. Edie quickly asked her to give up the idea. This technology is not mature yet, let's wait until safety is ensured. All right. Shogun Castle, a new Japanese-style room during the day. After Kaido beat Foz Fu violently, he brought back his subordinates who were bruised and swollen. It's not just to teach the opponent a lesson, it's to personally test the combat ability of the second Nika experimental subject. Worse than first generation actually. The only good thing is, being able to maintain self-awareness. At the reception banquet, Kaido asked, do you want to take the experimental subject away? Too weak, I'll leave it to you. He's yours to begin with. Edie shook his head. The level of earthly branches was at the bottom, half as much as Shinho. Foz Fu, who was covered with bandages, burst into tears. Was he weak? He felt that he was strong. But after being beaten up by Kaido, he sobered up a lot. For ordinary people, he is indeed very strong, but among monsters, he cannot be ranked at the top. Oh, he is indeed my good son-in-law. Edie doesn't like the fighting prowess, but Kaido likes him. He is a good son-in-law with many talents under his command, and all of them are generals. But he has 2 or 3 beasts, pirates, big cats and kittens. Speaking of which, what is this mermaid? Suddenly, Kaido looked behind Edie. Usagi was so big that it was difficult to avoid being noticed. Hello, Kaido, I'm Usagi. Kaido greeted him friendly. Edie smiled and said, she is an ancient weapon in human form, the Poseidon of this generation. As soon as this statement came out, the whole audience was shocked. Ancient weapon. Quinn's eyes widened. Edie, the ancient weapon is a mermaid. Who stipulates that weapons cannot be in human form? Xiao Kui, you still need to learn more knowledge. Edie joked that he and Quinn have always had a good relationship. Everyone digested the shocking news. Kaido. Edie, you came just in time. I have found the Pluton battleship and I had planned to invite you to visit it before. Under the Vine Mountain. That's right, I had people dig all the way down, and they found it only when they reached the magma layer. It turned out that there was a hidden passage. He drank a lot of wine. Kaido looked at the woman sitting next to Edie, serving Edie and enjoying the food. Is she Nico Robin? Yes, I'm Nico Robin. Robin put a peeled grape into Edie's mouth and nodded calmly. She no longer needs to be afraid of her own name. Under Edie's protection, she dares to admit it even to the 5 elders. Oh, well, now that the key people are here, let's go, I'll take you to see that battleship. Advertisement. Kaido acts vigorously and resolutely. Edie pulled up Robin and told everyone, you stay here, Shinho, follow me. Taking Shinho and Robin with him, Edie accompanied Kaido to the bottom of the Vine Mountain. Tengshin is very close to the flowers, and they flew there in a short time. A tunnel was dug out of the bottom of the mountain. The tunnel first goes deep into the mountain, and then goes straight down with a zigzag spiral staircase. On the wall on one side of the stairs, there was a burning torch, illuminating the darkness. What are you doing with Shinho? Kaido, who was walking in front, asked. He is Kazuki Odin. Clone. What's the meaning? Just in case. Little guy, think about it with your muscular brain. Since the Pluton battleship is hidden in Wano-kuni, does it have anything to do with the Kazuki family? 3 ancient weapons with the title of gods have existed since ancient times and can destroy the world. Among them, Pluton is a terrifying battleship built by the 7 waters. Rumor has it that a single shot can destroy an island. Such a battleship is hidden in Wano-kuni. It is obviously impossible to say that it has nothing to do with the Kazuki family. Kaido thought about it for a moment and felt it made sense. I saw the Kazuki family crest on the battleship. Arrive. Just as he was talking, several people had arrived at the end of the stairs. Looking down from a high place, it is a piece of fiery red magma. In a cavity near the magma, a huge warship parked quietly. On the pitch-black battleship, the most conspicuous thing is naturally the main gun located on the bow. Its shape is no different from an ordinary sailboat, with masts and sails. It's just that the sail has been damaged for a long time, and there is still a pattern on the sail. The center of the pattern, which symbolizes the sun, is a big black bird with outstretched wings. The four corners outside the sun are the tails of whales. In the lower half of the center, in the bird's belly, are 8 small white circles surrounding a larger circle. This is the family crest of the Kazuki family. Maybe this battleship was built by the Kazuki family. Kaido laughed full of laughter. Kazuki Oden and his father are both fools to put this kind of weapon. But don't use it. Quote. Kazuki Oden aside, his father Kazuki Sukiyaki did know about the ship's existence. Edie wasn't trying to defend the Kazuki family, he just said it out of common sense. Any weapon requires energy. Even if Kazuki Sukiyaki knows the existence of this ship, there is no point in starting it without energy. After a pause, he added, the same goes for the national treasure in the hands of the 5 elders. It has been 2 years since the last time they attacked the Golden Lion. Why do you think they didn't attack Haji during this period? Country. Conserving energy. Kaido frowned. Come on, Robin, go take a look at the boat. Edie held Robin's slender waist and flew from the end of the stairs to the Pluton battleship. This black ship is very big, like a ship used by giants. Edie and Robin are both of normal human height and look very small standing on this ship. Robin doesn't care much about weapons, but is very curious about ancient times. She looked everywhere and touched everywhere. Edie is also observing that the ship has been standing for 800 years. Although Kaido has had people clean it up, there are still a lot of piles of gravel. And there is magma not far away, which makes the air here very hot, making it not a good place for research. How's it going? Is there a way to activate it? Kaido followed. You can't see anything from the outside, you have to look inside. Edie walked to the door leading to the cabin. The door was closed and the keyhole was not visible. Have you ever been in? Edie asked Kaido with his eyes. Soon after, everyone came to the energy room of the battleship. Rather than needing the blood of the Kazuki family, Edie was more curious about how the ship was detected. Kaido understood immediately. I'm afraid of destroying the ship, so I'm going to look for you. Everyone looked at Robin. Shinho did as he was told, and when he pressed his fingerprints. There is a stone slab hanging on the wall, similar to a historical text, with ancient literature written on it. The ancient technology in this world is amazing. Just by pressing a fingerprint, he thought it was a palm print test. Monkey. Edie took the lead and walked in through the hatch. Let's go. Of course, what's even more outrageous is, it's been 800 years, and the device here can still be used. As the only person present who could read ancient texts, Robin walked to the wall, wiped off the dust on it, and read it carefully for a moment. With a beeping sound, the hatch opened. Edie called to his subordinates, pointed to a detection device next to the door and said, press your hand there. He currently has no way to do it. He just presses his fingerprints to confirm whether the blood factor belongs to the Kazuki family. The above is how to start Pluton. Kaido said in surprise. Do you really need the blood of the Kazuki family? Chapter 138 Coke Energy. Testing the Pluton main gun. The above is how to start Pluton. There are not many ancient texts on the stone slabs. It seems that there are less than 100 characters. Robin finished reading quickly and couldn't help but look back at Edie. The meaning conveyed by eye contact is simple and easy to understand. Do you want to say it here? Tell me, it's nothing to worry about. Edie nodded. You woman, are you afraid that I will use this weapon against Edie? Kaido had an unhappy expression on his face. Is Edie your husband or my son-in-law? Did Yamato, this stupid daughter, not win the battle with other women? Even if it's not as good as Boya Hancock, at least it should be ranked second. It seems that I have to find a way to send a few people to accompany my daughter over there to help my daughter. Hearing this, Robin smiled slightly and did not defend himself. She trusts Edie, but doesn't trust Kaido. Even though he is Yamato's father, he is still a pirate in the final analysis. The world of pirates is full of betrayal, which she has witnessed many times during her escape career. But since Edie said that, she had no choice but to translate the content on the slate. The method of starting Pluton is very complete and not complicated. It's just about the energy used to activate. At this point, Robin's expression became a little strange. It's something called Coke. What? Coke? Kaido was stunned for a moment, and then said dissatisfiedly, Nico Robin, Edie is my good son-in-law. We are a family. Even if you don't trust me, there is no need to lie to me with such lies. Quote. Damn son of a devil, if she wasn't Edie's woman, Kaido would really want to slap her to death. It seems that we have to arrange some maids for Yamato. If I can't take care of you, my daughter can't take care of you. That's exactly what it says. Robin was too lazy to talk to Kaido, and said seriously, Mr. Edie, I didn't tell lies. I believe you, little guy, what does a father-in-law who has never read a book know? Edie laughed. Kaido, an illiterate person, doesn't know that Coke can be used as fuel, right? Although he was also surprised, he was someone who had seen the original plot after all. The energy source used by Frankie, the boatman of the Straw Hat Pirates, is coke. Whether it's the reformed self or the Sunny, the second ship of the Straw Hats, they have always used coke as a source. Of course, today's Frankie is not called Frankie, but Katie Frame. He is in the capital of Seven Waters and is a disciple of the legendary shipbuilder Tom the Fishman. Edie, are you serious? Hearing Edie say this, I couldn't help but doubt my life. Can coke be used as an energy source? I don't study well, don't lie to me. Kaido didn't believe it when others said it, but since Edie said so, he had to believe it. This ship was built by the Seven Waters. The craftsmen at the time were worried that the Pluton battleship would be used by bad guys, so they kept the design drawings. This design has been passed down from generation to generation by some great craftsmen, and now it is protected by a fishman named Tom. Edie's tone was leisurely and he quickly figured everything out. Why does Frankie use coke as energy? Before Tom died, he handed the design drawings to another disciple, Bingshan. Bingshan realized that he was being targeted by the world government, so he handed the design to the resurrected Katie Flam and asked him to change his name. Frankie has seen Pluton's design drawings. He may have tried to build Pluton to take revenge on Master Tom. But it is clear that building a new Pluton requires huge resources. Frankie doesn't have this resource, but there is a part about fuel on the blueprint, that is, cola. Frankie mastered the ancient technology of how to use cola as energy. When you think about it, it all seems very reasonable. The Straw Hat Sunny was designed and built by Frankie. This ship can fire a super large compressed air cannon called the Fenglai cannon, and achieve a jump flight of up to 1 kilometer. One shot consumes 3 barrels of coke. The naval gun on the bow can also fire the Lion Roar cannon, which also consumes 3 barrels of coke. At the same time, another 2 barrels of coke are needed to fire the Roar cannon to balance the hull and prevent the ship from rushing backwards. Thinking of this, Edie combined it with what Robin said and naturally came to a conclusion. Frankie's technology comes from Pluton, right? Maybe the main gun of the Pluton battleship is an enhanced version of the Lion's Roar cannon. The Sunny is a little Pluton. I have seen the design drawings of Pluton. Edie grinned at Kaido and said, it was only a little over 100 pages, and I even suspected it was a fake at the time. The design drawings of an aircraft need to be shipped by truck. The design drawings of the Pluton battleship are more than 100 pages. Of course Edie doubts the authenticity. Now it seems that it should be true. He didn't look too carefully at that time, he just scanned it roughly, otherwise he should have known about coke energy at that time. After hearing this, Kaido finally believed it. In short, as long as you have coke, you can activate it. So what are you waiting for? Try it now. Is there coke in Wano Kuni? No, I'll let Jin buy it. How much do you need? Advertisement. It takes a lot, the more the better. Without saying anything, Kaido immediately started taking action. As soon as he left, Robin couldn't help but chuckle. Mr. Edie, he is in a hurry. I know he is in a hurry. After all, the 5 Elders' national treasure is hanging above his head, and attacks may fall at any time. Kaido is eager to obtain equal power to ensure the safety of his lair. The national treasure's attack may not kill Kaido, and Kaido has a chance to run away. But Wano Kuni can't escape, Kaido's weapons factory is here. Did you just say everything? Edie asked. I concealed something important. Robin blinked and said playfully. The procedure to start Pluton is very simple, and the energy source is indeed coke, but there is also a protective measure mentioned above. Edie knew Robin well and knew that this girl must be hiding something. What protection? Captain certification. This ship can be certified by a captain. Once certified by the captain, it cannot be started without the captain's permission. Robin said with a smile. When it starts up, Mr. Edie, if you get the captain's certification first, you can control this ship. Hearing this, Edie hugged Robin, kissed her, and said with a smile, you are such a good wife. Although he doesn't really care about Pluton's ownership, what he wants to do more is to dismantle the ship and study ancient technology. But Robin always thought of him, which still made him very happy. Robin's eyes were as gentle as water and full of affection. If a woman likes you, she can't hide her eyes. Shenhu silently exited the energy room, leaving his private space to Heavenly Father and Heavenly Mother. He came to the deck and guarded the cabin door with a serious face to prevent anyone from disturbing him. Edie was speechless about this. It's not like he doesn't have enough to eat, so how can he work in a place like this? Kissing Robin is just to express his love. Rather than having S*X with Robin in a place like this, he wanted to study the ancient weapon at his feet. Unlike Mao Rabbit, a humanoid ancient weapon, Wong battleship is a serious steel creation. No man can say no to giant ships and cannons. So, he decisively abandoned the emotional Robin and began to study the internal structure of the Pluton battleship. In this regard, Luoshi was also helpless. She was mentally prepared, but her man went off to study battleships. The other side, Kaido returns to the Flower City. He immediately called Jin and quickly gave instructions. Lead the ship immediately and go buy Coca-Cola. Hearing this order suddenly, Jin was confused. Coke. Why do you want to buy this kind of drink? Does the doctor want to drink it? It's definitely not Kaido-sama who wants to drink it. Kaido-sama only likes to drink. But he didn't ask, but nodded seriously. Kaido-sama, how much do you need to buy? Everything. Buy all the coke you can buy. Kaido said solemnly. As soon as possible. This is the energy source for the Pluton battleship. Kaido did not hide the seriousness of the matter from his capable subordinates. Upon hearing this, Jin's expression froze for a moment. Coke, Pluton, energy. How are these three words connected together? He was very puzzled, but it didn't matter, he just had to carry out the order. Understood. Jin immediately took action and led the members of the beast group to sail. In order to prevent accidents from happening, he even called on another three disasters, Jack the Drow, to ensure the safety of the ship even if he encountered the Marine Admiral. When the time comes, he will be alone with Admiral and let Jack escort the ship back. After arranging his subordinates, Kaido called his daughter Tianhe. Father, where is Uncle Edie? Yamato didn't see Edie and couldn't help but wonder. Your Uncle Edie is still working on Pluton. Kaido's tone was very serious, staring at his daughter, giving people a strong sense of oppression. Yamato was still a little afraid of his father and whispered, did I do something wrong? Father. How many women does my good son-in-law have now? Kaido asked bluntly. Yamato looked puzzled and counted on his fingers, Hancock, Hiyori's mother, Momosuke's sister, and 4 more. Monet and Ginny, she didn't know that she had already left the hive and returned to her parents' home at that time. She is indeed a stupid daughter. Kaido's face darkened when he heard this, why didn't you include yourself? When I was a kid, I was clamoring to marry Uncle Edie, but now I'm married to Uncle Edie and still call him Uncle Edie. I am so wise and powerful that I could give birth to a stupid daughter like you. However, there were only 5 women. Kaido was a little surprised at Edie's restraint. It's good that there are fewer women, so his idiot daughter has a greater chance of winning. Yamato, although we pirates don't pay attention to grand weddings, when I was young, I would just catch whoever I fell in love with and sleep with him. That's how Yamato's mother came to be. Kaido didn't even remember how many women he had. In the end, only Yamato's mother helped him give birth to Yamato. The woman died after giving birth to Yamato. Advertisement. Quote, Yamato is not interested at all in his father's love affairs when he was young. However, what she said next left her a little confused. But you are different. You are my Kaido's daughter. I, Kaido, must not be shabby when marrying a daughter. Kaido grinned and said, Yamato, next time you go back to the hive, bring a few maids with you to do your wedding. Do you have any good friends? What is a dowry maid? Yamato muttered. Father, I have a little sister named Runti. That little girl who stole food. A cross appears on Kaido's forehead, he knows Jun is, and he has a deep memory of the siblings who secretly ate devil fruit. That little girl is too young, so she can't do it. He's probably only 11 or 12 years old. What's the use of being so young? You have to be older, more beautiful, and of course, you have to be cleaner. Point. But Jun is my only good friend. Yamato blinked. Father, what is a maid? HMPH, that woman Nico Robin is actually doubting the relationship between me and Edie. You take the dowry maid back and teach her a lesson for me. Kaido snorted coldly and thought of Black Maria, one of the 6 volleys. This woman is from Wano Kuni's own country and has good looks. She is usually responsible for managing the female members of the Beast Corps. Let Black Maria accompany you back to the hive. Remember, Yamato, a woman's status must be earned by herself. Not as good as Boya Hancock, Kaido can accept it. After all, that woman has been with Edie since she was a child. She has an unusual relationship, and her appearance is above Muhei. But why is Robin, a latecomer? How could his own daughter lose to her? Black Maria, but she is not my little sister. Yamato still prefers Runti. Then let them both go back with you. Kaido picked up a jar of wine and drank heavily. After taking a sip, he said, go and ask them to come see me. Oh, Yamato nodded happily. Runti can follow her back to the hive, which is great. She will have playmates again in the future. Kaido is very helpless towards this stupid daughter. After a while, Runti and Black Maria arrived together. Kaido-sama, 2 women, 1 big and 1 small, knelt down and saluted. Kaido said straightforwardly, from now on, you will accompany Yamato to the hive to assist her. Assistant Highness. Runti looked confused. She was still young and didn't quite understand the meaning of this order, but Black Maria understood it instantly. She came from a humble background and almost became a brothel girl. After I was lucky enough to join Beast's Pirates, I recently ran an arcade called Female Difficulty in Wadu. Veranda means brothel. As a madam, she certainly knows what it means to assist His Highness Yamato. If it were anyone else, Black Maria would have to obey orders even if she was reluctant. But the subject was that doctor. Black Maria even felt a little happy. Yes, Kaido-sama. Kaido was satisfied with Black Maria's attitude and immediately ordered, deceit, don't mess with Boya Hancock. Her status in Edie's mind is extraordinary, but other people. Must let Yamato be second. Black Maria is very good at pleasing men. She saluted again. I will follow your orders, please rest assured. Run on the side was still out of the situation, but she was very smart and knew that all she had to do at this time was learn to do things like Master Lee. Besides, she was also very happy to be able to go to Beehive Island to accompany His Highness Yamato. I understand, Kaido-sama. Kaido is satisfied with this. Of course, his arrangement is his arrangement, and whether it can work out in the end depends on Edie's own attitude. If these 2 people are driven back, then the stupid daughter will have to rely on herself. Jin moved very quickly, and in just over a week, 2 pirate ships filled with cola returned to Wano Kuni. Kaido used his flame cloud to lift up all the barrels of cola and moved them directly to the Pluton battleship. Good son-in-law, 5,000 barrels in total, is it enough? Kaido found Edie, who was busy with research. Some parts of the Pluton battleship were dismantled for study. Edie stood up from the pile of parts and sighed. It is indeed ancient technology. I really couldn't understand it for a while. The complexity of the Pluton battleship far exceeded some of the machinery he knew, and he didn't know the functions and effects of many things. This is simply a treasure. Unfortunately, Kaido only focused on the power of the battleship and did not understand that the battleship itself was the real crystallization of technology. I have studied its power room, and the full energy requires at least 20,000 barrels. Edie shook his head and said, moreover, one shot of the main gun consumes at least 3,000 barrels of coke. The Sunny has 3 barrels per shot, and all is 1,000 times more powerful. This is still the minimum power. Kaido is a bit confused by these big numbers. Only enough energy for one shot. Edie smiled and walked towards the power room first. Let's go, start Pluton and find a place to fire a shot. Chapter 139. The whole world watched Pluton's shot live. Filling the Pluton with fuel is a huge undertaking. There is a huge liquid storage tank in the power room of the battleship. All barrels of coke shipped by Kaido need to open the lid and pour the coke inside. Of course, Edie wouldn't do this whole 5,000 barrel project himself. Kaido ordered Jin and others to work while he stood aside to supervise. Edie opened a bucket and took a scoop from it. As a carbonated drink, coke is no stranger to him and he drank it before traveling. Edie can tell you a lot about its ingredients. But the coke in this world must be different, and the coke he knows cannot be used as Pluton's energy source. Edie took a shallow sip and found that the taste was almost the same. You should study it carefully when you have time, he thought to himself. While thinking, Guy flew over lightly. Drive Edie. Whoops, my research is done, Guy said in a very excited tone. Research. Edie thought for a moment, then said, air bomb. Yes, that's right, I have created a poison gas bomb capable of destroying a country, and I named it, the Kingdom of Death. Guy laughed quite proudly and was very satisfied with the mass-killing weapon he developed. He explained the principle of this weapon to Edie. First, he created a slime, which was made entirely from compressed hydrogen sulfide gas, a gel-like substance that looked a bit like jelly. He then fed the slime a zone devil fruit. After that, as long as the slime is fed a candy, used as a fuse, a huge explosion will occur. Slime will turn into poisonous gas that spreads everywhere. The poisonous gas will wrap around those who come into contact, invade the body from the skin, paralyze the whole body, and also generate a petrified shell to wrap it. Once poisoned, the person exposed will lose consciousness and be unable to move. This is really a genius invention. Doctor, I have surpassed Vegapunk, at least in terms of how to kill people more efficiently. After finishing speaking, Guy looked triumphant and waited for the doctor's approval. Edie didn't react at all. This thing was the gas bomb in the plot, but it was developed in advance by Guy. Regarding weapons of mass destruction, D remains objective. Has it been tested? No. But there will definitely be no problem. I have simulated it hundreds of times in my brain. Kaido used a louder voice to hide his inner uneasiness. Simulating it 100 times in your head is not as good as actually detonating it once in reality. But he didn't dare to test casually. Wano Kuni was Kaido's territory. If anything happened, he would be killed. Let's find an opportunity to test it on Tien 833 Dragon Man. That was Edie's original plan. Compared to the Celestial Dragon's 3-year extermination of an island and using them to test poison gas bombs, Edie didn't have any psychological burden. Oh my god, Celestial Dragons. Guy was stunned, and his voice suddenly dropped. Doctor, I think you were a bit too aggressive. He was sweating profusely. He developed this thing. As a former scientist in the World Government Science class, Geisa is still afraid of world government. It's okay if he doesn't succeed. Once he succeeds, the world government will definitely blame him. Look at what happened to the most ferocious pirate in history, Golden Lion. I don't even know where his ashes are. I think we can catch a group of pirates and try. Guy suggested in a low voice. What you said makes sense. Celestial dragons are all trash because some of them are pigs raised in captivity. Edie thought for a moment and nodded. Let's test it with 5 elders. Guy, doctor, do you have a misunderstanding about conservative words? That's it. You go back and make improvements. Don't let it slip when the time comes. Edie patted Guy on the shoulder and encouraged. It's not disposable, right? Can it be recycled? Recycling. I haven't tried it yet, but I have an idea. Guy gritted his teeth and said tremblingly. I have been feeding slime a highly dependent drug. The main ingredient is NHCI0. The recycling principle he came up with is very strange. Relying on this drug makes the slime addicted. When the slime explodes and dies, the devil fruit it eats will actively look for this addictive drug. At that time, he only needs to place an apple containing this medicinal ingredient cultivated through special means near the explosion range to make the devil fruit reborn in the apple. You are really a genius. After listening, Edie's expression was very subtle. Only Geisa could probably come up with this outrageous recycling method. Whoa, thank you, doctor, compared to you, I'm still far behind. Guy touched his head shyly. I didn't praise you. Edie cursed in his heart. Has it been tested? DB. Another brain test. I have detailed experimental records. The drug that slime takes will definitely make it dependent enough that devil fruit will have to be reborn on what I set. I believe in your theory, but the experiment only respects the results and goes back to test. Edie waved his hand and told Kaido to get lost. He believes that Guy Kai can successfully scatter the devil fruit. Guy in the plot probably recycled the devil fruit in this way. According to his understanding of zone fruit, this method has a high probability of success. But when doing experiments, you don't need to use ambiguous high probabilities, and you only believe in the true results. I know that, funding. I will give you enough funds. Advertisement. Hey, please wait for my good news. Geisa left with satisfaction. It's time for dinner again. The doctor is still very talkative. If he were at the Punk Hazard Institute, his research would not pass the first level. Even if it passed the group discussion, he would definitely be killed by Vegapunk. Wait Vegapunk, I will soon surpass you and become the second best scientist in the world. As for the first one, I don't dare to think about it. 5,000 barrels of coke took more than half an hour to fill. The battleship's tanks were less than a quarter full. Edie came to Pluton's captain's room and activated the Pluton battleship according to the records on the ancient stone tablet. After pressing his fingerprint, he completed the captain's certification and became the captain of the warship. Pull down the start switch. Pluton, start. Following a slight vibration, the coke in the liquid storage tank was fed into a huge device along the conduit. There was a rumble, a bit like the sound of an old-fashioned locomotive starting. Afterwards, the lights inside the battleship came on, and the control consoles in the captain's room also resumed their functions. Kaido came to the captain's room immediately and said with a smile. Oh, it's moving. It's successful. Get this ship outside quickly. He doesn't know how to manipulate at all and can only let Edie do it. Edie shook his head and said, this ship has both sail power and propeller propulsion, but there is no water and no wind here. The design of this ship is very rough, with a touch of refinement. Most of the technological styles in this world are like this. Leave it to me, I'll create the flame cloud and send it to the sea. Kaido said. I'll do it. Edie activates the ability Ring Piao Piao. Lion Fruit's power suddenly caused the entire ship to break away from gravity, floating in the air as light as a feather. Seeing this, Kaido left the cabin, turning into a dragon and roughly tearing down the wall. Suddenly, the whole Wano Kuni was shaking. After a lot of effort, the two worked together to move the Pluton battleship to the sea. The huge battleship, even judging from Kaido's size, is huge, and it is completely a ship of the giants. Everyone gathered on the deck of the battleship. I didn't feel it in the underground cave, but it felt really big after I moved out. Quinn said in shock. It takes a lot of people to operate this ship. Ooh, Edie, let's test its power with Mariajoy. Kaido proposed enthusiastically, wishing he could shoot the 5 elders right now and send them to death. The fact that Golden Lion was killed by the national treasure has always put a lot of pressure on him. 5 elders are immortals. Edie smiled and said, don't worry, I have found a way to really kill the immortals. Wait until I finish testing. Okay, wait until your research is completed. Kaido grinned and motioned to Jack. Jack immediately took out a video phone bug and said sleepily. Master Kaido, you have contacted Morgans a week in advance to ensure that the live broadcast signal can be received by the whole world. Well done, Jack. Just teach this boring world a lesson. Kaido is in high spirits. Never has there been such a wonderful situation. He believed that the 5 elders would definitely see it. Those 5 stinky old men who have lived for who knows how many years will not be able to sleep at night, right? Live broadcast. Edie raised his eyebrows. You want to live broadcast the test footage? Certainly. Kaido nodded. Edie thought about it and agreed. Really needs to be broadcast live. Kaido's purpose is to intimidate the world government, warning the 5 elders not to touch his Wano Kuni. This kind of deterrence cannot be achieved without showing the weapon and putting it on the forehead of the 5 elders. Where is the target of the test? Since it is rumored to destroy an island, let's choose an island as the target. Kaido grinned. How about the Red Port in New World? There are only 2 red harbors, located below Mariajoy, one each in New World and Paradise Sea. You're a bit too extreme, and that's my thing. Edie said angrily. He has killed the world government, and the Red Harbor is of course his. This kind of maritime transportation artery is easy to destroy with one shot, but it will be troublesome to rebuild it. Red Harbor is very critical, relating to his plan to re-establish world order. Guy. As expected of his good son-in-law, the Red Harbor controlled by the government has been regarded as its own property before world government has been killed. Compared with Edie, Kaido feels that he is a bit conservative. Then it's your choice. After Edie thought for a while, he immediately decided. Winter Island, now it's called the Broken Islands. The island where I awakened. Oh, geek, what a nice place. Kaido thought about the place of his awakening. Advertisement. I can't help but sigh, it's so good that I got the name Victor's Island. The first time he went there, he awakened the blue dragon fruit. I went there for the second time today to show the world the power of ancient military bodies. He will be the winner. And the inherently evil 5 elders whom good son-in-law Edie often talks about. They, Tutu, will perish. Victor Island, also known as Broken Islands. This island is not far from Wano Kuni, and it takes about 5 or 6 days to sail by ordinary sailboat. But with the assistance of Edie's lion fruit ability. With Pluton's own propeller and new sail, we arrived at our destination in just a few hours. Subsequently, Kaido contacted Morgans and started a live broadcast to the world. Morgans didn't know what Kaido was going to broadcast live, but she heard it would be big news that will shock the world. Therefore, he was more than happy to help. Soon, the footage from the Pluton battleship was recorded by the video phone bug and converted into radio waves and transmitted to all parts of the world. New World, Whitebeard's hometown, Sphinx Island. This is an island with beautiful scenery. It used to be very poor and only had beautiful scenery. But now, the island is covered with honeycomb rice. The golden ears of rice are more than 3 meters high. At a glance, it is difficult to see the end. Hey, Teach, how about you take a little rest? You've been working for 3 days and 3 nights, it's about time you rest, right? Marco stood on the ridge of the field and shouted at a fat man working in the field. Marshal D. Teach held the rice harvesting sickle in his hand. After hearing this, he stood up and wiped the sweat from his head. It doesn't matter, Captain Marco. If I work harder, I can finish harvesting these acres of land. Teach shouted honestly. You are really. Marco was speechless. Even if you don't have to sleep, there is no need to work so hard. Hee, it's not that I don't need to sleep, it's that I can't sleep. Teach giggled twice, scratched his head, and continued to work. Seeing this, Marco stopped talking. Teach's body is abnormal. Ordinary people need sleep to replenish their energy, but Teach doesn't need it. The body is so abnormal that it is already a disease. Dad also mentioned before that he could take him to the Hive Research Institute to see if he could be cured, but Teach refused the offer because he was used to it. At this time, Beasta ran over and shouted from a distance. Marco, Teach, come back soon, something big has happened. What happened? Ancient weapon. The Pluton battleship has appeared. It is being broadcast live to the world. As soon as these words came out, Teach, who was immersed in his work, was stunned. He quickly put down his farm tools and returned to the headquarters of Jingdao Grain Industry Company with Marco. In the hall, a live broadcast is being played. The main members of the Whitebeard pirates gathered around Dad, all with serious expressions. In the live broadcast screen, there is a huge black battleship. New World, Cake Island. The Charlotte family also received the live broadcast signal. Charlotte Linlin looked at Kaido in the picture and felt itchy with hatred. Ancient weapon. That guy Kaido actually found such a thing. B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** brought the blue dragon fruit, she immediately gave it to Kaido. This guy doesn't care about any kindness. Red Hair Pirates, Naval Headquarters, Sabayati Archipelago. People all over the world have received the live broadcast signal. Of course, the 5 elders and others in the Holy Land Mariajoy also received reports. Pangu City has been destroyed. Nowadays, the newly built Shinpangu City is much smaller than in the past. At this time, in a large and empty white room, the faces of Saint Satan and the other 5 people were extremely ugly, which could even be called fear. His body was trembling slightly. Kaido in the picture is announcing to the world. Oh, 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 oh. For those of you watching the live broadcast from all over the world, I am Kaido. World government, celestial dragons, Wu Lao, you old men are watching too. Kaido looked sarcastic, and at the same time, Jin was holding a live broadcast phone and quickly zooming out to take in the entire Pluton battleship. Perhaps many people still don't know what the ship beneath my feet is. Let me tell you, this ship is one of the 3 legendary ancient weapons, Pluton. And what I will show you next is the power of Pluton's main gun. The absolute power to destroy an island with one shot. With Kaido's announcement, the main gun has begun to charge. To be precise, it is absorbing the atmosphere. The atmosphere within a radius of several kilometers was evacuated almost instantly, and all the atmosphere flowed into the main gunner of the Pluton battleship. Then, the atmosphere from further away flows over and continues to be swallowed up by the main gun. A dazzling white light was born. Chapter 140. The world is about to go berserk, Edie's pre-gun meeting with the 5 elders. Billions of people around the world watched as Pluton opened fire. After absorbing a large amount of atmosphere, a white light was born from the muzzle of the Pluton main gun in the picture. Boom. The compressed air cannon fired from the muzzle blasted straight towards the broken islands in the distance. Immediately afterwards, a huge explosion occurred. The entire screen was filled with white light, and the dazzling white light caused countless people watching the live broadcast to squint their eyes. And the center of the explosion. The broken islands will be wiped out almost instantly, and the shock wave will be sent first, reaching the battleship at Kaido's feet. What followed was a huge wave hundreds of meters high. Oh, 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 what a power. Kaido was laughing. He was worthy of Pluton, who was known as the ancient weapon. The power of his cannon easily wiped out an island. He roared, spitting out scorching dragon breath, piercing the oncoming waves. The huge waves moved further away. In midair, Edie stood in the air, observing the power of Pluton's main gun. Where the broken islands originally were, a large hemispherical hole formed on the sea surface. It is similar to the huge hole in the sea that the National Treasure made 2 years ago near the Seven Rivers capital. The large cavity could not heal for a long time, and the surrounding seawater even flowed backwards from inside the cavity, forming a countercurrent waterfall. The photographer, who was also flying in midair, took a deep breath while faithfully recording the scene. Everyone in the world saw it. Disappeared. Disappeared. The island is gone. God, how could there be such a terrifying battleship in the world? Many people were frightened into confusion and became insane. Holy Land Mariajoy, Shinpangu City. The 5 elders stood up from the sofa one by one, with frightened expressions on their faces. It is indeed the Pluton battleship. Damn it, Pluton, one of the ancient weapons, fell into Kaido's hands. Destroy it. Now, how much does the National Treasure's charge reach? Facing the inquiries from his panicked colleagues, Saint Satan took a deep breath and replied, it will be full of energy in 1 month. His palms were sweaty. This kind of power can penetrate the red line if fired from a pilgrimage site. The power of Pluton's main gun exceeds the original self-destruction of Nikabai. We should talk to Kaido. Pit, the blonde 5 elders god of agriculture and martial arts, quickly changed his words, for world peace. Abandon the plan to attack Wano-kuni for now. The environmental martial god, Mo Sheng said with a dazed expression, this is not a joke. If Kaido is not killed and given a chance to take revenge, the consequences will be disastrous. Only when a gun was pressed against his head did the 5 elders immediately realize the importance of peace. As soon as possible, act immediately. Let people release kindness. The Golden Lion incident irritated Kaido, now we should appease him. We must absolutely ensure the safety of Holy Land. The other people spoke one after another, and their attitudes changed 180 degrees. The 5 of them are not afraid of death. With their immortal bodies, they are not afraid of Pluton's power. But other celestial dragons will die. If Lord I Am returns and finds that all the celestial dragons have been killed, the 5 of them will be doomed. Let Kizaru go. Saint Satan sat down and stared blankly at the sea area where Victor's Island was originally located in the screen. It's Victor's Island. With Kizaru's speed, we can get there very quickly. Goodwill must be released as soon as possible to prevent Kaido from taking some drastic actions. The other people looked at each other with heavy hearts. Now, the 3 main culprits who attacked the Holy Land have emerged. Edie's Hive Island is flying in the sky and cannot be found at all. Kaido has mastered Pluton and is unable to move. Fortunately, the Golden Lion who killed the most celestial dragons has been killed. When Lord I Am returns from outside time, they will at least have some excuse. Soon, an order was passed to Admiral Kizaru's ears. 5 elders' response is very fast. But the rest of the world's major forces watching the live broadcast are still in shock. Grand Line, Alabasta. The only city with abundant rainwater is Kuti. The largest casino among them is Yuyan. Underground in the bustling casino, there is a large room where the beast banana crocodile is kept. Crocodile is squinting his eyes at the scene on the screen. Pluton is actually in Wano-kuni. He murmured softly, his expression very depressed. What Edie told him originally was true. Pluton is in Wano-kuni, Uranus is in the hands of the 5 elders. The former has been proven at this moment, and the latter. Of course he didn't know about the huge hole in the sea 2 years ago. Only Poseidon remains. Crocodile frowned. He was not stupid. Edie didn't tell him where Poseidon was at the beginning. At this moment, he naturally came to a conclusion. Poseidon is in Edie's hands. All 3 ancient weapons already have owners. I have been busy for more than 10 years, but it is just in vain. Crocodile suddenly felt that the cigar in his mouth was tasteless. The capital of 7 waters. Tom's studio. Advertisement. The sea train has been completely completed, the construction of the 4 routes has been completed, and Tom has completed the agreement with the world government that year. It was supposed to be a day of celebration, to celebrate Tom's about to take off his hat as a criminal. But at this moment, the atmosphere in the studio was solemn. It turned out to be Pluton. What a terrifying power. Bingshan, one of the disciples, murmured in shock. What will happen to the world in the future if the super battleship falls into the hands of pirates? Compared with his unfounded worries, the eyes of another disciple, Kadi Fram, shone brightly. What an awesome battleship. I really want to go up there and see it. Tom's face was serious. It's over. Although he doesn't think that the world government will abide by the agreement and try to get rid of his crime. The purpose of the world government is Pluton's blueprints, and the crime on his head is just a means to force him to hand over the blueprints. But before the final trial, he still had some hope. Maybe the world government still has a little bit of humanity and wants to let him go until he completes the great achievements of the sea train. But the real Pluton appears. All this is no longer possible. Next, the world government will probably use brutal means to directly force him to hand over the drawings. In order to fight against the Pluton battleship in Kaido's hands, this is bound to happen. Thinking of this, Tom stood up suddenly and said in a deep voice. Get ready to run. He is not a fool. He knows that he will be finished, but he still wants to stay here and wait for death. It doesn't matter that he died, but his 2 disciples were innocent. Mr. Tom. Bingshan was startled, not understanding what happened at all. Run. Kadi Flam said in astonishment. Will Kaido use Pluton to attack the 7 waters capital? No, it's the world government. Tom didn't explain too much. Time was tight and the sooner we act, the better. In short, there is no place for us in the 7 waters capital. Let's go to the Fishman Island. At this time, Kokomung stood up and suddenly remembered something. Wait a minute, Tom, this. She took out a small piece of paper from her cleavage. This is the note left by Dr. Edie back then, saying that if you need help, you can contact this number. The doctor was a good man because he brought the seeds to the world. Tom said seriously, but it's beyond our reach. It's a race against time. Let's get out of here as soon as possible. Let's talk about what happens next. So, Tom took 2 confused disciples and quietly left Tom's studio. But the world government never relaxed its surveillance of him, and soon after they left, the news immediately reached the ears of the five elders. Subsequently, five elders conveyed the arrest order directly to CP9. Because of Pluton's appearance, elimination is spreading rapidly in the dark. One of the three major institutions of world government, Edie's lobby. This is an island built on a giant cave in the sea. It has daylight all year round and is also known as the island that never nights. It is a court, but in the 800 years since the establishment of world government, it has never issued an acquittal. Any prisoner sent here for trial will eventually become a criminal. At the same time, this is also the headquarters of CP9. Justice Tower. Yes, I understand. The commander of CP9, Spangdane, hung up the phone respectfully. Have someone from CP9 come see me immediately. He picked up another phone bug and quickly gave the order. After a while, 7 CP9 agents arrived at the chief's office. They are. The captain, Rob Lucci, is known as the strongest genius with $00 per year of bed CP. Kaku, a long-nosed man wearing a hat. Jabra, Zone K9 Fruit Wolf form ability user. Khalifa, a blonde. Kumadori has long pink hair and looks like a kabuki actor. Otonashi Fukuro, who claims to have the tightest mouth, has a zippered mouth. Bluno, the user with Paramesha fruit ability. One person is missing. Spangdine frowned. Sir, Fozzie Fu was imprisoned 2 years ago, and you forgot again. Bluno said in a rigid tone. Ah, right. I've been too busy at work recently and my memory is failing. Spangdine slapped his forehead. Everyone's expressions were indifferent, they were all serious killers. The superior drinks tea in the office every day, which has nothing to do with being busy. If it were an ordinary subordinate, he would probably not be able to help complaining. But CP9 people don't. Rob Lucci didn't speak. The dove on his shoulder acted as a substitute for his mouth and actually spoke human words. Is there any mission? Yes, it's an emergency. It's a direct order from the five elders. Spangdine immediately stood up, put on his coat, and walked out the door. You follow me to arrest the legendary shipbuilder Tom. He ran away with his people. Tom is the boatman who built the sea train. Jabra said doubtfully. I heard a few days ago that the sea train has been completely completed. You can do whatever you want with the sea train, are you an idiot? The goal is Pluton's design. Let's go. Spangdane snorted coldly. Hearing this, Rob Lucci's brows moved slightly. Therefore asking for flowers Just now, these people were watching the live broadcast. It's to fight against Pluton in Kaido's hands, so we need to get the blueprints as soon as possible. Soon after, a CP9 warship sailed out of Edie's lobby. Inside the cabin, Rob Lucci took out his phone and dialed a number he hadn't called in years. The waters near Victor Island. Puff, puff, advertisement. The phone buzzed in Edie's pocket. After being connected. Doctor, it's me. This voice. It sounded familiar. Edie thought about it for a while before finally remembering it. Rob Lucci. Yes. The other person spoke very simply. Rob Lucci quickly informed CP9 of the pursuit of Tom. The blueprint for Pluton is in Tom's hands, he said at last. Tell me this, what do you want to do? Edie smiled. Kaido cooperates with you, right? If you don't want the drawings to fall into the hands of the government, I can find a way to let the people go. As Rob Lucci, a young man who betrayed once, there will be a second time. He doesn't expect anything from Edie. He doesn't even know why he betrayed the world government. But after seeing that kind of power, he had an impulse to prove that he was not a monkey. To him, he doesn't care at all what the world government is like. I'm glad you can consider me. But it doesn't matter to me. You can act as you like. After saying that, Edie hung up the communication. Edie doesn't care much about Rob Lucci turning to him. He doesn't know what Rob Lucci wants, so he won't manipulate him casually. Compared to this, Tom's actions are somewhat unexpected. People, when forced, will find their own way out. Shaking his head, Edie ignored the matter. Since the other party did not ask him for help, he had no interest in taking the initiative to help. Respect the fate of others. Below, on Pluton's deck. Kaido faced the camera and was delivering his final words. Have you seen it? This is enough power to destroy the world. Oh. This boring world will soon usher in freedom. The top of the world is hell, and the Lord of the Void Throne is exiled outside of time. Take this opportunity and let me tell you the truth about the world. Foolish people and foolish kings, it's over. Kings of the world, you are all. Kaido's words stopped abruptly. It wasn't that the signal was cut off, but that a touch of gold appeared in the distance. The golden light fell sharply and landed on Pluton's deck, gradually condensing into a figure. Kizaru rushed over immediately after receiving the order from the five elders. When he looked around the deck, he was already surrounded. Many members of the Beast's pirates surrounded him. Not only that, there were 3 figures flying in midair from an angle that the phone bug couldn't capture. Earthly branch Chenlong, earthly branches Shen Monkey. And a mermaid lying on a floating bubble. It's Admiral Kizaru, Infu-sama. Usagi shouted towards Yi who was higher up. Cold sweat appeared on Kizaru's forehead. I didn't say there are earthly branches here. Now that we are in trouble, is there any chance to escape? Really, the 5 elders always give orders that are difficult for others to do. Surrender. Kizaru immediately raised his hands, looked at Edie with a crooked mouth, and said slowly, we meet again, Dr. Edie. The last time we met was the last time. Buster Call naval battle. That was several years ago. Can you please put down your weapons first? It's really scary. You look like you are going to kill me. Kizaru said helplessly. Edie slowly lowered his figure and came 10 meters above Kizaru. He chuckled and said. What are you doing here, a social creature? 3 Admiral lacks Kizaru's soul, which is just right. Edie, you are indeed here too. Since it is such an important conversation, it should be heard by all the kings of the world. When there is no Pluton, for the sake of world peace, please die. Now it's good, the whole world has seen it. 0. On behalf of world government, I'm here to convey goodwill. Edie couldn't help but laugh. Kaido came over and sneered. Are you asking for peace? Edie waved to Jin, point the screen this way. The next moment, the whole world saw it. Marine Admiral Kizaru is holding a phone bug and is surrounded by many strong men. Hearing this, Jin immediately obeyed. No, I'm a Marine Admiral, don't I want to lose face? Saint Satan's voice sounded on the phone bug's walkie-talkie. Kaido, in short, cut off the live broadcast first, we can talk slowly. Satan Sheng said in a deep voice. With Pluton in the world, we can talk about it for the sake of world peace. Kizaru broke into a cold sweat. We can talk. For world peace. With that said, Huang Yuan slowly took out a phone. Chapter 141 revealing the secrets of the 5 elders to the world. Marine Admiral Kizaru appeared on the screen, which made everyone watching the live broadcast stunned. Why is the Marine Admiral there? Have you been caught? It feels like something big is about to happen. Everyone had a premonition, as if they were witnessing history. In Shinpangu City, among the pure and flawless powers. The 5 elders were stunned when they saw Kizaru appearing on the screen. What AB*************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** broadcast the conversation to the world. Appease them first. The sword-wielding 5 elders, Nasharang Sheng, said coldly, peace is the most important thing now. Anger is anger, but the situation has been reversed at this moment. The powerful side is the opposite side, and they are powerless to prevent this from happening. The CPO people have been asked to deal with Morgans, but this will take time. Cutting off the live broadcast is not possible, at least for now. Saint Satan took a deep breath and said calmly, Edie, you have mastered Pluton and you want to destroy the world. The other side. On the deck of the Pluton battleship. Edie just smiled at Saint Satan's remarks. Having come this far, you still want to label them as evil, and hold high the banner of justice. The whole world is watching this live broadcast. It's just an uninhabited island to test the power of weapons. Why are you so scared that you come here to ask for peace? Edie raised the corners of his mouth and faced the video phone bug directly. Listen up, people watching the live broadcast. 2 years ago, the giant cave in the sea appeared near the Seven Waters capital. It was a national treasure controlled by the celestial dragons. The target of the attack at that time was the big pirate golden lion. That's another ancient weapon, Uranus. Edie announced in public with a smile on his face. For the safety of Wanokuni's General Kaido had to find an equal force. He rescued Wanokuni's founding country from this weapon that had been sealed for 800 years. The purpose is just it is protected from 593. Hearing this, Kaido grinned, immediately walked to Edie, and said to everyone in the world. Yes, I am just trying to protect myself. Kings of the world, don't worry that I will use Pluton to deal with you. I promise that as long as my territory does not suffer an ancient weapon level attack, I will not use ancient weapon first. The promise is of course true. However, as a pirate, Kaido's words have no credibility. Edie smiled slightly and helped the little guy fill in the missing credit. You should all know me, my name is Edie, I am a scientist. I will not use Pluton to deal with any country, force, or organization other than celestial dragons. Please rest assured. Because it's not necessary. Besides world government, what other forces need to use ancient weapon? Just send any earthly branch there and any conflict can be resolved. Besides, he was talking about Pluton, but he didn't promise not to use Poseidon. The kings who were watching the live broadcast breathed a sigh of relief. No one believed what Kaido said. But many people still believed in the promise Edie made in public. Especially among the people. Since Edie Saint said this, it must be true. I am a priest of the Edie order. The great heavenly father Dr. Edie is a saint full of mercy and will never harm ordinary people. You're right. Without a compassionate heart, how could you share the mythical honeycomb rice and golden rice with the starving people around the world? Similar shouts can be heard at live broadcasts around the world. The Edie Worship Order is a loose religious organization. What they do every day is to worship the great heavenly father, Saint Edie. Most of the wishes made are to bless the banker's hand. No one knows how the order developed. Even Edie herself doesn't know. But this sect has spread all over the world. The poorer and hungry the place, the more prosperous the sect is. The ultimate goal of the religious order is to bless the great heavenly father to live a long life and have many descendants. This guy is really troublesome. The old man with the goatee in 5 elders, Moshe Sheng has a headache expression on his face. Kaido controls Pluton. If it breaks, the world will not be destroyed, right? Edie promised in public. Great, with Dr. Edie's guarantee, the world will not fall apart. Public opinion is that simple. Moshe Sheng could even imagine all of this happening. Obviously there is no point in throwing dirty water. He took the initiative to speak. Dr. Edie, are there any irresolvable grudges between us? Why are you so hostile to us? The sound was converted into radio waves by the phone bug, transmitted to the Pluton battleship, and recorded by the video phone bug in Jin's hand, and finally sent to all parts of the world. Considering that people all over the world were watching and listening, Mazzy had no choice but to use the honorific title, Doctor. You're the big bird. Edie heard Mazisheng's voice and immediately smiled and said, let me introduce to you, this person is named Marcus Mazisheng, one of the 5 elders of world government, environmental martial god. Hearing this, people around the world were shocked. It's 5 elders. Then, I heard Dr. Edie continue. As an environmental warrior, Moshe is able to transform into a legendary monster, Izu Shinton Factory. You may not know what Itsu Shinton is, it is a phantom beast that spreads plague. Advertisement. 2 years ago, I led people to attack the holy land of Mariajoy. What I saw at the top of the world was hell. The environmental martial god did not control the environment, but the power he used was plague. I have to say, this is really an irony. As soon as these words came out, Moshe Sheng's face suddenly became extremely ugly, and his murderous intent was not concealed. This B*********** D revealed their abilities. Naval Headquarters. A few real senior executives are also watching the live broadcast. Sengoku, Garp, Suru, and even the retired Admiral Zephyr. Yi Jin Gentian, Zephyr said in astonishment. As this zone, a phantom beast species. The 5 elders are actually people with abilities. Is what he said true? Garp grinned and ate senbei. I don't know. No one has seen 5 elders take action. During the Battle of the Valley of Gods, Saint Satan was present, so perhaps he took action at that time. But Garp was too busy dealing with rocks with Roger at the time to pay attention. Crane Vice Admiral said. It should be true, and there is no need for Edie to lie in front of the whole world. It's not necessarily unnecessary, it's just that I don't bother to do such a thing. Why are you so calm? Zephyr opened his mouth, completely unable to understand. Kaido and the others got Pluton. You must have seen the power of those 10 cannons. 10 islands were gone in an instant. What's there to worry about? Didn't you listen to what he said? It's used to deal with celestial dragons. Garp laughed and said, want to eat senbei? Zephyr. Zephyr was speechless, do you believe it? Then, he saw Garp and he nodding seriously. Sengoku drank tea calmly. Kaido's words cannot be trusted, but Edie will keep his word. Zephyr was stunned. What happened to the world? What the enemy said is actually credible. At this time, Edie in the picture is still revealing the truth about 5 elders. We have already talked about Saint Moshe, so let me tell you what the other 4 are about. He describes things, not people. It's true, the 5 elders are indeed not human. Shut up. Saint Satan's angrily scolding came over the phone. Of course Edie would not listen to him and continued with a chuckle. The person who just spoke was scientific defense god Saint Jagolucia Satan. He is Gyuki, with the lower body of a spider and the head of a creature. As a scientist, he likes human experiments the most, studying some weird things. Many slaves in the Holy Land were brutally murdered. With that said, Edie took out 5 photos from his pocket and showed 2 of them in front of the phone bug. These 2 pictures are clearly the beast forms of Saint Satan and Saint Moshe. People all over the world have seen it. As we all know, photos cannot be faked, so they are real. Kazaru, stop him. The 5 elders also saw the content of the photo through the live broadcast, and Saint Satan immediately roared. Kazaru, what to stop? The 5 elders spoke up and down, and what they said was simple. Do you know who the people at the scene are? Kazaru cursed in his heart, but he hadn't spoken yet because he had already entered the human animal form. Zone dragon fruit ancient species Brachiosaurus form. A machine gun protruded from his mouth, with a laser condensed at the muzzle. Do not move. Shinho came to Kazaru's back immediately, and Yama had already been unsheathed. Shinryu entered his human animal form and locked eyes with Kazaru. Many pirates raised their AK-47 automatic rifles, and the bullets were all sea stone. Come on, I didn't do anything. Kazaru raised his hands and surrendered again. He couldn't help but curse the 5 elders in his heart. You are hiding in the Holy Land and are safe, but I am facing a group of monsters. Not far away, Edie is still showing to the camera. The 3rd photo is of a skeletal horse. He is the financial martial god, Saint Azanbalan v. Nasthuro. It's horse bones. As you can see, a dead horse from hell with only bones left. Then, the 4th one. It was a huge pig with 4 tusks. This is the legal martial god, top brother Wecho Lisheng. Fantasy beast, Feng Shi. It's so funny that the person with the highest authority in charge of the world's laws is a violent and greedy wild boar. Finally, the 5th one. The photo is of a huge long worm, hundreds of meters long, comparable to some sea kings. The last one is the farming martial god, Saint Shepherd Ten Pit. Its transformed form is called sandworm. The god of agriculture is the sandworm that brings deserts. Is this reasonable? Edie revealed the truth about 5 elders and laughed happily. He had wanted to do this for a long time, and he waited until today to finally take action. The 5 photos were not taken. It was night when the Holy Land was attacked and the photo effects were not good. In fact, the 5 photos are all paintings, but they are enough to look real. At least the content is true. People all over the world saw these 5 photos, and everyone was shocked. Point 0. Are the 5 people at the top of the world all such monsters? Advertisement. Moreover, Aren't the abilities of these monsters and the power they control a bit strange? The environmental warrior god is the bird that brings the plague. The legal warrior god is a violent and greedy pig. The god of agriculture and martial arts is the sandworm in the desert. The financial god of war is a dead horse in hell. The god of scientific defense, Gyuki, conducts inhumane human experiments on slaves. Who is this person with the highest authority? As the world ruled by such monsters? As this devil fruit's ability? Are they all phantom beasts? Countless people are afraid of reality. The ironic reality overloaded the brains of the kings of the world, and many kings who were qualified to participate in the World Summit were even more scared and horrified. Naval headquarters. Sengoku and others took a breath and looked at each other in confusion. Zephyr said blankly, "It's hell. The top of the world is hell. The power you control is completely opposite to your own ability." Garp's movements while eating senbei froze. This is the source. No wonder the celestial dragons are all a bunch of scum. As a marine hero, Garp always called celestial dragons trash. Only after the Valley of Gods incident did he understand everything. It was precisely because of that incident that he was unwilling to be promoted to a big waist. Once you become an admiral, you have to protect that group of trash. Crane Vice Admiral couldn't help but look at Sengoku and said softly, "This kind of thing has spread all over the world, and it will be very troublesome next." Sengoku, do you know what I'm talking about? Xiaohei, I didn't expect this. Sengoku narrowed his eyes and stared at the photo in Edie's hand. As the resourceful general, he has already foreseen what will happen in the future. The secret of the five elders is revealed. What kind of crazy actions will follow? Edie is dragging the whole world into war. However, he could not blame the other party, because this was the naked reality. A war will soon break out across the world. Sengoku took a deep breath, and we, Marine, will also have to face the final choice. At the same time, immaculate, without any stain among the powers. When Edie told the five photos and their abilities, Wuxing calmed down. Saint Satan reached out and covered the phone bug's walkie-talkie. Now that things have come to this, it seems we can only let history repeat itself. The five elders holding the sword, Nasharang Sheng, sneered, "It's just another blank history, everyone will die. Master I am is not here, let us vote. There are a lot of lights to put out. The World Summit is held temporarily and all participating countries are allowed to participate. Must attend. Kings, be damned, know too much. Morgans, damn it. Kaido, damn it. Edie, the damn scientist." All five people agreed to the proposal. Afterwards, the five people looked at the big screen of the live broadcast. Edie in the screen put away the five photos, and spoke with a gentle and elegant temperament. Peace talks. Without peace talks, the five elders, who are inherently evil, are about to die. Instead, they declare war. Goodbye, the next time we meet will be the day when everything ends. Puff. The signal was cut off and the screen went black. Aboard the Pluton battleship, Kaido laughed heartily. The final battle. No matter we win or lose, Edie, this is what I expect to happen. This world was so boring in the past. War maniac. Edie glanced at Kaido and said calmly, "I like peace. I just want to explore the truth of the world, but it's a pity that they insist on provoking me." From the moment the five elders launched a buster call on him, there was no option for peaceful coexistence. There are still 10 points of preparation before destroying the five elders, as well as those inherently evil celestial dragons. Edie casually discarded the five photos and walked up to Kizaru. "You heard me too. There is no need to resist in vain. I need a little bit of your soul material." Kizaru didn't know what he was going to do. When he saw the other party activated the power of the soul fruit, he immediately said, "Wait a minute, the reason why I came here is not only the order of the five elders, but also the support of my friends." Edie's movements paused. Kizaru said helplessly, "Vegapunk wants to meet you, it should be a very important thing. If it wasn't very important, I wouldn't ask him to do such a thing. Vegapunk wants to meet him." Edie raised an eyebrow. He and Vegapunk have been friends for a long time, and Yuanbei helped him a lot during the simulation. "I will go to see him, but your soul will also stay." N. Chapter 142 The Birth of Zugo, Lao Bei's Cry for Help. Edie robbed Kizaru of 1 year of his life and then let him go. Is it really okay to let people go like this? Kaido wanted to kill Kizaru. By then, Marine will also be an enemy. The enemy is the celestial dragons. Although Marine is a clown, he is no longer the enemy. Edie shook his head. Judging from the reaction of the five elders, they didn't know that it was another ancient weapon. This shows that Akainu did not report to his superiors. Akainu may not know that the mermaid who can command the sea kings is Poseidon. But the five elders must know. If Akainu reported the existence of Usagi, the five elders would not have such a big reaction to Pluton. You go and prepare enough coke to prepare for the final battle. I'm going to see Bergapon. Saying this, Edie's figure slowly flew up and disappeared into the sky in a blink of an eye. He took no one with him and headed to Punk Hazard alone. Kaido watched him leave. Jin walked over and said, "Master Kaido, let's just rob a coke manufacturing factory." After verifying that the Pluton battleship indeed has the power to destroy an island with one shot, coke is no longer coke, but a strategic resource. "No, go buy it." Kaido grinned. "In this great change, we must also follow the trend of the times. The old guy in Newgate no longer works as a pirate, and the Jingdao Grain Company is booming. He also has to clear his name and go ashore, and he can't always do things like pirates. Bring Pluton back first. Kaido transforms into love. He created a cloud of flames and lifted up the Pluton battleship. The other side, Edie flew towards the Punk Hazard Institute. It is an island without magnetism, and it is not easy to find it. He went there once and took away Geisa, the number 1 tool man. But I only know a rough direction, and without the guidance of a recording pointer, it is not easy to search for an island in the vast sea. The blood and soul materials of the 3 admirals have been gathered together. The decisive battle is imminent. Let's just use simulation to create them. During the flight, Edie took out 3 samples of blood. Akainu, Kizaru, Aokiji, and the soul matter of these 3 people. Number of remaining simulations, 1 time. Open black lens bracket simulation begins, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket the first year. In order to cope with the upcoming decisive battle, you decided to create a clone that combined the abilities of 3 marine admirals as soon as possible. But you have never succeeded in the fusion of 3 bloodline factors before, which is also a challenge for you. You didn't go to see Vegapunk, and went directly back to the Hive Research Institute. You started a fusion experiment of 3 bloodline factors. The research didn't go smoothly. The world government held an impromptu world summit. Kings from more than 170 participating countries around the world participated. The outside world doesn't know what happened. Morgan's Newsbird group is controlled by the world government, and there is no news about the world summit. Ginny monitored the meeting through the Queen Bee monitoring system. Some of the kings of more than 170 participating countries were killed and some were controlled. The 5 elders decided to repeat history and create a blank 100 years. You are indifferent to what is happening in the outside world and are immersed in your own research. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket the second year. The world government launched a surprise attack on Wano-kuni. Jin escaped and found your research institute after all the hard work. He tells you that Lord Kaido died in battle. Yamato was a little sad. You don't care about this and are still busy with experiments. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket the third year. The 5 elders began a purge plan. This year, 12 countries were destroyed. Your experiments have made progress. After tens of thousands of fusion experiments, you finally found a way to successfully create embryos with the fusion of 3 bloodline factors. You inject the embryos into the cloning chamber. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket 4th year. 9 more countries were caught in the flames of war and perished within a week. The world government is searching for you all over the world. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket 5th year. Fusion number 1 is born. He possesses the abilities of 3 Logia devil fruits. Lava fruit, frozen fruit, and sparkling fruit. You tested his energy level, and his energy level reached 380 billion. You ordered him to commit suicide. He committed suicide. This year, 4 more countries perished. The war sweeping the world is still spreading, and the 5 elders purge operation is proceeding in an orderly manner. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket 5th year. Padaka's D. Ace and Sabo went to sea. Their pirate group is called the Spade Pipe Pirates. Ace is the captain and Sabo is the deputy captain. They entered the Grand Line, killed a Shichibukai, and were invited by the world government. After refusing, the 2 were wiped out by the Knights of God, and the Spade Pipe Pirates ended its short history. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket 6th year. Advertisement. Fusion number 2 is born. Compared with number 1, the energy level of number 2 has been increased to 420 billion. But you are still not satisfied. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket 8th year. The year is 1520, and IM has returned from outside time. But if you know this in advance, you will be prepared for it. I am unable to find your institute. Monkey D. Luffy goes to sea, and the Straw Hat Pirates begin to become famous. His first bounty reached 30 million belly, and at the same time, his rubber fruit ability was exposed. In Logue Town, the Straw Hat Pirates encountered IM. Facing the hunt of IM and the 5 elders, the Straw Hat Pirates were destroyed. Garp angrily attacked the Holy Land of Mariajoy and died in battle. Monkey D. Dragon led the revolutionary army and set off rebellions all over the world. Thanks to the 5 elders' Great Purge plan, the revolutionary army has developed greatly. IM used national treasures to attack the headquarters of the revolutionary army. The revolutionary army was destroyed. The whereabouts of the leader, Monkey D. Dragon, are unknown. The fire of resistance is extinguished and the world is silent. Everything in the outside world is like a passing cloud to you. All is well at Hive Research. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket 10th year. Fusion number 3 is born. This is your crowning masterpiece. Simulation ends. Close black lens bracket. Comma. Compared to the successful fusion of the 3 bloodline factors, Edie was amazed at the future in the simulation. The world government can rule the world for as long as 800 years. If it is determined to carry out extinction, no force can stop it. Marine is nothing more than a guard dog. The revolutionary army is just rotten fish and shrimps. Ace was strangled to death as soon as he emerged from the sea. Sabo did not experience the amnesia incident in the original plot and became a revolutionary army. There were no celestial dragons visiting the Goa kingdom. It is estimated that the celestial dragons were killed by the Golden Lion. He went to sea with Ace and died tragically. Monkey D. Luffy's rubber fruit suffered an immediate blow as soon as it was exposed. Compared with the original plot, where 5 elders allowed him to grow, the simulation was very decisive. What would the future be like without my intervention? When the whole world is cleansed, these histories will be buried in the long river of history and become a new, blank. What a child of destiny, it's not reliable at all. Edie couldn't help but complain in his heart. With a little strength, Straw Hat Luffy will be dead, and the protagonist's halo will be useless. Fit. After all, the simulation is just a simulation. In the simulation, you are focused on research and don't care about the outside world at all. Of course he wouldn't be like this in this world, at least he would save the little guy. I didn't see the ending of Lao Bai and Linlin, forget it, it's not important. Edie looked at the last prompt of the system. Additional reward, fusion no. 3. Open black lens bracket. Do you want to receive it? Close black lens bracket. There was a flash of white light, and a young man about 20 years old appeared in midair. As soon as he appeared, he fell towards the sea. Without the blood factor of the Lunaria clan, Fusion 3 has no wings and cannot fly. The moment it hit the sea, the cold air quickly froze the ocean. He landed firmly on the ice, then knelt down on one knee and respectfully saluted Edie in the sky. Lord Heavenly Father, you are the 11th compatriot, and I give you the code name, Zugo. Edie lowered his height, came to Shugo, and looked at him. It's more like a younger version of Akainu, at least 60 to 70% similar. Explode your hockey. Upon hearing the order, the dog immediately obeyed. At the same time, on Edie's mirror, a group of large numbers were beating rapidly. Energy level, 450 billion. It surpassed Mautu's 420 billion and reached a higher limit. Let's go, because I meet someone. Edie nodded with satisfaction and continued flying in the direction of Punk Hazard. Seeing this, Shugo stepped on Moonwalk and quickly followed. He cannot fly and can only follow the father in this way. It can turn into light, but the photons move too fast to follow. At the same time Edie went to meet Vegapunk. Kizaru has returned to naval headquarters. As soon as he returned to the center, he was immediately removed from the conference room. It's a blessing that you came back alive, Aokiji said in surprise. They actually let you go. Kaido really wanted to kill me, but Edie asked me to leave. I don't want to do this kind of dangerous mission again. Kizaru sat down in his seat. Hearing this, I was sleepy and silent. They were also let off. Speaking of which, Edie seems to have never targeted Marine, except for the death of Kong Kong, the former Marine Marshal. Now that you're back safely, let's continue. Marshal Sengoku said expressionlessly. Shortly after the live broadcast, there was an order from above to hold a world summit. All car owners in the franchise industry must. Kizaru's heart moved. World Summit. Isn't it 2 years from now? Advertisement. The last time it was held was in 1506. There was originally a session in 1510, but something big happened that year. Edie, Kaido, and Golden Lion attacked the Holy Land, and that year's World Summit was cancelled. The next one should be in 1514, 2 years later. Such a big thing happened. The World Summit was held at an impromptu meeting. Crane Vice Admiral raised his chin with his hands and said softly, the above meaning is that everything Edie said during the live broadcast is a lie. We should take this opportunity to explain it clearly to the kings of the participating countries in person to avoid causing panic. Aokiji looks at the nose with the eyes, the mouth with the nose, and the heart with the mouth. Observe the cup of tea in front of you. It's as if the teacup in your hand is some rare treasure that requires careful study. Akainu seemed not to hear, and was distracted. The vice admirals looked at each other in silence. Even they don't believe this lame excuse. Garp grinned and said, stop it. Stop the spread of the incident. It is indeed what the 5 elders would do. Be careful what you say. Be careful what you say. Vice Admiral Garp. Flying squirrel. Vice Admiral broke into a cold sweat. Most of the others present thought so. Sengoku had a clear view of everyone's reactions, and the thoughts in his heart became more intense. As usual, the task of inviting and escorting the kings will be carried out by our marine. He said in a deep voice. The 5 elders are ordered to attend. The meeting will be held in 1 month, so we must act quickly. More than 170 franchised countries are scattered around the world. Only Marine has the ability to escort everyone to Mariajoy in just 1 month. No need to have extra thoughts, just follow the orders from above and adjourn the meeting. After saying that, Sengoku stood up and left. The specific task arrangement was conveyed by Vice Admiral Arahe, and he, the Marshal, did not need to inform him in person. Back in the Marshal's office, Zephyr is sitting on the sofa. Sengoku, do you really want to do this? Zephyr said solemnly. Don't underestimate the malice of the 5 elders. You don't know about the 100 years of silence, do you? What do you want me to do? Sengoku asked. There are millions of Marines around the world, and trillions of dollars are spent every year on military expenditures alone. These funds are allocated by the world government. Question. Should he be allowed to express rebellion on the spot? Not to mention how many people would agree. It takes a moment. Sengoku narrowed his eyes and snorted coldly. If the World Summit can proceed smoothly, then everything can go as usual. If the 5 elders really want to kill all those who know about it and recreate the empty history. Hearing this, Zephyr stood up, clenched his fists and said, count me in. Haha, we are just clowns. Sengoku smiled, returned to the Marshal's seat, and poured himself a glass. Maybe we are also the ones being purged. Zephyr's heart trembled, and he said, "No way. No matter how crazy the five elders are, they won't purge Marine, right?" Sengoku was noncommittal. There has been an unusual atmosphere within Marine recently, and it is impossible for the five elders not to know about it. 2 days after the live broadcast ends. Punk Hazard Institute. The atmosphere in the institute is a bit off lately. Is the higher-ups planning to take action against me? Vegapunk muttered quietly and returned to his lounge, only to see someone sitting on the sofa. "5 elders want to kill you," Edie said in surprise. Vegapunk was startled, and his long head knocked back against the door frame. Bang. It hurts. It scares me to death. He wanted to rub the affected area, but his hands were too short to reach it. "Drive, Edie," Vegapunk said in surprise and joy. "How did you get in?" "Just walk in normally, but others can't see it." Edie crossed her legs in a leisurely manner, stared at Vegapunk, whom she had been friends with for a long time, and said with a smile, "Have you studied the history of the blank 100 years, and the 5 elders found out about it?" Quote. As expected of Dr. Edie, he actually knows that I have studied blank history. However, that is not the case. I am very careful about this matter and the 5 elders will not discover it for the time being. Like an old naughty boy, Vegapunk ran to a water dispenser, and when he pressed the button, coffee came out. He held 2 cups of hot coffee, sat across from Edie, and pushed one of them in front of Edie. "This is the punk coffee I developed, please use it." Vegapunk's eyes flashed and he said wisely, "I think you must like drinking coffee." Edie does like coffee. He picked up the coffee cup and took a sip. It tasted good. "A genius can even predict his own death date, although not as good as you, Dr. Edie." Vegapunk said calmly. "A few years ago, the 5 elders commissioned me to research the energy required for a weapon. I finally completed this research not long ago, but I have to make some changes in it. A little bit of manipulation." After a pause, he added, "Of course, the biggest reason is you. Your live broadcast 2 days ago made 5 elders nervous. The thing studied is called the Flame of the Holy Mother. Although the research was successful. But 2 years ago, the huge cave incident in the sea near the Seven Waters capital made him understand that the Virgin Flame was used to activate the weapon. Vegapunk doesn't want the world to be destroyed, so forget about the earthquake sweeping the world. Sea levels will continue to rise and countless people will be affected. Therefore, he took action. If it was normal, it might not be a big deal, and 5 elders would have the patience to slowly solve it. But now that the enemy is at hand, this behavior is irritating the 5 elders. Is this why you want to see me? I anticipated this day before the research was completed. I don't want to die, so please save my life." Vegapunk looked helpless. He is not a fool, of course he doesn't want to die. There is no one in the world today who can save his life, the only one is Dr. Edie. So, please save me, drive. Edie, the 5 elders are so insane. Advertisement. P.S. Pirates is almost finished, and it will be finished at the end of the month, or at the beginning of next month. The next world will be to fly a spaceship directly to other planets. What do you want to see? Let me know in the book review section and I will seriously consider it. I originally held a poll, it seems that the app cannot vote.